A prodigious martial artist sustains serious injuries and falls into a ravine while saving his ungrateful girlfriend. Just as he's about to enter a technical school, he awakens the sword god system. At the martial arts plaza in Luocheng, the summer sun shines down on the candidates for the martial arts exam. Dressed in white, Lu Qingxian, with her cold and noble demeanor tinged with disdain, says, Su Chun, if you hadn't saved me, you wouldn't have been injured and failed the exam. But you can't blame me. It's your own lack of strength. I can get into a prestigious institution like Shingha University, and you can only go to a tech school. So, let's part ways. First strike on the shore, cut off the one you fancy. The surrounding candidates begin to chatter. Some sneer at Lu Qingxian's ingratitude. If it weren't for Su Chen's constant help and guidance, with her talent, she'd struggle to get into a second-rate college. Some female candidates scoff. People always aim higher, and a loser shouldn't hold someone back. Amidst the discussions, Su Chen seems oblivious, a hint of confusion in his eyes. As memories flood his mind, he realizes he has reincarnated into this world, a world where spiritual energy is revived, beasts run rampant, and alien races are rampant. What bemuses him even more is that his past self seemed to be the epitome of a sycophant. He not only went bankrupt supporting Lu Qingxian's training, but hadn't even held her hand. During the exam, he was severely injured by a beast while saving this ungrateful person, causing his essence to be damaged and losing all his cultivation. As Su Chun organizes his thoughts, a mechanical voice echoes in his mind. Host detected awake, binding sword god system. Congratulations on receiving a beginner's gift pack. Task triggered. Kill 100 beasts to obtain the sword god bloodline and restore your original injuries. With the system's voice, a warm current flows through his body. Su Chun feels a surge of power within, instantly reaching the 5-star Qi and blood realm, and even acquires the advanced heavenly martial skill, the carefree sword art. To put this in perspective, the strongest candidate present is only at the 3-star Qi and blood realm. Then let's break up. Su Chen agrees calmly, his gaze as serene as if discussing the weather. What? Lu Qingxian is taken aback, this development completely unexpected. In the past, even the slightest displeasure from her would have Su Chun rushing to appease her. Why is he so straightforward today? Don't you want to try to keep me? Are 2 years of feelings just over like this? Her voice is hurried, her plans for the future suddenly disrupted. Didn't you want to break up? Su Chun is only thinking about the beasts outside the city. Women only slowed down his sword-drawing speed. Seeing this, Lu Qingxian panics. If you transfer the house to me, I might reconsider breaking up. Her words cause a stir, as many thought she was having a change of heart, but her ulterior motives are now laid bare. As the tension rises, a booming voice thunders like a storm. Silence. A middle-aged instructor stands on a high platform. The martial arts exam results are out, and now for the aptitude test. First up, Su Chen from First High School. With a calm expression, Su Chen walks onto the platform and places his hand on the testing stone. Instantly, a terrifying sword aura sweeps the area like a storm, and the sky fills with dark clouds, creating a remarkable phenomenon. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder roaring, creating an ominous atmosphere. In the martial arts plaza, Su Chun was surrounded by a storm of sword energy, forming a terrifying whirlwind. The instructor in charge of the test couldn't withstand the pressure and stepped back repeatedly, his face filled with shock. The teachers from First High School were stunned, standing up in disbelief at the scene before them. On the high platform, the Minister of Education and other officials also stood up abruptly, their eyes wide with astonishment. Someone gasped softly. Is this a phenomenon of heaven and earth? Everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Chun, their hearts filled with awe. The occurrence of such a phenomenon during a talent test, something only heard of in legends, was now happening right before their eyes. Su Chun, however, was oblivious to the changes around him, having entered a mysterious state. The sky above was heavy with dark clouds, lightning flashing fiercely. The sword energy around him grew more violent, seemingly resonating with the celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot into the sky, tearing through the black clouds. As everyone followed the sword light, they saw the apparition of an immortal figure in the sky. The immortal stood with his back to the world, wielding a celestial sword, slashing it through the air. In an instant, the sun and moon lost their color, and the sword light stretched over 30,000 miles. With one strike, it opened the gates of heaven, cutting through 9 layers of the sky, faintly revealing countless falling stars. This earth-shattering scene drew countless onlookers in Luo City, leaving them in awe. In the highest office of the martial arts hall, Luo Tianhe, the hall master, was sipping tea when he was so startled by the phenomenon outside that he spat out his tea. As someone at the peak of the Marquis realm, he had seen countless talents, yet this scene shook him to his core. In the depths of the forest outside Luo City, a figure in white was flying with a sword. Suddenly sensing a disturbance, he looked towards Luo City and saw the terrifying phenomenon in the sky. A phenomenon of heaven and earth? An immortal sword apparition? Could a sword genius have emerged? He murmured to himself before vanishing from sight. Back in the martial arts plaza, everyone remained in shock, their mouths agape. The phenomenon in the sky suddenly transformed into a stream of spiritual light, merging into Su Chen's body. The sky cleared instantly, and Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through them, leaving 2 sword marks on the stone ground. Refreshing, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, letting out a long breath. He turned and saw countless people staring at him with exaggerated expressions. The Minister of Education appeared beside Su Chun in an instant, his body trembling slightly as he grasped Su Chen's hands, unable to speak for a long moment. On the high platform, representatives from various martial arts universities' admissions offices were equally astonished. A prodigy capable of evoking a celestial phenomenon had appeared in Luo City. However, when they saw Su Chen's martial exam results, they were even more astounded had nearly failed. The students below were also shocked, whispering among themselves. Wasn't it said that Su Chen's essence was damaged? This is a celestial phenomenon, a legendary talent. He is destined to become a saint. Oh my God, I never thought the most incredible genius I'd ever encounter would be Su Chun. All the students looked at Su Chun with envy, while Lu Qingxian was at a loss for words for a long time. However, Lu Qingxian quickly remembered something and hurriedly said, "What good is talent if his essence is damaged and can't be restored?" preventing him from cultivating. Despite her words, there was a hint of undeniable shock and uncertainty in her voice. These words were like a thunderclap, awakening those around. Everyone frowned in contemplation. If this were true, it would indeed be regrettable. At the testing stone, the Minister of Culture had already anticipated this possibility. He channeled his spiritual energy to carefully examine Su Chen's internal condition. Upon sensing the alarming injuries, the minister's expression turned grave. "The essence has been damaged, difficult to recover," he murmured softly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. No matter how high the talent, Su Chen's future achievements might be limited. There are only 2 ways to repair damage to the essence. One is to ask a sage to help, nourishing it with their vital blood. The other is to slay a demon king plant and use its vast life force to recover the injuries. However, both methods are nearly impossible. Sages are the top combat power in China, with only a dozen or so nationwide, and they are not easily moved. As for the demon king plant, it is a plant-based demon beast that has reached the martial king realm, which does not exist on the ground and can only be found in the more spiritually abundant wilderness. Yet, the wilderness is the territory of other races, and even a martial king expert might not successfully obtain one. At this moment, the recruitment officers from various universities, like sharks smelling blood, swarmed over. "Su Chun, I am a teacher from the admissions office of Qingzhou University. Would you like to join us?" a middle-aged man asked enthusiastically. "Qingzhou University is nothing," another person interjected disdainfully. "I'm from Kyoto University." "Su Chun, if you choose Kyoto University, we will tailor a training plan for you and even have the Academy's sovereign try to find ways to restore your essence." "Don't listen to their nonsense," a third voice called out. "Kyoto University is just so-so. Our Galaxy University has 10 martial king instructors who can find a demon king plant for you and help you recover. We'll also provide unknown guidance from a sovereign mentor." Step aside, everyone," a calm voice interjected. "Our Northern University is the top school, second only to the Imperial College. Su Chun coming to us is the best choice. Whatever they can offer, we can provide, and what they can't, we can." In no time, the admissions officers from various universities jostled and scrambled to extend olive branches to Su Chun. Only the Imperial College's admissions office remained silent. If Su Chen's essence was intact, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to recruit him. But with the situation unclear, they chose to wait and see. After all, with the Imperial College's strength, should Su Chen truly recover, they could join the fray at any time. To other top universities, Su Chun was a rare gem. If they could help him recover, he might even have a chance to enter the Imperial College in the future. Thus, their desire for Su Chun reached a fever pitch. The candidates below the stage were green with envy at this scene. While they were still anxious about getting into their desired universities, Su Chun had already become the coveted prize of prestigious schools. What made them even more envious were the jaw-dropping offers these universities were making to win over Su Chun. "Damn, I'm so jealous," a boy couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Su Chun is the real deal. If I had this treatment, even my dad would be handing me cigarettes with respect when I got home." "This is what a true genius looks like," a girl remarked. "Someone just said he'd only get into a lousy trade school, but now they're eating their words." Voices of discussion rose and fell, and many couldn't help but glance at Lu Qingxian with peculiar expressions. Lu Qingxian's face was extremely unpleasant. She never expected that even with his essence damaged, Su Chun would still attract such a scramble from top universities. And despite her outstanding martial exam scores, she still couldn't compare to Su Chun. Just as Su Chun was about to make his choice, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Side quest triggered. Please make a choice. A side quest has been triggered. Please choose Luoqing Technical School to receive a divine weapon. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Su Chen's mind, leaving him stunned. Luoqing Technical School. It was just a third-rate technical school located on Luoshan, ranked low among many academies. However, the allure of a divine weapon was too tempting. Su Chun weighed his options, remembering that his original injury could be healed by slaying 100 monsters and earning a system reward, which would grant him the Sword God's bloodline and restore his health. Taking a deep breath, Su Chun made his decision. Thank you all for your kind offers, but I choose Luoqing Technical School. His voice was calm, yet it was as if a bomb had exploded in the martial arts plaza. All eyes instantly focused on him, more astonished than before. With so many top schools vying for him, offering various incentives, he chose a low-ranking technical school? The Minister of Education and the principal of the first martial arts school were visibly shaken and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Su Chun, don't speak recklessly. With your talent, you can only reach your full potential in a top school. Don't gamble with your future. Su Chun, don't be impulsive. Think it over carefully. The recruitment officers from the martial arts universities were also dumbfounded. This was the first time they'd encountered such a situation. Someone actually chose a technical school on their own. This had to be a joke. Su Chun calmly reaffirmed his choice. I've made up my mind. I'll choose Luoqing Technical School. My original injury is severe and unlikely to heal, so Luoqing Technical School will do just fine. Silence fell over the scene once more. The recruitment teachers from the elite schools frowned, a hint of regret in their eyes. Their offers were contingent on Su Chen's ability to train and recover. If he truly became a lost cause, no one would want to waste valuable training resources. Is there a representative from Luoqing Technical School here? Su Chen glanced around, finally spotting an old man picking his nose, seemingly oblivious to the conversation that had just taken place. Sir, I'd like to enroll in Luoqing Technical School. Su Chen raised his voice. The students in the audience were completely bewildered, unable to comprehend Su Chen's decision. Ignoring so many prestigious schools to choose Luoqing Technical School, was he out of his mind? Lu Qingxian, slightly relieved, couldn't help but sneer. Looks like you have some self-awareness after all. You know you're not fit for a top school and belong in the trash heap. The old man perked up at this and retorted. Young lady, mind your words. Back in its prime, Luoqing Technical School surpassed Imperial College, and no martial arts university in half of China could compare to us. If it weren't for... He trailed off, his expression changing, as if he'd said too much. Su Chen stood at the recruitment site, already having made up his mind in response to the old man's sincere invitation. The old man furrowed his brow and said, Su Chun, have you decided? The conditions they offer might be beyond what Luo City Technical School can currently provide. But if you truly join us, our school is willing to do everything in our power to nurture you and help restore your original injuries. We even have martial kings here at Luo City Technical School. I've made up my mind, Su Chen replied firmly. Upon hearing this, the old man laughed heartily, stepping forward to grasp Su Chen's hand, his eyes gleaming with joy. Great, from now on, you are a student of Luo City Technical School. At that moment, a system voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host on successfully choosing Luo City Technical School, acquiring the ancient artifact, the Longyuan sword. Task triggered. Enter the abyss under Luo City Technical School and slay 100 aliens to enhance your swordsmanship physique. Su Chen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Seeing this, the recruitment mentors from other schools silently turned away and returned to the podium. The representatives from Imperial School merely sneered, shaking their heads dismissively. They thought to themselves, what good is talent if the original source is damaged and he can't cultivate? He's destined to be useless. Lu Qingxian, seeing Su Chen walk down, mocked him. Huh, Su Chun, I thought you had better judgment. Choosing Luo City Technical School is truly embarrassing. The recruitment continued, and Lu Qingxian quickly completed her aptitude test, successfully entering Galaxy University. She proudly held her head high, like a noble swan. Su Chun, you see, the difference between us is already apparent, Lu Qingxian said arrogantly. I'm willing to give you a chance, so don't be ungrateful. Su Chen finally lost his patience and cursed. You're an idiot, a complete moron. He knew in his heart that this woman was only after his multi-million-dollar villa. Lu Qingxian, insulted, lost her composure and shouted. Do you still think you're the genius you once were? Now that your original source is damaged and you can't cultivate, you're just a worthless person with nothing to be proud of. She continued with a sneer. Huh, I get it. Are you trying to get my attention with this act? Ridiculous and childish. Let me tell you, I never liked you. I only agreed to be with you because of your family background and your talent. Before Lu Qingxian could finish her words, she felt a sharp pain on her face. Su Chen slapped her hard, sending her flying, blood and teeth scattering from her mouth. Everyone around was stunned, not expecting such an event to unfold. Su Chun withdrew his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and warned coldly, "Say one more word, and I'll kill you." His voice was like that of a raging beast, sending chills down the spine. Lu Qingxian was momentarily stunned, a tinge of fear rising within her. But she quickly remembered that Su Chun had lost his cultivation and was now just a worthless person. Enraged, she screamed, "How dare you hit me? You're asking for death." With that, she gathered spiritual power in her palm, aiming for Su Chen's vital spots. As a peak 2-star Qi and Blood Realm martial candidate, she was one of the top candidates. Facing Lu Qingxian's attack, Su Chen sneered. He raised his hand and delivered another heavy slap, effortlessly breaking through her assault and striking her face hard. This blow carried not only his anger at her words, but also a reckoning for all the past grievances. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Lu Qingxian's spiritual power dissipated instantly. Her body flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before Lu Qingxian could recover from her dizziness, Su Chen attacked. With his fingers joined, a fierce sword energy shot out like lightning, aimed directly at Lu Qingxian's forehead. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing whistle. Lu Qingxian's eyes widened, her body frozen in fear. The shadow of death enveloped her, and she realized Su Chun truly intended to take her life. Just as the sword energy was about to pierce her forehead, a sudden flash of spiritual light blocked the deadly strike. So ruthless at such a young age, a cold female voice rang out. The rescuer was Lung Mengxiu, an admissions mentor from Shingha University and a powerful marquis-level practitioner. Her gaze was sharp as a blade as she looked at Su Chun. Lu Qingxian is already a student of Shingha University. Any attack on her will be considered a declaration of war against Shingha University. Yeah, by your logic, if you attack Su Chun, should I consider it a declaration of war against Luoqing Technical School? An elderly but vigorous voice intervened. A white-haired elder stepped forward, shielding Su Chun behind him. "Meng Qian, stop twisting words." Lung Mengxiu snapped. "I'm just following your logic. How does that become twisting words?" The old man retorted dismissively. "Is this how all you so-called top universities behave? I'll make it clear now. If you so much as touch a hair on Su Chen's head, I'll call Luoqing Technical School's people to deal with you." Meng Qian's roguelike stance left Lung Mengxiu speechless with anger. She knew this old man truly dared to act on his words. But as a representative of Shingha University, she couldn't back down. Shingha University is not afraid of Luoqing Technical School. As soon as she finished speaking, a light laugh accompanied by the sound of a sword came from the sky. Everyone's attention was drawn to the source. A figure in white, stepping on a sword, appeared before them in an instant. You're all getting on in years. Why such tempers?" The man in white looked at Su Chun with an elegant and amiable demeanor. "Sword King," Meng Qian exclaimed. Everyone present was astonished and paid their respects. This was a genuine martial king, one of the 36 kings of Huaxia, the unparalleled Sword King. "Young man, which university have you joined?" Sword King asked directly. "Luoqing Technical School," Su Chun answered truthfully. Sword King's brow furrowed as he sensed the extraordinary sword energy from Su Chun that could cause celestial phenomena. He deduced that Su Chen's talent must be legendary. Why would he choose Luoqing Technical School? He looked at Meng Qian, puzzled. Meng Qian understood and explained the situation in detail, without hiding anything. Upon hearing about Su Chen's damaged origin, Sword King's expression became serious. He grasped Su Chen's wrist and used his spiritual power to investigate. Discovering the severity of Su Chen's injury, Sword King's brow tightened, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Amidst the haze, Su Chun vaguely sensed a mysterious force restraining his injuries. He clearly perceived that his cultivation level was at the 5-star Qi and Blood Realm, which was quite remarkable for someone his age. Sword King gazed at Su Chun with furrowed brows. After a long pause, he spoke. "Indeed, your origin is damaged. A Demon King plant can heal your wounds." Su Chun smiled faintly and replied, "I know." Sword King continued. "With the resources of Imperial College or these top universities, acquiring a Demon King plant for you is not difficult." His implication was clear, questioning why Su Chun chose Luo City Technical School. "I know, but I don't need it," Su Chun answered briefly, without further explanation. After all, he couldn't exactly reveal that he possessed a mysterious system. Sword King's frown deepened, just about to speak when Su Chun added, "This is my own choice, and I won't regret it." Hearing this, Sword King refrained from saying more. He could clearly sense the mysterious force within Su Chun restraining his injuries. Every warrior has their secrets, and asking too much can be impolite. "All right," Sword King nodded, then solemnly added, "In 6 months, if your origin injury hasn't healed, I will personally find a Demon King plant for you to restore your origin." These words shocked everyone present. Sword King was a true powerhouse in all of China, and he valued Su Chun so highly that he was willing to personally seek a Demon King plant for him. For a moment, the representatives from top universities regretted their earlier stance. wondering if they could have secured Su Chun if they had been more assertive. With Sword King's help, obtaining a Demon King plant would be easy, and they would have a prodigy who could attract heavenly phenomena. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now, as Su Chun had already become a student at Luo City Technical School. Sword King then said, I have always loved the way of the sword since I was young. Would you be willing to become sworn brothers with me? What? Whoa. Su Chun was stunned, struggling to comprehend Sword King's proposal. Sworn brothers? What was going on? Nearby, the Minister of Education and the recruitment officers from various colleges were also dumbfounded, unable to suppress a gasp. Meng Qian was equally shocked, momentarily thinking he had misheard. That was Sword King, one of the 36 kings of China, the strongest in the martial king realm. Sword King chuckled lightly, explaining, I initially wanted to take you as my disciple, but it seems I am not qualified to be your teacher. Your talent in swordsmanship surpasses mine, and you have your own unique path. If I were to teach you, it might hinder your future. As Sword King's slightly regretful voice echoed, the entire martial arts square fell into silence. Everyone was deeply impacted by these words. Sword King claimed he was unfit to be Su Chen's master? It was almost unbelievable. For them, having a king, let alone a martial king, willing to take them as a disciple would be an immense honor, enough to dedicate a page in their family history. But for Su Chun, a king personally declared himself unworthy to be his master. Meng Qian was also astounded, shocked to his core. Sword King, saying such words? It seemed Su Chen's talent far exceeded his imagination. If Su Chun could be nurtured, Luo City Technical School might regain the glory of being the top imperial college. With this thought, Meng Qian hurriedly took out his phone and called the principal of Luo City Technical School to report this astonishing event. Are you willing? Jian Tianwang Lu Wushuang asked with a smile. He appeared youthful and handsome, seemingly in his 30s, though he was actually nearing 100 years old. As the foremost swordsman in China, he maintained his youthful appearance through his immense cultivation and vigorous energy. Lu Wushuang had his own reasons for making this offer. Firstly, he recognized Su Chen's extraordinary talent and believed that this young man would become a powerful figure in the future, possibly even breaking through to the sage realm and entering legendary status. He wanted to be Su Chen's protector, and having a Tianwang-level guardian would allow Su Chun to roam freely across China and the entire Blue Star. Secondly, Lu Wushuang genuinely admired Su Chun and hoped to cultivate a successor who could surpass him in the way of the sword. Su Chun was taken aback by the proposal and humbly replied, I'm just a young man at the Qi and blood stage. I'm afraid I would tarnish the Sword King's reputation. Lu Wushuang's name was well known, even to those who had never met him. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, earning him the title of Sword Immortal. He had once defended the royal city alone with his sword, slaying 3 foreign martial kings, and his fame spread across the land. He was the idol of countless young people, many of whom dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, and Lu Wushuang was the embodiment of that dream. At this moment, the idol admired by so many was proposing to become sworn brothers with Su Chun, making the surrounding young men and women green with envy. While others were troubled about getting into martial arts universities, Su Chun was about to become the brother of their idol, a difference that was staggering. Ha ha, Lu Wushuang laughed heartily. Your future accomplishments will not be beneath mine. Saying otherwise would be underestimating yourself. Su Chun smiled helplessly and spoke again. Then I am honored by the Sword King's regard. Ha ha, Lu Wushuang interrupted. My real name is Lu Wushuang. You can call me Brother Lu from now on. Here, consider this my gift to you. As he spoke, a storage ring appeared out of thin air in his hand, which he placed into Su Chen's hand. The storage ring was incredibly valuable, making Meng Qian, who stood nearby, envious. Even as a talented young man, he did not possess such a precious item. Su Chen stared at the storage ring in his hand, utterly shocked. This tiny ring contained an enormous amount of cultivation resources. He took a deep breath and respectfully cupped his hands towards Sword King, saying, Thank you, Brother Lu. At that moment, Su Chen felt a bit dazed. He never imagined he would suddenly gain a powerful brother of such high status. His mind wandered to future scenarios where he could act dominantly just like earlier with Lung Mingxiu. If she dared to act up again, he could easily put her in her place. The thought made him chuckle to himself. Just then, Sword King spoke, his voice authoritative yet gentle. Xiao Qiu, let's put this matter to rest. You're not a child anymore. Why are you still squabbling with the younger ones? Lung Mingxiu had no choice but to lower her head and admit. Yes, I went too far. Su Chun inwardly chuckled, marveling at the power of strength. If it weren't for Sword King's timely intervention, who knows how much more trouble this old woman would have caused. Standing behind Lung Mingxiu, Lu Qingxian's expression was extremely complicated. She glared at Su Chun, seething with anger. Why had Su Chun never told her about his talent? If she had known, she never would have suggested breaking up so easily. Now, she was the one who looked like a fool. Worse still, Su Chun had become someone she could no longer hope to reach. The more Lu Qingxian thought about it, the angrier she became. 2 years of relationship, and Su Chun had kept this from her. She couldn't help but speak, her voice tinged with obvious anger. Congratulations, Su Chun, on becoming sworn brothers with someone like Sword King. She knew very well that the storage ring Sword King gave Su Chun was likely worth more than Su Chen's villa, not to mention the cultivation resources inside. And now, with a backer of Sword King's caliber, Su Chen's background had become incredibly formidable. Hearing Lu Qingxian's words, Su Chun didn't even spare her a glance, as if she didn't exist at all. At this moment, Sword King patted Su Chun on the shoulder, left him with a sword mark for contact, and quietly departed. Soon after, Luo Tianhe, the head of the martial hall, hurriedly arrived. Witnessing what had just happened, he was deeply shaken. That was the renowned Sword King, who claimed he was unworthy to be Su Chen's master and instead became sworn brothers with him. Just how terrifying was Su Chen's swordsmanship talent? Luo Tianhe could hardly imagine. Without wasting any words, Luo Tianhe immediately said, "Brother Su Chun, I am Luo Tianhe, head of the martial hall in Luo City. Would you be willing to join our martial hall? Of course, you won't need to do much. Just hold an honorary position. The martial hall will provide you with an annual salary of 100 million, along with the benefits of an elder." Those around were left speechless in shock. Not only the students, but even the instructors and the principal were stunned. Su Chun was only 18, having just completed the martial arts exam, and by results, he was considered to have failed. But now, becoming sworn brothers with Sword King was one thing, but the martial hall offered such generous terms, inviting him to take an honorary position with elder benefits. To become an elder in the martial hall, one typically needed to be at least a 6-star marquis. The cultivation levels progress from Qi and Blood, Qi Si, Master, Marquis, King, Emperor, Sage, to even more profound levels. Su Chun was only at the 5-star Qi and Blood level, several major stages away. It was clear the martial hall was trying to win Su Chun over. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Su Chun, they felt utterly insignificant. Luo Tianhe didn't give Su Chun a chance to refuse, directly handing him a card and a token, smiling. It's settled then. Brother Su, do visit the martial hall when you have time. Su Chen's mouth twitched, thinking that the world indeed values those who have worth, a truth that remains constant everywhere. The surrounding students were at a loss for words, staring at Su Chun in a mix of envy and helplessness. Why couldn't they even compare to a hair of his? Lu Qingxian felt even more distraught, almost to the point of spitting blood. She thought becoming sworn brothers with Sword King was outrageous enough, but Su Chun had just become an elder of the martial hall. Now, whether in terms of status, background, or power, Su Chun had it all. It's no exaggeration to say that Su Chen's starting point was now the endpoint of many people's lifelong efforts. Lu Qingxian's expression was complex. She wasn't exactly regretful, just felt she spoke of breaking up too soon. But, after 2 years of relationship, she knew Su Chun liked her, and she didn't believe he could move on so quickly. With that thought, Lu Qingxian spoke. Su Chun, I admit I raised my voice earlier. I was just confused, making a mistake any girl might make. I've always liked you. Let's get back together. Lu Qingxian put on a pitiful expression, gently biting her red lip and softly said, I've always liked you. Let's reconcile, shall we? If you don't believe me, I can hold your hand. Her words hit Su Chun like a sledgehammer, leaving him stunned and unsure of how to react. Holding hands? What does that even mean? Is she underestimating him? Not just Su Chun, but the other trainees around them were also taken aback. They exchanged incredulous glances, silently questioning how shameless a person could be to say something like that. Even Meng Qian, who was over 50, couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief, thinking he wouldn't be able to withstand such audacity himself. Su Chen cast a cold glance at Lu Qingxian, feeling a wave of disgust. He silently mocked his original self's taste, wondering how he ever fell for someone like her. Was he really that desperate? What an idiot. Su Chen couldn't help but curse. Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Lu Qingxian's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She weighed Su Chen's current status and cultivation resources and forced a smile, continuing, Su Chun, I know you can't let go of me. Let's just say it was my fault. As long as you apologize to me, I'll forgive you. I don't even need you to transfer the house to me. Honestly, I care about you. She spoke with the arrogance of a swan, as if bestowing a great favor. Su Chen was completely taken aback. Even though he had traversed to another world, he had never encountered someone so shameless. He thought such things only happened in jokes online, yet here it was, happening right in front of him. So it's my fault, and I should apologize? And you'll forgive me without needing the house transferred. Su Chen murmured, feeling his head spin from the barrage of words. It took him a while to regain his composure, and he was seething with anger. What kind of idiot thinks they need her forgiveness? Does she think she's some kind of emperor? Su Chen raged internally. He took a deep breath, his aura brimming with sword energy, and a hint of real killing intent flashed in his eyes. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you right now. Su Chen said coldly, his voice dripping with disdain for this average girl. Lu Qingxian was momentarily speechless, clearly sensing the murderous intent emanating from Su Chun. After a brief pause, she dropped the pretense and said directly, Su Chun, are you even a man? I've given you a way out, and you still refuse to take it? Is this fun for you? I admit I was wrong earlier, but don't you have any fault in this? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have broken up with you. Now that I'm willing to make up, what more do you want? To hell with you. Su Chun could no longer hold back. He roared in anger, landing a punch on Lu Qingxian's already swollen face. The ensuing scene was shocking. Su Chun, like a crazed beast, relentlessly attacked Lu Qingxian, showing no mercy. She had no ability to fight back, left battered and bruised, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. If not for Meng Qian stepping in to stop Su Chun, worried about the potential consequences, Su Chun might have beaten Lu Qingxian to death. What a worthless piece of trash. Su Chun spat, his eyes filled with disgust. You strung me along, treating me like a fool. Who do you think you are, you idiot? This time, Lung Mingxiu didn't step in to stop him. She understood that with the Sword King backing Su Chun, even the principal of Shingha University would have to show some respect. The entire scene descended into an eerie silence, broken only by Lu Qingxian's pained groans echoing in the air. The onlookers felt a great sense of relief as they witnessed the scene. Su Chun had done what they dared not, avenging the collective grievance of the crowd. The Minister of Culture stepped forward, ordering Lu Qingxian to be taken away, thus bringing this farce to an end. Though Su Chun felt somewhat satisfied, he couldn't shake off a lingering unease. He had lost interest in continuing to watch the test. His mind was solely focused on hunting 100 demon beasts to obtain the sword god's bloodline and restore his original injuries. With his cultivation at the 5-star Qi and Blood Realm, combined with the Dragon Abyss sword and the celestial grade martial skill, Carefree Sword Art, he believed he would be fine as long as he didn't venture too deep into the demon beast forest or encounter Qi Sea realm beasts. Just as Su Chun turned to leave, Meng Qian quickly called out, Hey, where are you going? He looked bewildered, having not yet had the chance to discuss enrollment matters with Su Chun. Su Chun suddenly remembered this matter and awkwardly stopped in his tracks. Meng Qian hurriedly explained, The enrollment at Luoqing Technical School is next Monday, and there will be an assessment. The senior students will participate, and you need to avoid being captured by them. Your final ranking will determine the cultivation resources you can access at school. As he spoke, he handed Su Chun a badge from Luoqing Technical School. In a week, bring this badge to Luoshan outside the city. Su Chun took the badge, nodded, and then left directly. Meng Qian touched his bald spot, wondering why Su Chun seemed indifferent, pondering if he might run away. But now wasn't the time to overthink. He still needed to continue recruiting. However, given the reputation of Luoqing Technical School, most inquiries came from those who hadn't been accepted by other universities and had nowhere else to go. Meng Qian never turned anyone away, trying to collect as much tuition as possible. Come to think of it, he seemed to have forgotten to mention the tuition fees to Su Chun. By this time, Su Chun had already left the martial arts square, heading straight out of the city. Before long, he had left Luocheng and entered the forest. 1,000 years ago, the collision of dimensional spaces caused some small, drifting worlds to crash into Blue Star, forming various passages. Indigenous creatures from these small worlds entered Blue Star through these passages, becoming known as alien races due to their ferocity and bloodthirstiness. It took humans a long time to drive them back to their worlds, and strong human warriors now guard these passages. However, with more passages opening, a significant influx of spiritual energy into Blue Star accelerated the spiritual energy revival, causing many wild and even domesticated animals to mutate into demon beasts. Humans not only had to guard the passages, but also defend against native demon beasts, making their situation quite precarious. Su Chun moved cautiously through the forest, holding the Dragon Abyss sword, his aura restrained. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding spiritual energy grew denser. Suddenly, he stopped, spotting a black scorpion about half a man's height and 3 meters long, with a venomous stinger gleaming coldly on its tail. It was a 3-star Qi and Blood Realm venomous scorpion, whose venom was so potent that even Qi Sea Realm demon beasts would struggle to withstand it if stung. The scorpion's icy eyes fixed on Su Chun as it slowly advanced. Without hesitation, Su Chun drew his sword and struck. In an instant, a storm of sword energy gathered around him, and a dazzling sword light flashed. Sensing the threat of death, the scorpion attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword light left a trench 3 feet wide and over 10 meters long on the ground. The scorpion's body fell, split in two. First one. Su Chun chuckled softly, about to step forward to collect the scorpion's body when he suddenly felt a chill. He quickly turned around to find himself surrounded by countless venomous scorpions. A dense swarm of venomous scorpions raised their black stingers, slowly closing in on Su Chun. His expression shifted slightly as he quickly assessed the situation. The strongest scorpion had reached a cultivation level of 6 stars in the Qi and Blood Realm. while even the weakest were at 2 stars. Such an assembly could make even cultivators at 8 or 9 stars in the Qi and Blood realm hesitate. Su Chun felt a chill in his heart, realizing there was no escape. Poisonous stingers surrounded him, glinting ominously. A sharp determination flickered in his eyes as he decided to use this opportunity to test the power of his Heaven-tier martial skill. His blood and energy surged through his body, spiritual energy coursing into his Longyuan sword. A storm of sword energy gathered around him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Without hesitation, he struck, and the sword light streaked through the air like a meteor, instantly killing one scorpion. The other scorpions immediately lunged at him, their venomous stingers gleaming in the spiritual light. Su Chen's sword light flashed continuously, the sword energy around him growing even more terrifying. In no time, he had slain over 30 scorpions. Recognizing Su Chen's strength, the 6-star scorpion observing from the side hissed and swiftly attacked. Su Chen's eyes flashed with sword intent as he shouted. First move of the free and easy sword technique. The sword energy around him instantly contracted, then suddenly exploded outward. The Longyuan sword emitted a faint hum, and a sword light over a meter long swept forth with a soul-stirring intent. The 6-star scorpion hastily retreated, unleashing a powerful force to resist, but it had clearly underestimated the might of this strike. As the sword light passed, a brief silence fell over the area. A gentle breeze stirred, scattering fallen leaves, and a sword mark a foot deep and over 10 meters long appeared on the ground. The 6-star scorpion's body was cleaved in two, and more than 40 other scorpions perished simultaneously. Su Chun was delighted, realizing the terrifying potential of a Heaven-tier martial skill even at the introductory level. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful it would be if mastered fully. Turning his gaze to the remaining scorpions, Su Chun let out a cold snort and swung his sword again. However, these scorpions were not foolish. Seeing their leader slain with one strike, they quickly fled, moving with astonishing speed. Nonetheless, Su Chun managed to kill another dozen or so before they escaped. Watching the scorpions scatter, Su Chun felt a tinge of regret at not being able to slay them all. He began to tally his battle achievements, wondering if he had reached his goal of killing 100 mythical beasts. Afterward, Su Chun began to process his spoils. He carefully dissected the scorpion corpses to extract the beast cores and cut off the stingers for collection. These were valuable items, either for trading resources or for sale. A translucent panel suddenly appeared before Su Chun, clearly displaying his personal information. Name, Su Chun. Cultivation level, Qi and Blood realm, 5 stars. Qi and Blood value, 500. Skill, carefree sword technique beginner. Weapon, Longyuan sword. Divine artifact quest progress, 87100. Su Chun quickly scanned the information, feeling a surge of joy. He had already slain 87 beasts. Just 13 more, and he would complete the quest, obtain the sword god's bloodline, and his original injuries would begin to heal. Keep pushing forward. Su Chun took a deep breath and resolutely headed deeper into the forest. Along the way, he killed every beast he encountered. With each flash of his sword, another beast fell. In no time, 12 more beasts lay defeated by his sword, including a wolf demon at the Qi and Blood realm, 8 stars. Now, Su Chun was just one beast away from his goal. However, dusk was settling in, casting shadows over the forest. Su Chun frowned, pondering the dangers of the forest at night. He should return, but he was so close to his target. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to search for another hour. If I can't find it, I'll wait until tomorrow. It's not worth risking my life for a beast. Just then, a deafening roar shattered the silence, followed by the sounds of a fierce battle. Su Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Here's my chance, he thought, instinctively rushing toward the source of the commotion. Soon, a dramatic scene unfolded before his eyes. A massive black gorilla was locked in combat with a woman. The woman was at the Qi and Blood realm, 4 stars, while the gorilla had reached 9 stars, making the situation dire due to the disparity in strength. As expected, within moments, the woman was struck by a powerful punch and flung through the air. Her sword bent and twisted instantly, and she spat a mouthful of blood as her body plummeted to the ground like a kite with a broken string. A massive gorilla suddenly appeared in front of the girl, pounding its chest fiercely and letting out a deafening roar. The girl, still not fully recovered from the exhaustion of her recent martial arts exam, felt a flicker of panic in her eyes as she faced this 9-star beast of the Qi and Blood realm. The gorilla lunged at her, swinging its hammer-like fists. Her heart skipped a beat, realizing that if she were hit by this blow, she might be killed instantly. Just at that critical moment, a sharp sword light sliced through the air, heading straight for the gorilla. The beast reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the deadly strike. However, the sword light did not lose momentum, instantly slicing through a nearby ancient tree with a trunk as thick as a water barrel. The trunk crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The gorilla was forced back several steps by the sudden attack. In the next second, A figure appeared in front of the girly young man, holding a long sword with a commanding presence. To the girl's surprise, this unexpected savior was only at the 5-star level of the Chi and Blood realm. Before she could say anything, the young man decisively swung his sword. The blade flashed like lightning, instantly severing one of the gorilla's arms at the shoulder. Blood spurted out, and the gorilla let out a heart-rending howl. Sensing the threat of death, the gorilla hesitated to continue fighting and turned to flee. It moved with incredible speed, nearly vanishing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape? Die, the young man shouted angrily, propelling himself forward like an arrow from a bow. His sword danced in his hands, executing a technique known as the carefree sword art. A terrifying sword energy whistled out, quickly overtaking the retreating gorilla. As the sword energy passed, the gorilla's head was severed and fell to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain and staining the surrounding grass. The young man quickly approached and collected the gorilla's body. He was secretly pleased, knowing that the corpse of a 9-star beast from the Chi and Blood realm could fetch a good price on the market. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has slain 100 beasts and has surpassed levels to kill a 9-star beast of the Chi and Blood realm. Task completed. Awarded Sword God Bloodline. Due to outstanding performance, the host is granted an additional innate sword bone. Would the host like to fuse it? Fuse, the young man answered without hesitation. In the next moment, a warm energy began to flow through his body, as comforting as a hot spring. He could clearly hear the sound of blood flowing within him, like a babbling brook. To his delight, he felt his original injuries gradually healing. As Su Chun's original injury gradually healed, a warm, tingling sensation spread across his chest, as if something was growing. In an instant, he could clearly sense that his injury had completely recovered. Following this, a burst of spiritual light and a surge of energy coursed through him, and Su Chun was astonished to find his energy level had increased again, swiftly reaching the impressive level of 6 stars in the Chi and Blood realm, with a staggering value of 600. This unexpected delight left Su Chun overjoyed. Not only had his original injury healed, but he also gained an innate sword bone. Although the specific function of the sword bone was still unclear, the most immediate benefit was the 100-point surge in his energy level, directly elevating his realm to 6 stars in the Chi and Blood realm. While Su Chun was inwardly celebrating, the girl not far behind him was still in shock, unable to fully process what had happened. The star level 9 beast that had been chasing her was effortlessly slain by a young man who appeared to be at merely 5 stars in the Chi and Blood realm. With just 2 sword strikes, one severing its arm and the other taking its head, he had done so with such ease that even a 1-star martial artist in the Chi-Si realm would find it difficult to match. The girl pondered, noting that the young man seemed about her age, yet his cultivation level was 2 realms higher than hers. She couldn't help but admire his good fortune. Su Chun chuckled lightly, in high spirits. With his original injury healed and his energy level soaring, everything was moving in a positive direction. The girl respectfully spoke up. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. May I know your name, so I can express my gratitude when I return to Luo City?" Su Chun. "No need for thanks," Su Chun replied calmly, preparing to leave. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Su Chun looked up to see 3 figures clad in black rushing over. The leading man, panting heavily, ran straight to the girl upon seeing her. "Fanine, are you all right? What about the beast that was chasing you?" the man asked anxiously, oblivious to Su Chen's presence. He reached out to take the girl's hand, but she deftly avoided his touch. "I'm fine, he saved me." Luo Fanning glanced at Su Chun, her eyes never leaving him. The man noticed this subtlety and frowned slightly before approaching Su Chun with a light-hearted smile. "Hee, I'm Mo Feng. Thanks for saving Luo Fan, brother. We've grown up together since childhood, and if anything happened to her, it would break my heart," Mo Feng said, eyeing Su Chun up and down with a hint of disdain and skepticism. "But I see you're only at 6 stars in the Chi and Blood realm. I'm curious how you managed to save Fanning." Mo Feng's words clearly conveyed his doubt about Su Chun's abilities, prompting Su Chun to furrow his brow. "Mo Feng, what do you mean by that?" Luo Fanning interjected, her voice cold as she questioned him. "Su Chun saved me. What do you mean by that? Are you doubting him?" Luo Fanning's voice was filled with obvious anger, her brow furrowed as she stared directly at Mo Feng. Mo Feng heard the accusation, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. He turned to face Luo Fanning, feigning concern in his voice. "Fanning, I'm just worried about you. With your high status, there are bound to be people who want to get close to you." Luo Fanning's anger ignited instantly, and she interrupted sharply. "Mo Feng, what are you saying? If it weren't for Su Chun, I'd be dead at the hands of that beast. Are you questioning him now?" Standing aside, Su Chun glanced at Mo Feng, speechless. He thought to himself that this guy's brain might not be functioning properly. Mo Feng, however, wasn't ready to back down and continued. "I know, but Fanning, you're too naive and kind. Haven't you wondered why he appeared so conveniently? His voice dropped. And besides, he's only at the 6th star of the Chi and Blood realm, while the beast chasing you is a 9th star. Have you ever seen someone at the 6th star defeat a 9th star beast? Su Chun let out a cold laugh and retorted bluntly. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it can't happen. Also, with your attitude, winning over this lady seems quite unlikely. With that, Su Chun turned to leave. He thought to himself, today really was unlucky first dealing with Lu Qinxian, and now this idiot. There are fools every year, but this year seems to have an abundance. However, Mo Feng suddenly blocked Su Chen's path, unleashing his Qi Si realm 3rd star aura, and said menacingly, "Stop, did I say you could leave? You're not going anywhere until you explain yourself." Su Chun, now angered, asked coolly, "Are you sure you want to stop me?" Mo Feng, dismissive, replied arrogantly, "Huh, so what if I am? I'm a 3rd star of the Qi Si realm, and you're just a 6th star Qi and Blood realm nobody. Do you really think you can beat me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp slap echoed. Surprisingly, it wasn't Su Chun who acted, but Luo Fanyin. "What do you mean, Mo Feng?" Luo Fanyin demanded furiously. "What do you mean by calling a 6th star a nobody? Explain yourself. I'm a 4th star. Does that mean I'm less than a nobody by your standards?" Mo Feng hastily explained. "No, I didn't mean you, Luo Fanyin. I meant him. I really didn't mean you." Luo Fanyin had no intention of listening further. She pushed Mo Feng aside and grabbed Su Chen's hand, ready to leave. "Fanyin," Mo Feng called out in frustration, but Luo Fanyin ignored him, walking away with Su Chun without looking back. Watching them leave, Mo Feng gnashed his teeth. He had always harbored feelings for Luo Fanyin, but she never reciprocated. Seeing her hold Su Chen's hand in front of him was a severe blow. He shouted after Su Chun, "Su Chun, is it? I don't care who you are or why you're approaching Fanyin. I advise you to face reality and leave her alone, or else. Don't blame me for taking action." Su Chun initially had no intention of engaging with this self-important guy, but Mo Feng blocked his path once more, glaring at him. "You claim to have defeated a 9th star beast, but now you need a woman to protect you?" Mo Feng taunted. Before he could finish, Su Chen's sword was already drawn. The blade flashed like lightning, and before Mo Feng could react, a cut appeared on his shoulder. "If you keep barking, I won't hesitate to cut you down," Su Chen said coldly. "Even a clay figure has a temper." Mo Feng clutched his wounded shoulder, furious. All right, you dare to hurt me. Let me tell you, I'm a disciple of the head of the martial hall in Luo City. My background and status are far beyond what trash like you can compare to. Since you dared to injure me today, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he finished speaking, a pitch-black long knife appeared in Mo Feng's hand, aimed at Su Chun. The dark long blade glinted ominously as Mo Feng, both embarrassed and enraged, pointed at Su Chun. His eyes blazed with fury, and his voice carried an undeniable arrogance. "As a disciple of the master of the martial hall, when have I ever been so disregarded in Luo City? Even the elders of noble families treat me with respect. Moreover, I've reached the 3-star Qi Si stage at such a young age, barely a genius." Su Chun let out a cold laugh. The Long Yuan sword silently gripped in his hand, its tip trembling slightly as if poised to deliver a lethal strike. He made no effort to hide the sarcasm in his voice. So what if you're the master's disciple? Even if you were his own son, what of it if I injure you today? I'm genuinely curious how Brother Luo would take someone like you as a disciple." "Insolent!" Mo Feng shouted, veins bulging on his face. Even Luo Fanyin, standing nearby, frowned and said coldly, "Who do you think you are to speak of my master as a peer?" Mo Feng trembled with anger, thinking to himself, if Su Chun could truly call Luo Tianhe a brother, wouldn't that mean I'm a generation below him? This thought fueled his fury even more. "I'm a student of Shingha University." Mo Feng gritted his teeth. "Based on talent alone, what do you count for? Besides, so what if I rely on connections? In this world, influence matters." With that, Mo Feng's dark blade gleamed coldly, its aura threatening to strike Su Chun at any moment. "Idiot!" Su Chun cursed inwardly, his anger rising. He had saved Luo Fanyin out of goodwill, only to find himself entangled with such an arrogant fool. Unwilling to waste more words, Su Chun raised his sword and struck fiercely, the sword energy surging with unparalleled intent. Mo Feng hadn't anticipated Su Chen's sudden attack, nor his audacity, despite knowing Mo Feng's identity. Momentarily stunned, he quickly raised his blade to defend, his energy surging as he launched a fierce counterattack. Su Chun stood his ground, executing the Xiaoyao sword technique with exquisite skill and formidable power. Although only at the 6-star blood chi stage, he possessed the bloodline of a sword god, innate sword bones, and an innate sword body. The Long Yuan sword he wielded was a divine weapon, and his martial arts were among the most advanced and precious in China. These advantages more than compensated for his lower cultivation level. In contrast, Mo Feng, merely at the 3-star Qi Si stage, wielded only a low-grade spiritual weapon, and his talent was unremarkable. Faced with Su Chen's masterful swordplay, Mo Feng was terrified, forced to retreat repeatedly, defending desperately without the means to counterattack. Within moments, Mo Feng was overwhelmed, his complexion turning pale. Struggling to parry, he asked in panic, "Damn it, who are you? I've never seen a swordsman like you in Luo City." Lost in thought, Su Chun surveyed Luo City, unable to identify anyone who could rival the young swordsman before him. Though the Sword Marquis was the pinnacle of swordsmanship in Luo City, he was advanced in age. Among his peers, Mu Qinghe, the four-time top student at Shingha University, was the most renowned, lauded as the one most likely to rival the Sword King in skill. Yet this sudden master was completely unheard of. Luo City Technical School, Su Chun. The cold voice was accompanied by a sharp sword aura as Su Chun attacked again. The sword's light was like a rainbow, transforming into a terrifying 3-foot sword energy, charging straight at Mo Feng. Mo Feng hastily raised his blade to block, but the force pushed him back several meters before he could barely steady himself. Luo City Technical School. Su Chen's response left Mo Feng stunned, and Luo Fanyin beside him equally shocked. In Luo City, the three major academies each had their strengths. Shingha University ranked among the top in China, Qingfeng Academy was average, but Luo City Technical School was notorious for being at the bottom nationwide. Most of its students were of mediocre talent, just coasting through, and those who managed to break through to the master level by graduation were considered exceptional. Yet here was Su Chun, merely at the 6-star level of the Qi and Blood realm, demonstrating such astonishing swordsmanship. How could such a genius be content at Luo City Technical School? Even with less talent, with such skill, he could easily enter a second-tier academy. Why haven't I heard of someone like you from Luo City Technical School? Mo Feng asked with a frown. Su Chun chuckled lightly. Maybe because I haven't officially enrolled yet. I just finished the martial exam. Before he finished speaking, the Long Yuan sword in his hand emitted a clear sword hum, vaguely accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. A 3-star Qi Si realm with this level of skill? I'm somewhat disappointed. Mo Feng's expression turned unnatural at these words. He had assumed Su Chun was a peer, only to find out he was a newcomer who had just completed the martial exam. If they were peers, a 6-star Qi and Blood realm wouldn't be much, but for a new student, this level of cultivation broke the records in Luo City. Mo Feng and Luo Fanyin exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock. Why would such a talent choose Luo City Technical School? With such aptitude, he could aim for the Imperial Academy. Before they could recover, Su Chun attacked again. He executed the Xiaoyao sword technique, his swordsmanship sharp and cunning, with countless sword lights swirling, making it impossible for Mo Feng to track the sword's path. A sword light flashed, and a deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on Mo Feng's chest, instantly staining his clothes with blood. Mo Feng fell heavily to the ground, writhing in pain. If not for his quick reaction, that strike could have been fatal. Luo Fanyin stared wide-eyed, covering her mouth in disbelief at the scene. A Qi and Blood realm defeating a Qi Si realm. Such an achievement would make Su Chun famous across China. What she didn't know was that Su Chun's name had already spread throughout Luo City. His talent test had caused a celestial phenomenon. He had become sworn brothers with the Sword King, and he was an honorary elder at the Martial Hall. Any one of these feats would cause a sensation in Luo City. Practice more if you're weak. Su Chun shrugged at Mo Feng, his tone full of helplessness. He glanced at the sky, noticing the sun setting. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't make it back before the city gates closed at night. Time to head back to the city. Today's gains were pretty decent. With that, Su Chun walked away without looking back, and Luo Fanyin paused for a moment before following him. Mo Feng, helped to his feet, glared venomously in Su Chun's direction, gritting his teeth. Luo City Technical School, huh? I don't care who you are. You're unlucky to have crossed me. Let's go, back to the Martial Hall first. Mo Feng's eyes were cold as he plotted. Master dotes on Fanyin the most. If Master finds out some punk is trying to get close to Fanyin, well, in the Grand Hall of Warriors, on the first floor, Su Chun appeared out of nowhere. His eyes, sharp as lightning, scanned the surroundings before he confidently strode towards the second floor. This place was the largest gathering spot for warriors in Luo City, filled with an array of goods. It was also the center for resource trading and task posting. Su Chun had a clear goal for his visit: sell the corpse of the beast he had just hunted. Although his parents had left him a villa and 40 million in cash, such an amount was barely a drop in the ocean in the world of warriors. Low-grade pills and elixirs started at hundreds of thousands, and better ones could easily cost millions. The deeper one's cultivation, the more astronomical the resources required. Thinking about his parents' sacrifice on the battlefield against foreign races 4 years ago, a trace of sadness flickered in Su Chen's eyes, soon replaced by determination. The second floor specialized in purchasing beast corpses. Luo Fanyin followed closely behind, carefully explaining the star ratings on the storefronts. 1 star accepted Blood Realm beasts, 2 stars accepted Qi Si Realm, and so on. Su Chen silently noted this information and eventually chose a shop named Qingyu Pavilion. Inside, Various beast corpses were displayed, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. "Young man, are you here to sell beast corpses?" A shop assistant greeted him warmly. Meanwhile, Mo Feng and his group had also arrived at the Grand Hall of Warriors. Although the wound on Mo Feng's chest was simply bandaged, blood still seeped through. He smirked coldly and instructed his companions. "Tell the owner of this shop to severely lower the price and stall them. I'm going to find my master." With that, he staggered away. Inside the shop, Su Chun laid out a pile of scorpion corpses, and the shop assistant's eyes widened. Although these scorpions were not highly ranked, they were communal and extremely venomous. Even warriors at the Chi C or master level would struggle to neutralize their poison. The shop assistant quickly calculated. The scorpion's tail stingers were the most valuable, along with the beast core, worth about 300,000, suitable for crafting. The venom sacs were next, valued at 100,000. The rest of the body was worth around 10,000. Each scorpion was approximately worth 410,000, depending on their grade. Su Chun was surprised to learn how valuable beast corpses were. No wonder warriors could earn so much. Killing just one beast could support an average family for years. He had 99 scorpion corpses, which roughly amounted to over 40 million. In just one day, he had earned more than what his parents had left him. Amidst his delight, Su Chin pulled out the corpse of a 9-star Blood Realm black gorilla, intending to inquire about its price as well. The clerk glanced at Su Chin again, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. He could sense that Su Chin's cultivation was only at the 6th star of the Qi and Blood Realm. Yet he had brought so many beast carcasses, which was truly unbelievable. "Sir, please wait a moment," the clerk said apologetically. "This batch involves a significant amount of money, and I need to report it to the boss for pricing." Before he finished speaking, a deep voice suddenly interrupted. "No need. No pricing required." Su Chin looked up to see a pot-bellied middle-aged man approaching, puffing on a pipe. "Just leave these things here and you can go," the man said, blowing a smoke ring and casting a cold glance at Su Chun. The clerk looked puzzled. "Boss, what does this mean?" The boss glared at him fiercely. "Are you a pig? Use your brain. They're so young, with cultivation only at the 6th and 4th stars of the Qi and Blood Realm. How could they possibly have killed so many scorpion beasts? Even a Qi C realm warrior would find it hard, let alone a beast at the 9th star of the Qi and Blood Realm. The only truth is that he stole someone else's work." Hearing this, Su Chun was speechless, sighing inwardly. How did it suddenly become that they stole others' spoils? But when he glimpsed a sneaky figure in black outside the door, he immediately understood what was happening. Wasn't that Mo Feng's lackey? "Boss, do you have any evidence for your claim?" Su Chin calmly questioned. The boss sneered. "Evidence? What evidence do you want? If you don't leave, I'll notify the law enforcement. Besides, what evidence do you have to prove these beasts were killed by you?" Su Chun didn't want to argue further and was about to collect the beast carcasses and leave when the boss stopped him. "Leave the things. I'll notify the rightful owner to come and collect them," the boss said arrogantly. "So you already know who the owner is? Why not bring them here to meet me?" Su Chin retorted. "That's not for you to see. Get out of here," the boss shouted aggressively, waving them off. Luo Fanine was furious. "Who do you think you are to drive me away? Trying to seize the beasts my friend killed, believe it or not." "I'll believe what? Who do you think you are? Get out now, or don't blame me for being rude." The boss interrupted her, clearly not recognizing Luo Fanine. Luo Fanine was about to explode with anger. When had she ever been humiliated like this? "My father is the head of the martial hall." Try saying that again. She directly revealed her identity. However, the boss sneered. "You're the head's daughter? Huh, I'm his father then. Get out now," he said, calling the martial hall guards to throw them out. Su Chun chuckled coldly and pulled out a token from his pocket, a token personally given by Su Tianhe, representing the status of an elder in the martial hall. "Are you sure you want to make a move against me?" The boss glanced at it, his eyes narrowing slightly, but then he cursed. "Damn it, pretending to be a martial hall elder. At least make it look believable." With that, he snatched the token and smashed it to the ground. "Now it's not just about kicking you out. One's pretending to be the head's daughter, and the other's impersonating a martial hall elder. If I don't take you to see the head, I can't show my face here," the boss said viciously, eyes gleaming with greed and triumph. "Take action. Bring these two reckless fools to Lord Luo and await his judgment." The boss, clutching his pipe, squinted his murky eyes, scanning Su Chun and Luo Fanine with a cold smirk. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, knowing that offending Mo Feng was akin to offending the personal disciple of Lord Luo, making it impossible to gain a foothold in the martial hall. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen enforcement team members in uniform swiftly surrounded Su Chun and Luo Fanine. Mo Feng's followers turned pale. They had only intended to target Su Chun, not expecting Luo Fanine, Lord Luo's cherished daughter, to get involved. With Lord Luo's well-known protective nature, the consequences of his daughter being treated this way were unthinkable. One follower immediately turned to find Mo Feng, hoping to minimize the damage. The enforcement team members, all skilled at the Qi C level, launched a fierce attack on Su Chun without hesitation. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he wielded his Long Yuan sword in a graceful arc, unleashing a sharp sword energy like a cascading galaxy, directly clashing with the enforcement team's offensive. The intense sounds of battle drew a large crowd of onlookers. "It's the first time in years someone has dared to cause trouble in the martial hall," exclaimed voices from the crowd. The martial hall is backed by a revered figure. Even a martial king has to follow the rules. This kid must be tired of living. However, as they witnessed Su Chun, with his chi and blood level cultivation, holding his own against the chi C level enforcement team, their discussions turned to surprise. This kid's got some skills. Not far away, Lung Mingxiu and Lu Qingxian were drawn by the commotion and stopped to watch. Recognizing the troublemaker as Su Chun left them both stunned. The technical school freshman, rumored to have damaged origins, not only had reached the Chi and blood level 6-star, but was also able to contend with the Chi C level enforcement team. This was a stark contrast to the Chi and blood level 5-star Su Chun they had seen at the martial arts plaza. Lung Mingxiu frowned, puzzled. Wasn't someone with damaged origins unable to cultivate? Even more baffling was that Su Chun was currently battling the enforcement team, who were genuine Chi C level experts. The leader, with a cultivation level of 5 stars in the Chi C realm, couldn't subdue an opponent at the 6-star level of the Chi and blood realm. This scene left Lung Mingxiu astounded. She realized that the young man named Su Chun was not only capable of fighting above his level, but could also take on multiple opponents without being at a disadvantage. Truly a genius among geniuses. Lu Qingxian watched coldly, her heart filled with resentment. She couldn't accept being humiliated by Su Chun like this, even though she was the one who initiated the breakup. She believed there was nothing wrong with pursuing a better life. Was that a crime? She had even apologized to Su Chun, but he refused to forgive her. Lu Qingxian sneered. Fool, daring to fight in the martial hall. Does he really think Lord Luo favors him? She inwardly gloated, hoping Su Chun would meet his end in the martial hall. Lung Mingxiu frowned, contemplating. Although Su Chun was indeed wrong to fight in the martial hall, with the support of Sword King and Luo Tianhe, what did it matter? Luo Fanyin was equally shocked by Su Chen's strength. She had thought defeating Mo Feng was impressive enough, but she had underestimated him. She couldn't help but wonder why someone with such talent would choose Luo City Technical School instead of directly aiming for the Imperial School. Was Su Chun deceiving her? At that moment, Su Chun executed the first move of the free sword technique. His chest burned, and the power flowed through his sword bones as a beam of sword light shot out. The powerful sword aura forced the 6 Chi C realm enforcers attacking him to retreat, coughing up blood. Such an astonishing feat was hard to believe unless witnessed firsthand. Luo Fanyin was about to inform her father when the battle ended. Su Chun turned to the boss, his Long Yuan sword emitting a dragon's roar, its light flickering. He coldly demanded, "Speak, who sent you to target me?" The boss staggered back, leaning against the wall, his face pale as he said, "You're in trouble now. Daring to attack the martial hall's enforcement team. You're doomed." Su Chun impatiently slapped the boss repeatedly until his face was swollen. He pressed for answers again, and when the boss hesitated, Su Chun pierced the boss's shoulder with his sword, pinning him to the ground. Under the threat to his life, the boss finally confessed. It was Mo Feng. "He's a disciple of Lord Luo. I didn't dare refuse." Upon learning the truth, Su Chun withdrew his Long Yuan sword with a cold laugh. Luo Fanyin furiously kicked and punched the boss to vent her anger. Only then did Su Chun realize that Luo Fanyin was Luo Tianhe's daughter, which surprised him slightly. Suddenly, a deep voice commanded, "Stop." A powerful force enveloped Luo Fanyin, immobilizing her. A man in training clothes approached slowly, his eyes coldly fixed on Su Chun. Exuding a master-level aura, he bore down on Su Chun, sternly saying, "Daring to cause trouble in the martial hall, no matter where you're from or what background you have, you must abide by the martial hall's rules." All eyes in the martial hall were on one of Luo City's strongest figures. There were whispers, "Is that Lord Luo himself has come? Wow, it really is Lord Luo. Those two kids are in for it now. Huh, serves them right for recklessly causing trouble in the martial hall." With Luo Tianhe's arrival, the atmosphere in the hall instantly grew tense. A man glanced at Su Chun and sneered. "Huh. Two young fools. It seems not even deities can save you today." The man in training attire cast a cold glance at Su Chun, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain, targeting Su Chun and Luo Fanyin. As a formidable master, he was confident in his ability to suppress these two juniors who were merely at the Chi and blood stage. Su Chun felt the pressure, his face flushed with anger. "Damn it," he growled, as his Long Yuan sword emitted a resonant clang, with a faint dragon's roar echoing. The power of his chi and blood surged like a volcanic eruption, and with a roar, his figure turned into a blur, charging at his opponent. The Long Yuan sword radiated a brilliant light, and a sharp, unmatched sword energy sliced through the air. The man's expression changed drastically, incredulous that Su Chun could counterattack under his pressure. Before he could react, Su Chen's sword was upon him, forcing him to retreat and hastily raise an arm to block. The force of this strike pushed the man back several steps. Su Chen suddenly felt a clarity of mind, and the sword energy around him began to emanate uncontrollably, quickly consolidating into a powerful aura that surrounded him like a storm. "This is Sword Gang," Lung Mingxiu exclaimed, her voice twisted with shock. Su Chun had actually comprehended Sword Gang at this moment. It's known that the levels of sword cultivation progress from Sword Chi, Sword Gang, Sword Force, Sword Intent, Sword Heart, Sword Domain, to Sword Dao. Su Chun had previously been at the entry-level Sword Chi stage, yet in such a short time, he had stepped into the Sword Gang realm. The crowd was astonished. In all of China, the youngest person to comprehend Sword Gang was the current Sword King, Lu Wushuang, who did so at the age of 20, earning the title of a swordsmanship prodigy. Yet today, Su Chun, at just 18, had reached this level, 2 years younger than the Sword King. The entire martial hall fell into a dead silence, except for the relentless roar of Su Chen's Sword Gang. The man opposite was terrified, unable to respond before Su Chen struck again. This time, the Sword Gang raged with 10 times the previous power, slashing down at the man. With a loud crash, the man was sent flying, crashing heavily into the shop behind him, smashing its contents to pieces. The shop owner, still on the ground groaning in pain and clutching his injured shoulder, was terrified by the scene and dared not make a sound. At that moment, Luo Tianhe arrived upon hearing the commotion. Seeing him, the shop owner, as if seeing a savior, crawled to Luo Tianhe's feet, clinging to his leg and sobbing. "Master Luo, you must stand up for me. These two caused trouble in my shop, stole from others to sell, and even injured me. Please, seek justice for me." The owner cried bitterly, estimating the damage in the shop to be worth over 100 million, a considerable sum. Seeing Mo Feng also arrive, the owner cried even harder but wisely refrained from mentioning that Mo Feng had instigated the incident against Su Chun. Everyone knew Luo Tianhe was upright and just. If he learned the truth, Mo Feng would surely face punishment, let alone a small shop owner like him. "Kid, I'm impressed." The man stood up, his eyes burning as he stared at Su Chun. "To have grasped the sword aura at your age, I genuinely admire you. However, rules are rules, and no matter who you are, causing trouble in the warrior's hall warrants a penalty." Su Chun ignored him and turned around, only to find Luo Tianhe already standing behind him. Luo Tianhe's furrowed brow relaxed as soon as he recognized Su Chun. "Su brother, is it really you?" Luo Tianhe asked in surprise. He had heard from Mo Feng that a young punk was flirting with his daughter and almost rushed down to deal with it, not expecting this punk to be Su Chun. "Luo brother." Su Chun greeted calmly, as if he had anticipated this scene. Mo Feng froze in place. Just moments ago, he thought Su Chun was overestimating himself, but now he realized he was the fool. Luo Fanyin was also stunned, not expecting Su Chun to actually know her father and seemingly have a good relationship with him. She couldn't help but wonder why she had never heard of this before. The surrounding people were even more startled, curious about Su Chen's background. The shop owner was completely dumbfounded, his mind buzzing, feeling like an outsider in his own story. "Old dang, if you don't give me an explanation, we're not done here." Luo Fanyin stormed forward, confronting Luo Tianhe. "Are you just going to stand by while your precious daughter is bullied?" The shop owner was even more terrified. She really was Luo Tianhe's daughter? What had he done? Luo Tianhe's mouth twitched as he turned to Su Chun and asked, "Su brother, what exactly is going on?" "Nothing much, perhaps just some misunderstandings," Su Chun replied nonchalantly. Sensing that Su Chun was upset, Luo Tianhe was about to ask further when Luo Fanyin recounted the events in detail. Luo Tianhe's expression immediately darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at the shop owner. The shop owner was petrified, seeking help from Mo Feng, who was equally at a loss. "Give me an explanation," Luo Tianhe's icy voice demanded, causing the shop owner's legs to go weak. It's a misunderstanding," the shop owner stammered. Bang! Luo Tianhe kicked the shop owner, sending him flying. "Last chance," he shouted angrily. "It was young Master Mo Feng who told me to do it." The shop owner no longer dared to hide anything, fearing for his life. Mo Feng's face changed dramatically, and he hurried to explain. "Master, this might really be a misunderstanding. I didn't know." Slap. Before he could finish, a loud slap landed on Mo Feng's face, knocking him to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment towards Su Chun. "Is this how I taught you? Apologize to Su brother." Luo Tianhe commanded harshly, his powerful aura subtly released, leaving Mo Feng pale. Luo Fanyin also stepped forward, looking at Mo Feng with disappointment. "Mo Feng, I never thought you'd be like this. Su Chun saved me, yet instead of thanking him, you attacked him. And then you resorted to such underhanded tactics. I'm so disappointed in you. Don't come looking for me anymore. I don't want to see you." Luo Fanyin heard the boss's words with her own ears, and a flame of anger ignited in her heart. It dawned on her that the strange behavior of the merchants in the Warriors' Hall was orchestrated by Mo Feng behind the scenes. Seeing Luo Fanine seething with rage, Mo Feng quickly tried to explain. No, Fanine, let me explain. Luo Fanine, consumed with fury, shouted. What is there to explain? Reckless, thoughtless actions, deceitful, and petty. What more is there to say? Her barrage of accusations hit Mo Feng like arrows, with a final piercing remark. Look at you. How can you ever compare to Su Chun? This last statement struck Mo Feng like a heavy blow, leaving him frozen in place, his body stiffening. He could barely withstand the earlier accusations, but being compared to Su Chun was like a thunderbolt. When Luo Tianhe heard about the incident, he was furious. He shouted, apologize to brother Su Chun. Luo Tianhe's anger stemmed not only from Su Chun's talent, but also from Mo Feng's despicable tactics against others. As a man of integrity, Luo Tianhe felt deeply ashamed to have taken such a disciple under his wing. Panicked, Mo Feng hastily defended himself. Master, there's a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Coming from humble beginnings, Mo Feng owed his current status to Luo Tianhe's support. Offending Luo Tianhe could ruin his future. Luo Tianhe coldly replied, fine, tell me what the misunderstanding is. I'm right here listening. Have I wronged you? With that, he summoned a chair with a wave of his hand and sat down. Mo Feng began fabricating lies. It's all because of Su Chun. He must have approached Fanine on purpose, deceiving her to gain the trust, and then plotting against the Warriors' Hall. Master, think about it. How could Su Chun just happen to appear in the wilderness and save Fanine? I merely questioned him a bit, and he flew into a rage, ambushing and injuring me. And then he dared to show up at the Warriors' Hall. Isn't this nonsense? Luo Tianhe was enraged, kicking Mo Feng hard. Still spouting lies. How did I end up with such a worthless disciple? It's utterly disgraceful. Overcome with anger, he began to strike Mo Feng. The onlookers were stunned, unable to comprehend why Luo Tianhe would resort to violence without even hearing his disciple out. Their eyes turned to Su Chun, wondering who he could be to warrant such regard from Luo Tianhe. In truth, it wasn't that Luo Tianhe was unwilling to listen, but Mo Feng's lies were too clumsy. Even if there was a grain of truth in Mo Feng's words, Luo Tianhe wouldn't have been so enraged. Luo Fanine was his daughter, mischievous but never deceitful. Moreover, given Su Chun's current status, he had no reason to deliberately approach Luo Fanine. After all, Su Chun was backed by the Sword King, one of the 36 heavenly kings of China. If anyone were trying to get close to someone, it would more likely be Luo Fanine approaching Su Chun. Before long, Mo Feng was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, resembling a bloodied, battered figure. You two, come here. Luo Tianhe shouted angrily, pointing at the two men in black beside Mo Feng. The two dared not delay and approached nervously. Luo Tianhe's eyes were blazing with anger as he demanded, speak. Tell me everything from start to finish, or I'll feed you to the beasts. Terrified, the two men in black turned pale and dared not hide anything. They recounted Mo Feng's actions against Su Chun and how they had instructed the shopkeeper to deliberately make things difficult for him. Mo Feng was thunderstruck by their words and collapsed to the ground, his heart sinking into despair. He never imagined things would turn out this way. Su Chun actually knew Luo Tianhe, and it seemed Luo Tianhe valued Su Chun greatly. Had he known, he wouldn't have dared to target Su Chun. But could he blame Su Chun for this? It was his own refusal to believe the truth. Now, it was too late to say anything. Luo Tianhe, seething with rage, shouted, pack your things and get out immediately. I, Luo Tianhe, have no disciple like you. With that, he expelled Mo Feng from his tutelage on the spot, thoroughly disappointed with his actions. Mo Feng, despite his pain, crawled to Luo Tianhe, crying, Master, please. I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. Please don't expel me. He then crawled to Su Chun, trying to grab his pant leg, but Su Chun stepped away. Mo Feng sobbed, pleading desperately. Su Chun, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I'm a scoundrel. I'm worthless. Please, don't hold it against me. Forgive me. I'll do anything you say. From now on, whatever you say goes. I'll never oppose you. Desperately, he added, do you like Fanine? Fine, I'll stay away from her. I won't compete with you. I'll let you have her, okay? Please forgive me. I can't be expelled. Without the sect, I have nothing. Su Chun frowned at Mo Feng, saying coldly, firstly, I don't need a dog like you. Secondly, I've only just met Luo Fanine, so there's no question of liking or disliking her. Moreover, she's not a commodity to be traded at your whim. Lastly, your current state disgusts me. With that, he kicked Mo Feng away. Seeing this, Luo Tianhe was even more disappointed. If Mo Feng had any dignity left, he might have softened and given him another chance. But Mo Feng had none. His fear was not of being expelled, but of losing everything once he left the martial hall. Luo Fanine, her face flushed with anger, rushed forward and slapped Mo Feng. She shouted while hitting him, I knew your affection wasn't genuine. I was just a stepping stone for you to stay in the martial hall. To you, I'm just an object to be traded. Beast, thank goodness I'm not blind. Mo Feng tried to say something, but Luo Tianhe stood up, looked at him coldly, and said, leave. I will issue a notice to the world that you are no longer my disciple. Mo Feng lay on the ground, his eyes lifeless, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Suddenly, he sprang up, his entire being erupting with energy, a dagger appearing in his hand as he lunged at Su Chun, screaming, it's all your fault. All because of you. It's all your fault. Why won't you forgive me? Mo Feng roared, madness flickering in his eyes as he thrust a dagger towards Su Chen's chest. Su Chun reacted swiftly, stepping back lightly, while drawing the Long Yuan's sword with his right hand. As soon as the blade was unsheathed, a fierce sword energy shot out, precisely blocking Mo Feng's attack. Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Su Chen clenched his left fist and swung it powerfully at Mo Feng's face. You got me expelled from the sect. Do you know what that means to me? Mo Feng shouted, though his voice was tinged with despair. Su Chun let out a cold laugh, twirling the Long Yuan's sword in his hand. It means, you were expelled from the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the Long Yuan's sword let out a deafening dragon's roar, sending a barrage of sword energy raining down on Mo Feng. Mo Feng tried to defend himself hastily, but it was too late. The sword energy sliced through his body, leaving trails of crimson. His body shuddered, blood gushing from his mouth as his eyes quickly lost focus. Moments later, Mo Feng collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Su Chen looked coldly at Mo Feng's corpse, feeling no remorse. He could sense the blood energy within him growing stronger. Try to kill me? Don't blame me for this. Nearby, Luo Tianhe opened his mouth, intending to stop the fight, but it was too late. Su Chen turned to him and calmly said, Brother Luo, you saw it yourself. He tried to kill me. Luo Tianhe shook his head and sighed, then gestured for his subordinates to clear away the body. This unworthy disciple, I never thought he would turn out like this. His voice was filled with regret. Luo Tianhe recalled how he had been drawn to Mo Feng's talent when they first met and accepted him as a disciple, only to see him abuse his name over the years. Now, being killed was his own doing. Everything happened so fast that the nearby shopkeeper was terrified out of his wits. He finally realized Su Chen's importance in Luo Tianhe's eyes, even to the extent of expelling Mo Feng from the sect. And what about himself? Just an ordinary merchant. Now having offended Su Chun, he wondered if he could still survive in Luo City, let alone in the martial hall. Ignoring his pain, the shopkeeper crawled over to Su Chun, pleading tearfully, Master Su, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. It was that bastard Mo Feng who forced me. I never intended to target you. We have no grievances or enmity. I have no reason to go against you, right? Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, could you spare my life? I promise to make amends. Please have mercy. I have a family to support. Su Chun frowned at this spineless man, filled with disdain. He taunted, I'm just a fake. What are you doing this for? The shopkeeper was struck as if by lightning, quickly slapping himself in a frenzy. I was wrong. I was talking nonsense. I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. I deserve to die. I am guilty. Please give me a chance to atone. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something, hurriedly crawling over to pick up the token from the ground, presenting it to Su Chun with trembling hands. I deserve to die? I was blind to your identity. Su Chun took the token, too uninterested to bother with the sycophant. However, Luo Fanning couldn't swallow her anger, scoffing. Now you realize you're blind? Weren't you just boasting, saying my brother was a fake and claiming to be Lord Luo's father? The shopkeeper broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that such blasphemous words could get him killed on the spot by Luo Tianhe, and it would be well deserved. I know I was wrong. It was my big mouth. I'm worthless. Please, miss, spare my life. The boss was on his knees, his voice trembling, his face a mask of fear. Luo Faning's smile vanished, her gaze icy and her tone sharp as a blade. Get out. There's no place for trash like you in the martial hall. The boss, feeling as if he'd been granted a great reprieve, scrambled out of the hall with haste, leaving a trail of disarray in his wake. Su Chen's phone vibrated, displaying a message, 1 billion credited to your account. He couldn't help but marvel. The martial business really is lucrative. Others struggle all their lives just to make ends meet, while martial artists casually earn millions, even billions. No wonder so many people aspire to become martial artists. Luo Faning's expression turned serious as she explained. Martial artists do earn well, but they constantly face life-or-death situations. Countless martial artists fall prey to beasts every year, not to mention the dangers of the abyss. She paused briefly before continuing. After the abyss descended, alien races invaded with great strength. Humanity paid a huge price to drive them back into the abyss. But as the spiritual energy resurged, animals mutated into beasts, occupying many cities. Now, humans only have half of their living space left, having to fend off both the abyssal invaders and the beasts on the surface. It's a tough situation. Luo Tianhe suddenly turned to Su Chun, smiling. If you're interested, you can take over this shop. How you manage it is up to you, and the rent is free. You just need to pay 5% of the profits annually. Without waiting for Su Chen's response, he instructed someone to handle the paperwork. Su Chen was stunned. He had spoken casually, not expecting Luo Tianhe to take him seriously. Brother Luo, you might have misunderstood. I didn't mean it, and I don't know anything about management or business. Luo Tianhe waved it off with a smile. No worries, I'll have someone help you manage it. You don't need to stress about it. Soon, the contract was placed before him. After signing it, Luo Tianhe handed it to Su Chun. Luo Fanny noticed Su Chen's hesitation and said, Su Chun, go ahead and sign it. Consider it a reward for saving me. Su Chun chuckled. That's quite a hefty reward. Can it be more precious than my life? Luo Fanning retorted. Su Chun had no reply to that. He picked up the pen and signed his name. Nearby, the shop owner looked on with envy. The rent for this prime location usually ran into tens of millions annually, plus a 10% profit share. Not only was Su Chun exempt from rent, but he also only needed to give up 5% of profits. This seemingly small difference could mean millions, even tens of millions, in savings each year for a large store. Among the onlookers, Lung Mingqiu was still in shock. Su Chen had surprised her too many times. Defeating someone at a higher martial level was an extraordinary feat. She couldn't help but regret that if she hadn't dismissed Su Chen due to his damaged origins during the enrollment, he might have joined Shingha University. The most troubled was Lu Qingxian. She had thought Su Chen's life was over, but this was only the beginning for him. Looking at the valuable shop and the massive profits it promised, Lu Qingxian was filled with regret and jealousy. If only this opportunity had fallen into her lap. Su Chun signed the contract, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This unexpected windfall brought him a shop that promised substantial annual profits without the need for management. Who wouldn't be overjoyed at such a prospect? After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Luo Tianhe, he prepared to leave. Luo Fanning hesitated, watching Su Chen's retreating figure, but ultimately couldn't voice her thoughts. Luo Tianhe, noticing his daughter's unusual demeanor, teased, What's the matter? Has my precious daughter taken a liking to someone? Luo Fanning's cheeks flushed as she shot her father a glance, hurriedly explaining, Stop with the teasing. Who's taken a liking to anyone? I'm just curious about which university accepted someone as talented as Su Chun. Luo Tianhe gave her a knowing look and chuckled. Luo City Technical School. Luo City Technical School. Luo Fanning's voice rose in surprise. Are you kidding? With his talent, he went to a technical school. Luo Tianhe nodded affirmatively. That's right. I was surprised too. But it's true. I saw it with my own eyes today. Why? Luo Fanning pressed further. Luo Tianhe just smiled. You'll have to ask him yourself. At this point, Su Chun had left the Warriors' Hall. With his original injuries healed, he began preparing for the entrance assessment at Luo City Technical School scheduled for the following week. Though it was a technical school, it was crucial for the allocation of future cultivation resources, so he couldn't afford to be careless. In university, strength determined everything. Those with talent and strength received more resources, while the weak were eliminated. More importantly, he had a system task to enter the abyss beneath Luo City Technical School and slay 100 alien beings. Completing this would enhance his sword body, filling Su Chun with anticipation. I'm destined to become a sword god. Su Chun mused to himself, a confident smile on his face. As night fell, Su Chun walked home, a cool billion in his account. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Su Chun. He stopped and turned to see Lung Mingqiu and Lu Qingxian standing behind him, their expressions somewhat unusual. What's up? Su Chun asked, curious about Lung Mingqiu's intentions. If it had only been Lu Qingxian, he wouldn't have lingered a second longer. Lung Mingqiu spoke softly. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? She gestured towards a quieter place for a detailed conversation. Just say it. Lung Mingqiu's voice paused for a moment before she decided to be direct. With your talent, are you really willing to go to Luoqing Technical School? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, thinking, here we go, someone's trying to poach me. He kept a calm exterior, waiting for her to continue. Lung Mingqiu went on. I admit, I was quite surprised during your talent test today, but when I learned your essence was damaged, I hesitated. A complex look flashed in her eyes. To restore your essence, you'd need a Demon King's plant, which is extremely rare. Even Galaxy University would have to pay a hefty price to get one. She paused, her gaze intense on Su Chun. Initially, I thought of recruiting you to Galaxy University, and whether you could get that plant would depend on your performance. But now, your talent has amazed me again. Grasping sword chi at 18 and fighting beyond your level, your talent is extraordinary and worth our investment. Lung Mingqiu's tone became sincere. So, Su Chun, come to Galaxy University. We'll provide you with the best training resources, far beyond what Luoqing Technical School can offer. After listening, Su Chun smiled slightly and, instead of answering directly, asked, I'm curious if I joined Galaxy University today without comprehending sword chi and showing average talent. What would you do? Lung Mingxiu was taken aback by the question but answered honestly after a moment's hesitation. If your value wasn't worth the cost, you would be abandoned. That's quite realistic. Su Chun sneered. Lung Mingxiu nodded, unfazed. Yes, it is realistic. The world of warriors is always like this. I dare say other universities think the same way. She looked at Su Chun meaningfully. Just like when no one paid attention to you before you caused the celestial phenomenon. But now you're the sworn brother of Sword King and an honorary elder of the Warrior Hall, enjoying all this. It's not because they value you personally, but because your value makes it worthwhile for them. Su Chun was silent, realizing the truth in her words. Seeing his silence, Lung Mingxiu thought she had a chance, her tone more earnest. So, you know what to choose. Galaxy University is great. Su Chun began slowly. Lung Mingxiu's eyes lit up, but then he continued. But I'm sorry, I choose Luoqing Technical School. Lung Mingxiu was stunned, incredulous. Did I just waste my breath? Su Chun, you need to think this through. This is about your future. I've thought it through. Su Chun replied firmly. Lung Mingxiu was completely dumbfounded and asked, can you give me a reason? Without hesitation, Su Chun pointed to Lu Qingxian nearby and said, because she's at Galaxy University, and she disgusts me. Lu Qingxian was initially shocked, then angrily demanded, Su Chun, what do you mean? Is it fun for a grown man to be so petty? You're not a child and Amory isn't this childish. Su Chun looked at Lu Qingxian's angry face and then at Lung Mingxiu's disappointed expression. He sighed and said, all right. Honestly, another reason I'm going to Luoqing Technical School is to avenge my parents. This wasn't a lie, as 4 years ago, his parents died supporting the abyss beneath Luoqing Technical School. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Su Chun didn't want to say more and turned to leave. Lung Mingxiu wanted to say something but held back, realizing Su Chun's determination to go to Luoqing Technical School was unwavering. As Su Chun left, Lung Mingxiu also prepared to leave, but noticed Lu Qingxian still standing there. Mentor, you go ahead. I have something to take care of. Lu Qingxian said. Lung Mingxiu nodded, not thinking much of it, and left alone. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian quietly followed in Su Chen's footsteps. At the same time, Luo Fanning also exited the warrior hall, glanced around, and quickly pursued the direction Su Chen had gone. Senior, where do you think Su Chen could be? The streets of Luo City were cloaked in nightfall. A group of young people walked under the dim streetlights, with one of them, a man dressed in black, carrying a pitch-black sword on his back, sounding distinctly impatient. Who knows, sighed the girl leading the group. The dean is always unreliable, sending us to find someone without even providing an address. They had been searching the city for most of the day, but had found no trace of Su Chun. Exhaustion and irritation were spreading among the group. Why don't we just split this stuff among ourselves? One of the guys suddenly suggested, a glint of greed in his eyes. When the entrance exam comes, we can give Su Chun a good beating. If neither he nor we say anything, who would know we kept his training resources for ourselves? I think that's a good idea. Agreed. The others chimed in eagerly, excitement visible on their faces. Cut it out, the leading girl snapped, her voice sharp. The dean said this Su Chun has great potential and is to be specially nurtured. If he finds out you took his resources, he'll probably beat you to death. Yeah, as if anyone here lacks talent. Exactly, if you're not convinced, let's fight it out. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. How about we team up and take the seniors' stuff? One of the guys suggested dangerously. I think that's a great idea. The others seemed eager to try. Hearing this, the leading girl involuntarily twitched her mouth and discreetly slipped the storage ring into her pocket, her wariness intensifying. Can you all just behave until we even start school? She said helplessly, though her voice lacked conviction. She was secretly calculating. The entrance exam was a week away, and these early arrivals were all troublemakers with real talent. If they really teamed up, she might not be able to handle it. Meanwhile, at the corner of the street, Su Chun stood opposite his residential area. Lu Qingxian blocked his path, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Chun, are you really this heartless? Lu Qingxian sobbed, her voice full of pleading. Su Chun frowned, his tone filled with disdain. Are you crazy? I told you, there's no future for us. Just seeing you makes me sick. But Lu Qingxian was persistent, continuing to plead. I don't believe it. You promised to love me forever, to treat me well for life. Have you forgotten? I was wrong today, I acted impulsively. But you've hit me, you've scolded me, your anger should be gone. Let's reconcile. Her words came out in a rush, as if she wanted to say everything in one breath. I don't want your house. I don't want your cultivation resources. I know I was immature before, but I've realized my mistakes and want to make it up to you. Plus, you know I've always been good at business. You have a shop in the Marshall Hall now, right? Let me manage it, and I'll definitely earn a lot of money for you. At this point, Su Chun finally understood Lu Qingxian's true intentions. He chuckled coldly, mercilessly saying, get lost. Right now. With that, Su Chun turned to leave, unwilling to stay a moment longer. No, I'm not leaving. Lu Qingxian shouted hysterically, clutching Su Chun's sleeve tightly. Su Chun, you promised to love me for a lifetime. How can you do this to me? I don't believe you can just let me go. Su Chun frowned, feeling a surge of irritation. He was about to speak when a familiar voice came from behind him. Wow, seems like I've arrived at the wrong time. Turning around, Su Chun saw Luo Fanyin standing under a street lamp, the soft light casting a glow on her stunning face. She walked over and naturally linked her arm with Su Chen's, her gaze sharp as she looked at Lu Qingxian. Miss Lu, you were the one who initiated the breakup, so why are you bothering my boyfriend now? Luo Fanyin said with feigned surprise. Or is it that now you see he's wealthy and powerful, you want to come back for his money? Both Su Chun and Lu Qingxian were taken aback. Su Chun thought to himself, since when did Luo Fanyin become his girlfriend? Lu Qingxian, on the other hand, was incredulous. Since when did Su Chun become Luo Fanyin's boyfriend? You're lying, I didn't. Lu Qingxian hurriedly tried to explain, but her voice lacked conviction. He said he would love me for a lifetime, treat me well forever. I can't believe he would be with you right after we broke up. Luo Fanyin smiled slightly, her demeanor and beauty clearly outshining Lu Qingxian. Is that so? Do you want to hear it from him directly? She turned to Su Chun, digging her fingers into his side. Tell her, aren't you my boyfriend? Su Chun instantly grasped Luo Fanyin's intention. Although a bit awkward, he said, yes, I am. Luo Fanyin's boyfriend. His tone was noticeably unnatural as he uttered the last three words, and Luo Fanyin's face turned slightly red. Can you leave now? And don't bother my boyfriend again. Luo Fanyin said to Lu Qingxian, a tone of triumphant satisfaction in her voice. However, Lu Qingxian refused to accept this reality. She shouted hysterically, no, it's impossible, this can't be true. You're both lying to me, conspiring against me. She glared at Luo Fanyin with hatred. He promised to love me forever. You homewrecker, you two scoundrels, don't think you can keep the money that belongs to me. Before the words had fully left her mouth, Lu Qingxian charged at them. Both Su Chun and Luo Fanyin were stunned, not understanding what she meant by money that belongs to her. Su Chun, burning with anger, could no longer hold back and swung a punch at Lu Qingxian. However, his fist collided with a suddenly appearing black long sword, producing a piercing metallic clang. Lu Qingxian was swiftly pulled to safety by a man in black. Focusing his gaze, Su Chun realized that the person who intercepted his attack was an unfamiliar young man dressed in black. The man looked at the scene coldly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This big city really is something else, he drawled slowly. Even at night you can witness such melodramatic scenes. A jerk and a homewrecker ganging up on the original partner. I thought this only happened in brainless thrillers and melodramatic TV shows, but here I am witnessing it firsthand. I never expected to encounter such a dramatic scene. Big cities really live up to their reputation for excitement. Around the street corner, an unexpected conflict was unfolding. A young man in black, carrying a large sword, surveyed the scene with a defiant look in his eyes. He glanced disdainfully at Su Chun, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You look like a pretty boy who's living off someone else. Guys like you are the ones I despise the most, the young man shouted, openly displaying his hostility. At that moment, a group of guys quickly surrounded Su Chun and Luo Fanyin. On closer inspection, these were the same troublemakers who had previously been looking for Su Chun. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. Let me handle this. I can't stand guys like him. They bring shame to all men. One guy stepped forward, his voice filled with righteous indignation. I'll take care of it. You all step back. Another guy retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Why should it be you? Who do you think you are? A third guy joined the argument. Unexpectedly, these guys, who should have been united against a common enemy, started bickering over who should take the lead. The next moment, they were wrestling with each other. Wu Tao, I'm sick of you. You look like a pretty boy, ugh. Wang Lin, you jerk. How dare you attack me like that? I'll kill you. Amidst the punches and kicks, they hurled insults at each other, their aggressive energy revealing them to be six-star warriors. This sudden infighting left the onlookers stunned. In the background, a girl helped Lu Qingxian to her feet, softly comforting her. Lu Qingxian stood up, tears in her eyes as she watched the chaotic scene. Her eyes shifted slightly, as if she were planning something. That heartless guy, he found someone new and forgot about me. I confronted him, and he sided with that vixen to hit me. Lu Qingxian suddenly burst into loud sobs, drawing attention. Don't worry, I'll stand up for you. Wang Lin snorted, breaking away from the scuffle, and charged at Su Chun with his sword. Pretty boy, taste my blade. Su Chun, quick on his feet, shielded Luo Fanyin behind him, his energy surging as the Long Yuan sword appeared in his hand. The clash of metal resounded as Wang Lin was pushed back by a single strike. Pretty boy, didn't expect you to have some skills. Wang Lin said, surprised and a little angry. Who are you guys? This has nothing to do with you. And it's not what you think you saw. Su Chun demanded coldly, his voice laced with anger. Still trying to argue? I'll cut you down. Wang Lin's sword was sharp, his energy fierce enough to challenge even 8 or 9-star warriors. Yet, Su Chun remained unfazed. unleashing a sword aura that shattered the attack and drove Wang Lin back. Damn, this pretty boy has some skills. Let's all jump him. Wang Lin called out, rallying his group to gang up on Su Chun. Wang Laolu, I told you he was too much for you. Wu Tao sneered, brandishing a black spear as he lunged at Su Chun. With anger simmering, Su Chun swung his sword, sending a powerful aura that knocked Wang Lin and his cohorts flying. Although both were at the 6th star of the Qi and Blood realm, Su Chun's strength was far from ordinary. He could challenge warriors of the Qi Si realm, so how could he easily be defeated by these people? Wu Tao fell to the ground in disgrace, losing face. Gritting his teeth, he was about to make another move to regain his standing when a girl stepped forward. She frowned, staring directly at Su Chun, and said sternly, as a warrior, don't you feel ashamed acting like this? Clearly, she was swayed by Lu Qingxian's tears. Su Chun let out a cold laugh, unwilling to explain. Huh, a bunch of idiots. I'll say it one last time. This matter has nothing to do with you, nor is it what you think. If you interfere again, don't blame me for being rude. The girl was furious, her face turning pale, but before she could speak, Wang Lin stood up in anger. Damn it. I've never seen anyone more arrogant than me. If I don't take you down today, I'll be your grandson. His qi and blood surged, and despite only being at the 6th star, he exuded a fiercer aura than an 8-star warrior. In an instant, Wu Tao and the others got up, joining forces to attack Su Chun. The battle quickly heated up, and although Luo Fanyin was anxious, she found it difficult to intervene in such an intense fight. On the side, Lu Qingxian watched coldly, secretly delighted. She thought to herself, these fools are really a godsend. If they can teach Su Chun a lesson, all the better. If they can knock him out, she could seize the opportunity to transfer all his assets to her name. The thought made her laugh out loud. What are you laughing at, you idiot? A slap landed on Lu Qingxian's face before she could react, and she was pulled and beaten by Luo Fanyin. Lu Qingxian was no match for Luo Fanyin and couldn't fight back at all. Wang Lin and the others wanted to help when they saw this, but Su Chun blocked them. Filled with rage, Su Chun drew his sword with a fierce motion. Countless sword energies rained down as he performed the carefree sword technique, with trajectories so unpredictable that they were unavoidable. In the blink of an eye, all 5 were knocked back, spitting blood. The girl wiped the blood from her mouth, looking at Su Chun with a mix of fear and curiosity. Who exactly are you? When did Luo City have such a powerful warrior? She thought carefully, recalling that Luo City had never had such an extraordinary 6-star warrior. She had thought Wang Lin and Wu Tao were top tier, capable of dominating their peers, but they were easily defeated by Su Chun. The most frightening part was the sense that if Su Chun had intended to kill, he could have done so within 10 moves. Wang Lin and Wu Tao cursed. Damn it. What are you asking for? Go call for reinforcements. Get the old man here. Right. Do they think Luo City Tech has no one? They seemed unconcerned about their injuries, as if the pain was trivial. The girl spoke again. I'm Bai Qingyan, a second-year student at Luo City Tech. Who exactly are you? Su Chun stood amidst the crowd, his expression peculiar as he spoke. I am Su Chun, an admitted student of Luo City Technical School, awaiting enrollment. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into a silence. Bai Qingyan was stunned, staring at Su Chun in disbelief. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also paused in their actions, looking incredulously at the young man claiming to be Su Chun. Bai Qingyan snapped out of her daze and asked in astonishment, You're Su Chun? An admitted student of Luo City Technical School. Her tone was filled with disbelief. Their purpose in coming to Luo City was to find Su Chun and deliver his admission letter and cultivation resources to prevent him from choosing another university. However, they never expected their first meeting to occur in such a manner. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Su Chun felt a bit uncomfortable as well, having already gotten into a scuffle with a senior before even enrolling. Wang Lin, with a stiff neck, questioned with skepticism and dissatisfaction. You say you're Su Chun. What proof do you have? Internally, he was envious, wondering why Su Chun, also a new student, not only had an admission letter but also received cultivation resources in advance. In response, Su Chun pulled out the Luo City Technical School badge that Meng Qian had given him earlier from his pocket. Bai Qingyan saw the badge and, with a complex expression, confirmed his identity. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qingyan remembered her mission. She retrieved a storage ring from her bosom, and, with a flick of her finger, 300-year-old spiritual herbs and 1,000-year-old ginseng appeared in her hand. By the order of the Dean, I am here to deliver your admission letter to Luo City Technical School. These are cultivation resources the Dean specifically instructed me to bring to you. Bai Qingyan's tone was somewhat stiff, clearly not having a favorable impression of Su Chun. She acknowledged his outstanding talent, but in her eyes, his character left much to be desired. Su Chun accepted the admission letter and the spiritual herbs, frowning slightly, but still took them without hesitation, offering a brief word of thanks. At this moment, Luo Fanyin had also finished her fight, leaving Lu Qingxian battered and speechless on the ground. Luo Fanyin approached, sneering, Luo City Technical School? Huh, a bunch of idiots. Bai Qingyan's anger flared instantly. What do you mean by that? Say it again, I dare you. Wang Lin and the others also looked displeased. Luo Fanyin, unfazed, retorted, jumping to conclusions and attacking without knowing the truth. What else would you call it? I'm not targeting Luo City Technical School, just pointing out that you few are truly disgracing it. Bai Qingyan, infuriated, shouted. Say that again, I dare you. I represent Luo City Technical School. Luo Fanyin coldly replied. I'm a new student at Shingha University. If you're unhappy, come find me there. Do you even know the full story? Do you know what happened, or my relationship with Su Chun? Just because you heard one side of the story, you assume I'm the other woman and Su Chun is a scumbag? What else would you call it? Bai Qingyan wanted to argue back, but upon reflection, realized she had indeed only heard Lu Qingxian's side. Seeing Lu Qingxian's tears, she had easily believed her. At this moment, Bai Qingyan realized she might have been a bit hasty. What exactly happened here? Bai Qingyan asked softly, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Su Chun. Wang Lin and the others hesitated, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Luo Fanyin succinctly explained the situation. During the martial arts exam, Su Chun had injured himself to save Lu Qingxian, only to be heartlessly abandoned by her. Now, seeing Su Chun's potential, Lu Qingxian wanted to repeat her actions. These words hit Bai Qingyan like a heavy blow. She suddenly recalled the blurry video she saw today, the sensational event at the martial arts square, where the first sword was drawn against a loved one. At that time, she and her friends had angrily criticized the woman in the video, not realizing it was Lu Qingxian standing before them. Wang Lin and the others also found themselves in an awkward position. As outsiders, they had heard about the incident upon arriving in Luocheng and had even boasted about eliminating the menace. Now, they felt utterly embarrassed. The room fell into silence, broken only by Lu Qingxian's occasional pained groans. Luo Fanyin turned to Su Chun and softly explained, I'm sorry, I just didn't want them to misunderstand you. I only learned about this after you left. As a student who was admitted without an exam, she hadn't been present at the martial arts exam. Su Chun shook his head slightly, thinking it was for the best. He hadn't wanted to explain further, but if the misunderstanding continued, his reputation might be ruined before he even started school. It's all right. Thank you for clearing things up for me, he said sincerely. At this point, Bai Qingyan was filled with shame, her head lowered, her face flushed as she stammered an apology. I'm sorry. We were wrong about you. Wang Lin and the others, though guilty, couldn't bring themselves to apologize directly and stubbornly said, You've already beaten us. Let's just leave it at that. Su Chun chuckled and nodded. Seeing this, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed as he leaned in with a mischievous grin. Hey, you're pretty good. The entrance exams are coming up. Interested in forming a team? I heard the Luocheng Technical School Student Alliance will be participating, and those guys are all top students. There are also some foreigners. I've never liked those punks. Let's team up, give them a good beating, and maybe snatch some credits. What do you say? Bai Qingyan twitched at the corner of her mouth, thinking Wang Lin was indeed a troublemaker, already plotting to provoke the seniors with Su Chun. Wu Tao also joined in, wiping the blood from his mouth, enthusiastically agreeing. Exactly. If we team up, those seniors are nothing. Let's teach them a lesson. Su Chun, hearing this unexpected invitation, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, silently questioning the situation. Hearing Wang Lin and Wu Tao's words, Su Chun raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. What does this mean? So you guys are freshmen too? He thought to himself, casting a glance over the two of them. Wang Lin chuckled slyly, moving closer with a mischievous glint in his eyes. How about it? Interested? We can split the credits we earn. Wu Tao chimed in eagerly. In the academy, nothing works without credits. They're like money outside. Without them, you can't get anywhere. The few hundred credits the academy gives each month are far from enough for training. Su Chun frowned slightly upon hearing this. This information was new to him. Bai Qingyan, standing nearby, quietly added, That's right, we only get 200 credits a month, which really isn't enough for training. We all have to take on tasks to earn more credits. She calculated silently, thinking about how the dean had promised her 10 credits for delivering something to Su Chun, otherwise she wouldn't have come. Su Chun nodded thoughtfully and asked, Are the student union members very strong? Bai Qingyan quickly explained, The student union is made up of all the elite students in Luocheng Technical Academy, including the strongest from all 4 years. They have more resources than ordinary students, so naturally, they're stronger. Even the weakest in the student union have reached the Qi Si realm. To join the student union, aside from personal strength, there's a strict requirement. You must have entered the abyss and fought against different races. Hearing this, Su Chen's interest was piqued, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Bai Qingyan continued, But every year, the top 10 new students can directly join the student union, and one of them is chosen as the chief student, the leader of your cohort. As the chief student, you get extra resources, special privileges in the academy, and you can enter the abyss early. She decided to share this information with Su Chun and the others in advance. New students who want to enter the Abyss must train at the academy for 6 months, and only those with good grades can enter. Even Wang Lin and Wu Tao didn't know this. After listening, Su Chen's interest grew. His current task was to enter the Abyss and defeat 100 different races. If he couldn't enter the Abyss after arriving at the academy, all his efforts would be for nothing. It seemed he had to compete for the position of chief student. Thank you for the information, senior. Su Chen expressed his gratitude sincerely, already planning his next steps. Bai Qingyan, still feeling embarrassed about earlier, said softly, I'm sorry. If there's nothing else, we'll head back to the academy. I've delivered the items to you, and I need to report to the dean. It's getting late, and it might not be safe to return to Luoshan now. If you don't mind, senior, you can stay here for the night and leave tomorrow, Su Chen suggested. That's true, it's already late, and we haven't even had dinner yet. Wang Lin scratched his head in agreement. Su Chen chuckled and took them to a nearby restaurant, ordering some dishes. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian was still lying by the street, struggling to her feet after a long while. She glanced resentfully at Su Chun inside the restaurant, still holding onto some hope. After all, Su Chun had liked her for so long. He couldn't just let go like that. Previously, Su Chun had always listened to her and never dared to refuse. She thought if she softened her stance a little, she could give Su Chen a way to back down. Su Chen wouldn't come back to be her lapdog, would he? Lu Qingxian calculated silently in her heart. A glint of greed flashed in her eyes as she painted a beautiful picture in her mind. Once Su Chen came back, she would find a way to transfer all his assets to her name and then kick him to the curb. The thought of the massive profits from the shop in the Marshall Hall only fueled her desire further. However, things didn't go as planned. Su Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness were beyond her expectations, and he showed no attachment to her. This realization ignited a burning resentment within Lu Qingxian. Men are indeed all the same, she muttered through gritted teeth. Su Chun, you'll regret this. Spitting out her venomous words, Lu Qingxian staggered away, her silhouette filled with unwillingness and anger. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, the atmosphere was peaceful. After a satisfying meal, everyone followed Su Chen back to his residency, a spacious villa capable of comfortably housing them all. Luo Fanyin, however, behaved a bit unusually. She kept stealing glances at Su Chen, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. This detail didn't escape Su Chen's notice. What's wrong? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Luo Fanyin snapped back to reality, realizing that Su Chen was already in front of her. Her cheeks flushed red, and she stammered, nothing. Taking a deep breath, she mustered the courage to quietly ask, does what you said tonight still stand? Su Chen was baffled, having no idea what she was referring to. What? Nothing. Luo Fanyin waved her hands frantically, quickly changing the subject. It's getting late. I should go. Before she finished speaking, she dashed off like the wind, leaving Su Chen puzzled. Although he found Luo Fanyin's behavior a bit odd, Su Chen didn't dwell on it. After arranging accommodations for Wang Lin and the others, he went to the basement to continue his training alone. The next morning, Bai Qingyan returned to Luoqing Technical School. Wang Lin and Wu Tao decided to stay, using the excuse that going back would be pointless, and they'd rather stay and bond with Su Chun. In truth, Bai Qingyan was glad they weren't returning, as these two caused quite a stir at the school. So, Bai Qingyan left with the others. Seeing Su Chen's relentless training, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were motivated to start their own training. After hearing about the chief student position the night before, they both had some aspirations. Who could resist the allure of becoming the top freshman? Especially since Wang Lin and Wu Tao were always competing with each other, each wanting to outdo the other and reach the pinnacle. However, recalling how easily Su Chun defeated them last night, they couldn't help but feel a bit defeated. Their talents weren't weak, and they came to Luoqing Technical School as per their family's arrangements, thinking they could easily dominate the place. Yet, they were completely overpowered by Su Chun, who seemed not to exert his full strength. Even though they hadn't given their all either, Su Chen's level of dedication was truly astonishing. He was a training fanatic, constantly striving to improve himself. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Chun had an endless supply of training resources. The principal provided him with precious spiritual herbs, he hunted beasts for their cores, and Sword King gifted him various training resources. Su Chun had everything he needed for his training. Within this week, Su Chun successfully refined 21 spiritual herbs, significantly boosting his vital energy. He felt he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Just one more day, and reaching the 7th star of the vital energy realm would be within his grasp. Unfortunately, time waits for no one, and today was the entrance assessment day for Luoqing Technical School. Su Chun had to temporarily set aside his training to prepare for the assessment. Let's go, Su Chun murmured softly, stepping out the door. Outside, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were already prepared. The three of them, in perfect sync, headed to Luoqing Technical School, ready to embrace a new chapter in their lives. Outside Luo City, The majestic Luo Mountain stands tall, with ancient trees towering to the sky. Their dense foliage forms a canopy, blocking out the sun. Halfway up the mountain, the Luo City Technical School stands proudly. When Su Chun, Wang Lin, and Wu Tao hurried to the scene, the base of the mountain was already bustling with a crowd of new students waiting for their entrance examination. Su Chun scanned the crowd and noticed that most people had cultivation levels between Qi and Blood Stage 2-star and 3-star, with only a few reaching 4-star. This was not surprising, as those with stronger abilities aimed for better schools, leaving the technical school as a lesser choice. Among the crowd were a few with higher cultivation levels, but they were either troublemakers who had made serious mistakes or had shockingly low martial arts scores, forcing them to attend this school. Generally, those coming to the technical school had weaker abilities, with exceptions like Wang Lin and Wu Tao. At noon, a figure in white silently appeared atop an ancient tree in front of them. His aura spread like a cold wave, instantly silencing the previously noisy students, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Once the crowd settled, the man in white spoke. "You are all new students at Luo City Technical School. Next, you will face the entrance examination. The rules are simple. Each of you will receive a student card with 200 credits, which is your initial entry credit." He smirked slightly, a hint of amusement in his expression. "But whether you can keep those credits depends on your skills. Senior students are lying in wait in Luo Mountain to take your credits. You can form teams or compete against each other. As for other rules," he paused, "there are none." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white vanished, leaving only a faint voice behind. "Those who do not enter Luo City Technical School by sunset will be eliminated and must leave." Then, Bai Qingyan and some senior students appeared in the center of the field to distribute student cards. Su Chun and his friends quickly received their cards, each displaying the number 200, representing their credits. As Su Chun was about to turn away, Bai Qingyan leaned in and whispered, "Su Chun, don't be careless. There are over 4,000 new students this time, and half might be eliminated." She paused, adding, "Moreover, the dean has somehow recruited some exceptionally talented individuals. One new student has already reached the Qi and Blood Stage 7-star. Su Chun was taken aback, frowning. "Eliminating half of 4,000 new students? And recruiting talents on purpose? What is Luo City Technical School up to?" He thanked Bai Qingyan and turned to look at Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Both appeared calm, seemingly aware of the situation, and wisely remained silent. As the trio prepared to enter Luo Mountain, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Shouts and sounds of fighting followed, and Su Chun turned to see a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners swaggering over, rudely shouting, "Get out of the way, you yellow-skinned pigs. What a filthy place, the air is so polluted." A sharp complaint pierced through the clamor in front of Luoqing Technical School. Yes, the air in Huaxia isn't great. Please bear with it for now. Once we reach the academy, I'll make sure the dean arranges the best accommodation for you." A middle-aged man, wearing the school's uniform, bent over in a servile manner, trying to please them. His obsequiousness drew disdainful looks from the passers-by. This arrogant group of foreigners were exchange students from various countries. Not just at Luoqing Technical School, but at every academy in Huaxia, there were students like them. They enjoyed the finest resources, yet did nothing but cause trouble, either fighting or making disturbances. What was most infuriating was that the academy seemed powerless to deal with them. A flash of anger appeared in Bai Qingyan's eyes, but she could only sigh helplessly. Su Chun frowned and asked, "Why not just expel them?" He felt an instant dislike for these people, especially the sycophantic man, who was even more repulsive than the students. "The dean has thought about it," Bai Qingyan explained in a low voice, "but it's beyond his control. These people are the dregs in their own countries, sent here through connections. They use our resources to train and yet cause all sorts of trouble here." Su Chen's brows furrowed. He wasn't against all foreigners, but to come here and cause chaos was too much. "It's best not to get involved with them at the academy," Bai Qingyan advised again. Su Chen didn't reply, and Wang Lin just gave the group a cold glance. The three then entered Luoshan. As soon as they stepped through the gate, Su Chun felt the spiritual energy around them was much denser than outside. "It takes about half an hour from here to Luoqing Technical School. The assessment ends at sunset. We've got more than 4 hours. Should we make a big move?" Wang Lin suggested excitedly. "The competition rules are to snatch each other's credits, which are the tickets to enter the academy. No one ever has enough." Wu Tao agreed. Su Chen nodded in agreement, already understanding the importance of credits. Just then, a mocking voice came from the side. "Haha, just got in and already thinking of making waves? I've seen plenty of freshmen like you, all thinking they can be the boss. Too bad. Once you're in the academy, you'll get put in your place." Su Chun turned alertly to see a boy in black leaning against a large green stone, his eyes filled with disdain. "As your senior, I won't be too harsh. The rules are simple. If you don't want to get beaten, hand over your credits. I won't ask for much, just 100 each," the boy in black said arrogantly. Su Chen chuckled, thinking about his luck. Just got here and was already being robbed by an upperclassman. He could sense that this senior was already at the 2-star Chi C level. Are you up for it? Su Chun looked at Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Why wouldn't we be? Wang Lin said without hesitation, drawing his saber and charging forward. Wu Tao followed closely behind. The senior smirked. I knew these freshmen needed a beating, just like I did back then. After a few beatings, they'll behave. With that, he prepared to fight. Newcomers as arrogant as you are bound to face consequences sooner or later. The senior student sneered, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He noticed that Wang Lin and Wu Tao were both at the 6th star of the Qi and Blood realm, assuming they must be special recruits brought in by the academy at great expense. Yet, he was unfazed, as he himself was at the 2nd star of the Qi C realm, and would not be intimidated by 2 rookies. However, the situation took a sharp turn. Wang Lin's saber slashed down furiously, its aura filling the air. Wu Tao's black spear thrust forward like a dragon. Their seamless teamwork left the senior struggling to catch his breath. The disdain on his face quickly turned to shock as he found himself overpowered by the 2 newcomers. In just a few moments of combat, the senior was left sprawled on the ground, without even a chance to react. Adding to his humiliation, Su Chun, who had been standing aside, hadn't even intervened. Wang Lin and Wu Tao taunted mercilessly. Is this all you've got? What a show. The senior lay on the ground, sinking into deep self-doubt. With a cheeky grin, Wang Lin said, hand over your credits. The senior was horrified, unable to believe that newcomers dared to seize his credits. It was utterly outrageous. Before the senior could respond, Wang Lin kicked him over, roughly extracting his student card and transferring all 800 credits to his own card without hesitation. Wu Tao scoffed. Only 800 credits? What a pauper. This comment cut the senior deeply. The credits he had painstakingly accumulated, hoping to grab more during the newcomer assessment, were gone in an instant. If word got out, he'd be too embarrassed to show his face at the academy. Wang Lin cunningly suggested, I'll hold on to the credits for now, and we'll divide them at the academy. Wu Tao immediately saw through his scheme, angrily retorting, cut the crap. I know what you're like. Give the card to Su Chun. He's the only one I trust. Feigning hurt, Wang Lin said, I can't believe our friendship is so fragile, unable to withstand a test. Wu Tao snapped, get lost. I know your tricks. With that, he snatched Wang Lin's student card and handed it to Su Chun. Su Chun accepted the card with a smile, saying, I'll keep it for now, and we'll sort it out at the academy. Since I didn't contribute this time, I won't take a share. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were silent for a moment, understanding Su Chen's reasoning. Finally, Wu Tao proposed, how about this? We split the 800 credits 80-20 between me and this guy, and give you the remaining 20%. From now on, whoever contributes more gets the bigger share. You can keep track and distribute it later. Wang Lin agreed, and although Su Chun had more to say, Wang Lin had already made the decision. Su Chun asked with a smile, Senior, tell us, which of your fellow seniors have come this time, and how strong are they? We need to be prepared. The seasoned student was dumbfounded. If anyone else had asked such a question, he would have assumed they just wanted to know so they could avoid trouble. But facing these 3, an absurd thought crossed his mind they were planning to rob him. This notion shocked him. It was likely something that had never happened since the school's inception. You can't say that, the senior student began, but before he could finish, Su Chun grabbed him and hung him from a tree. Won't talk? Then don't blame me for being rude. Su Chun sneered, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks without mercy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao watched, grimacing, suddenly realizing that Su Chun wasn't a good person either. They had misjudged him. Are you going to talk? Are you going to talk? The 3 took turns torturing the senior student. Wang Lin was particularly enthusiastic, landing blow after blow. Passing freshmen were terrified by the scene. Isn't this supposed to be an entrance assessment? How can it be so brutal? These seniors are too violent. They quickened their pace to escape, fearing they might also get caught and beaten. To the freshmen, Su Chun and his companions seemed like the seniors, and the one being beaten up was surely a poor freshman. I'll talk. I'll talk. The senior student finally couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. If he didn't speak, these 3 thugs might actually beat him to death. He cursed himself inwardly, wondering what he had done to deserve encountering these demons. The strongest among the seniors this time is Lu Qingfeng, the vice president of the student union, who is already at the 6-star Qi C realm. Then there's Mo Hong Kong's team, all of whom are above the 3-star Qi C realm. Jiang Sini's team is also very strong. These 3 teams are the toughest among the seniors. Besides them, there are just some scattered small teams. Su Chun was a bit surprised. The vice president of the student union came personally? Is an entrance assessment worth that much? Why not? There are over 4,000 freshmen, each worth 200 points. That's 800,000 points. That's a fifth of the total points for the entire year at Luoqing Technical School. Hearing this number, Su Chun was also taken aback. By that calculation, it was indeed a significant amount. He rubbed his chin, pondering how much chance they would stand against those 3 teams. A 6-star Qi C realm, holding the position of the student union's vice president, was surely no ordinary person. Let's go. I can't wait any longer, Wang Lin said eagerly. 800,000 points. If we snatch them all, we'll be rich. If we can't beat those 3 teams, can't we at least outrun them? Wu Tao chimed in, equally excited. After this entrance assessment, there will be another competition for those entering the academy to compete for the top student. This is just the beginning. Hearing this, Su Chen's furrowed brow finally relaxed, realizing he might have overthought things. The 3 of them disappeared into the forest. The poor senior student was left hanging on the tree, wanting to cry but having no tears, cursing internally. You guys could at least let me down, couldn't you? Soon after, Su Chun and the others reached the central area of Luo Mountain, the most dangerous zone, where nearly all the seniors lay in ambush. Unlike other freshmen who were cautiously sneaking around, Su Chun and his friends had a different strategy. Wang Lin, carrying a horse-slaying saber, swaggered at the front, exuding arrogance. Meanwhile, Su Chun and Wu Tao hid nearby, waiting for their prey to take the bait. Sure enough, 3 senior students soon noticed Wang Lin. These freshmen nowadays are not only arrogant, but also brainless. If we don't teach him a lesson, it would be a disgrace to us seniors. The 3 approached Wang Lin, completely unaware that they were walking into Su Chun and Wu Tao's trap. Hey kid, are you lost? You've been wandering around here for a while. A burly senior chuckled as he approached Wang Lin. Wang Lin put on a simple smile, wiped his nose with the back of his hand, and tried to look like a country bumpkin. Senior, I'm from the countryside and can't find where Luoqing Technical School is, Wang Lin said, deliberately getting closer and wiping his nose-wiped hand on a few of the seniors. Could you take me there? The seniors grimaced at the disgusting gesture but forced themselves to respond. Sure, but we can't do it for free, right? Wang Lin immediately understood, pretending to be naive, and said, I know. You mean credits, right? I don't even know what they're good for, so I'll give them all to you. Hearing this, the 3 seniors beamed and gave Wang Lin a thumbs up. Just as Wang Lin pretended to reach for his student card, he suddenly drew a horse-gutting saber and slashed it down furiously. The air was filled with the energy from the saber, and at the same time, Su Chun and Wu Tao also sprang into action, coordinating perfectly. In a flash, 2 of the seniors were knocked unconscious on the ground. The remaining burly senior, seeing the situation turn against him, turned to flee. But Su Chun wasn't about to let him escape, and with his Long Yuan sword in hand, he chased after him. This senior had a commendable 4-star Qi C level cultivation, but under Su Chen's extraordinary skills, he couldn't withstand even 3 moves before being knocked out and dragged back. Monster! Wang Lin and Wu Tao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as Su Chen's skills were evidently far superior to theirs. The 3 quickly transferred the seniors' credits, a total of over 4,000, realizing they had struck gold. Just as they were about to leave, sounds of a fight nearby caught their attention. More action! Wu Tao and Wang Lin chuckled to each other. I love this being the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Without a word, Su Chen stealthily moved toward the source of the commotion. The scene that unfolded before them filled them with rage. Several blonde foreigners were bullying Chinese students, and even worse, a Chinese student was fawning over them, playing the lackey. Hand over your credits, you yellow-skinned pigs, one of the blonde foreigners arrogantly demanded. Are Chinese warriors really this weak? It's disappointing. The Chinese lackey immediately chimed in obsequiously. Hurry up and hand over your credits. It's an honor that Mr. Bill even wants them. The 3 Chinese students on the ground were furious. Their leg bones had been broken. One of them gritted his teeth and cursed. You scoundrel, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I'll come after you every day at the academy. Another couldn't help but berate the lackey. You lackey, did your mother not give you a spine when she gave birth to you? You like being someone's dog that much. The lackey, far from feeling ashamed, sneered. So what if I do? Being noticed by Mr. Bill is an honor. I like being a dog, so what? What does your so-called dignity get you? Beaten to a pulp? Or eliminated entirely? These words infuriated the 3 on the ground even more, but they were too weak to fight back. Another blonde foreigner, growing impatient, said, They're just trash, let's just kill them. The lackey hesitated for a moment and said, Killing them might be hard to explain to Luoqing Technical School. The one called Bill sneered, Hard to explain? What kind of explanation do they want? Kill them if you want. What can they do to us? He said, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 on the ground. Upon hearing this, the others nodded, their eyes filled with a defiant light. However, the lackey hesitated. He realized that if he killed a student during the assessment, he might not escape the consequences as easily as the others. This thought made him pause, but the impatient foreign students behind him urged him on. Reluctantly, the lackey stepped forward. The 3 on the ground glared angrily but were powerless. Wang Lin coldly remarked, Isn't anyone going to do something about this? He could sense a few senior students nearby, but none dared to step forward. Su Chun remained calm, though a murderous intent brewed in his eyes. As the lackey approached, gripping a knife and hesitating to strike, Su Chun acted. The Long Yuan sword shot out like lightning, its blade piercing the lackey's shoulder, causing him to drop the knife. In an instant, Su Chun appeared before the group, his cold gaze sweeping over the foreign students. The lackey cried out in pain, only to be beaten by the arriving Wang Lin and Wu Tao. They searched the lackey's student card and found it empty of credits, all taken by the foreign students. One of the foreign students spoke up. "Who are you?" "Impressive skills." His tone lacked anger. Bill glanced at Su Chun and sneered. "Not bad. I'll give you a chance to replace him as my lackey. Hand over all your credits to me, and I'll grant you the honor of following me." "Honor my ass." Su Chun was thoroughly enraged. With the Long Yuan sword in hand, a terrifying aura of sword light and killing intent filled the air. Bill's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you? You refuse my offer? Then die." He displayed his 6-star chi and blood realm strength, impressive but inadequate against someone like Su Chun. The other foreign students also attacked, with Wang Lin and Wu Tao eagerly joining the fray. In less than a minute, Bill was beaten black and blue, lying on the ground. "You damn pig, how dare you hit me? You're finished. I'll report you. You'll pay with your life." Bill roared. With a slap, Su Chun knocked out a few of Bill's teeth. "Were you the one who broke their legs?" Su Chun asked coldly. Bill, with a twisted expression, boasted. "So what if I did? I come from the noble sun never sets. If you dare touch me, your dean won't spare you. He'll have you executed to appease my country's wrath." Su Chun couldn't be bothered to argue. He stomped down hard, crippling Bill's legs. Bill screamed in pain and cursed, but Su Chun silenced him by stuffing a rock in his mouth. The other foreign students shared a similar fate, their legs broken and mouths gagged. Su Chun found their student cards and took a total of 10,000 credits without hesitation. Finally, Su Chun's gaze fell on the incapacitated lackey. In his eyes, while the foreign students were detestable, lackeys like him were the most disgusting. "What are you going to do?" the lackey stammered, terrified and unable to resist. Without a word, Su Chun gave him a severe beating, even hanging him up for more. Screams pierced the night, echoing through the corners of the campus. 3 international students lay on the ground, their legs broken, groaning in pain. They never imagined that someone would dare to teach them such a harsh lesson. The lackey fared no better, brutally beaten by Su Chun, Wang Lin, and Wu Tao, now barely clinging to life. Just then, 4 senior members of the enforcement team hurried to the scene. With expressionless faces, they carried away the students with broken legs, and before leaving, one of them casually told Su Chun, "Just don't let anyone die." With that, they dragged the lackey away. Wang Lin let out a cold laugh, stepped forward, and carved the words "traitor" into the lackey's face. Wu Tao cursed as he landed another punch, gritting his teeth. "Damn, I can't stand people like this. When we get to the academy, I'll beat up every one of them I see." As the 3 prepared to leave, they were suddenly blocked by 5 or 6 senior students. Without a word, Wang Lin raised his saber and pointed it at one of them, shouting angrily, "What do you want? Trying to steal our credits? Get lost." Wu Tao mocked. "Where were you all just now? Now you suddenly show up." The seniors awkwardly looked down, their toes digging into the ground. One of them stammered, "We have our reasons too. These international students enjoy privileges, using our resources to train and still act like they own the place." Before he could finish, Wang Lin interrupted furiously. "Cowards. Just admit you're scared. They bully your fellow students right in front of you, and you hide? If I were you, I'd quit cultivating and go home to shovel manure. And remember to cover your face while doing it, not because of the smell, but because it's shameful." Su Chun coldly asked, "Since when did warriors of China become so cowardly?" He was most infuriated by the fact that these seniors saw their juniors being bullied but pretended not to see. The seniors were too ashamed to speak. A skinny, shifty-eyed guy muttered, "We're not stealing, just borrowing some credits," but was quickly silenced by another covering his mouth. Su Chun, losing patience, drew his Long Yuan sword. The sword's light shone like a rainbow, and the fierce wind howled. The seniors, panicked and unable to evade, were awestruck by Su Chun's swordsmanship, which was as if a sword immortal had descended. "Rob me? You're lucky I don't rob you back," Wang Lin roared, his saber swinging in a display of terrifying blade energy. The senior students, despite being at the Chi-Si realm's 3rd star, felt utterly embarrassed and humiliated. Su Chun and his group were fired up, their anger seething as they launched deadly attacks. In the blink of an eye, the senior students were knocked to the ground. However, Su Chun didn't stop there. He continued to kick and punch the fallen seniors. Wu Tao reversed his spear, using it like an iron club to smash down hard. Wang Lin took it even further, grabbing a large rock and smashing it repeatedly until it shattered. The seniors' screams echoed through Luo Mountain, leaving the enforcement team members watching from a distance in shock, too afraid to intervene lest they suffer the same fate. "These freshmen are terrifying," the enforcement team members thought to themselves. "They're only at the Blood Chi realm, yet they can beat seniors at the Chi-Si realm like this. It's outrageous." Su Chun dusted off his hands and casually picked up a wrench from the ground, tucking it back into his clothing under the astonished gaze of Wang Lin and Wu Tao. "Ahem. I'm just a fan of mechanics, so carrying a wrench makes sense, right?" he explained. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, recalling how Su Chun had used the wrench to bash the seniors' heads earlier, fell silent. They thought to themselves, Su Chun is definitely not a good guy. Who brings a wrench around just for fun? Su Chun then took the seniors' student cards and swiped 6,000 credits. He hung the bloodied, barely conscious seniors from a tree before preparing to leave. Although these seniors were slightly better than the previous lackey, they weren't much better. Once Su Chun and his group were out of sight, the enforcement team members cautiously approached and hurriedly took the seniors down, rushing them back to the academy for treatment. They were shaken, thinking, these 3 freshmen are brutal, treating seniors like dogs. Especially that guy in white. He looks decent, but carries a wrench around's a real menace. The enforcement team quickly took out their phones, warning other senior participants in the group chat to be wary of these 3 freshmen, particularly the one in white. The chat exploded with disbelief at the idea that freshmen could overpower seniors like this. Someone suddenly remembered an incident when freshmen first arrived at Luo Mountain, where seniors were reportedly hung from trees and even attached a photo. The chat fell silent, and the senior who had just been released from the tree felt utterly embarrassed. However, seeing that he wasn't the only one who suffered brought him some solace. Meanwhile, outside Luo Mountain, Bai Qingyan read the messages on her phone, growing worried about Su Chun. She wondered what method the dean used to recruit such powerful freshmen who were so ruthless, treating seniors like dogs and carrying wrenches. She was concerned about how Su Chun, who seemed so gentle, would handle these vicious fellows. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but worry about Su Chun. Her brow furrowed as her fingers hesitated over the communicator. She recalled the image of that guy with a wrench beating an older student to a pulp, which filled her with inner conflict. She wanted to send a message to Su Chun to warn him to be careful, but then she thought if someone found out, it might be mistaken as Su Chun cheating. Helpless, she hurried back to the academy, anxiously awaiting any news. Meanwhile, Su Chun, Wang Lin, and Wu Tao were swaggering around Luoshan. Along the way, they encountered several oblivious senior students and immediately beat them up, seizing their credits. At this point, their accumulated credits had reached an astonishing total of over 20,000, which meant nearly 7,000 credits each, an amount that many senior students could only dream of. After the news about the law enforcement team spread, some senior students, refusing to believe it, deliberately sought trouble with Su Chun and his friends. However, the outcome was inevitable. They were thoroughly thrashed. Su Chun and his friends were ruthless, their every move a lethal strike, as if venting pent-up anger. The beaten seniors not only lost their credits, but were also hung up for public display. Shortly after, the enforcers would secretly come to release them and take them for treatment. At that moment, a few trembling senior students were stopped by Su Chun and his friends. These seniors quickly explained, "Calm down, juniors. We're really not here to cause trouble. We're from the enforcement team, here to maintain order, not to interfere with your competition." Su Chun sneered, the long yuan sword in his hand vibrating with energy, the sword aura swirling. "Nonsense. Still trying to fool me? Hand over your student cards." The seniors, seeing Su Chun in white, wielding a long sword, were terrified out of their wits. They hadn't expected this freshman to be so brutal and to have even grasped the sword aura. Even the sword masters of Luoqing Technical School's Student Alliance had only barely touched this level. Disregarding their pleas, Su Chun drew his sword and attacked. Wang Lin and Wu Tao joined the fray without hesitation, one wielding a knife, the other a gun. In no time, the seniors claiming to be the enforcement team were pinned to the ground and beaten, their credits seized, and then hung up. While attacking, Su Chun cursed, "Enforcement team, my foot. Where were you when those foreigners were showing off? Why didn't you maintain order then?" Wang Lin was about to chime in, but Su Chun cut him off. "What enforcement team? Nonsense, we're targeting competing seniors. What kind of enforcement team would enter the competition arena?" Wang Lin paused, then caught on, and continued, "Exactly. It's obvious they're seniors pretending to be the enforcement team. Do they really think we're clueless?" After that, the 3 left the scene, cursing and swearing, leaving behind a group of enforcement team members hanging in tears. The senior members of the enforcement team were nearly in tears. It was simply outrageous. Only after Su Chun and his 2 friends disappeared into the distance did they dare to shakily reach for their phones and dial for help. "Hey, Brother Chen, come quickly and rescue us. We got beaten up by freshmen and are hanging from a tree." Their voices were filled with shame. Usually, they were the ones doing the rescuing, but now they found themselves needing help. "Make sure you don't bring anyone. Keep it quiet. Don't let anyone see us. It's too embarrassing." Before long, a burly man arrived quietly and helped them down, unable to suppress his laughter. Soon, the seniors group chat exploded with a shocking message spreading like wildfire. "Attention everyone, there are 3 bandit-like freshmen who even dared to rob the enforcement team, especially the one in white. He's the most ruthless and unreasonable. If you encounter them, run fast, don't even think about reasoning." As soon as this message was sent, the entire senior group chat was in an uproar. Freshmen being so audacious? daring to attack the enforcement team? It was a direct challenge to the senior's authority. The chat was suddenly filled with anger and disbelief. Watch out, everyone. Those 3 bandits may only be at the 6-star level of the Chi and Blood stage, but they can take on Chi C stage fighters like beasts. One of the victims sent a trembling message. I experienced it firsthand. The guy in white swung a wrench at my head. The one in black targeted the groin, and the pretty boy was poking my butt with a gun. The group chat fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Are you okay, man? Is that for real? Are freshmen really that brutal now? I don't believe it, unless you reveal your name. I don't believe it either. Show us a photo. That gun. Is it what I'm thinking it is? The messages quickly flooded the chat, with some not believing it, some thinking it was outrageous, and others acknowledging that Su Chun and his friends might actually be that formidable. Only those who had experienced it firsthand kept silent, knowing all too well that the unfortunate guy was telling the truth. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng, the second-in-command of the Student Alliance, looked at the messages on his phone with a mixture of gravity and interest. His 6-star Chi C stage cultivation made him one of the strongest among the competing seniors. I just confirmed with old Chen from the enforcement team. Lu Qingfeng muttered to himself. There are indeed 3 formidable freshmen, sweeping through the seniors and even taking on the enforcement team. I bet their accumulated credits are nearing 30,000. A smile appeared on Lu Qingfeng's face. Interesting, I love a challenge like this. With that, he headed straight into Losan. At the same time, Jiang Sini and Mo Hangkong's teams also caught wind of the news. As the strongest among the seniors, the 3 of them were intrigued by Su Chun and his friends and decided to meet them personally. Only Bai Qingyan was anxious after seeing the messages in the group chat, worried that Su Chun might encounter those ferocious bandits. Those bandits rob anyone they meet, even the enforcement team. It's terrifying. She silently prayed for Su Chen's safety. Meanwhile, Su Chun and his 2 friends were striding confidently through Losan, in stark contrast to the other freshmen who were hiding and wishing they could dig a hole to hide in, as if they were from 2 different worlds. Su Chun, Wang Lin, and Wu Tao had accumulated an astonishing 30,000 credits between them. For new students, this number was astronomical, considering each only received 200 credits upon entering Luoshan. Many freshmen had their credits snatched by older students before they could even use them. However, not only did these 3 manage to keep theirs, they became hunters themselves, leaving many older students battered and bruised, even hanging them up after a beating. Even if they split the credits evenly, each would have over 10,000, a sum even older students found hard to attain. After dealing with a few reckless older students, their attention simultaneously shifted to a particular male student. This young man had a striking presence, with a tall frame and distinctive white hair. He carried a long sword on his back, exuding an aura like a sharp blade unsheathed, surrounded by a fierce sword energy. 7-star Chi and Blood stage? Looks like a freshman, Wang Lin remarked after a quick assessment. Su Chun also turned his gaze towards the young man, inwardly surprised by the powerful aura he emitted. Neither side made a hasty move, standing in a tense standoff, the atmosphere becoming eerily charged. White hair, carrying a sword? You must be Tong Yu. Wu Tao asked with a frown, recalling details from the freshman profiles. Tong Yu was not only the most advanced among this year's newcomers, but was also hailed as a prodigy capable of battling beyond his level. It was rumored he had defeated a Chi C stage martial artist, a feat that skyrocketed his fame. By all rights, his skills and talent should have landed him in an imperial academy, yet somehow the principal had enticed him to Luoqing Technical School. Leave your credits. Tong Yu finally spoke, his tone icy, as if unwilling to waste more words. Su Chun slightly frowned, remembering Bai Qingyan mentioning a 7-star Chi and Blood expert, which seemed to point to this guy. You're strong, but not my match. If you don't want to be eliminated, leave your credits. Seeing the 3 unmoved, a sharp glint flashed in Tong Yu's eyes, his gaze growing even more intense. The long sword behind him seemed to fly into his hand of its own accord, emitting a faint hum, eager for battle. Are we doing this? Let's teach him a lesson. Su Chun and his friends exchanged glances, reaching a consensus in an instant. The next moment, they launched a coordinated attack on Tong Yu. Facing their assault, Tong Yu sneered, his sword swiftly unsheathed. It was an extraordinary spirit sword, worth a fortune. As he wielded it, terrifying sword energy spread out. Tong Yu's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of sword energy, on the verge of touching the threshold of sword force. Such talent was exceptional across China. However, at this moment, he faced Su Chun, who had already mastered sword force, a true anomaly. You are indeed strong, but as I said, you're no match for me, Tong Yu declared arrogantly. My swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of sword energy. Every strike draws blood. Hearing this, Su Chun paused slightly. Watching Tong Yu wield his sword energy, he had to admit that the opponent had indeed reached a perfect state, with formidable strength. In an unknown fight, Wang Lin and Wu Tao might not have been able to overcome him. Tong Yu's voice rang out, filled with arrogance and conceit. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive for your age, especially in a technical school, enough to make you famous. But, unfortunately, you've met me, and you're destined to be trampled under my feet. Su Chun was taken aback by the words, thinking to himself, who would have thought that Tong Yu, who seemed so aloof, could be such a pretentious show-off? Seeing this, Wang Lin was furious and raised his horse-chopping saber to strike down. Everyone knew, even Su Chun, who had mastered sword aura, was never this arrogant. Sure enough, in the next moment, Su Chun made his move. The Long Yuan sword shot out like lightning, leaving a trail behind, and the sword energy whistled out, instantly shattering Tong Yu's sword energy. The sheer force even pushed Tong Yu back several steps. The impressive spiritual sword in Tong Yu's hand paled in comparison to the Long Yuan sword, trembling uncontrollably. This was no coincidence. Su Chen's Long Yuan sword was a genuine artifact, far beyond ordinary swords. When Long Yuan appears, all swords bow down. Tong Yu's face changed drastically, filled with terror. He watched as sword aura emanated from the Long Yuan sword, the aura roaring out, instantly grinding his sword energy to dust. Tong Yu's face twisted, incredulously shouting, "Sword aura? That's impossible. How can this be?" He couldn't believe that this freshman, who appeared to be his age, had already mastered sword aura, while he was merely at the peak of sword energy, still a long way from sword aura. As the sword aura swept past, Tong Yu dodged awkwardly, but still got slashed, and fell heavily to the ground. He knew that if Su Chun had the intent to kill, he would have been dead already. Su Chun stood with his hands behind his back, the Long Yuan sword floating in front of him, sword aura swirling, exuding an intimidating presence. He said calmly, "I don't draw my sword lightly, but when I do, it draws blood." Tong Yu, overwhelmed with anger, spat out a mouthful of blood. His talent in swordsmanship was undoubtedly strong, unmatched among his peers, and he was seen as the most promising successor to the Sword King. He was even valued by the Sword King, taken as a registered disciple. Yet now, his proud swordsmanship was crushed by someone his age. For a moment, Tong Yu couldn't accept it and spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang Lin and Wu Tao's words further stung. "I thought he was strong. Turns out he's just all show. If you're weak, practice more." These words infuriated Tong Yu. Wang Lin stepped forward, unceremoniously saying, "Hand over your credits." As he began to search Tong Yu was furious, swinging his sword at them. How could he endure such humiliation? But the next moment, Wang Lin kicked him away. Before Tong Yu could react, Wu Tao joined in the fray. "People like him just need a beating. I've seen plenty, a few beatings and they'll behave." The two teamed up, delivering a brutal beating, harsher than when they fought the seniors before. Wang Lin even shattered 2 stones. Tong Yu lay on the ground, feeling hopeless, grateful that Su Chun didn't use a wrench. Su Chun simply watched him quietly, feeling a slight pity for his talent. Tong Yu's talent in swordsmanship was indeed not weak, if only he could be recruited. With that thought, Su Chun transferred all 8,000 credits from Tong Yu. He said coldly, "For someone who practices swordsmanship, your mindset is surprisingly fragile. Can't handle a little setback? Then I suggest you sell your sword and go back to selling tofu." With that, Su Chun turned to leave. Tong Yu's talent in swordsmanship was undeniable, but if he couldn't handle setbacks, he might as well return to selling tofu early. Provoked by Su Chen's words, Tong Yu struggled to stand, glaring at Su Chun, gritting his teeth. "One day, I'll surpass you and reclaim today's humiliation." Su Chun chuckled lightly. "Not bad. Having that thought is good, but I don't like it." He turned to Wang Lin and Wu Tao, saying, "Beat him until he submits." Tong Yu was dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? Shouldn't Su Chun give him a chance to challenge? Then his swordsmanship would improve dramatically, and they'd have an epic duel, respecting each other in the end? Why was Su Chun acting so unpredictably? What confused Tong Yu even more was, why are you, someone who practices swordsmanship, carrying a wrench? And why give it to that guy who goes for the crotch? Once again, Tong Yu was brutally beaten, left battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground with tattered clothes. Despite the unbearable pain, he gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound or beg for mercy. It wasn't until Wang Lin and Wu Tao, panting heavily from exhaustion and worried they might actually kill this stubborn boy, finally stopped. "This kid's got a tough mouth." Wang Lin couldn't help but remark, a hint of surprise and respect flickering in his eyes. Wu Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily as he said, "Indeed, I admit defeat. You're a real man. We're tired today, but once we get to the academy, we'll beat you every time we see you until you submit." Wang Lin glanced at the time and urged, "Let's go. Time is running out. We need to get into the academy. There's one more hurdle at the gate, called Guolong Pass. It's the toughest part of the entrance exam, but also an opportunity. Who knows, it might even help us break through. I've heard that senior students use it to hone themselves and seek breakthroughs, so we can't waste it." As he spoke, Wang Lin glanced at Tong Yu again, removing the cloth that had been gagging him and tossing it aside. Tong Yu couldn't hold back his tears any longer. These people were simply inhumane, especially Su Chun, who had gagged him so tightly that he couldn't make a sound. They beat him mercilessly while constantly asking if he surrendered. He wanted to say he did, but his mouth was gagged. Just as the three were about to leave, Su Chun suddenly stopped, his gaze sharp as a knife. All right, come out if you've seen enough. Are you here to steal credits, or what? Why not be straightforward instead of hiding? There are no foreign devils here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingfeng, Jiang Sini, and Mo Hong Kong emerged from the shadows, followed by about 30 others, surrounding Su Chun and the other two. Despite catching the sarcasm in Su Chun's words and being aware of what had happened today, the three couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Qingfeng forced a smile, saying, "You must be Su Chun, right? It's impressive that you can beat senior students with just a 6-star chi and blood level." Mo Hong Kong couldn't help but express his surprise. "You've got some skills, managing to beat seniors. This is the first time a senior has been beaten by a freshman, and if word gets out, we seniors will be too embarrassed to stay." Jiang Sini walked forward with a light laugh, her white dress fluttering gracefully. She asked with a smile, "You're handsome and skilled. Do you have a girlfriend, Junior?" Su Chun remained unfazed, his Long Yuan sword ready in his hand. He coldly asked, "So, are you here to stand up for those guys?" Lu Qingfeng awkwardly smiled and explained, "Not exactly standing up for them. It's just that this is the tradition at Luoqing Technical School. Honestly, we seniors are poor, dirt poor. And you, Junior, have at least 30,000 credits on you. It's hard for us not to be tempted." Jiang Sini quickly interjected to smooth things over. "Please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to borrow a few credits from you, Junior. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Wang Lin sneered and questioned, "Those international students have more credits. Why don't you borrow from them?" This left Lu Qingfeng feeling deeply embarrassed. Lu Qingfeng stammered in his explanation. "It's not the same. They. Sigh, you'll understand once you get to the academy. It's not that we don't want to deal with them, but..." His tone was filled with helplessness, as if he had already foreseen the predicament the newcomers were about to face. Wang Lin, infuriated, retorted, "Cowardice is cowardice. Stop making excuses. Watching your own compatriots being bullied by foreigners and not daring to speak up. What martial arts are you even practicing for? Might as well go back to shoveling dung." His eyes were filled with disdain, clearly displeased with the senior student's attitude. Lu Qingfeng, as the second-in-command of the Student Alliance, was left speechless, his face turning red with shame. Mo Hong Kong, with a stern expression, said, "You hit one of those international students named Bill. His brother is the third-in-command of the Foreign Student Alliance at Luoqing Technical School. When you get to the academy, they'll definitely come looking for trouble." His words carried a warning tone, indicating that he was already aware of Su Chun and his group's situation. Lu Qingfeng and Jiang Sini quickly added, "They have privileges in the academy, and even if something happens, the mentors don't dare to intervene. You need to be careful, freshman. If they come looking for trouble at the academy, you can come directly to the Student Alliance. We won't stand by idly." Su Chun understood that if it were truly effective to seek their help, the senior students wouldn't be so timid. However, this conversation gave him an initial understanding of Luoqing Technical School. Wu Tao, with a cold gaze, pointed his spear at Lu Qingfeng, the tip glowing menacingly, and said, "If it's because of this issue, you can leave now. But if you're here to steal credits, then stop talking." Lu Qingfeng awkwardly drew his spear and explained, "We're just following procedure. After all, so many of my brothers were beaten like dogs by you. I need to give them an explanation." With that, he took the initiative and engaged in a fierce battle with Wu Tao. Despite Lu Qingfeng's 6-star Qi Si realm cultivation, he initially thought he could easily suppress Wu Tao. However, he soon realized Wu Tao's strength exceeded his expectations. Employing his superior spear skills and cultivation, Lu Qingfeng finally gained the upper hand and began to suppress Wu Tao. Mo Hong Kong warned, "Be careful. Although these two aren't as monstrous as Su Chun, they are definitely talented. Don't underestimate them." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin was already swinging his saber, slicing through the air. The others did not join the fight and simply observed. After all, a group of seniors ganging up on a few freshmen would be too disgraceful. Jiang Sini flirtatiously said, "Looks like I have to fight with you, Junior. Please go easy on me and have some pity." She wielded a small dagger, moving with the agility of an elf as she charged at Su Chun. Su Chun's eyes narrowed, sensing that Jiang Sini's 5-star Qi Si realm cultivation was not to be underestimated. The Long Yuan sword instantly unleashed a series of sword energies, and Su Chun raised his sword to meet the attack. As they clashed, Jiang Sini was astonished by Su Chun's swordsmanship. Her dagger clung to the Long Yuan sword like a shadow, forcing Su Chun to release his grip. "Seems like you're still a bit green, Junior." Jiang Sini chuckled, but suddenly felt something coming her way. Instinctively raising her hand to block, she found her hands entangled by the Long Yuan sword. Looking up, she saw Su Chun wielding a large wrench, leaving her with no room to escape. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Jiang Sini felt her vision blur, stumbling back several steps. Her head throbbed with intense pain, and she saw stars, barely able to remain standing. Su Chun, holding a wrench, had struck her mercilessly, nearly knocking her unconscious. Jiang Sini collapsed to the ground, her mind in a fog. She never imagined Su Chun would actually carry a wrench with him, and she was even more shocked by his brutality towards a woman. It dawned on her that Su Chun had intentionally released the Long Yuan's sword to deceive her. However, before she could piece it all together, darkness engulfed her consciousness. Without missing a beat, Su Chun swiftly grabbed the Long Yuan's sword and launched a fierce attack on Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng's expression was grim. He hadn't expected Jiang Sini to be defeated so quickly. Though he had been suppressing Wu Tao, he couldn't completely overpower him. Now, with Su Chun joining the fray, the tide had turned, and he found himself at a disadvantage. Other senior students wanted to step in and help, but Lu Qingfeng stopped them. He said coldly, "There's no honor in ganging up on a few freshmen, even if we win." With that, Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, releasing a chilling aura from within. The silver spear in his hand gleamed with a cold light, unleashing a terrifying spear glow that was dazzlingly bright. Mo Hong Kong, observing the scene, was momentarily surprised. He knew Lu Qingfeng's strength well and hadn't expected him to be forced into using his ultimate skill, a high-level mystic martial technique. In the entire Luoqing Technical School, only one person could barely suppress this move. Mo Hong Kong thought to himself, these two newcomers might be doomed. He intensified his attack on Wang Lin, who was not only ruthless but also devious in his moves, almost catching him off guard with a low blow. Although Lu Qingfeng knew that winning this way wasn't honorable, losing was even more embarrassing, so he had to give it his all. The brilliant spear glow collided with the attacks of Su Chun and Wu Tao, erupting in a violent roar. A storm of spiritual energy swept through the area, destroying many ancient trees. Blinding light engulfed Su Chun and Wu Tao, and everyone thought they were about to lose. Yet in the next moment, an earth-shattering cry pierced the sky. It was the call of a river beast, carrying an overwhelming presence. The light trembled violently before being completely dispelled. Lu Qingfeng's attack shattered into dust, as a massive fish silhouette, formed from sword energy, swam through the air, maneuvering within the sword-filled river. The giant fish opened its gaping maw and lunged at Lu Qingfeng. Before he could react, he was swallowed whole. But the fish didn't stop, turning its attention to Mo Hong Kong. Sensing the deadly threat, Mo Hong Kong's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. Yet the fish was incredibly fast, closing the distance in an instant. His hasty defense was shattered, and within just 3 breaths, Mo Hong Kong too was swallowed by the fish. The older students were left stunned and speechless by the terrifying move. Before they could regain their composure, the massive sword energy in the shape of a fish charged toward them. Su Chen's face was pale, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. This was his first time fully unleashing the Xiaoyao sword technique, a high-level celestial martial skill. It's important to know that martial skills are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with yellow being the lowest. Celestial level skills are extremely rare and valuable in all of China, often causing bloody battles among the strongest warriors who seek to obtain them. What the heck is this? Help! The older students cried out in terror, trying in vain to defend themselves. Their attacks were instantly shredded, and they were devoured by the sword energy fish shadow. Only after swallowing all of the older students did the giant fish shadow stop, then suddenly exploded as if reaching its limit. A storm of sword energy swept out, pushing Wang Lin and Wu Tao back several steps. Lu Qingfeng and the others fell to the ground, covered in bloodstains, their clothes dyed red. This was because Su Chun had not intended to kill, leaving only minor injuries on them. Otherwise, they might have already been dead. Beast! Freak! Wang Lin and Wu Tao exclaimed once they regained their senses. They had thought their strength surpassed Su Chen's, never imagining the vast difference between them. They could barely hold their own against Lu Qingfeng, Mo Hanko, and others, but defeat was inevitable. Yet, Su Chun had defeated Lu Qingfeng, Mo Hanko, and the other older students with just one sword strike. This was true power. This was Su Chen's real skill. The two were shocked, momentarily speechless, their complex gazes falling on Su Chun. They had once dreamed of becoming the top student, stepping over Su Chun, but now realized they were no match for him. The position of top student this year undoubtedly belonged to Su Chun. At the peak of Luoshan, an old man gazed into the distance, his eyes sharp. This is, at least an earth-level advanced martial skill. What's this boy's background? He murmured to himself. Su Chun, huh? It seems this year's freshmen include a few promising talents. Behind the old man, several companions had also witnessed the scene, their eyes filled with shock and amazement. The power of Su Chen's sword made them consider whether they should intervene, fearing Lu Qingfeng and the others might be killed on the spot. Too strong. That's not a martial skill that can be used at the qi and blood stage. A genius. This Su Chun is truly a genius. Not just Su Chun. Even Wang Lin and Wu Tao can be considered prodigies. However, they recalled a puzzling detail. Wasn't Su Chen's origin said to be damaged? He doesn't look like someone who's injured. The elders exchanged glances, aware that Sword King had promised to find a Demon King plant for Su Chun. If his origin injury could be healed, Su Chen's future would be limitless. Yet, Su Chen seemed to already defy logic. A 6-star Qi and Blood stage defeating a 6-star Qi C stage. Such an anomaly would be hard to find even in the entire Imperial Academy. As the elders whispered among themselves, Wang Lin had already stepped forward at the foot of Luoshan, collecting the student cards of Lu Qingfeng and the others, deducting their credits. When Su Chun saw the number, even he was taken aback, thinking to himself, so many. Su Chun was shocked, feeling the slow recovery of his internal strength. He looked down at his credit card. A hint of amazement in his eyes. An additional 130,000 credits had appeared. The wealth of these senior students was truly astounding. However, on second thought, it wasn't surprising. The team of Lu Qingfeng and his two companions was arguably the strongest among the seniors, and with 4,000 freshmen each having 200 credits, totaling 800,000, it wasn't difficult for them to gather over 100,000 credits. One can only wonder how many freshmen fell victim to their hands. Ha, we've struck it rich. Wang Lin laughed excitedly. Including what we had before, we now have a total of 160,000 credits. The three of them had contributed equally, so the distribution was not much of an issue. Each would receive over 50,000 credits, a significant sum. Looking across the entire Luoqing Technical School, how many could boast such a wealth of credits? Su Chen was also somewhat surprised. With the strongest three teams taken down, it was time to divide the spoils. According to their records, Wang Lin and Wu Tao each received 50,000 credits, while Su Chun got 60,000. Wang Lin and Wu Tao had no objections. Without Su Chun, they might have been completely plundered by the seniors, let alone acquiring such a fortune in credits. Let's go, it's about time. Su Chen glanced at the setting sun. The three packed up and headed towards the top of Luoshan. Tong Yu, who lay on the ground, watched them leave, his heart filled with despair. He had thought the only gap between him and Su Chun was in sword energy and sword aura, and that he could catch up with hard work and regain his honor. However, Su Chen's last strike made him realize the chasm between them was insurmountable. If Su Chen used that move on him, he probably wouldn't withstand a single blow, perhaps even risking his life. It wasn't until Su Chun and his companions were far away that Tong Yu staggered to his feet and painstakingly moved towards the top of Luoshan. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chun and his team's feats had already caused a stir on campus. The news of them defeating the seniors spread, attracting the attention of even the dean and others who keenly watched this group of freshmen. Soon, Su Chun and his companions arrived at the front gate of Luoqing Technical School. Looking at the shabby entrance, Su Chun couldn't help but twitch his mouth, wondering if this was really a university. It seemed even worse than a second-rate college. Below the gate, a group of freshmen struggled forward, as if burdened by immense pressure, each step laborious with sweat pouring down like rain. Some collapsed, unable to move, and were dragged away by the enforcement team. Others successfully crossed the threshold, cheering with excitement. This is the final hurdle crossing Long Gate, Wang Lin explained with a serious expression. It's said to be a remnant from the peak period of Luoqing Technical School, and different people experience varying degrees of pressure. With that, he slung his broadsword over his back and was the first to head towards the gate. I'm going first. Seeing Wang Lin advance, Wu Tao followed closely. Crossing this threshold would make them official students of Luoqing Technical School. Su Chen looked around, noticing the number of students had significantly decreased, likely due to many being eliminated in Luoshan. Yet, the crossing Long Gate was the most challenging test, with the highest elimination rate. He took a deep breath, ready to face the final challenge. There were still 30 minutes until sunset, and the gates of Luoqing Technical School stood prominently ahead. This was the final checkpoint for the new students. Failing to enter the campus before sunset would mean elimination. Inside the gate, Bai Qingyan anxiously watched the distance. Her heart eased a bit when she saw Su Chen arrive safely at the gate. She was relieved that Su Chun hadn't encountered the three infamous bandit-like new students. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but wonder if those three had already arrived or if they had been dealt with harshly by Lu Qingfeng himself. As Su Chun took a step forward and entered the gate's boundary, he instantly felt a weighty pressure like a mountain. His body involuntarily sank a bit, but he quickly adapted to the force. With a slight smile, Su Chun picked up his pace and charged forward. Covering the 50-meter distance, Su Chun crossed 40 meters in less than a minute, easily surpassing Wang Lin and Wu Tao. The two muttered, "Monster," under their breath as they continued their difficult journey. Other new students stared in shock, realizing that they weren't the only ones feeling the pressure. Bai Qingyan watched in amazement as Su Chun reached the endpoint effortlessly, where the pressure was strongest but seemed to have no effect on him. Even more astonishing, Su Chun turned around and began running back and forth within the pressure zone. This scene left everyone completely stunned. Su Chun could have succeeded with just one more step, but chose to return. He ran freely within the pressure zone, as if unimpeded. Tong Yu struggled to reach the end point, and, upon seeing Su Chen's actions, doubted his own eyes. What the heck is this freak doing? Wang Lin couldn't help but ask. Wu Tao, sensing changes in Su Chen's aura, guessed, maybe he's trying to break through. Wang Lin paused for a moment, then also sat down at the endpoint to begin cultivating. With the remaining 20+ minutes, they decided to make the most of it. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded, Su Chun sprinting rapidly, while Wang Lin and Wu Tao sat quietly at the endpoint, cultivating. This sight deeply intrigued the older students, making them curious about the origins of these three. Remembering their own struggles passing through the Dragon Gate, they found the current scene unbelievable. Finally, Su Chen's aura reached a critical point, effortlessly breaking through to the Qi and Blood Realm 7 stars. Although it brought even stronger pressure, it remained insignificant to Su Chun. Both old and new students were stunned. What was a torturous passage for them was used by Su Chun as a tool for honing himself. Bai Qingyan suddenly felt that her earlier worries were unnecessary. Under everyone's gaze, Su Chun walked to the endpoint and sat down as well. This action puzzled everyone. Again, he had already broken through. So why sit there? Su Chen's intention soon became clear. The three of them blocked the endpoint, making it impossible for other new students, who had struggled to get there, to pass. Su Chen looked up with a friendly smile and said, "So you want to pass? It'll cost you." This statement struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the blocked new students dumbfounded. Even the older students were stunned, and Wang Lin and Wu Tao snapped out of their focus, looking at Su Chun in astonishment. "Pay up!" Su Chen's voice suddenly rang out at the entrance of Guolong Pass, like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. The new students were instantly dumbfounded, staring at the young man in white with wide eyes, their minds struggling to process this unexpected information. A ridiculous thought simultaneously popped up in their heads. Was this guy sitting here just to collect money? With a playful smile on his lips, Su Chun glanced over the bewildered faces before him. He spoke leisurely. "You have 20 minutes. Give me your credits, and you can become a student at Luo City Technical School. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated." He paused, adding a hint of temptation to his tone. "You can earn more credits, but once the spot is gone, it's gone for good." These words hit the new students like a hammer, leaving them speechless. Some even felt that Su Chen's words made a bit of sense, though they couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. One new student, after much hesitation, finally gritted his teeth and handed over his student card with trembling hands. "This is all I have," he said, his voice tinged with reluctance and resignation. Su Chen took a look and frowned slightly. The card had only 20 credits left. It seemed someone had already taken most of them, leaving just a bit. Without hesitation, Su Chun swiped the card, reducing the credits to 0. He returned the card to the student, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. "A wise person knows when to adapt. I appreciate that." With that, he stepped aside to let the student pass. The student, not sensing anything amiss, even thanked Su Chun. He felt a sense of relief. He didn't want to give up his credits. But who could argue with someone holding a wrench? Glancing at the wrench in Su Chen's hand, and recalling the impressive scene of Su Chen's earlier breakthrough, he knew he was no match for Su Chun. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan in the academy was completely stunned. She had been worried about Su Chun encountering bandit-like new students, and feared he wouldn't pass Guolong Pass. But now, she suddenly remembered the rumors about a new student in white, carrying a wrench, with a ruthless demeanor and 2 henchmen. Wasn't that Su Chun and his friends? The realization hit Bai Qingyan like a bolt of lightning, leaving her mind blank. She suddenly understood that she had been the fool all along. She had been worried about Su Chun running into bandit students, never imagining that he was the bandit student. But hadn't Lu Qingfeng personally gone to deal with the bandit students? How did Su Chun and his friends end up here? Did Lu Qingfeng fail to find them? Or, Bai Qingyan dared not think further, her mind buzzing with confusion. She stared blankly at the end of Guolong Pass, watching as Su Chun stopped a few more new students, demanding their student cards without hesitation. Naturally, the new students were reluctant, but under the combined fists and kicks of Wang Lin and Wu Tao, they quickly handed over their cards. However, the credits on these cards were pitifully low. Some had none at all. Su Chun was frustrated. Was all this effort for nothing? His eyes darted around, and he quickly came up with an idea. He pulled out a piece of paper and forced the new students to write IOUs for 50 credits each. If they didn't have enough, they wrote an IOU. Some tried to resist, refusing to give credits or write IOUs. The consequence was a ruthless beating from Wang Lin and Wu Tao, after which they were strung up like dogs. This scene intimidated everyone, and the new students behind them fell in line, obediently handing over credits and writing IOUs if they were short. Amidst this chaos, Su Chen's smile grew ever brighter, like a successful businessman reaping a bountiful profit. Behind him, Wang Lin and Wu Tao stood like fierce guardians, their eyes scanning the surroundings with menace, ready to deal with anyone who dared to defy them. The atmosphere at the entrance of Guolong Pass was thick with an oppressive sense of fear. Within just a few minutes, Su Chun had amassed over 1,000 credits. Wang Lin and Wu Tao exchanged glances, realizing they were outmatched. They thought they were already quite audacious, but Su Chun was on a whole different level, 10 times more daring. Before reaching Long Pass, a group of new students sat dejectedly on the ground, looking as if they'd lost all hope. A mentor approached with anticipation to greet the newcomers, only to be stunned by the scene. Typically, the first day of orientation was filled with excitement, but today things were clearly amiss. Soon, someone stepped forward to report the situation, and the mentor followed the direction indicated, unable to believe what they saw. At the end of Long Pass, 3 people were boldly collecting tolls, with an unfortunate student hanging in midair. "What are you doing? Come here." The mentor shouted angrily, having never encountered such brazen students in all their years. Striding forward, they prepared to pull Su Chun and his companions down. "Do you realize this is against school rules?" The mentor's face reddened with anger. "Don't know, huh?" Wang Lin retorted defiantly, hiding behind Su Chun. "Which rule says we can't collect tolls here?" The mentor was momentarily speechless, as there truly wasn't a specific rule against it. At this point, the dean and others arrived. Their spirits were initially high upon seeing the new students, but they failed to notice the students' lack of enthusiasm. Seeing the mentor standing at Long Pass, the dean couldn't help but inquire about the situation. The mentor, feeling overwhelmed, quickly reported everything in detail. Seizing the moment, Su Chun collected more tolls from a few new students, forcing them to sign IOUs, before leisurely exiting Long Pass and entering Luoqing Technical School. The dean's expression was a mix of anger and amusement. He had been closely monitoring the Luoshan newcomers' evaluation and was well aware of how many credits Su Chun and his friends had accumulated, at least tens of thousands between them, yet here they were, squabbling over petty cash. "You 3 come here." The dean barked, face darkened. Meng Qian was stunned upon hearing the news. He recalled his first impression of Su Chun and couldn't reconcile it with the current events. But seeing a few senior students, bandaged like mummies, complaining in front of him, along with Su Chen's ever-present wrench, left him at a loss. "Who told you to do this?" the dean asked, and Wang Lin and Wu Tao immediately pointed to Su Chun, selling him out without hesitation. They figured that since Su Chun was so formidable, the dean wouldn't punish him severely, but they couldn't say the same for themselves. They had already broken the dean's window before the entrance examination, and who knew if he would hold it against them now? "Why did you do it?" the dean pressed. "Each credit, wanted to grab some." Su Chun answered earnestly, leaving the dean speechless. After a long silence, the dean finally spoke with difficulty. "Don't do this again. Once you're in Luoqing Technical School, you must follow the rules here. No matter your talent, breaking school rules will result in appropriate punishment, possibly even expulsion." With that, the dean quickly ordered a revision of the school rules. Such an embarrassing incident couldn't happen again, or who would dare apply to Luoqing Technical School? The new student orientation was held simply, but the enthusiasm was lacking. Even the older students were dispirited, especially those who had been beaten by Su Chun and his friends. Many were still confined to their hospital beds. Lu Qingfeng and his companions had returned to the academy, but immediately secluded themselves in the training room, too embarrassed to mention anything about Luoshan. After the ceremony, the competition for the top student commenced. However, the arena remained silent, with no one willing to step forward to fight. The dean's face grew increasingly stern, his brows furrowed. Standing on the platform, he surveyed the crowd of over 2,000 new students, yet not a single one dared to step forward to compete for the position of top student. Such a situation had never occurred in the history of Luoshan Academy and was exceedingly rare across Huaxia. Clearing his throat, the dean raised his voice to announce, "The top 10 students can directly join the student union and receive additional resource subsidies every month. The top student can directly enter the Abyss, take on tasks, and enjoy double credit rewards. Moreover, the top student leads all cohorts and manages the students of each year." He paused before continuing. "These are the privileges enjoyed by the top student, and there's more." Despite this, the audience remained silent, with no one willing to step onto the stage. The dean took a deep breath and spoke again. "This time, the top student will receive a reward of 10,000 credits, and the academy will allocate an additional 30,000 credits for the top 10. These words stirred the students into murmurs of excitement and discussion. The older students were particularly tempted, with some even considering asking the dean if they could repeat a year to participate. Finally, one student, unable to resist the temptation, mustered the courage to step forward. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't secure the top spot, being in the top 10 wouldn't be bad. As the first student took the stage, more followed suit. Seeing this, the dean's expression softened slightly. The designated instructor then took the stage to announce the start of the competition. Meanwhile, Su Chun in the audience showed no interest in the battle. He was solely focused on the title of the top student. For him, credits were not important. Having direct access to the Abyss was what he valued most. The battle on stage raged on, with Wang Lin and Wu Tao joining the fray. As expected, they dominated the competition, not encountering a single opponent who required them to use a second move. This success led to some overconfidence, but they knew they were no match for Su Chun. They understood that Su Chun was biding his time, waiting to seize the position of top student in one decisive move. To Su Chen's surprise, Tong Yu, despite his injuries, dragged himself onto the platform. His face was filled with anger and determination. Su Chun had previously taken all of Tong Yu's credits, and since credits were essential for training at the academy, Tong Yu had no choice but to fight for a spot in the top 10. As for being the top student, before entering Luoshan, he had believed that position was his for the taking. However, after encountering Su Chun, he decided it was wiser to remain low-key. Soon, only a handful of people were left on the platform. Out of over 2,000 new students, fewer than 100 dared to challenge. Despite his injuries, Tong Yu managed to secure 4th place with his exceptional swordsmanship. Wang Lin and Wu Tao claimed the 2nd and 3rd spots, respectively. However, the 1st place remained unclaimed, with no one daring to vie for it. The dean and other instructors were dumbfounded. In previous years, the competition for the top student was always the most intense, especially after the top 10 were decided, when the battle for the top spot would reach a fever pitch. But this year, not only was there no competition for the top student, but even the 2nd and 3rd places saw little contention. All attention was focused on the 4th place battle. Tong Yu slumped on the stage, gasping for breath, his bruised and battered appearance evoking sympathy. He barely managed to hold on to 4th place, but the cost was further injury. Around the arena, the uninformed senior students exchanged puzzled glances. Only those in the competition circle knew the real story. Rumor had it that Lu Qingfeng personally led a team to confront Su Chun, with Mo Hangkong and Jiang Sini among them. However, the outcome was unexpected. Su Chun and his group entered Luoqing Technical School unscathed, while Lu Qingfeng's group quietly returned to the academy and went into seclusion. Some even noticed a large bump on Jiang Sini's forehead, sparking speculation. As time passed, the top 10 spots were finally decided. Wang Lin and Wu Tao secured 2nd and 3rd place respectively, but the 1st place remained unclaimed. Just then, Su Chun walked up to the stage and stood in the top student's position under the gaze of everyone present. I've taken the top spot. Who approves and who opposes? Su Chen's voice was firm and resonant. No one dared to refute such bold words, and the crowd fell into a silent hush. Although Su Chen had not demonstrated his skills, no one doubted his strength. The principal's face was grim, as such a situation was unprecedented in any academy. Yet, they were helpless, unable to force new students to challenge Su Chun, especially since his strength truly warranted the top student title. The top student reward of 10,000 credits was promptly transferred to Su Chen's student card. As per tradition, the 30,000 credits for the top 10 were to be distributed by the top student. All eyes were on Su Chun, and the principal suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Su boss! Su boss! Wang Lin was the first to shout, catching on quickly. Wu Tao glanced at Wang Lin with disdain, but soon joined in the chant. The other 7 hesitated briefly before following suit. Only Tong Yu seemed out of place, standing there dumbfounded, waiting for Su Chun to distribute the credits. You guys, you really put me in a tough spot. Su Chun feigned helplessness, then allocated 8,000 credits each to Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Just like that, 16,000 credits were gone. Unapologetically, Su Chun gave 2,000 credits each to the others, except for Tong Yu. With 2,000 credits remaining, Su Chun showed no intention of giving them to Tong Yu. Tong Yu was stunned, and even the principal and others couldn't help but twitch their lips, bewildered by Su Chen's actions. Wang Lin and Wu Tao glanced at Tong Yu as if he were a fool. Is the world of martial arts all about fighting? No, it's about relationships and understanding. The other 6 deeply understood this and resolved to stick close to Su Chun, or at least follow Wang Lin and Wu Tao if necessary. I haven't received my credit reward yet. Tong Yu couldn't help but speak up. Su Chun turned, looking at Tong Yu with feigned surprise. Oh, my forgetful brain, I completely forgot about you, he said, taking Tong Yu's empty card and transferring 10 credits to it before handing it back. My mistake, my fault. The 3,000 credits have all been distributed, so I'll personally cover yours. No need to thank me too much. For a moment, Tong Yu almost thought Su Chun was quite generous, until he saw the number on his card. Tong Yu stared at Su Chun in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. He initially thought Su Chun had made a mistake, but then heard him confidently explain. That's right, it's my personal funding. You know we're all students. Where would we get so many credits? You're at a bit of a loss this time, but I'll make it up to you later. Wang Lin and Wu Tao almost burst out laughing. Su Chen's cunning far exceeded their expectations. Compared to him, they felt insignificant. Finally realizing Su Chen's deliberate actions, Tong Yu furiously threw his card to the ground, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Chun. The dean's face darkened, surprised by Su Chen's audacity. But then again, this bold guy had even dared to charge tolls at the Dragon Gate. What wouldn't he dare to do? The senior students were stunned, never having seen such a maneuver. Bai Qingyan was equally dumbfounded, secretly regretting her interactions with Su Chun. Tong Yu, seething with anger, loudly questioned, "Why do they all get 2,000 credits while I only get 10? You're clearly targeting me." Su Chun retorted coldly, "Fine. If they're willing, they can hand over their credits, and I'll redistribute them." Upon hearing this, the others immediately stepped back, clutching their credit cards tightly, fearing they might be taken. Tong Yu, trembling with rage, glared at Su Chun, then made an unexpected move. He turned to the Dean, loudly accusing, "Dean, Su Chun is deliberately targeting me." The Dean felt overwhelmed, not expecting Tong Yu to complain. But he was helpless. After all, he had spent a lot to bring Tong Yu in and couldn't just let him leave. He could only reluctantly tell Su Chun, "You really went too far. Give him the credits." Su Chun frowned at Tong Yu, who was smirking triumphantly, seemingly taunting him. Unexpectedly, Su Chun actually allocated 2,000 credits to Tong Yu. Tong Yu became smug, thinking he had successfully outsmarted Su Chun. However, Wang Lin and Wu Tao knew better. Su Chun wasn't one to give in easily. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Chun suddenly attacked. "I challenge you," he declared, charging at Tong Yu and landing a heavy punch on his chest. Caught off guard, Tong Yu fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chun grabbed Tong Yu's student card and unhesitatingly transferred all the credits from it. Tong Yu lay on the ground, stunned, staring blankly at the ceiling, unsure of what to do. The credits he had just obtained were gone in an instant. This scene left everyone at Luo City Technical School in shock, unable to believe Su Chun would do such a thing. Tong Yu was on the verge of tears, wanting to seek justice from the Dean. The Dean, equally at a loss, felt frustrated, wondering how he had ended up with such a troublemaker. He couldn't help but reprimand, "That's too much," secretly sympathizing with Tong Yu, who was so pitifully bullied. However, the Dean was also powerless. The crucial point was that they were on the arena. According to the rules, challenges could indeed be issued on the arena. Similar situations had occurred before, where credits were redistributed through challenges. This time, Su Chun merely took this rule to the extreme. The Dean rubbed his temples, looking distressed. Reluctantly, he asked Tong Yu to come down and discreetly handed him 1,000 credits. This hard-won genius student couldn't be bullied into leaving. Once the top student was confirmed, the Dean swiftly disappeared, leaving the responsibility of over 2,000 new students to Meng Qian. By this time, the sun had fully set below the horizon, and night quietly descended. Meng Qian led the new students to the back of the hill. Two towering dormitory buildings came into view, and behind them was a luxurious villa area. Next to the villas was a row of detached houses, which appeared quite simple in comparison. The top 10 can stay in the detached houses, while the rest of you will group into tens and wait for dorm assignments, Meng Qian instructed, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the villa area. Su Chun frowned, surveying the villa area, and then headed toward a detached house. Although it wasn't as grand as the villas, at least he wouldn't have to squeeze in with others. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also unceremoniously moved to find their accommodations. However, they stopped just a few steps forward, their attention captured by the scene at the villa entrance. A few foreign students were happily entering the villas as if it were their home. All the new students witnessed this, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Meng Qian cleared his throat, attempting to redirect their focus. "Stop staring and go get your dormitory cards." But no one moved or spoke. Meng Qian sighed, aware that every new batch of students faced this issue. He wished he could drive those people out, but it wasn't something a mere tutor could control. "Why do we have different accommodations than them?" Su Chun asked directly. He had heard about the privileges of foreign students, but didn't expect such a stark disparity. Meng Qian explained helplessly, "I know you're upset, but this isn't something we instructors, or even the dean can decide. If you find it unfair, then strive to improve. Only by standing at the top can you have the right to set rules and change the status quo." The new students bowed their heads, lost in thought. Su Chun hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding against taking any rash actions. Despite his talent, he was only at the 7th star of the Qi and Blood realm and unable to change things yet. "Just wait, they'll be gone eventually," Su Chun said, glancing at the villa area with a barely noticeable determination in his voice. Wang Lin and Wu Tao nodded in agreement, then prepared to settle into their rooms. Just then, an angry shout pierced the night sky. "Who is Su Chun? Come out here. Who is Su Chun? Get out here." A furious shout shattered the tranquility of the dormitory area, instantly drawing the attention of all the freshmen. Everyone knew that anyone bold enough to cause trouble for Su Chun in such an arrogant manner must be a senior student. A group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign students strode over from the villa area, arrogantly surveying the surrounding dormitory buildings with disdain. One burly guy snorted derisively and spat out offensive words. "A bunch of yellow-skinned pigs, only fit to live in a pigsty." This remark immediately sparked the anger of the freshmen, but before they could react, the burly man shouted again, "Who is Su Chun? Get out here." At that moment, Su Chun walked over expressionlessly, followed closely by Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Wang Lin stepped forward without hesitation and retorted, "What do you want with my grandfather?" The burly man's sharp gaze swept over Wang Lin as he coldly asked, "Are you Su Chun? Did you hit my brother? You should know why I'm here." Wang Lin, undaunted, shot back, "So you're the brother of that foreign brat?" "That's right. I was the one who hit your annoying brother." "What? Do you want a beating too?" The watching freshmen whispered among themselves, with some recognizing the blonde guy as Bill's brother, the third-ranking member of the International Student Alliance, and possessing a 6-star level of chi and blood. However, Su Chun remained calm and unafraid. The man known as Will sneered arrogantly. "Very well, so all you Chinese are this arrogant, huh? Let me teach you a lesson on how to behave. From now on, walk around us when you see us." With that, he waved his hand, and 3 burly foreign students and a muscular black man stepped forward. The 3 attacked instantly, aiming fierce punches at Su Chun's vital points, clearly intending to take him down in one move. Will took the opportunity to taunt, "Remember this, kid. In this place, we are the bosses, and you are nothing but a bunch of lowly inferiors. Inferiors belong in the trash." These words completely infuriated the freshmen, with some itching to act, but held back by their peers. They knew that with their current level of chi and blood, acting rashly would only result in humiliation. As Meng Qian had said, the only way to change the status quo was to improve their strength, as only the strong have a voice. Just as Su Chun was about to counterattack, a stern voice suddenly rang out. "Stop! Fighting is not allowed on campus." A few senior students wearing enforcement team armbands quickly approached. Will glanced dismissively at the enforcement team and arrogantly said, "Chen, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost." In their eyes, the enforcement team was nothing more than a formality, never taken seriously. Chen Hao stepped forward, frowning slightly, and said seriously, "Will, this is China. This is Luocheng Technical School. I hope you will abide by the rules of Luocheng Technical School." Will sneered and unceremoniously retorted, "What if I don't follow them?" He stepped forward, standing face-to-face with Chen Hao, eyes full of contempt. "Others may fear you as the head of the enforcement team, but know that I have never regarded you as anything. Rules are meant to bind you inferiors, and your Chinese rules mean nothing to me. To them, rules are nothing but a joke. Even if they commit murder in China, it's just a formality. No one dares to truly punish them." Chen Hao, the captain of the enforcement team, seethed with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then we'll have to invite you to the enforcement team for a chat." He couldn't stand these arrogant foreign students. They came to China through connections, occupying a large amount of cultivation resources, yet they still turned against China. Causing trouble and fighting had become routine for them, and what was worse, they considered themselves superior. Will sneered, took a few steps back, and then launched a fierce punch at Chen Hao. He unleashed his full strength, intending to cripple him. "A bunch of inferior pigs dare to control me?" Will taunted as he attacked. "Remember this, you freshmen, you're only fit to eat pig slop and stay in a pigsty here." The scene turned chaotic instantly as 3 other foreign students attacked Su Chun. The freshmen were furious, clenching their fists. Being bullied by outsiders on their own turf was utterly humiliating. "Let's beat them up," someone shouted, and over 2,000 freshmen erupted in rage, charging forward. Although they were only at the chi and blood stage, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, even for those at the chi C stage, especially with someone like Su Chun among them. Su Chun said nothing, but his actions set an example as the leading student. He drew his Long Yuan sword, single-handedly blocking the attacks of 3 foreign students. "Beat them to a pulp," Su Chun finally spoke, his voice icy. "Today, I'll show them whose territory this is." Already enraged, the freshmen hit even harder. The 3 Chi C stage foreign students were injured by Su Chun's sword energy before they could defend themselves. Wang Lin and Wu Tao seized the opportunity, striking with cunning and ferocity, quickly knocking them to the ground. A swarm of freshmen rushed in, punching and kicking, creating a chaotic scene. The freshmen at the back were anxious, stomping their feet, eager to join in this event significant enough to be recorded in history. Su Chun didn't linger. After a few hits with a wrench, he charged towards Will, who was fiercely battling Chen Hao. Chen Hao was clearly being overpowered, but with Su Chun joining the fray, his sword light forced Will to retreat repeatedly. "Damn it, I'll kill you." Will roared in fury, retreating from an Asian, and even worse, his companions were being beaten up. Su Chun was fearless, unleashing a terrifying sword energy with a swing. As the sword light flashed, the shadow of a giant fish appeared, targeting Will's vital points. Will tried to block, his arms swelling and sprouting hair, transforming into beast-like claws. However, he underestimated Su Chun's swordsmanship and the power of this martial skill. A flash of the sword, and blood splattered. Then came Will's heart-wrenching scream. His right hand was neatly severed, blood gushing out, staining the ground. At that moment, Meng Qian, hearing the commotion, came out of the dormitory. The chaotic scene before him made him furious. Such an incident happening just as the freshmen arrived was unheard of. But when he realized that the targets of the freshman's fury were foreign students, Meng Qian suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something important, and hurriedly turned back to the dormitory. Will's agonized scream pierced the air as he writhed in pain on the ground. Su Chun showed no mercy, wielding a deformed wrench and delivering a brutal beating to Will. Seeing this, Wang Lin and Wu Tao refused to be outdone and joined in the violent frenzy. The surrounding freshmen, as if finding an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, swarmed in, adding their fists and kicks to the chaos. In no time, Will and his companions were beaten beyond recognition, curled up on the ground like lifeless dogs, unable to move. The noise disturbed the international students in the villa area, who peeked out, smirking with a sense of superiority, assuming it was merely dissatisfaction with the living conditions. However, it wasn't long before someone realized the situation was far more serious. An international student hurried out of the villa area, and upon seeing the grim scene, his face turned ghostly pale. Qinhao stood to the side, utterly shocked. He could never have imagined that Su Chun would actually sever one of Will's arms. Will was the third-ranking member of the International Student Alliance, and this incident was bound to escalate. If the international students decided to retaliate, the consequences could be disastrous. Qinhao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to say, "I'll send a message to Gao, don't worry. You're the top freshman and a member of the Student Alliance. They'll back you up on this." With that, he quickly called Gao Feng to report the serious incident. Su Chun remained unusually calm, casting a cold glance at Will before stopping the freshmen from continuing their assault. "If you keep going, you'll kill him. No matter what, we can't have a death on academy grounds." At that moment, a student from Sakura country rushed out of the villa area. Seeing Will lying on the ground like a dead dog, he was visibly shocked. "Will?" he exclaimed, rushing over. "Get back. All of you get back. What are you doing? Do you know who you're hitting?" The student named Inoue shouted incredulously. Not only had Will been beaten, but his arm had been severed. This was no small matter. Both Luoqing Technical School and even the whole of China would have to answer for this. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Come out and kneel. Inoue roared, assuming no one would dare to touch him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin slapped him a few times, hard. Inoue was completely taken aback. Someone actually dared to hit him. Furious, he stood up to retaliate, but the freshmen had already surrounded him, staring him down. Against a member of Sakura country, this was no longer a mere misunderstanding. Some even discreetly drew knives. Inoue dared not act rashly, retreating repeatedly. Fine, you've got guts, but this isn't over." With that, he turned and ran back into the villa area. Su Chun snorted, knowing that Inoue was probably going to get reinforcements. Soon, they would likely face the entire International Student Alliance. But, so what? If Su Chun were afraid, he wouldn't have acted at Luoshan. Having made his move, he was prepared to face whatever consequences awaited him at the academy. A true warrior must forge ahead fearlessly. If you're always afraid, why bother cultivating yourself? Qinhao furrowed his brow in thought. Though he was quite displeased with these foreign students, he had never dared to act so boldly. While this incident was satisfying, the ensuing troubles might extend beyond just the student and foreign student alliances. When Gao Feng heard about the incident, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these freshmen are really something. They did what I've always wanted to do, but never could." He immediately gathered Lu Qingfeng and others, notifying the entire student alliance. In no time, over 1,000 people quickly rushed to the freshman dormitory area. By then, the foreign student alliance had already arrived. Leading them was their head, Henry, a hawk-eyed, burly man with curly hair. Standing at 2 meters tall, he towered like a pillar in front of Will, his brows furrowed. Henry cast a cold glance at the unconscious Will, who was being carried away, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Pathetic, getting beaten up by a few yellow-skinned pigs. How disgraceful. Seeing Gao Feng and his group approach, Henry immediately demanded, "Gao Feng, give me an explanation." He didn't act rashly, but chose to strike first with words. Gao Feng slightly frowned, but responded calmly. "It's clear your people started it. Our people were just defending themselves. I haven't even asked you for an explanation yet." These words surprised Su Chun. He glanced at Gao Feng and found him also assessing him. Gao Feng was secretly impressed, knowing that Su Chun was the top freshman, a seemingly gentle person, yet a formidable character. Henry snorted, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "So, you're covering for the perpetrator? Gao Feng, if you do that, there's nothing more to discuss. You're a smart guy. Risking our friendship over one person isn't worth it. Plus, in this place, all the rules favor us. Are you sure you want to go this route?" Gao Feng, undeterred, replied nonchalantly. "So what? Want to fight? It's not like it's the first time." After a tense standoff, Henry finally spoke. "I only want the culprit. We can pretend this never happened," implying that he only wanted Su Chun. All the freshmen's eyes turned to Gao Feng. Though they didn't know his exact status, they sensed his high standing among the students. However, handing over Su Chun was out of the question. Damn, why pretend? Letting these foreign guys push us around on our turf. Exactly, I've had enough. If it comes to a fight, whoever backs down is a coward. Perfect timing, let's settle all scores. Dying with honor beats living in shame. I mean, if I just keep coasting, that's one thing. But if we take down these guys, my name would go down in history. The freshmen, unable to hold back any longer, were ready to act, but they looked to Su Chun for his decision. As the top freshman, Su Chun had just led them in beating these foreigners, and now they awaited his lead. Su Chun didn't immediately respond, but instead looked to Gao Feng, the senior leader and head of the student alliance. He wanted to see what stance Gao Feng would take. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on Gao Feng, filled with curiosity and anticipation. He wondered how Gao Feng would handle the situation. Would he choose to keep the peace by handing him over, or would he stand firm and confront the opposition heathen? Gao Feng seemed unaware of Su Chen's scrutiny. After listening to Henry, he almost immediately shouted in anger, "Screw you. You want me to hand over my brother? Dream on. Your guys clearly provoked this, and now you want to keep pushing? Fine, I don't mind having some fun with the Student Alliance brothers against you. What ridiculous rules? Try expelling us all if you dare." Gao Feng's tough stance made Su Chun take another look at him, silently admiring. Thankfully, not all the seniors are spineless. At this moment, a senior frowned and whispered to Gao Feng, "Boss Gao, maybe we should just hand Su Chun over. If this escalates, it could get messy, and the higher-ups might not side with us." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sharp slap as Gao Feng's hand connected with the senior's face. Gao Feng's eyes were wide with anger as he growled, "You're suggesting we hand over our junior to save our skins? Anyone else with that thought, step forward now." Clearly infuriated, Gao Feng continued to berate them. The Student Alliance enjoys resource favoritism and is the core of Luoqing Technical School. Yet this is all the backbone you have? Are you worthy of the resources the academy gives you? You're all a disgrace, less spirited than the freshmen. Might as well be dogs. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng and others arrived in a hurry, bandaged and still injured, but visibly angry. Mo Hong Kong, in particular, was limping yet still clutching a spear, pointing it at Henry and shouting, "Curly-haired mutt, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Think I won't take you down? If you're unhappy, let's settle it in the ring fight to the death." Lu Qingfeng and Mo Hong Kong immediately clamored for a fight, harboring long-standing grievances against the foreign students. These individuals, under the guise of studying abroad, caused various disturbances, enjoyed privileges without gratitude, and even bullied the Chinese students, pushing their limits. Lu Qingfeng shouted, "Anyone else who dares to suggest handing over Su Chun, I'll deal with you first. A bunch of spineless fools. Why bother with martial arts? Go back to shoveling dung. Cover your faces, not because of the smell, but to hide your shame." He echoed Su Chen's earlier words, feeling secretly pleased. The seniors were left speechless by the reprimands. At this point, Jiang Sini also arrived, his head wrapped in bandages, looking so comical it almost made people laugh. Gao Feng struggled to contain his laughter, having already known about the freshman assessment today, but not expecting even Lu Qingfeng and the others to have suffered at Su Chen's hands. The three of them looked at Su Chun with a hint of resentment in their eyes. Su Chun felt a bit awkward, touched his nose, and sheepishly lowered his head. As tensions escalated, more seniors gathered at the scene. Whether they were part of the Student Alliance or not, they all came armed and angry, creating a tense standoff. It seemed like someone couldn't wait any longer. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense to the extreme. Hundreds of students formed a circle, their eyes blazing with anger. Their fists were clenched, ready to strike at any moment. Some even began to whisper to Gao Feng, urging him, "Do it now." Henry's face was terrifyingly grim as he fixed a menacing gaze on Gao Feng. In a low, threatening voice, he asked, "Gao Feng, are you sure you want to do this?" Gao Feng didn't back down, staring directly into Henry's eyes as he coldly replied, "I said it before, if you're unhappy, let's fight." The standoff continued, with the air thick with the tension of an imminent clash. The international students were nearly bursting with rage. They had always acted arrogantly in the academy, expecting everyone to defer to them. Accustomed to being domineering, they had never been treated like this before. Despite their burning anger, the international students dared not act rashly. Henry knew well that if he pushed too far, Gao Feng would not hesitate to fight back. The strength of the Student Alliance was formidable, and their numbers far outstripped the international students, not to mention the senior students outside the alliance. If a fight broke out, they would definitely come off worse. Even if it escalated, the school wouldn't punish all the students from Luo City Technical School. They would gain nothing but a beating. Having thought this through, Henry made his decision, though he was unwilling to accept it. Being humiliated like this today, he had to regain his dignity somehow. Through gritted teeth, Henry said, "Gao Feng, you'll regret your decision today." Then he turned to Su Chun, a malicious glint in his eye. "Su Chun, I'll remember you." Henry gave Su Chun a fierce glare before preparing to leave with his group. They had no choice but to swallow this defeat. Su Chun snorted disdainfully, giving Henry a contemptuous look. Suddenly, he noticed that Wang Lin and Wu Tao had disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the dormitory building, the dean and Meng Qian were overlooking the dense crowd below. The dean shook his head, a tone of helplessness in his voice. Young people these days. Why are they so hot-headed? Meng Qian, munching on sunflower seeds, remarked disappointedly. No fun. They didn't even start fighting. What a waste of my seeds. The two old men continued to leisurely snack, smiles on their faces. Meng Qian suddenly asked, what if they really started fighting and it got out of hand? How would you handle it? The dean grumbled, handle it? I've had enough of this. I might as well get rid of these foreigners and kick them out. Just looking at them makes me sick. He continued to complain. Cultivation resources are extremely precious everywhere. Yet the fools in the school alliance are traitors, channeling a large amount of resources to these people. Meng Qian frowned. That won't do. If we start this, other academies will follow suit, and that's not what we want to see. It would definitely lead to targeting Luo City Technical School. The dean scoffed. Targeting? Am I afraid of being targeted? Haven't we been targeted enough already? A cold glint flashed in his eyes, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Meng Qian didn't respond, aware of certain truths but choosing not to speak. He pondered aloud. However, the dean went to great lengths to find some promising talents this time. I wonder if it's for. Just as the two continued their leisurely snacking on the rooftop, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The entire Luo mountain shook violently for a while. In the villa area, flames shot into the sky as a massive mushroom cloud rose. At least a third of the buildings in the villa area were razed to the ground in an instant. On the rooftop, the dean and Meng Qian were stunned, frozen in place, their minds blank and at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, in the ruins behind Luo Mountain, two dust-covered figures crawled out in a sorry state. Panting heavily, they surveyed the devastation before them, faces marked by fear and regret. Wang Lin and Wu Tao exchanged glances, a single thought flashing through their minds. It seems, we've gone too far. Two figures silently slipped into the villa area. It was Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Initially, Wang Lin only intended to start a fire, but when two troublemakers got together, things quickly spiraled out of control. Their plan escalated from simple arson to blowing up the entire villa area. The explosion was deafening, and flames shot into the sky. Wang Lin stared in disbelief at the devastation before him. Didn't you say the explosives weren't that powerful? Wu Tao was equally dumbfounded. How was I supposed to know? The seller told me they weren't that strong. He explained that he had impulsively bought some explosives and stored them away, and used. Worried that they might lose potency over time, he had added some extra ingredients, not expecting such destructive results. Fortunately, the two reacted quickly and hid in a nearby pool, or they might have blown themselves up. Meanwhile, Henry and his group, just arriving at the villa entrance, were knocked to the ground by the blast wave. They got up, staring in shock at the ruins before them, incredulously shouting, "Who the hell did this? Our villas are all gone." Gao Feng was equally stunned, yet secretly impressed, thinking, whoever did this is a hero. This act will surely go down in the school's history. Su Chen's lips twitched as he had already guessed who the culprits were. On the dormitory rooftop, the dean and Meng Qian were dumbfounded by the scene. The dean was furious, shouting, "Which little brat did this? Trying to blow up the school, are they?" He was nearly driven mad by these troublesome students. Realizing they had caused a major disaster, Wang Lin and Wu Tao quickly hid in the Luo Mountain, too guilty to even breathe loudly. The villa area was engulfed in flames, the fire raging. Some people were still asleep and were blown apart before they could react. Those who reacted quickly scrambled out, stunned by the devastation. "What are you staring at? Put out the fire," the dean yelled. The fire was too large, if not extinguished in time. It could consume the entire Luoqing Technical School and even the whole Luo Mountain. Many students began to fight the fire, but their efforts were half-hearted. After all, it wasn't their living area, so why should they care? Henry was completely distraught, angrily demanding the school give them an explanation. But no one paid attention to their demands. It wasn't until all the villas were burned down that the fire was brought under control and gradually extinguished. By then, it was already the next morning. The freshman dormitory was untouched, but the villa area had turned into a charred wasteland, with not a single intact building left. Henry was furious, shouting at Gao Feng, "Give me an explanation, or I will report this to the embassy." He was convinced that Gao Feng's people were responsible. Before Gao Feng could respond, Henry turned to the dean, coldly demanding, "Dean Feng, you must give us an explanation and hand over the culprits for me to punish, or you know the consequences." His tone showed no respect for the dean, instead carrying a commanding air, which made the dean frown. Gao Feng couldn't hold back any longer and retorted, "What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean? Are you accusing us of blowing up your villas? Where's your evidence? Without evidence, why are you barking?" He showed no courtesy to these people, countering them bluntly. "The academy will thoroughly investigate this matter. If it was done deliberately, the academy will certainly handle it strictly." The dean said expressionlessly, though he wasn't too disturbed inside. After all, he wasn't the one who funded the construction of these villas. If they were blown up, so be it. But one question troubled him. Who could have done it? Who would have the audacity? The dean involuntarily glanced at Su Chun, frowning slightly. Gao Feng and others also instinctively looked at Su Chun, who appeared bewildered and muttered to himself. What's that supposed to mean? I've been here the whole time doing nothing. This really has nothing to do with me. At that moment, Wang Lin and Wu Tao quietly slipped back from the chaos, having cleaned themselves up thoroughly. They put on an innocent facade, looking at the destroyed villa area with expressions of regret. What a waste of such nice villas. It would have been great for me to live there. Wang Lin sighed. Wu Tao echoed. Exactly, who knows which scoundrel did it. It's just too much. They exchanged remarks, trying to clear themselves of suspicion. But the dean wasn't a fool. He knew well that these two were absent last night and only sneaked back this morning, pretending to know nothing. However, the dean didn't expose them, merely giving them a meaningful look. Our accommodation has been destroyed. We have nowhere to stay, a student said with a gloomy face. Henry's face was also grim, unsure of what to do. They couldn't possibly sleep on the streets, could they? After a moment of thought, Henry turned to the dean with a request. Dean Feng, I demand that these single houses be allocated to us, and you must rebuild the villa area as quickly as possible. Why should we? If the single houses are given to you, where will we live? Su Chun immediately retorted. He had just chosen a single house and hadn't even moved in yet. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you. Go wherever you want, another person said arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at Su Chun. The dean was silent for a moment. He didn't like these guys, but as the dean, he couldn't be too blunt. After some thought, he said, from the beginning, the single houses were meant for the top 10 students of each cohort in the Student Alliance. They can't be given to you. As for the villa area, I'll inform the School Alliance, but the reconstruction time is not up to me. So, you'll have to put up with it for now. I'll apply for some tents for you. The dean finished, ignoring Henry's livid expression. Dean Feng, I said I'm not negotiating. I'm informing you. Henry reiterated forcefully. How dare you? The dean erupted in anger. Since when did a student dare to be so arrogant, to speak to him in such a manner? Inform him rather than negotiate, what audacity. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, forcing Henry to his knees. If you don't want to stay, figure it out yourself, the dean said bluntly, leaving this remark as he turned to leave, instructing Meng Qian to arrange accommodations for the new students. Su Chun and his two companions were taken away by him. Henry struggled to stand up, his face dark with fury. Living in tents? That was absolutely out of the question. He began to scheme, his gaze inevitably drifting toward those single houses. The atmosphere in the dean's office was as heavy as lead. The dean sat upright in his chair, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing through Wang Lin and Wu Tao. He was almost certain that these two were somehow involved in the Villa District explosion. Confess, the dean demanded harshly. Wang Lin and Wu Tao feigned ignorance, looking innocent. Confess to what? We really don't know anything, they said. Standing to the side, Su Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips. He knew these sly guys wouldn't easily admit to anything, but he was also curious about how they managed to level the entire Villa District. The dean let out a cold laugh and threatened. Not talking, huh? Then I'll have to contact your parents. The rebuilding costs aren't small, and someone has to pay for it. His sharp gaze then turned to Su Chun, as if trying to see through him. Were you involved in this? He asked. Su Chun explained helplessly. Honestly, I was just downstairs in the dorm, waiting to deal with those foreigners. I really don't know anything about it. The dean snorted. Is that so? The seniors you beat up wouldn't agree. Who knows if you carry a wrench around? Finally, the dean ordered sternly. I don't care who did it, but I need a reasonable explanation. Su Chun, you're in charge of the investigation. Report back to me tonight. This is a big deal, and I have to report to my superiors. You understand what I mean, right? With that, the dean dismissed the three of them from his office. Back in the dormitory area, Su Chun looked at Wang Lin and Wu Tao helplessly. They immediately put on serious faces and protested in unison. We really don't know. Without saying much, Su Chun led them to the Villa District. The scene was a mess, with ruins everywhere. Foreign students were rummaging through the debris, unsure if their belongings were buried or burned. As Su Chun and the others approached, a group of foreign students surrounded them, looking hostile. A short-haired foreign student shouted angrily, "What are you doing here? Get out. This is no place for the likes of you." Without a word, Wang Lin picked up a horse-chopping saber and rushed forward, grabbing the student's collar. We're here on the dean's orders to investigate the explosion. Are you trying to obstruct us? The foreign student, merely a newcomer with a 4-star blood energy level, had been acting recklessly since arriving, breaking rules without anyone daring to stop him. Just yesterday, they were assigned a luxury villa filled with precious cultivation resources and lavish furniture. He stood there in shock, utterly speechless. Back in his hometown, over a dozen people crammed into a single thatched hut, unable to afford decent clothing, living a life akin to primitive times. Yet here, he was able to enjoy such a luxurious lifestyle. However, just as his good days began, the villa was blown up. Anger and frustration overwhelmed him, nearly consuming him. Just then, Su Chun and his two companions burst through the door. Lao Hei's fury ignited instantly, and he charged forward, intending to confront Su Chun. Wang Lin, quick on his feet, grabbed Lao Hei before he could speak and landed a solid punch on him. Immediately, Wang Lin and Wu Tao held Lao Hei on either side and began their rough massage. Speak. Was it you who caused the explosion last night? Wang Lin demanded harshly. Are you trying to stop us from investigating because you're guilty? What are you doing here? Are you trying to destroy evidence? With fists and kicks, Lao Hei soon found himself bruised and battered. They stuffed a sock into Lao Hei's mouth and continued their assault. Tough guy, huh? Still won't admit it. Wang Lin cursed as he hit him. Lao Hei curled up on the ground, racked with pain, unable to even groan. Su Chun, unable to watch any longer, stepped in with a stern face. You're going too far, he shouted. We're civilized people, and we should rely on evidence. Beating someone without proof is coercion. Besides, how can he speak with his mouth blocked? Hearing this, Lao Hei was so moved, he almost cried. Finally, someone reasonable, he thought. No, I have my reasons. Wu Tao insisted seriously. He began to analyze. First, when we came in, he was acting suspiciously, likely destroying evidence. Second, criminals often return to the scene. With such a big technical school in Luoqing, why come here at this time? Furthermore, our students in China are upright. The senior ones are diligently studying, and the new ones are well-educated, unlikely to do such a thing. Therefore, the truth is clear. The culprit is among the foreign students. Considering his suspicious behavior, he can't be unrelated to this. Su Chun listened in disbelief, thinking what kind of absurd reasoning is this? Why does it feel oddly familiar? Wang Lin immediately agreed. Yes. Wu Tao's analysis makes perfect sense. I thought the same. This guy clearly isn't a good person. He's probably jealous of our progress, twisted enough to want to blow up the academy. But because it was too dark and he wasn't familiar with the area, he blew up the wrong place and destroyed the villa area. Wu Tao clapped enthusiastically in agreement. Lao Hei was completely bewildered. He was only there to retrieve his belongings. Su Chun blinked, thinking these two are quite adept at framing someone. He said, this analysis isn't completely irrelevant. It's completely ridiculous. We need evidence, not theories. I can't report to the dean based on your assumptions, can I? As he spoke, Su Chun turned away, pretending to be in a dilemma. Wu Tao immediately understood, and while no one was looking, he quickly pulled a bomb out of his pocket and stuffed it into Lao Hei's clothes. Report, Boss Su. I found the weapon he used for the crime. Wu Tao suddenly shouted loudly. I found the weapon he used for the crime. Wu Tao suddenly shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. Wang Lin immediately gave a thumbs up, his eyes shining with approval. Su Chun turned around quickly, his face full of excitement, and eagerly asked, where is it? Let me see it. With a serious expression, Wu Tao slowly opened Lao Hei's clothes, revealing a bundle of explosives inside. This is it, he pointed at the explosives. This should be the tool he didn't use up and was trying to find a place to bury. Really? Su Chun said righteously. Then this confirms it. He's the one who did it. His tone was full of certainty. Lao Hei lay on the ground, utterly bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. He muttered to himself, what's going on? How did I become the criminal? Not far away, Gao Feng and a few others stood in a small building, their eyes fixed on the direction of the villa ruins. They had been wondering about Su Chun and the others' purpose for entering the ruins, and now they were witnessing this jaw-dropping scene. The conversation of Su Chun and the others was clearly audible, and Gao Feng and his group heard everything. Gao Feng exclaimed, incredible. They've turned black into white. With such crime-solving methods, even Conan would end up being detained for a few years. He slapped his forehead, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. The academy is going to be lively from now on. Lao Hei still tried to struggle, but was soon subdued by Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Wang Lin thought for a moment, then buried some explosives in the ground, and they escorted Lao Hei to the dean's office. Inside the dean's office, the dean was humming a tune, unconcerned about the villa district being blown up. He knew who the culprit was, but it didn't matter to him. However, considering the seriousness of the incident and the attention from higher-ups, he had to provide an explanation. Letting Su Chun investigate was merely a way to have these three kids clean up the mess. As the dean was lost in his thoughts, Su Chun and his group burst in with Lao Hei. The dean was stunned, looking at the scene in front of him with confusion. Dean, we figured out what you asked us to investigate. This guy is the one who blew up the villa district. Su Chun said directly upon entering and pushed Lao Hei in front of the dean. The dean was completely taken aback and took a moment to gather his thoughts. I asked you to clean up the mess, and you bring in a scapegoat? A foreign student, no less. Where's the evidence? Without a word, Wu Tao opened Lao Hei's clothes, revealing the explosives inside. The dean asked wearily, where did you find this? How did you catch him? He knew this was clearly a setup. Su Chun immediately began to detail their investigation process, providing a thorough analysis. After listening, the dean was utterly disoriented. He was silent for a while before telling Su Chun to release Lao He, saying he would interrogate him personally. Su Chun released Lao He and stood aside with Wang Lin. The dean looked directly at Lao He and asked, "Did you do this?" "No, they're framing me, framing me." Lao He finally realized he had become the scapegoat and passionately explained. "Still won't admit it?" Su Chun shouted angrily, then charged forward with Wang Lin and Wu Tao to give Lao He a beating. The sounds of fists and kicks echoed in the office, interspersed with Lao He's cries of pain. The dean's mouth involuntarily twitched. He thought to himself that these students were quite unruly, starting a fight right in front of him. At least wait until he turns his back. However, the dean didn't show any displeasure. With a stern face, he continued his questioning. "Is it really not you? You need to be honest. I won't wrong an innocent person, but I won't let a guilty one go either." The sudden accusation shocked Lao He, and he quickly defended himself. "No, it really wasn't me. They're framing me." Just as he finished speaking, he saw the dean stand up and casually walk to the side room, saying he was going to get some water. As soon as the dean left, Wang Lin and the others rushed forward. They grabbed the chairs nearby and started beating Lao He, hitting so hard that they broke the chairs. Not long after, the dean returned with a cup of water. He pretended to be unaware of what had just happened and continued to press. "This is a serious matter. You must be truthful." Lao He, enduring the pain, insisted on his innocence again. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me." Hearing this, the dean frowned and turned to Su Chun, asking, "Do you have any witnesses? If you do, bring them here quickly. I'll be right back from the restroom." With that, he left the room once more. Su Chun understood the hint. While the dean was away, the three of them started beating Lao He again. No matter how tough Lao He was, he couldn't withstand such torment. Just as Su Chun was racking his brain on where to find a witness, Gao Feng and the others unexpectedly entered the room with the dean. Upon entering, Gao Feng and his group saw the badly beaten Lao He and couldn't help but think these guys were brutal. But then again, they found it quite satisfying. Gao Feng immediately put on a righteous face and said to the dean, "Dean, we can testify that it was him. We have solid evidence. We saw him destroying the tools of the crime. If it weren't for Su Chun discovering it quickly, the culprit would have gotten away." Hearing this, the dean frowned and turned to Lao He. "What do you have to say for yourself? Confess honestly, and I might be lenient." Lao He weakly lifted his head, still wanting to explain, but he knew that if he didn't confess, the dean would find another excuse to leave. So he cried and admitted, "It was me, Sob." Lao He was filled with grievance and confusion. What had he done wrong? He just wanted to find his belongings. How did it come to this? The dean continued to press. "Why? What was your motive?" Gao Feng and his group almost burst into laughter. They realized their dean could be so cunning, but upon reflection, it made sense. They knew the dean had long been displeased with the foreign students and was looking for a reason to expel them, but had been under pressure from above. Now this was a perfect opportunity. Lao He cried and said, "I don't know what my motive was, whatever you say it was." Inside, he cursed whoever said coming to China would make him a superior person. Su Chun immediately questioned sharply, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying we're framing you?" Terrified, Lao He quickly explained, No. Then, following the motive analysis Wang Lin and the others had discussed earlier, he confessed to his crime. The dean, feigning sadness, said, "Sigh. We provide resources without asking for anything in return to train you, and yet you." He carefully documented the alleged crimes and motives and had Lao He press his fingerprint. Afterward, the dean instructed Gao Feng to take Lao He away and lock him up, specifically reminding him that nothing should happen before the higher-ups arrived. Gao Feng hesitated for a moment, then understood the implication and nodded, taking Lao He away. He knew the dean was going to make a big deal out of this. Whether the result was real or not didn't matter. Once signed and fingerprinted, it became an undeniable fact. After all, the dead don't speak. After handling everything, the dean turned to Su Chun with a faint smile, saying, "I underestimated you, Su Chun. I didn't expect you to pull off something like this." He then instructed, "Go check the villa area carefully again. See if there are any dangerous items left behind, and check if he had any accomplices." Su Chun nodded, understanding the dean wanted them to cover their tracks. The dean not mentioning it didn't mean he was unaware. Before leaving, Su Chun asked, "Do you hope he had accomplices or not?" The dean stared at Su Chun in shock for a few seconds before angrily shouting, "Get out!" Su Chun didn't dare say more and quickly turned to leave. He and his friends, Wang Lin and Wu Tao, hurried to the villa area, carefully searching the surroundings to ensure they left no traces. Just as they relaxed and prepared to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Su Chun." Turning around, Su Chun saw Gao Feng approaching them with a smile. "Got a moment? Let's have a chat," Gao Feng suggested. After a brief hesitation, Su Chun nodded. Moments later, the four of them were inside Gao Feng's small building. Gao Feng poured them some tea and got straight to the point. "Su Chun, You're now the top student among the newcomers. According to the rules of Luoqing Technical School, you are responsible for managing this cohort of students. It's a long-standing tradition at our school, he said, looking intently at Su Chun. If there's any trouble with your cohort, I'll come straight to you. Understood. Su Chun nodded thoughtfully, finally realizing why the top student was often seen as the leader of their peers. This position, though glamorous, carried significant responsibility. Suddenly, a question popped into Su Chen's mind. So, am I also in charge of the foreign students? He asked eagerly, already considering how to deal with that troublesome group. Gao Feng shook his head with a smile, explaining, we have our student union, and they have their international student union. The two organizations are independent and do not interfere with each other. You could say they are like oil and water. I believe you're aware of this. Seeing the disappointment on Su Chen's face, Gao Feng added, initially, there was only one student union, and the international students were under our jurisdiction. However, as more benefits for international students emerged, their true nature was revealed. They fought, caused trouble, and refused to follow rules, even bullying our fellow students on our turf. It became such a big issue that the International Student Union was established. If you have the ability, you might try bringing the International Student Union under your influence. Su Chun chuckled softly, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, I won't try to win them over. I'll just expel them from the academy, and maybe even from China. Gao Feng was taken aback, surprised by Su Chen's response. He laughed heartily. All right, then I'll look forward to seeing you expel them from the academy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were also a bit surprised, but upon reflection, they realized it was typical of Su Chun. These foreign students not only consumed a lot of resources, but also caused trouble, offering little benefit. Wang Lin couldn't help but remark, even a dog knows to guard the house when you feed it, but these foreigners eat our food and drink our water, only to turn around and bite us. Frankly, they're a cancer, hogging resources and leaving our local students with too little to train. Sounds good to me, I can't wait. Wang Lin laughed excitedly, hefting his sword, eager to teach a few foreigners a lesson. It was clear that his earlier encounter with that big guy hadn't satisfied him. In Wu Tao's eyes, a sudden spark glimmered, as if he had discovered a new purpose in life. He clenched his fists, vowing silently to drive the foreigners out of the academy and expel them from China. This grand ambition set his blood boiling, but reason quickly prevailed. He realized this was no easy task, as it involved more than just one academy and could potentially implicate powerful figures like Wu Wang and Zuns. At that moment, Wang Lin spoke up with a casual confidence. What's there to fear? We might not be able to manage all of China, but can't we handle Luoqing Technical School? Let's set a small goal first, get rid of the foreigners at Luoqing Technical School. Wu Tao agreed. Right, start small. Gao Feng, overhearing this conversation, glanced at Wang Lin and Wu Tao with a hint of surprise, then turned his gaze to Su Chun. For some reason, he felt that Su Chun might actually accomplish this seemingly impossible task. This inexplicable trust surprised even Gao Feng himself. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Gao Feng said, let's put that aside for now. There's something else I need to discuss with you. Taking a deep breath, he continued, according to the rules, the top 10 new students can directly enter the Student Alliance. However, once you're in, you must enter the Abyss to train. Especially you, Su Chun, as the top student. It's mandatory for you to go down into the Abyss and fight the alien races. It's a strict rule of the Student Alliance. Every member must descend once a month. Hearing this, a flicker of excitement appeared in Su Chen's eyes. He had been worrying about how to ask Gao Feng for a chance to enter the Abyss, fearing rejection. Unexpectedly, not only was it allowed, but it was also compulsory. Su Chun felt a rush of excitement as he still needed to slay 100 aliens to enhance his swordsmanship physique. Gao Feng continued. The alien races are fierce and brutal, often in groups, rarely alone, making each descent into the Abyss dangerous. But within the Abyss, there are also opportunities and spiritual herbs. It's where a warrior truly belongs. Seeing the three remain silent, Gao Feng assumed they were scared and quickly added, but don't worry. For your first descent, you'll be accompanied by senior students. In case of danger, they'll be at the forefront, and the military guarding the Abyss will also protect you. Finally speaking, Su Chun couldn't hide his excitement. When can we go down? Gao Feng was taken aback by Su Chen's eagerness, as it was the first time he'd seen such an enthusiastic new student. He replied, as soon as tomorrow. Wang Lin curiously asked, are we the only top 10 new students? Gao Feng nodded, explaining, only you top 10 have entered the Student Alliance, and other new students aren't eligible to enter the Abyss. Once you grow stronger, you'll lead future new students into the Abyss. Of course, this time, there will also be foreign exchange students joining. Hearing this, Su Chun frowned slightly, as if pondering something. Gao Feng gave a few more instructions before the three left, confirming their descent into the Abyss the next morning. They needed to rest well and recharge tonight. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the villa area, Henry stood with a grim expression. He had just learned that a foreign exchange student had been forcibly taken away, whereabouts unknown, and the blame for blowing up the villa area had been pinned on that student. Clenching his fists, his knuckles white, Henry said coldly, "Damn it. This is clearly targeting us, and this can't be left unresolved." His eyes flashed with fiery anger, clearly not willing to let it go easily. The next morning, Su Chun arrived early at the Student Alliance headquarters, followed closely by Wang Lin and Wu Tao. All top 10 freshmen were present, including Tong Yu, who was wrapped in bandages and looking slightly pale. Although Gao Feng suggested he rest, Tong Yu insisted on participating. Gao Feng, with a long sword on his back, scanned the group with piercing eyes and spoke gravely. "I must emphasize again, the abyss is full of dangers. Do not act on your own. Follow orders at all times." As soon as he finished, he led the group towards the rear of the academy. A group of seasoned upperclassmen joined the team, exuding a calm aura that comes from the experience of battle. The team arrived at a massive steel factory, and Su Chun noticed at least a dozen sharp gazes fixed on them. Soon, several armed soldiers appeared, and Gao Feng stepped forward to negotiate. After verifying their identities, they were allowed to pass. Just then, Su Chun glimpsed another team led by Henry approaching. This group of about 30 included 10 new students and 20 international upperclassmen, who were also bound by the strict rules of entering the abyss. Henry and Su Chun locked eyes, a fleeting hint of murderous intent flashing between them. Su Chun noticed it, but said nothing. He thought to himself, "If these foreigners know their place, that's good. If they dare provoke us, I won't hold back." Inside the factory, Su Chun was stunned by the sight. A massive chasm, 10 meters wide, split the ground at the center, dark and deep, emanating a chilling energy. Along the edge, a few heavily armed guards stood ready, with traces of dried blood on them. Around them lay many wounded, some missing limbs, others even half their bodies. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and a deadly atmosphere was palpable. Gao Feng, more serious than ever, warned everyone again. Entering the abyss is like stepping onto a battlefield, facing alien races, with life and death uncertain. Now, you have one last chance to back out. Despite their youthful faces, none of the 10 freshmen backed down. Wang Lin, in particular, casually slung a broadsword over his shoulder, chewing on a grass stem, and urged, "Come on, let's get moving. I can't wait any longer." Just as Gao Feng was about to lead the team in, a military officer stopped him, whispering, "The chaos below has started up again, with heavy casualties." "You all." Gao Feng frowned, having anticipated this upon seeing the injured. He replied briefly, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing." With that, he was the first to leap into the abyss, disappearing instantly. The others followed closely behind. To Su Chen's surprise, entering the abyss did not land them directly on a battlefield. Instead, they found themselves in a huge, ancient city, marked everywhere by signs of fierce battle. As soon as they landed on the city walls, someone approached to coordinate with Gao Feng. After what seemed like ages of conversation, a group of hardened soldiers suddenly appeared before everyone. The leading soldier scanned Su Chun and the others with a steely gaze, his expression stern. "Your headmaster is a real bastard," the lead soldier cursed angrily. "Sending a bunch of kids who aren't even fully grown to face these beasts." The other soldiers chimed in, agreeing, "Exactly. We're not dead yet. It's not your turn to deal with these scum. When we leave the city, stick behind us. If there's danger, run quickly. We'll cover you. What can you kids do down here?" As they spoke, the heavy scent of blood emanated from them. Their faces showed exhaustion, and the black body bags at their waists silently told of the battlefield's brutality. Su Chun suddenly spoke up. "You've defended for so many years. It's our turn now." Though it was his first time down here, he knew well the heavy casualties suffered by the soldiers who guarded the abyss every year, with each disturbance paid for in human lives. "Every generation has its responsibility," Su Chun continued. "You've done more than enough. This battlefield will eventually be ours to command." The veteran soldiers were taken aback, their eyes suddenly moist. "Ha ha, good." One veteran laughed, his voice choked with emotion. "All those years down here weren't for nothing. Seeing you youngsters grow up healthy, I'm content." These veterans had guarded the abyss from youth to middle age, for 20, 30 years, or even a lifetime. Some would rest here forever, with no remains to return. They feared not death, but failing to hold the line, allowing the enemy to harm future generations. They feared dying and being forgotten for their sacrifices. Su Chen's simple words struck a chord deep within them. "Let's go, and kill those bastards." A veteran quickly adjusted his mood, placing a rough hand on Su Chen's shoulder. "We're not old yet. We can still fight. It's not your time to replace us. Train well. Our talents are limited, and this is as far as we go. But you're different. You were born in the era of spiritual revival, and your future achievements will surpass ours. Don't die here now. Only by living, only by becoming stronger, can you do more, protect more people." With that, the veteran waved his hand and led the team out of the ancient city. Gao Feng followed with the students, and Su Chun, deeply moved, followed in silence, lost in thought. After they left, several figures suddenly appeared at Luoqing Technical School, one of them with a Western face. So this is Luoqing Technical School, the Westerner sneered openly. What a disgusting place. Even the air makes me sick. Where's their headmaster? Tell him to come out and see me. A lackey, nodding and bowing, walked towards the headmaster's office with a displeased expression. They had notified ahead of time about their visit, yet no one greeted them. Old Feng, after all these years, you still don't know the rules, the lackey began, only to be interrupted by the headmaster's roar. Get out. Before the words finished, the lackey was sent flying out the door by an invisible force. The henchman stumbled out of the office, crashing heavily to the ground and groaning in pain. He never expected that upon entering the office, he would be met with such a brutal kick from Dean Feng. The kick was merciless and nearly cost him his life. Outside the office, a Westerner witnessed the scene, his face instantly darkening with anger. A bespectacled middle-aged man beside him was even more furious, shouting angrily, Feng Yu, what do you think you're doing? Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura at the peak of the Marquis realm surged like a tide, suffocating everyone around. Luo City Technical School was immediately on high alert. Numerous instructors appeared instantly, surrounding the office like an iron fortress. Only then did Dean Feng leisurely step out, surveying the crowd with an expressionless face, and calmly asked, What brings you all to Luo City Technical School? The middle-aged man was seething with rage, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Feng Yu, you know very well why we're here. Stop playing dumb. Hold your tongue, interjected an elderly woman with white hair and a hunched back, slowly stepping forward. She looked at Feng Yu with a slightly softer tone. Little Feng, we're not here for anything else. It's about the student villa area being blown up. If it were just the buildings, it would be one thing, but this time people were killed too. We must get to the bottom of this. Upon hearing this, Dean Feng frowned slightly. He had anticipated trouble from this group and was prepared. He retrieved a document from his storage ring and casually tossed it to the old woman. She examined it carefully for a while before handing it to the middle-aged man next to her. The middle-aged man glanced at it and erupted in anger, throwing the document to the ground and shouting, Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Feng Yu, do you take us for fools? You claim the students blew up their own villa area? What's the motive? Let me tell you, we've received reports accusing the school's leadership of shielding the perpetrators, framing the students, and deliberately targeting them. Even embezzling the resources allocated to the students by the school alliance. Do you admit to this? Are you questioning me? Feng Yu responded coldly, not directly answering the man's accusations. An even more terrifying aura spread out, enveloping the entire Luo City Technical School in a chilling atmosphere. Before the man could continue, Feng Yu struck. With a sharp slap, a resounding slap landed on the man's face. You're a Marquis realm cultivator. Where do you get the nerve to question me? Feng Yu roared, his king realm aura completely overwhelming the man. You dare hit me? Do you know? The man was initially stunned, then furious. But before he could finish his sentence, Feng Yu's second slap landed, giving him no face at all. No matter who you are or who you represent, you follow Luo City Technical School's rules when you're here, bringing foreigners as your backers. Have you forgotten who your ancestors are? Feng Yu rebuked, leaving the man red-faced and speechless. Little Feng, that's going too far. The old woman spoke again, her aura locking onto Feng Yu, the warning clear in her tone. Feng Yu snorted, retrieving another document from his storage ring and tossing it out. This details the distribution of resources to the students. Take a good look and see if I've embezzled anything. Feng Yu was genuinely furious that anyone would suspect him of embezzling cultivation resources and dared to report him. It was obvious without even thinking that it was the ungrateful foreign students who caused this mess. The elderly woman glanced briefly at the documents before putting them away, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. I trust your character, she began slowly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. But we must thoroughly investigate the explosion in the villa area that killed the foreign students. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Whatever, investigate as you please. My Luoqing Technical School will not get involved. With that, he turned to leave, only to be stopped by a cold voice. Bring out the foreign student you claim blew up the villa area. I have questions for him. The Westerner spoke, his face dark, eyes glinting with danger. If not for the elderly woman holding him back, he might have already lost his temper. It was clear to anyone that Feng Yu was targeting him. Feng Yu sneered, responding bluntly. Find him yourself. But I heard he committed suicide out of guilt. Before he finished speaking, he strode away from the scene, followed closely by the instructors from Luoqing Technical School, showing no intention of staying. The school alliance members who came here didn't even get a sip of water and were instead scolded, with two even getting beaten. These words caused not only the Westerner's face to change dramatically, but also the elderly woman's expression to shift slightly. Suicide out of guilt. The bespectacled man glared fiercely in the direction Feng Yu had left, gritting his teeth. I think they're deliberately framing someone and covering up for the culprit. I suggest we report to the school alliance immediately. Luoqing Technical School has shown disloyalty and must be severely punished. Meanwhile, Su Chun and his group had left the ancient city and entered the Abyss battlefield. With experienced veterans leading the way, they didn't face much pressure. The atmosphere was tense and serious, yet surprisingly, they hadn't encountered any foreign races yet. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, after they descended, the school alliance members had already come knocking, and the dean was standing up for them. Damn, these bastards hide fast, a veteran couldn't help but curse. They dared not be too ostentatious, as they were right across from the foreign race's royal city, where a foreign king resided, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops, ready to launch an attack on the ancient city at any moment. If discovered, the opposing forces could quickly wipe them out with a large army. Su Chen's expression was grave as he felt the much denser spiritual energy around him compared to the outside, feeling a sense of comfort throughout his body. He thought to himself, this is where a martial artist should be. Soon, they had penetrated deep into the battlefield, where seeking aid from the ancient city in case of crisis would be very difficult. The veteran's expressions grew increasingly serious. Something's up, a veteran suddenly whispered. The team immediately halted, and Su Chen stopped in his tracks, looking around warily. Through the dense underbrush, they saw a group of figures wearing animal skins, somewhat humanoid in appearance, gathered not far away, whispering among themselves. Gao Feng and the other senior students' expressions instantly became serious, even subconsciously lowering their breaths. About 100 of them, a veteran quickly analyzed. The strongest is at the 9th star of the Qi realm, with about 10 others in the Qi realm, and the rest are Qi and Blood realm indigenous foreign races. This foreign race squad wasn't particularly strong, making it just right for Gao Feng and the other students. Prepare, Gao Feng ordered in a low voice, having already decided to hunt them. The senior students, with serious expressions, took out their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. With Gao Feng's command, they charged forward like arrows released from a bow. The indigenous foreign races evidently hadn't expected anyone to attack them here, and were caught off guard. The veterans stood by, not intending to intervene. They were there to ensure the students' safety, only stepping in during critical moments. The senior students, true to their elite status, with rich experience, managed to tear open a gap and began slaughtering. Su Chun, without hesitation, wielded his Long Yuan sword, cutting through the enemy ranks with ease. The fierce sounds of battle erupted, but Su Chun remained fearless. With the Long Yuan sword in hand, he swiftly beheaded an alien of the Qi and Blood realm. Blood splattered as a cold gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes, his heart unburdened. To him, these aliens were invaders, enemies. On the battlefield, there were no innocents. Over the years, the human warriors guarding the Abyss had built a fortress of flesh and blood with their lives, barely holding back the alien onslaught. Su Chun swung his sword again, killing another alien of the Qi and Blood realm, staining his robe with blood. Under his lead, the newcomers began to fight back. However, many struggled to accept the gruesome scene, unable to adapt, relying solely on the veterans to shield them from the aliens' attacks. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Su Chun shouted sternly, his brows furrowed. These aliens are invaders. They are enemies. If you hesitate, if you can't face them, you will be killed. If you can't handle this, what right do you have to occupy precious training resources that are bought with the lives of countless others fighting below? Though Su Chun also found it hard to endure, even feeling a wave of nausea, he understood that to them, these were all aggressors, each stained with the blood of human warriors. Wang Lin and Wu Tao looked slightly pale but quickly adapted to the battlefield's brutality, beginning to slay the aliens. The veterans heard Su Chen's words, and a look of appreciation flashed in their eyes. They recalled their own performances when they first entered the Abyss, which were not much better. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. The veterans joined the fight, but could no longer fully protect the newcomers. Suddenly, a newcomer, unable to adapt to the battlefield environment, was struck in the chest by an alien's blade. Su Chen arrived just in time, slaying the alien with a single strike, saving the injured newcomer. Your cultivation is above his. If only you dared to face him and fight, you wouldn't be so gravely injured. Su Chun said coldly, then turned and rejoined the battle. The Long Yuan sword trembled in Su Chen's hand, its energy radiating fiercely. With each strike, he took down another alien of the Qi and Blood realm. At this moment, Su Chun was covered in blood, his eyes filled only with cold, killing intent, like a god of slaughter descending upon the battlefield. The aliens trembled with fear, wanting to retreat. Just then, an alien of the Qi realm targeted Su Chun and charged directly at him. Su Chun, watch out! Gao Feng shouted, trying to help, but was held back by another Qi realm alien. Wang Lin and Wu Tao frowned, preparing to assist. However, they saw Su Chen's cold gaze, as if he was preparing something. In the next instant, a terrifying sword light suddenly slashed out. The sword light swept through, and the Qi realm alien froze in place, while several nearby Qi and Blood realm aliens exploded. This terrifying strike even startled Gao Feng. The Qi realm alien was cut in half, blood spilling everywhere. Good job, kid, Gao Feng shouted excitedly. The other veterans were also shocked by Su Chen's strike. Even the seasoned soldiers were surprised that this seemingly frail newcomer was so formidable. However, Su Chen did not stop. After slaying the Qi Si realm alien, he continued to fight, slaughtering the enemies around him like an unstoppable killing machine. Bathed in blood, Su Chun resembled a god of war descended upon the battlefield. His mind was consumed by a single thought: to annihilate the alien races before him. With every swing of his sword, a life was claimed, and the sheer brutality of the scene left everyone in awe. Even the seasoned veterans like Gao Feng were taken aback. Never seen a rookie this fierce, someone exclaimed. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, not willing to be outdone, joined in the pursuit of the alien foes. Despite being injured, Tong Yu's masterful swordsmanship struck fear into the hearts of the aliens. Inspired by Su Chun, the other rookies also found their courage, choosing to fight back rather than hide. In the blink of an eye, the alien squad was wiped out. The 9-star Qi Si realm alien leader was beheaded by a veteran soldier. Ha ha. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. The veteran laughed heartily, crushing the alien's head beneath his boot. He turned to Su Chun, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Kid, I didn't misjudge you. You did your Luoqing technical school proud. The veterans were impressed by Su Chen's strength. Having trained countless rookies, it was the first time they'd encountered one so bold and capable of taking the fight to the aliens. Usually, rookies would be cowering like quails in such situations. The veterans were straightforward and respected strength above all. Su Chen not only displayed formidable power, but also a mindset that left them both shocked and delighted. They made no effort to hide their admiration for Su Chun. Gao Feng, this kid's way stronger than you were back in the day, one veteran joked. Looks like you might have to hand over your position as the head of the Student Alliance. Exactly, another veteran chimed in. When you first came down here, you did okay, but compared to Su Chun, not even close. With that, he handed Su Chun a pill to restore his qi and blood. Gao Feng wasn't annoyed. Instead, he burst out laughing. That's fine by me. I've been looking forward to a break from all the responsibility. Ha ha. Gao Feng was also astounded by Su Chen's prowess. To slay a Qi Si realm alien with a single strike was no small feat. No wonder he could handle the veterans and even defeat Lu Qingfeng and others when they teamed up. What impressed Gao Feng even more was Su Chen's composure, adapting to the battlefield and taking the initiative to hunt down the aliens. What surprised Gao Feng the most was that Su Chun had grasped the concept of sword qi. Gao Feng had practiced swordsmanship for years, starting from a young age, and had only just begun to touch the threshold of sword qi. Compared to Su Chun, he felt inadequate. Su Chun merely smiled, saying little. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected host has slain 42 aliens. Outstanding performance. Reward. Xiaoyao sword technique upgraded to minor success. Qi and blood increased by 70. Su Chun was taken aback. He hadn't kept track of how many aliens he'd killed, and reaching a total of 42 was surprising. Considering the entire alien squad numbered just over 100, he had nearly taken out half by himself. What pleased Su Chun the most was that the Xiaoyao sword technique had reached a minor success level. This was a high-level heavenly martial art, notoriously difficult to master, often requiring years of study even for a martial king. Yet, he had achieved minor success in such a short time. Even more gratifying was the increase of 70 points in his qi and blood. Typically, in the qi and blood realm, 100 qi and blood points equated to 1 star. His current level was 7 stars, equating to 700 qi and blood points. To advance to 8 stars, he needed to reach 800. With the current increase, he only needed 30 more points to break through to 8 stars. The thought brought a smile to Su Chen's face. Realizing that growing stronger through battle was such an efficient method was exhilarating. Let's go. Keep moving. This is just the beginning, Gao Feng said with a grin. The victory in their first battle had lifted everyone's spirits. Su Chen nodded, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He was eager to continue, determined to slay 100 aliens and enhance his swordsmanship physique. With this goal in mind, Su Chun followed the team as they pressed forward. After tending to the wounded with basic bandages, the team continued their journey. Before long, they encountered another group of enemies, much smaller than the previous one, consisting of only 30 adversaries with qi and blood cultivation. The battle ensued swiftly, with Su Chun wielding the Longyuan sword, his eyes glinting with cold intent. As the sword flashed, all the enemies fell. Wiping the blood from his sword, Su Chun felt a tinge of regret. Not enough of them, he thought. Gao Feng looked around and quietly said, "It's about time we head back. We've ventured 100 miles deep. Going any further would be too dangerous." The other senior students nodded in agreement, while the freshmen breathed a sigh of relief. This experience was a major shock to the freshmen, as if their worldview had been completely overturned. Someone muttered softly, "This place is uninhabitable. It'll take days to recover." However, when they remembered the soldiers who guarded the border for life, the freshmen fell silent. They finally understood that the peace they enjoyed was possible because someone else was bearing the burden. Gao Feng began to clear the battlefield, collecting the weapons of the alien enemies and carefully searching the bodies. Su Chun watched curiously until Gao Feng discovered a spirit herb from one of the corpses, and then it dawned on him. Gao Feng explained with a bitter smile. Our Luoqing Technical School has been targeted by the School Alliance for years. The cultivation resources we receive each year are pitifully scarce, and we even have to share them with those foreigners. Our resources are extremely limited. He sighed and continued. We've been relying on old Feng all these years. If something happens to him, Gao Feng didn't finish his sentence, just shook his head helplessly. The other senior students remained silent, understanding the hidden difficulties. As the top freshman, Su Chun had the right to know. He pondered silently, realizing the dire situation Luoqing Technical School was in. A veteran nearby also remarked, for years, Luoqing Technical School has been guarding the abyss for us, losing generation after generation of mentors. If it weren't for this, the school wouldn't be in such hardship. Any other institution would have been destroyed long ago. Wang Lin and Wu Tao frowned in silence, surprised by the school's desperate plight. On the way back, the atmosphere was heavy. The freshmen, having just been through brutal combat, needed time to adjust. Gao Feng didn't say much, knowing they would have to work through it on their own. The group moved forward silently, each person lost in their own thoughts. Perseverance leads to rapid growth, while giving up results in elimination. This is the harsh reality. Suddenly, the veteran ahead raised his hand sharply to signal a stop, his expression as serious as iron. Su Chun, alert, lifted his gaze and caught the sound of footsteps and rolling wheels not far away. The veteran quickly led the group to hide in the forest, holding their breath. Before long, a massive convoy came into view, over 300 people, escorting 10 large carts pulled by scaly beasts, slowly moving forward. The carts were piled high with rare spiritual herbs, various ores, and fine ironware, all immensely valuable. A few veterans' eyes momentarily reddened with greed, but quickly calmed down. This foreign convoy was clearly overseen by a master-level expert, with more than 30 Chi-Si realm experts as guards. Such a lineup indicated that the goods being transported were extraordinary. Wang Lin couldn't help but swallow hard, murmuring, "Damn, with so many cultivation resources, if we could seize them." His eyes were almost bleeding with desire. A rough estimate placed the value of these resources in the billions, enough to sustain cultivation for years. "Don't act rashly," the veteran whispered harshly. "This convoy is beyond our ability to handle." Despite their envy, they were well aware of the disparity in strength. Wang Lin remained silent, but his gaze was fixed on those resources. Other new recruits were also drooling, fantasizing about how obtaining these resources could propel them to new heights. Su Chun calmly assessed the foreign convoy, his eyes suddenly narrowing. At the rear of the convoy, an iron cage came into view. Inside were a dozen or so human soldiers, ragged and bloodied, barely clinging to life. The veterans were instantly filled with rage, their fists clenching tightly. They didn't recognize the people in the cage, but in this place, who else could they be but the soldiers of the ancient city? How had they fallen into the hands of these foreigners? Su Chun spoke solemnly. "Let's act. We can't just stand by and watch them be taken away." He analyzed. "Once we rescue them, we should head straight for the ancient city. This is a convoy transporting goods. They won't abandon all their resources just to chase a few people." The veteran wanted to say more, but a commotion suddenly arose ahead. Su Chun frowned and looked up, spotting Henry and other exchange students appearing in front of the foreign convoy. Clearly, they had been discovered. Henry's face was filled with panic. They had always just skimmed the surface when venturing into the abyss, never engaging in direct confrontation with foreigners, let alone searching for spiritual herbs. They hadn't expected their luck to be so bad today, running into a foreign convoy. "Run!" Henry shouted, turning to flee. The foreigners were not about to let them go, immediately giving chase. Su Chun's lips curled into a slight smile. "These foreigners inadvertently did us a favor." He glanced back, seeing the foreigners' attention completely diverted. "Move!" Gao Feng understood immediately and charged out without hesitation. Gao Feng charged forward, his sword slicing through the air as a torrent of sword energy surged forth like a river. An unprepared 6-star Chi-Si realm alien was decapitated before he could react, his head soaring into the air. Following closely, Su Chen's sword strike flashed coldly in the air, expertly severing another Chi-Si realm alien's head, sending blood spraying. In the rear, veteran soldiers and trainees roared as they charged, their faces filled with a murderous aura. Like a sharp blade, they cut a path through the enemy, aiming for the guards surrounding the cage, determined to rescue the prisoners inside. "Enemy attack! We're under attack!" an alien shouted desperately. The aliens at the front turned at the alarm, raising their weapons and rushing toward the invaders. The veterans' eyes flickered with determination, and without hesitation, they urged their scaled beasts, signaling Gao Feng to lead the retreat while they stayed behind to cover the escape. The prisoners in the cage watched in disbelief. They had lost hope long ago and were ready to end their own lives, never imagining someone would dare to come to their rescue. You think you can rescue them from me? Dream on. A 9-star Chi Si realm alien leader arrived, followed by several Chi Si realm experts, shouting harshly in their language. Take them and go. I'll help here. Gao Feng dashed forward recklessly. Su Chun was unwilling to leave, following without hesitation. His eyes gleaming with excitement, was so close to advancing his sword physique and breaking through to an 8-star Chi blood realm. How could he pass up such a rare opportunity? Su Chun, get out of here. Gao Feng and a few veterans didn't expect Su Chun to charge forward and shouted anxiously. But Su Chun showed no intention of retreating, his steps even more resolute. Xiaoyao sword technique, first form. Su Chun muttered coldly, forming hand seals to unleash the technique. Instantly, a massive sword energy transformed into the shadow of a giant fish, swimming along the river of sword energy with a suffocatingly terrifying aura. Wang Lin and Wu Tao had just rushed up and immediately turned back without hesitation at the sight of this attack. They knew too well the power of this move. Su Chun had used it to defeat Lu Qingfeng and others before. This time, the power was even more terrifying, having reached a minor accomplishment stage in the Xiaoyao sword technique, far beyond the entry-level phase. The giant fish shadow swam forward. Even Gao Feng felt a chilling sword energy that forced him to retreat, staring at Su Chun in shock. He couldn't believe someone at the Qi blood realm could unleash such a powerful attack. Even he sensed a hint of danger. The fish shadow mercilessly charged forward, devouring the 9-star Qi Si realm alien leader before he could dodge, shredding him into pieces with sword energy. Though slightly dimmed, the fish shadow's power remained, continuing to advance, soon shredding another Qi Si realm alien. The surrounding sword energy, like countless invisible blades, sliced some Qi blood realm aliens in half. The power of one sword was truly terrifying. The veterans stared in astonishment, and Su Chen's earth-shattering strike made the remaining aliens retreat in fear, not daring to approach. Seeing this, Su Chen swiftly moved to the carriage, collecting all the cultivation resources. Thanks to the storage ring given by Jian Tianwang, he had enough space to carry everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to transport these precious resources. After slaying so many aliens, leaving the resources behind would be a huge loss. Witnessing this, Wang Lin and Wu Tao's eyes turned red with greed, rushing forward to grab the resources from the carriage, stuffing what didn't fit into their clothes. These were invaluable cultivation resources, and no cultivator would ever think they had too many. Gao Feng froze in place, watching helplessly as the carriage behind him was completely ransacked, leaving him with nothing. At that moment, the foreign invaders noticed the commotion and redirected their charge toward him. Meanwhile, Henry and the other students spotted Su Chun and his group and, despite the danger, ran towards them. Gao Feng, stop them. Stop those damn guys. Henry shouted in terror, completely disregarding the safety of the other students. Though he was also at the 6-star level of the Qi Si realm, Henry was clearly petrified by the scene before him. In a matter of moments, at least 10 students had fallen under the blades of the invaders. These Qi Si realm cultivators, who enjoyed abundant resources, were as fragile as paper on the real battlefield. Most of them had never even seen the invaders before, and compared to veterans like Gao Feng, they were worlds apart. The invaders, furious that their tribute to the royal city had been stolen, were enraged. Kill them all, roared a master-level invader, leading the charge. The others followed, surging forward like a tidal wave. Run! Gao Feng and the veterans shouted almost simultaneously, turning to flee. Gao Feng, save me! Henry shouted desperately. We're students with noble status. If we die, you'll be held responsible. Even in such dire straits, there was no hint of pleading in his voice. Gao Feng initially ignored him, but as he turned, he was shocked to see Su Chun standing motionless. Su Chun, run! Gao Feng shouted anxiously, but Su Chun seemed not to hear. At that moment, a system voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Host has killed 100 invaders. Congratulations on achieving a sword body upgrade. Upgrading now? Host has killed numerous invaders, slaughtering Qi Si realm. Blood value increased by 100. Su Chun felt his blood value surge to 870, on the verge of breaking through to the 9-star blood realm. Suddenly, his consciousness seemed to be drawn into a dark chaos. In this darkness, only the sound of sword energy cutting through could be heard, each time making Su Chun feel as though his body was being slashed, blood flowing. Suddenly, a silver-white light appeared in the darkness, drawing nearer. Su Chun sensed the terrifying sword intent within it. This sword light seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and earth, reaching him in an instant. Su Chun wanted to resist, but it was too late. The sword energy swept through his body, an unstoppable sword force suppressing him, as if his body were split in two. Sword body upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Chaos Sword Body. Sword comprehension elevated to Sword Force. Due to outstanding performance, Host is awarded an additional Heaven-Ear martial skill, Flame Demon Rampage, automatically learned to entry level. The system's voice announced again. Su Chun abruptly opened his eyes, which now gleamed with an intimidating sword force. He drew his sword suddenly, his aura becoming intensely violent, and a tornado of sword energy rose above his head. Gao Feng was pushed back by the sword energy, looking in shock at Su Chun, who wielded the Long Yuan sword and thrust it forward. Endless sword energy flowed, an indescribable sword force emerging alongside it. This was an indomitable force, making the sword energy more terrifying, as if it could invisibly suppress opponents. Around Su Chun, lightning flames surged, his aura becoming fiercely violent, his eyes blood red, like a sword demon emerging from hell. Gao Feng was terrified by the scene before him. He intended to escape with Su Chun, but it was too late. The fool Henry had already caught up, followed by a group of master-level warriors from the alien race. In that critical moment, Su Chun swung his sword, its sharpness unmistakable. The power of this strike exceeded everyone's expectations, piercing through the defenses of several alien Chi Si realm experts and forcing the master-level aliens to stop and defend with all their might. Seizing the opportunity, Henry pushed forward. The faces of the exchange students were filled with fear, as the shadow of death loomed over them more tangibly than ever. If not for Su Chen's earth-shattering sword temporarily halting the aliens' advance, they might have already met their end. Henry's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, then he glared at Su Chun. Suddenly, he pushed Su Chun forward, shouting harshly, "Kill him if you must. He's just worthless trash." Su Chun never expected such betrayal. Henry used all his strength, even channeling spiritual energy, to push him toward the aliens. The master-level alien had already broken through Su Chen's previous attack and was charging at him. "Su Chun!" Gao Feng shouted anxiously, rushing forward to rescue him. The veterans nearby reacted instantly, rushing to the front. They couldn't just stand by and watch such a promising talent fall. Wang Lin, furious, roared, "You bastard, you damn scum. When I get back to the academy, I'll be the first to cut you down." He joined the charge, determined to save Su Chun. Not only the freshmen, but everyone glared at Henry with anger, while the soldiers in the cage wished they could break free and tear the despicable coward to pieces. Henry, however, was indifferent to the reactions around him, turning to flee with the other exchange students. In their eyes, only they were noble, and the local people like Su Chun were nothing but lowly ants, whose deaths were inconsequential. Moreover, Henry had a grudge against Su Chun, and this was the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. As the alien master rushed forward, his massive fist was enough to turn a person into pulp in an instant. Su Chun snorted, unleashing an unparalleled sword aura that soared into the sky, seeming to stir the very winds and clouds, terrifying in its intensity. Surrounded by lightning and flames, he appeared even more formidable. The violent aura even made the alien master feel a chill of fear. The alien master couldn't comprehend how a mere boy at the Chi and Blood realm could exude such a terrifying presence. Su Chun punched, and the sheer force pushed the alien master back several steps before he could barely steady himself. Su Chun unleashed the Inferno Demon Rage, and behind him loomed the shadow of an ethereal demon god. His entire body ignited with terrifying flames. Endless lightning descended from the heavens, carrying an unstoppable momentum toward the enemy. He began to overpower the alien master, who found himself unable to fight back under the pressure of the sword aura. Other aliens attempted to assist, but Gao Feng and the others blocked their way. After activating the Inferno Demon Rage, Su Chen's power surged, even showing signs of surpassing the Chi Si realm. The alien master tried to resist, but was beaten to the brink of death and finally decapitated by Su Chen's sword. Seeing this, the other aliens realized the tide had turned and attempted to flee. But led by Su Chun, everyone's fighting spirit soared, and they pursued relentlessly, determined to annihilate the enemy completely. Su Chun swept across the battlefield like a fierce wind, cutting down the enemy forces with every swing of his blade. The ground was stained with blood, and the air was thick with its metallic scent. Before Su Chun could say a word, Wang Lin and Wu Tao eagerly began to gather the spoils of war, their clothes quickly bulging with all sorts of spiritual herbs. Initially hesitant, Gao Feng and the others soon joined in the scramble, their greed evident. Su Chun didn't stop them. Instead, he discreetly activated his storage ring. While everyone was busy stuffing items into their clothing, he silently secured the majority of the resources. Although Wang Lin and the others managed to claim some, they barely took 2 out of 10 carts worth of goods, leaving the rest for Su Chun to store away. No one dared to object to this distribution. Without Su Chun, not only would they have missed out on these resources, but they might not have survived at all. This comeback in the face of adversity relied entirely on Su Chun's strength, a fact that no one could deny. The veteran soldiers didn't participate in the looting. Instead, they rushed to free their captive comrades. For them, rescuing their fellow soldiers was reward enough, and they had no interest in competing with the students for resources. Seeing this, Su Chun voluntarily shared some resources with the veterans. Don't refuse, Su Chun insisted firmly. Without your leadership and protection, we wouldn't have made it this far. Besides, you've contributed as well. You deserve this. Hearing this, the veterans gratefully accepted Su Chen's offering. Even within the military, cultivation resources were scarce for them. Well, we won't hold back then. Wang Lin and the others laughed excitedly. They had stripped the alien corpses of everything valuable, leaving no spiritual herbs or weapons behind. These alien weapons were rare resources that could be used to forge new weapons or sold to the military for a good price. We hit the jackpot, an older student shouted with excitement. I've never made this much in all my previous trips combined. Damn, I can't wait to brag about this when we get back and make those bastards envious. All thanks to Su Chun, another older student couldn't help but exclaim. How is this freshman so powerful? He's even stronger than us veterans. At that moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted, Boss Su! Boss Su! Not wanting to be outdone, Wu Tao joined in, and soon the freshmen were chanting Boss Su with enthusiasm. Even the older students couldn't resist joining in, their voices loud and heartfelt. Gao Feng stood to the side, looking a bit awkward. As the leader of the student alliance, he was supposed to be the one everyone looked up to. Now, he couldn't help but consider stepping aside. Tong Yu stood among the crowd, feeling out of place. He didn't want to join in, but remembering how Su Chun had saved his life in the previous battles, he hesitated before quietly joining the chant with a flushed face. Seeing this, Su Chun pretended to be embarrassed and said, You all, Gao the leader is still here. But Wang Lin and Wu Tao knew that deep down, Su Chun probably wanted Gao Feng to step down. We don't care about Gao the leader. We only recognize Boss Su. The freshman shouted, completely ignoring Gao Feng's presence. Gao Feng's face turned red with embarrassment, feeling like he should indeed step down. Some older students couldn't help but tease. Gao the leader, maybe it's time for you to step aside. Gao Feng, angry and humiliated, glared at them. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Su Chun spoke up to break the awkwardness. All right, enough of that. Those foreigners tried to ambush me earlier, and we can't just let that slide. With those words, both the freshmen and the older students, including Gao Feng, turned serious. All eyes were on Su Chun, waiting for his next instructions. These treacherous scoundrels. Su Chun had just saved their lives, and yet these ungrateful people dared to betray him. A group of new students were furious, eager to rush back to the academy and tear those foreigners to pieces. Boss Su, just give the order. We'll go back and wipe out those ingrates. One of the freshmen gritted his teeth and said, keeping them around is like having a ticking time bomb. They could stab us in the back at any moment. Gao Feng quickly intervened to calm them down. Stay calm. This matter must be reported to the academy. Don't act rashly. Let's see how the academy responds. If they don't handle it fairly, our student alliance will take action, even if it means going to war with the International Students Alliance. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were dismissive, sneering as they said, What are we afraid of? I want to see how much trouble these foreigners can cause on our turf. They don't have extra heads. Why should we be scared of them? Hearing this, Gao Feng sighed inwardly, wishing he could say, Can you be more polite? However, to everyone's surprise, the usually quiet Tong Yu suddenly spoke up. That's right, I might not be able to beat Boss Su, but I can easily take out a few foreigners. These words left Wang Lin and Wu Tao stunned, and even Su Chun glanced at Tong Yu. Embarrassed by the attention, Tong Yu blushed and lowered his head. Nice one, Xiao Tong, you're on the right track. Wang Lin laughed, patting Tong Yu on the shoulder, thinking this seemingly tough guy turned out to be better at flattery than they were. Gao Feng and the other upperclassmen were surprised too. They hadn't expected the once pure and upright Tong Yu, who had competed for the top student position, to become so worldly. They couldn't help but marvel at how much Tong Yu had changed in such a short time. Seeing this, Su Chun spoke up. All right, we definitely can't let this slide, but we also can't act recklessly. Let's follow Senior Gao's suggestion and report it to the academy first. If the academy's response is unfair, then we'll deal with those foreigners ourselves. The freshmen nodded in agreement. We'll follow Boss Su's lead. Hearing this, Gao Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed his authority as the leader of the student alliance was already overshadowed by Su Chun. He pondered whether it was time to consider stepping down. At that moment, Gao Feng noticed Su Chun's cultivation level and asked in surprise, Wait a minute, am I seeing things? Su Chun, are you already at Qi and Blood Stage 9 star? The other upperclassmen quickly looked at Su Chun, their faces showing disbelief. How is this possible? One of them exclaimed. When he came down, Su Chun was only at Qi and Blood Stage 7 star, yet in such a short time, he's advanced 2 stars. His cultivation speed is like a rocket. What shocked them even more was that Su Chun, with his Qi and Blood Stage level, had managed to kill a Grandmaster level foreigner. In the academy, a Grandmaster could already serve as an instructor. Yet Su Chun, a new student, had slain such an opponent. His abilities far exceeded their expectations. The realization suddenly dawned on them that Su Chun, with his chi and blood realm prowess, had slain a Grandmaster realm alien. Such an astonishing feat was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Everyone was taken aback, realizing that their years of hard work paled in comparison to this new freshman. It seemed only natural for Gao Feng to yield his position to Su Chun. The new students were especially awestruck, as Su Chun had become an unattainable figure in their eyes. Wang Lin and Wu Tao immediately took out their spiritual medicine and devoured it ravenously. They recalled their initial meeting with Su Chun when they were on par in terms of cultivation. Now, the difference was vast. Su Chun had not only advanced to the 9-star Chi and Blood realm, but had also defeated a Grandmaster realm warrior. Several veterans couldn't help but express their admiration. We knew we were right about him. In time, achieving kinghood and dominance is within reach. By then, you should lead the battlefield. They realized they had greatly underestimated Su Chen's talent. Slaying a Grandmaster realm being while in the Chi and Blood realm was unprecedented in all of China, truly record-breaking. Another veteran earnestly advised, Su Chun, remember, never to be reckless when your strength is insufficient. With your talent, it won't be long before you reach the pinnacle, but an undeveloped genius cannot afford setbacks. He worried that Su Chun, being young and successful, might become overconfident and face setbacks. Su Chun nodded silently, clearly understanding this truth. Let's go. This training can be considered a complete success, Su Chun said, and the group began their journey towards the ancient city. Gao Feng felt his influence waning, as even the veteran students gathered around Su Chun. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who would have thought that after taking freshmen for a round of training, he'd be facing the prospect of stepping down? Yet, considering Su Chun's talent and strength, Gao Feng felt at ease. Handing over his position to Su Chun didn't seem like a bad idea. After all, he himself couldn't slay a Grandmaster realm warrior, nor did he have the resolve to expel all foreign students from Luocheng Technical School. Gao Feng seriously contemplated the possibility of stepping down. If Su Chun took over, he would surely surpass him. Just looking at this year's freshmen like Wang Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu, all of whom were talented yet rebellious, only Su Chun could keep them in check. In another year, when their cultivation improved significantly, Gao Feng doubted he could manage these three. Before long, the group arrived at the foot of the ancient city. Their presence astonished the city guards. One guard asked in surprise, "Is that a scaled horse beast? Where did you get it?" Such mounts were typically exclusive to aliens, making them the envy of many. A veteran proudly replied, "We seized it from the aliens. Open the gate and let us in." The city gate opened wide, and Su Chun and his group entered the ancient city, finally stepping on a safe ground. The veterans were about to relax and take Su Chun and the others to rest when they saw a man in a green robe standing in front of them, his eyes fixed intently on Su Chun. The moment Lord Mu arrived, the smile on the veteran's face vanished instantly, and he saluted with a serious expression, saying, "Greetings, Lord Mu." Gao Feng also immediately noticed the man in the blue robe and quickly bowed in respect. This guardian of the ancient city, a formidable figure at the level of a martial king, was a top authority in the military and held an unrivaled position in this abyss. Mu Changfeng waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. He walked straight to Su Chun, his gaze piercing, and without waiting for Su Chun to salute, he asked directly, "Did you all seize these scale horse beasts?" Su Chun nodded slightly. Mu Changfeng's gaze lingered on Su Chun as if examining a rare species. He suddenly spoke, with a hint of surprise in his voice, 9-star blood chi realm, with a strong sword intent about you. What's your name?" Su Chun, a new student at Luocheng Technical School. Su Chun replied respectfully, filled with admiration for this guardian who had achieved great deeds for humankind. Upon hearing this, Mu Changfeng couldn't help but pat Su Chun on the shoulder and turned to Gao Feng, teasing, "Gao Feng, it seems you'll soon have to step down." Ha ha. Gao Feng's face flushed slightly at these words, having already planned to hand over the leadership of the Student Alliance to Su Chun, but being called out in person still brought a tinge of embarrassment. Mu Changfeng's eyes then fell on the group of scale horse beasts, a flash of desire in his eyes. "Could you sell these scale horse beasts to us? They are most effective in the abyss, and bringing them to the academy won't serve much purpose." He thought to himself, having coveted these creatures for a long time and having tried in vain to capture them, that it was surprising a few students had managed to do so. Gao Feng looked at Mu Changfeng with a troubled expression. "Well, you'd have to ask Su Chun. Without him, we wouldn't have gotten these." At this moment, the veteran stepped forward, looking at Su Chun gratefully, and said, "Indeed, if it weren't for Su Chun defeating the alien master, we might not have returned safely, let alone rescued our brothers captured by the aliens. We really owe it all to Su Chun this time." Upon hearing this, Mu Changfeng's expression was one of utter shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Chun, as though witnessing an unbelievable miracle. Although he had long sensed Su Chun's extraordinary talent, The current reality far exceeded his imagination. A warrior at the Chi and Blood stage had managed to slay a Grandmaster-level alien. A Chi and Blood stage warrior killing a Grandmaster-level alien, who would believe that? Mu Changfeng murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the seasoned soldiers, as if seeking confirmation. Had he not heard it directly from these battle-hardened veterans, he would never have believed such an incredible fact. Gao Feng nodded solemnly, saying, "Indeed, this time it was all thanks to Su Chun. No one can take this credit away from him." Mu Changfeng felt his head buzzing, momentarily at a loss for words. He took a deep breath and blurted out, "Genius. You must be a genius." After a while, Mu Changfeng managed to calm himself slightly, placing his hands excitedly on Su Chen's shoulders, eagerly asking, "Do you have a master? Would you consider becoming my apprentice?" Everyone around was astonished. A martial king actively seeking to take Su Chun as a disciple. Only Tong Yu remained unfazed, thinking to himself, "I'm an official disciple of the Sword King, which is a much higher status than being a martial king's apprentice." Su Chun politely declined. "Sorry, I don't have such intentions." Seeing Mu Changfeng's look of surprise, he added, "To be honest, the Sword King once wanted to take me as a disciple, but I refused. Later, we became sworn brothers, so I really don't plan on taking a master now." This statement left everyone present dumbfounded. Mu Changfeng exclaimed, "Really? You not only refused the Sword King as your master, but also became his sworn brother?" Tong Yu couldn't help but step forward to question. "Su, come on, don't exaggerate. The Sword King is my master, and I've never heard of him having a sworn brother." As he spoke, he took out a small sword imbued with the Sword King's aura. Su Chun, unruffled, took out a jade sword from his storage ring, which carried an even stronger aura of the Sword King than Tong Yu's. He then displayed various treasures gifted by the Sword King, causing Tong Yu's expression to shift from disbelief to shock, and then to envy and resentment. Just as Mu Changfeng was about to verify once more, a young soldier recognized Su Chun and excitedly recounted the story of Su Chen's brotherhood with the Sword King to Mu Changfeng. Now, everyone was convinced of Su Chen's astonishing background. Mu Changfeng gave an awkward smile, and then turned to inquire about the price of the scaled horse beasts. Su Chun expressed his wish to consider the trainee's benefits, and Mu Changfeng readily offered a price of 10,000 merit points per beast, totaling 110,000 merit points. When the news of the merit points settlement arrived, Gao Feng and the other senior students were so ecstatic that they danced around as if they'd won a massive lottery. Gao Feng excitedly explained to Su Chun, "Su Chun, you might not know this, but merit points are even more valuable than credits. Credits can only be used within the academy, but merit points are recognized nationwide and come with many privileges. Many cultivation resources and rare materials can't be bought in the academy, but at the military department, as long as you have enough merit points, you can exchange for anything." Gao Feng's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Before, if we earned a few hundred merit points, it was considered good. But this time, coming down with you, we've gained 110,000 merit points. It's like a windfall from the heavens." Su Chun finally realized the value of merit points, feeling a surge of joy. But what made him even happier was receiving a communication jade token from Mu Changfeng. This meant that in Luoshan, or even all of Luocheng, he had Mu Changfeng as a powerful ally. Gao Feng calmed himself down and handed the card to Su Chun. "These merit points should be allocated by you. Take it, Su Chun. After all, it's all thanks to you that we got them." Su Chun took the card and, after a brief moment of thought, said, "I think it's fair if I take half since I played a major role this time, right?" No one objected to Su Chun's allocation plan. Even if he had taken it all, they wouldn't have complained because, without Su Chun, they wouldn't have gotten anything. Su Chun continued, "For the rest, Gao Dage takes 10,000. Each of the other senior students gets 3,500. Wang Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu, you each get 2,000. As for the other new students, each gets 1,250. With that, he quickly transferred the merit points to everyone's cards. "Holy crap, ha ha ha. I'm rich, I'm really rich," one senior student shouted excitedly. "Su Chun, from now on, I follow you. Just call on me, and I'll be at the forefront." "Me too, just call on me," another senior student echoed. Surprisingly, Gao Feng also joined in, speaking earnestly, Brother Chen, please look out for me in the future." They didn't want to act this way, but Su Chun had given them so much. They thought getting a few hundred would be good, but Gao Feng got 10,000, others got 3,500, and even the freshmen, regardless of their contribution, got over 1,000. This could be what they earn in a year, or even 3. Su Chun smiled and said, "Let's go, time to head back to the academy. Henry's treachery isn't over yet." A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes, with a growing desire to expel these ungrateful wolves from Luocheng Technical School. These people occupied a lot of resources, but were utterly disloyal. Upon hearing this, anger appeared on everyone's faces, and the group marched back to the surface, heading straight for the academy. They planned to report to the dean first, to see his stance, and then deal with those foreign students. Gao Feng had even notified the Student Alliance, ready to clash with the Foreign Student Alliance at any moment. When Gao Feng and his group returned to the academy, the entire campus was filled with an air of tension. Numerous senior students, armed and ready, appeared throughout the academy, as if prepared to enter into battle at any moment. The new students, though unaware of the details, could sense the unusual atmosphere in the air. When Su Chun and his group arrived outside the dean's office, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Henry, leading all the international students, was blocking the entrance. A flash of malice crossed his eyes, especially when he saw Su Chun. Internally, Henry was fuming. A master-level foreigner failed to kill Su Chun. What a waste. Yet, he seemed to forget how he had once been pathetically chased by that very waste of a master foreigner. Gao Feng, you're here. Henry stood up, sneering as he spoke. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Gao Feng and the others were momentarily stunned by his words, but before they could respond, Henry aggressively continued. In the abyss, you saw us in danger, so why didn't you help? We international students have noble status, with noble blood flowing in our veins. And you lowly people, with filthy blood, born inferior, seeing us in peril and not rescuing us, shouldn't you explain yourselves? Henry's shocking words left everyone present dumbfounded, unable to react for a moment. This guy was unbelievably shameless, utterly without a sense of decency. Gao Feng, furious, retorted directly. Who do you think you are? You think you're something special? Claiming to have noble blood? The pigs I raise have cleaner blood than you. Pretending to be noble in front of us is laughable. Go back a few generations, and who doesn't have some dignitaries in their family? Only those like you, with a slave's bloodline, boast about noble blood all the time. What? The things despised in your country. Come here, and you think you can flaunt them? Henry's face turned livid with anger, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Lin and Wu Tao couldn't help but curse as well. Rescue you? Do you deserve it? If it weren't for Su Chen's sword blocking the foreigner, you mongrels would have died at the hands of them. But what did you do? Instead of being grateful, you pushed Su Chen out as a scapegoat. Have you no shame? A bunch of shameless dogs. Some international students wanted to defend Henry, but before they could speak, Wu Tao interrupted. Enough. Stop wasting your breath. Is he your illegitimate father, or what? But I have to say, you really have some nerve, daring to build your country on someone else's military base. That's some skill. And you, those two little gifts your big brother gave you back then, you didn't catch a single one. Wu Tao's words were like sharp blades, hitting the sore spots of the two international students who were about to speak, their faces turning various shades of red and green, almost spitting blood in anger. How dare you? Henry was furious beyond words. Gao Feng, is this your attitude? Apologize to us immediately and kneel, and I might forgive your offense. Henry's words left even Su Chen speechless. Where did this guy get the nerve? It was clearly they who provoked first, yet now they were playing the victim. Just as Gao Feng was about to retaliate, the office door suddenly opened. An elderly woman slowly stepped out and said, You are indeed at fault here. Gao Feng, you should lead by apologizing to them. You were indeed in the wrong. Apologize to Henry. The old woman's voice was like a heavy hammer, exploding in Gao Feng's ears. She staggered out, followed closely by a man wearing glasses, his gaze stern. Hurry up and apologize. What are you waiting for? The man with glasses glanced at Gao Feng coldly, a hint of disdain and even contempt in his eyes. Gao Feng stood there, stunned, his mind racing. They hadn't even had a chance to explain, yet these people demanded an apology without understanding the situation? What exactly were they wrong about? Was it truly as Henry claimed, that their mistake was not stepping in when they witnessed the foreign students being chased? A wave of anger surged within Gao Feng. Why should they be the ones to rescue them? Were the lives of foreigners more valuable than theirs? Such words coming from a Chinese mentor were beyond belief for Gao Feng. He couldn't help but mock inwardly. No wonder these foreign students acted so arrogantly in China. With such protectors, how could they not act with impunity? When one doesn't respect oneself, how can they expect respect from others? Why should we apologize? What did we do wrong? Gao Feng questioned with a frown, despite knowing the two before him were of significant status. The man with glasses became furious, shouting, You still dare to talk back? Do you need me to spell out what you've done? He had just been reprimanded by Dean Feng and was seething with anger, and now even a few students dared to defy him. Henry stood to the side, a look of triumph in his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Gao Feng and Su Chun. Wang Lin could no longer hold back, shouting in rage. Who the hell are you? Barking orders at Luoqing Technical School. He recounted the events from start to finish, carefully omitting the details of Su Chun slaying the master-level alien. We don't know what these foreigners did below, nor what they told you. But if it weren't for Su's sword blocking the alien pursuit, they'd be dead by now. Yet these ungrateful scum not only lacked gratitude, but pushed Su towards the aliens. If the veterans hadn't intervened in time, we'd all be dead because of these bastards. And now you want us to apologize to them. Why? Who the hell are they? The old woman and the man with glasses were taken aback, clearly hearing a story vastly different from Henry's. Henry immediately stepped forward, his voice icy, eyes filled with venom as he stared at Su Chun. Don't listen to their nonsense. We encountered an alien battle down below, and they appeared out of nowhere, not only stealing our spoils, but also leading the alien army to us, resulting in our students being slaughtered. And they just ran away, leaving us to die. He gritted his teeth and said, I demand they kneel and apologize, and kneel for 3 days in front of the foreign students' dormitory as punishment. Other foreign students echoed, that's right, we saw it with our own eyes. How could it be false? We have noble blood and disdain to lie. But you, with your lowly blood, not a word from you can be trusted. Incredibly, the man with glasses and the old woman nodded repeatedly, their faces full of fawning smiles, as if the insults from the foreign students were not directed at their compatriots. This scene filled the Chinese students present with anger and resentment. Enough of your nonsense and false accusations, the old woman commanded sharply, her eyes flashing with indisputable authority. Turning to Henry and his group, her tone softened slightly. Apologize immediately and do as Henry says. I can pretend this never happened. Hurry up, or do you want me to invite you? The man with glasses scanned the crowd coldly, his tone dripping with disdain and contempt. His demeanor towards Henry's group was entirely different, full of flattery and sycophancy. This stark contrast ignited a fire of anger among the older students present. Gao Feng's face was dark with fury. He never imagined he would face such an absurd situation. It was one thing for these foreigners to twist the truth, but for the school alliance to be so blind and sycophantic was outrageous. Impossible, Gao Feng declared coldly, eyes blazing with anger. We risk our lives fighting off the invaders while they disappear who knows where. When hunted by the invaders, why should we save them? If it weren't for Su Chen's sword blocking the invaders, they'd be dead. Not only are they ungrateful, but they also want to frame Su Chun. And you believe them? Gao Feng continued furiously. We did nothing wrong. They're the ones who owe us an apology. He turned to the old woman, defiant in his voice. These people occupy a lot of cultivation resources at Luo City Technical School, doing nothing, yet they bully our students. Shouldn't they apologize to us? How dare you? The man with glasses erupted, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped Gao Feng. Who are you to say such things? Gao Feng, only at the Qi level, was instantly overwhelmed by the man's marquis-level power, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. The man with glasses looked down on Gao Feng with contempt. What are you? A worthless life compared to them. If you die, so be it, but not one of them can be harmed. Seeing Gao Feng struck down, the older students could no longer hold back. They drew their weapons, ready to charge forward. However, a more formidable aura instantly suppressed them all in place. The man with glasses sneered. Don't want to apologize? Then let's see how tough you really are. With that, he used his oppressive power, trying to force them to kneel and apologize. The older students resisted the pressure, refusing to submit. They would rather die than accept such humiliation. At this moment, Henry suddenly pointed at Su Chun, urgently saying, and him, that's Su Chun, he's the one who tried to kill me. I suggest we strip him of his cultivation and expel him from Luo City Technical School. Henry's face showed a smug expression, as if to say, you can't win against me. So what if I slander you? Who would believe you anyway? Your words mean nothing because you mean nothing. Kneel, the man with glasses commanded, directing his terrifying pressure towards Su Chun. I'll kneel to your ancestors. Wang Lin and Wu Tao couldn't hold back any longer, cursing, a bunch of dogs, disgrace to the school alliance. You love being dogs so much, huh? Your ancestors must love serving these foreigners too, damn it. They were burning with anger, longing to fight back, but the oppressive force held them immobilized. A cruel glint appeared in the man with glasses' eyes. Scream all you want. Let's see how long you can last. He struck, severely injuring Wang Lin and Wu Tao, tossing them aside. Don't want to kneel, huh? Then I'll crush your bones inch by inch, the man with glasses said cruelly, while the old woman watched silently, approving his actions. At this critical moment, a furious shout echoed across the scene. Stop! Damn you! If you dare harm Gao, you'll have to kill us all. Suddenly, older students rushed in from all directions, their eyes blazing with the fire of anger, determined to fight against this injustice to the end. A group of senior students stormed out, their eyes blazing with anger, as if they were ready to tear the old woman and the man with glasses apart. Gao Feng, as the leader of the student alliance, represented their dignity. Now that he had been severely injured, it was a direct affront to them. If Gao Feng had truly done something wrong, they wouldn't have said anything. But even a child could see that Henry and his group had framed him. Yet, these two foolish individuals openly shielded Henry and instead forced Gao Feng and his group to apologize. This was essentially forcing them all to bow down to the foreigners, challenging their very bottom line. The senior students displayed their cultivation, though only at the Qi or Qi and blood stages. They were like ants compared to the Marquis stage. However, when the power of thousands of ants united, Even a marquee-level cultivator couldn't dismiss it. This collective strength managed to withstand the pressure from the opponents. Go ahead and kill us all if you dare, one senior student shouted angrily. Apologize? Dream on. You bunch of traitors and lackeys, you've disgraced our ancestors. Get out of Luoqing Technical School, the senior students shouted in unison, showing no mercy. Soon, the new students joined in, not fully understanding what was happening but following the chant. In an instant, the entire Luoqing Technical School echoed with the deafening roar. Get out of Luoqing Technical School, beat the foreigners. The sheer volume was astonishing. The faces of the man with glasses and the old woman changed drastically, clearly not expecting the situation to escalate like this. If it were only Gao Feng and his few dozen people, they could be dealt with, since they were just a bunch of technical school misfits. But now, the entire student body of Luoqing Technical School was standing up. They couldn't possibly subdue all the students. Even the head of the school alliance wouldn't dare to do that. However, the current situation was already seriously damaging the authority of the school alliance. Get down, all of you. The man with glasses shouted sternly. What do you want to do, rebel? Don't you know your cultivation resources are provided by the school alliance? If you continue this, they'll cut off all your resources from Luoqing Technical School. But not a single person backed down. Henry, standing at the back, looked extremely grim, not expecting things to turn out this way, leaving him in a difficult position. Quiet down, all of you. The old woman released her own pressure, bearing down on the students. Her sharp, hoarse voice rang out, yelling like this. Is this what Fenyu taught you? A bunch of technical school misfits, without the resources provided by the school alliance. You wouldn't even have a place to cultivate. Instead of being grateful, you openly rebel, you ungrateful wretches. As she spoke, the old woman casually injured a senior student nearby and tossed him aside. Her face remained unchanged, as if she were harming livestock rather than students. If you want leave, they'll beat you all until you do, the old woman said. And indeed she started attacking, injuring student after student. Come at me if you have the guts. Gao Feng, lying on the ground, shouted with rage. You old hag, if you dare to touch them again, just wait. If you don't kill me today, they'll kill you in the future and desecrate your ancestors' graves. Gao Feng was grabbed by the old woman and was about to be harmed. At that critical moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, sweeping in like a fierce wind. Old hag, if you dare to kill him, I'll make sure you regret it. Feng Yu arrived just in time and rescued Gao Feng. His hands emitted a gentle glow as he healed Gao Feng's injuries. Seeing this, Su Chun released his grip, ready to intervene. Feng Yu was furious, his voice filled with long-suppressed anger. Old hag, you think you can discipline my students at Luoqing Technical School? Before the old woman could react, Feng Yu slapped her hard across the face. She was caught off guard, and her cheek instantly swelled and deformed. How dare you, she shrieked. Why wouldn't I dare? Feng Yu exploded with rage, his aura as a martial king surging like a tide. He threw a punch, sending the bespectacled man flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. The old woman, still unrepentant, threatened. We're with the school alliance, Feng Yu. Think carefully. Apologize now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll report this to the alliance and cut off your training resources. Cut off my training resources? Go ahead, Feng Yu roared, as the instructors of Luoqing Technical School appeared one by one. For years, the school alliance has been targeting us, cutting our resources. The training resources we receive each year are nothing but scraps left by other schools. The old woman felt a chill in her heart and barked. Feng Yu, do you know what you're saying? Feng Yu sneered. Let me make it clear today. I'm going to deal with you, old hag. If the school alliance has a problem and wants to cut resources, so be it. I'll just take Luoqing Technical School out of the alliance. His words were like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of the faculty and students of Luoqing Technical School. Shocked, they also felt a sense of humiliation. Feng Yu said no more and rushed forward, delivering a series of heavy blows to the old woman. Her dentures flew out, leaving her in a pathetic state. Seeing this, Su Chun secretly admired the principal's toughness. He had a sudden idea and shouted, Damn it, brothers, these foreigners are taking our resources and framing us, pushing the principal to despair. Let's get them. With that, Su Chun drew his sword and charged at Henry. Other students quickly followed, and a chaotic fight broke out. The foreign students were plunged into despair, as their small number was no match for thousands of angry local students. At that moment, a heavy voice came from the school gate. Enough! Feng Yu, how long are you going to keep this up? An elderly man in traditional Chinese attire appeared at the gate, watching Feng Yu with a cold expression. The chaos came to an abrupt halt, and everyone focused on this unexpected guest, the air thick with tension. Feng Yu, how long are you going to keep this up? An elderly man in traditional Tang attire suddenly appeared, his presence as chilling as ice. He swiftly rescued the old woman, fixing a sharp gaze on Feng Yu and questioning him with a voice that brooked no argument. Feng Yu was seething with anger, and the aura of a martial king erupted from him. Behind him, A group of instructors at the Marquis and Master levels stood ready for action. He let out a cold laugh, his voice filled with years of pent-up frustration. Causing trouble? Huh, my Luoqing Technical School has been targeted for years. Now someone bullies my student, and when I seek justice, it's called causing trouble. The elderly man in Tang attire was clearly taken aback by Feng Yu's defiance, his brows furrowed with displeasure. But now wasn't the time to sever ties with Luoqing Technical School. If things escalated, they would have to assist the military in guarding the abyss that could claim lives at any moment. After weighing the pros and cons, the elderly man snorted, his tone slightly more conciliatory. I'm well aware of the struggles Luoqing Technical School has faced over the years. The school alliance manages over 500 institutions, and resource distribution isn't always fair, but it's not absolute. By doing this, aren't you opposing the alliance? Feng Yu didn't back down, his eyes shining with determination. Oppose it? So be it. I'll take Luoqing Technical School out of the alliance if I must. The elderly man's anger flared, and he scolded harshly. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Do you know what you're saying? If Luoqing Technical School leaves the alliance, it sets a precedent, and other schools might follow. What purpose would the alliance serve then? The resources from the military would surely decrease, affecting the entire alliance. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Have them stand down. Making such a fuss over a minor issue is disgraceful. Before he could finish, a piercing scream came from below. Henry, with a face ashen, had his left arm severed by Su Chen's sword. Had he not dodged quickly, he would have been beheaded. Trembling, he threatened, I'm an international student from the noble sun never sets. If you kill me, neither my country nor yours will let it go. Wang Lin and Wu Tao ignored these threats, their weapons stained with blood, having already killed several international students. They charged at the severely injured Henry, ready to decapitate him, but were stopped just in time by the elderly man in Tang attire. Outrageous. Who gave you the guts to harm others in the academy? The elderly man shouted angrily. Shut up, you old fool. When I become a king, you'll be the first I cut down. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, seemingly blinded by rage, recklessly swung their blades at the elderly man. Seeing this, Feng Yu quickly broke through the elderly man's pressure, pushing the two back. However, they seemed to have lost all reason, still attempting to charge forward. Tong Yu witnessed this and seemed to understand something, joining the fray as well. Feng Yu's face was dark, his brows furrowed. He couldn't believe his words had lost their effect. Come back, he shouted sharply, but the three young men ignored him. Su Chun also looked displeased. These three youngsters were incredibly bold, daring to challenge a martial king with just their blood and chi level. He cursed inwardly. If it weren't for Su Laoda's mercy, they would have been taught a lesson today. Wang Lin spat disdainfully towards the elder in traditional Chinese clothing and turned to cause trouble for Henry. Su Chun was momentarily speechless at the scene, unsure of what to do. Feng Yu's face grew even more unsightly. In just a few days, his authority seemed to have waned compared to Su Chen's. The elder in traditional attire looked livid, as if he had swallowed a fly. A mere blood and chi level practitioner dared to be so disrespectful. Get down, Feng Yu shouted angrily, kicking Wang Lin and the others back. If they harmed Henry now, the consequences would be unimaginable. What are you doing, old Feng? Wu Tao shouted in panic. Are you colluding with the enemy too? Tong Yu suddenly blurted out. The Dean is colluding with the enemy. Luoqing Technical School is finished. Su Laoda should take over. Wang Lin was stunned, not understanding why Tong Yu would say such a thing. Feng Yu was so angry he almost hit someone, and the other instructors were equally shocked. These three troublemakers were truly out of control. Come back, don't make me use force. Su Chun shouted sternly. It was one thing for Wang Lin and Wu Tao to cause trouble, but he didn't expect Tong Yu to be influenced as well. The three returned grudgingly, but not before Wang Lin gave Henry a hard kick. The other foreign students were already trembling with fear, lying on the ground groaning. Is this how students at Luoqing Technical School behave? The elder in traditional clothing fumed. Feng Yu explained sheepishly. They're just kids, don't take it to heart. What kind of kids dare to attack a martial king with a knife? The elder retorted angrily, looking around before scolding. Encouraging students to beat up foreign students and causing deaths. How are you going to explain this to the authorities? Su Chun stepped forward. Don't talk nonsense. Did you see me encouraging students to fight? Clearly, they tried to frame and kill me, and I was just seeking justice. What's wrong with that? The veterans from the ancient city of the Abyss can testify. Just ask them what these foreigners were up to. Of course, if you're willing to be a traitor like those two scoundrels, believing the foreigner's side of the story, then forget I said anything. Even though he had put away the Dragon Abyss sword, Su Chun still exuded a subtle sword aura, showing no fear of the martial king. The elder in traditional clothing scrutinized Su Chun for a long time before turning to Henry. Is what he said true? Yes. No. Of course not. He's framing me. Henry stammered. To hell with you. Su Chun couldn't take it anymore, pulling out a wrench and striking Henry on the head. Henry was beaten black and blue, repeatedly begging for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. It was me. I framed them. I wanted to kill Su Chun. It was all my fault. The people around couldn't help but twitch their mouths, especially the older students, who seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Enough, this matter ends here. No one is to pursue it further. The elder in traditional clothing spoke up wearily, feeling utterly drained. No, they killed so many foreign students. This can't just be brushed aside. Justice must be served. An old woman stood up to protest. They must pay with their lives, the old woman shouted venomously, her gaze like daggers aimed at Su Chun. Her voice trembled with fury. Especially this boy. He cut off Henry's hand. Do you know how much that hurt Henry? Even if Henry wanted to kill him or frame him, he didn't end up dead, did he? Could he not be more forgiving? This is how they treat an international student, cutting off his arm. Just now, he incited the students to attack and beat the international students, resulting in a fatality. He must pay with his life. The more the old woman spoke, the more agitated she became, her face turning crimson with rage, eyes ablaze with hatred, as if she was about to launch herself at Su Chun any second. As her voice faded, the elderly man in traditional attire furrowed his brow, lost in thought. This situation was indeed troublesome and difficult to handle. At that moment, Feng Yu suddenly stepped forward, shouting furiously. To hell with that. Let's see who dares to touch Su Chun. He unleashed the formidable aura of a martial king, suffocating everyone present, ready to strike at any moment. That's right. Anyone who wants to touch Su Chun has to go through us first. A group of senior students stood up, forming a human wall in front of Su Chun. Even the severely injured Gao Feng staggered to his feet, eyes bloodshot, voice hoarse yet resolute. From today, Su Chun is the leader of the Student Alliance. Anyone who dares to touch him is challenging all of us. Gao Feng's words were like a bombshell. No one expected him to hand over the leadership of the Student Alliance to Su Chun at this moment. The senior students roared in unison. If you want to touch Su Chun, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. Their voices were deafening, their momentum unstoppable. Su Chun was stunned. He glanced at Gao Feng, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. He had only been at the school for 2 days and didn't seem to know these people well, yet they stood up at this critical moment to shield him from all threats. This camaraderie left Su Chun deeply moved. Wang Lin and Wu Tao acted decisively, grabbing 2 large international students, delivering 2 resounding slaps without a word. Let's start by killing these 2 as a warning. Today, Luoqing Technical School has revolted. Before the words could even settle, they brazenly killed the 2 international students in front of the elderly man in traditional attire and the old woman. Well done. The senior students were fired up. I've had enough of these dogs. Yeah, damn it. These dogs are just ungrateful traitors. Especially these 2 scum. They raped a junior girl, driving her to suicide. They deserve to die long ago. It's as if any of these foreigners don't deserve to die. They're just a plague in the school. Harassing female students, causing trouble, bullying old ladies outside, tarnishing Luoqing Technical School's reputation. They should have been dealt with long ago. There's not a single decent one among these international students. The senior students cursed relentlessly, as if years of resentment were finally unleashed. They wished to eradicate all international students, convinced that none were innocent. It was something they had longed to do but never achieved, and now they felt an immense sense of satisfaction. How dare you? The elderly man in traditional attire exploded in anger. What are you doing? Planning a rebellion? His face was livid. These students were becoming increasingly unruly, daring to kill international students right before his eyes. It was blatant defiance. He turned to Feng Yu, rebuking. Feng Yu, aren't you going to control your students? Stop this nonsense. Feng Yu made a token attempt to intervene, but no one paid attention to him. The elderly man in traditional attire was trembling with rage, pointing at Su Chun, threatening. I will report this to the school alliance, and you can wait for them to come for you. This kid incited the students to rebel and killed so many foreign students. He must be handed over. I need to take him back to the school alliance for punishment. As soon as the elderly man in the tang suit finished speaking, he charged at Su Chun like a fierce wind. His attack was swift and powerful, clearly not intending to give Su Chun any chance. Seeing this, Feng Yu immediately stepped forward without hesitation, forming seals with his hands as streams of spiritual power flowed from his fingertips, fiercely clashing with the elder in tang suit. At that moment, the bespectacled man finally recovered from his previous shock. He staggered to his feet, eyes gleaming with malice, and charged at Su Chun with undisguised killing intent. However, a mentor from Luoqing Technical School swiftly stepped in to block his path. The danger was far from over. The seemingly harmless old woman had somehow silently maneuvered behind Su Chun. She launched a sudden attack, unleashing a powerful force like a tidal wave toward the unsuspecting Su Chun. Just as everything seemed dire, an elderly figure flashed in front of Su Chun like lightning. It was Meng Qian. This mentor, a stranger to Su Chun, shielded him from the deadly blow at the risk of his own life. However, The force of the attack was too overwhelming, causing Meng Qian to cough up blood and fall heavily to the ground. Damn it, hit her! Meng Qian yelled angrily as he lay on the ground. Another mentor at the Marquis realm immediately responded, rushing towards the old woman. Su Chun stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Meng Qian, who had taken the hit for him. This elderly man, whom he barely knew, was willing to endure such severe injuries for his sake. Old man Meng. Su Chun opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Meng Qian struggled to sit up, his face as pale as paper, but he forced a smile and said, "Well, I'm your mentor after all. If I watched you get killed by this old witch, how could I face anyone? Don't worry, I won't die." These words ignited a burning anger within Su Chun. He turned to face the old woman still engaged in battle, and a violent aura erupted from within him. Flame Demon Rage. Without hesitation, Su Chun unleashed his ultimate technique. In an instant, a massive demonic aura surged forth, forming a phantom of a demon god behind him, surrounded by flames and lightning. Die! Su Chun roared, his eyes glowing red. A terrifying sword force was released in an instant, condensing into a brilliant sword aura that slashed towards the old woman like lightning. The scene shocked everyone present. Is this sword force? Has Su Chun comprehended sword force? Whether they were mentors or the dean, their expressions changed drastically upon sensing the raging sword force. Even the elder in Tang's suit looked surprised, and the old woman's face turned pale. Su Chun was just a freshman, only 18 years old, and he had already comprehended sword force. It was almost unbelievable. Mastering the sword path was extremely difficult, and even some powerful warriors might never reach the threshold of sword force in their lifetime. It all came down to talent. Everyone shared the same thought. How could such a genius appear at Luoqing Technical School? Though they couldn't comprehend it, they all knew one thing for sure. Su Chun must not die today. It would be a great loss if such a talent were to fall. However, they also understood that such a talent should not remain at Luoqing Technical School. The brilliant sword light descended like a meteor. The old woman tried to dodge, but was tightly suppressed by the Marquis realm expert from Luoqing Technical School. Panic filled her as she realized she had nowhere to escape. The sword light swept past, and although she managed to barely block the attack and the Marquis realm strikes, she was still forced to retreat repeatedly. With only the dazzling sword light remaining before her, as it slightly dissipated, she saw a figure charging towards her. The old woman instinctively defended herself, but in her panic, she exposed a flaw. Su Chun, seizing the opportunity, struck without hesitation. The sword light flashed, blood splattered, and an arm was severed, falling to the ground. The old woman's shrill scream echoed across the battlefield. The Marquis realm elder from Luoqing Technical School seized this rare opportunity, ruthlessly crippling the old woman's cultivation and sending her flying. She fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, unable to resist any longer. Su Chun approached expressionlessly, the dragon abyss sword in his hand glinting with a cold light, his eyes filled with nothing but terrifying killing intent. Su Chun's eyes glinted with terrifying murderous intent, and the Long Yuan sword emitted a resonant hum, as if echoing its master's killing intent. The old woman was immediately scared out of her wits. Her cultivation had been crippled, and she was now nothing more than a defenseless mortal. If Su Chun truly intended to kill her, she had no chance of survival. What? What are you going to do? The old woman stammered. I'm a member of the school alliance. If you kill me, the alliance will never let you go. This threat sounded like the buzzing of a fly to Su Chun, utterly powerless. His gaze moved past the old woman to the fierce battle between the elderly man in a Tang suit and Feng Yu not far away. The bespectacled man was being completely suppressed and couldn't break free to help. As for the Westerner, he had long since disappeared. Realizing she had no one to turn to, the old woman pleaded, Su Chun, don't kill me. This is all my fault. It's all my fault. If you spare my life, I'll give you all my cultivation resources. Whatever you want, I can provide. Saying this, she struggled to remove the storage ring from her finger and shakily handed it to Su Chun. She was now covered in blood, resembling a blood-soaked figure slumped on the ground. All the students' eyes were focused on Su Chun, awaiting his decision. Meng Qian opened his mouth as if to dissuade him, but on second thought, since the enmity was already out in the open, killing her was perhaps the best course of action. This old woman had been a major figure targeting Luo City Technical School. Su Chun smirked coldly. I really want to say, you're a damn fool. If I kill you, your storage ring is still mine, isn't it? Before he finished speaking, the Long Yuan sword had already swung down. The old woman's face still bore an incredulous expression, as if she couldn't believe she would die at the hands of a mere youth in the chi and blood stage. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Detected host has slain a marquee-level expert, increasing chi and blood value by 300. Detected host's outstanding performance, slaying above your level, rewards host with the body refining martial skill, indestructible golden body. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the system store early. allowing the exchange of items with slaughter points. Su Chun felt the surge of power within him, his aura rapidly rising. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting that even a crippled marquee-level opponent could yield such rich rewards. But what was this sudden appearance of a system store and slaughter points? Why had they never appeared before? As Su Chun pondered, he felt the power within him growing rapidly, his chi and blood converging, as if opening up a new realm. Was this a sign of a breakthrough? Meng Qian looked at Su Chun in horror. Who could have predicted he would break through in such a situation? Damn, Su Chun is incredible, breaking through twice in one day. Is he even human? Wang Lin couldn't help but complain, feeling the gap between him and Su Chun widening. Wu Tao stared intently at Su Chun, finding it unbelievable, secretly wondering how Su Chun managed to cultivate so rapidly. Tongyu was completely dumbfounded. After being beaten by Su Chun, he had vowed to surpass him, but now, it seemed he would never be able to catch up in this lifetime. Suddenly, the sky darkened with swirling winds and dense clouds, as if some great terror was about to descend. Su Chun closed his eyes tightly, his body trembling slightly, his aura continuously rising. In his lower abdomen, a strange power was constantly gathering and evolving. Su Chun felt the changes within his body, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Soon, a shadow resembling a void space appeared on his abdomen. This was the legendary Qi Si. Unlike the Qi and Blood stage practitioners, who circulate their energy throughout their body, those at the Qi Si stage concentrate all their energy into the Qi Si developed in their lower abdomen. The larger the Qi Si, the more power it can gather. Feng Yu and the elder in traditional Chinese clothing noticed the unusual phenomenon surrounding Su Chun and couldn't help but pause, staring at the young man in astonishment. In their decades of life, it was the first time they had seen someone break through and trigger a celestial phenomenon. Is this breaking through to the Qi Si stage? Feng Yu muttered to himself. Who is this kid? Damn, a freshman breaking through to the Qi Si stage right after joining the school? You wouldn't see this even in the Imperial Academy. Throughout the Luoqing Technical School, not only the students but also the instructors were stunned by the scene. Everyone stared at Su Chun in a daze, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The next moment, a burst of blood-red light surged from Su Chun, shooting skyward. A Qi Si of 10 zhang instantly formed, followed by thunder and lightning as a bolt descended from the heavens. A tribulation? Are you kidding me? A breakthrough to the Qi Si stage triggering a tribulation, a teacher exclaimed in terror, his voice filled with disbelief. Tribulations only occur when a marquis breaks through to a martial king. Feng Yu was initially shocked, then burst into laughter as if realizing something extraordinary. It's said that Qi Sis are ranked, and the highest grade, Qi Si, will invite a tribulation. Su Chun is. His laughter was filled with excitement. Luoqing Technical School is really going to rise this time. All staff and students, protect Su Chun. Anyone who approaches, no matter who, kill them. Feng Yu immediately ordered, standing guard beside Su Chun, his gaze icy, clearly to prevent any interference. Above, lightning poured down like a waterfall. Su Chen's aura was wild as he directly unleashed the flame demon fury, forcibly absorbing the lightning with his body. He simultaneously activated the indestructible golden body, using the lightning to temper himself. The Qi Si continued to expand rapidly, soon surpassing 50 zhang without showing signs of stopping. The elder in traditional clothing looked exceptionally grave. In his understanding, someone who could form a 30 zhang Qi Si was already considered a genius, 40 zhang a prodigy, and 50 zhang a rarity. Beyond 50 zhang, there was no suitable term, as only one had ever appeared in China's history. Now, another astonishingly talented individual had emerged. Su Chun was enveloped in lightning, his aura growing increasingly fierce. His Qi Si had expanded to 99 zhang. The elder's expression was one of shock, unable to find words to describe the scene before him. Su Chun cannot die, the elder thought. Such talent must not remain at Luoqing Technical School, but should serve the school alliance, otherwise. He didn't dare to imagine what might happen next. Finally, the lightning gradually dissipated, and Su Chen's figure reappeared. His upper garment had shattered and fallen away, revealing his welted muscles, with faint traces of lightning still flickering around him. Through this tribulation, Su Chun had directly cultivated the heavenly martial skill, indestructible golden body, to the minor achievement level. Even more astonishing, Su Chen's Qi Si had successfully expanded to 100 zhang. Inside, two clouds formed by energy and blood appeared, signifying that Su Chen's cultivation had reached the 2-star Qi Si stage. Breaking through from the Qi and blood stage directly to the 2-star Qi Si stage. What an incredible talent. Su Chun felt power surging through his entire body and lifted his gaze forward. Feng Yu laughed heartily, unable to hide the joy on his face. Meng Qian, ignoring his injuries, came to his side, looking at Su Chun with delight but unable to utter a word. At that moment, the elder in traditional clothing spoke first. Su Chun, with your talent, you shouldn't stay here. Su Chun stood on the playground of Luo City Technical School, facing an elderly man dressed in traditional Tang attire. The man's gaze was piercing, as if he was trying to see through the young man's soul. Su Chun, with your talent, you shouldn't be here, the old man said in a deep voice, filled with awe and regret. His eyes shone with disbelief. A Qi Si of 100 zhong, what a terrifying talent. Even across the entire Huaxia, such a gift is unprecedented. And yet, here you are in a technical school. Does that make any sense? As soon as the old man finished speaking, Feng Yu couldn't contain his anger. He stepped forward, pointing at the old man's nose, and shouted, "Old geezer, if Su Chun shouldn't be here, does that mean he should be under your wing? Trying to poach in front of me, do you really think you have the right?" Feng Yu's face turned red, and his fists clenched tightly. As a member of Luo City Technical School, he was well aware of the struggles the school had faced over the years. Finally, they had recruited a student with extraordinary talent, and he wouldn't let anyone take him away. The old man in Tang attire took a deep breath, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. Feng Yu, you should know that his talent shouldn't be buried at Luo City Technical School. Can you guarantee that his opportunities here are better than at the Imperial School? Only at the Imperial School can his talent truly flourish. He turned to Su Chun, speaking earnestly. Su Chun, I hope you'll consider this carefully. Your potential here is limited to that of Luo City Technical School, but if you go to the Imperial School, I assure you, its resources will elevate your potential to limitless heights. You should think about your future. Su Chun listened, a cold smile playing on his lips. He looked the old man in the eye and asked softly, I killed members of your school alliance. Don't you want revenge? Yet you still want to take me back and offer me better cultivation resources. This question furrowed the old man's brow. He paused, weighing the pros and cons before saying, I will report this to the school alliance. As long as you sincerely admit your mistake, publicly apologize to the school alliance leaders, and explain and apologize to the foreign students, the rest will be taken care of by the alliance. You just focus on your cultivation, and I guarantee that no one will dare to trouble you again. The old man's eyes were intense, fixed on Su Chun. This was the best outcome he could envision. Talent was important, but mistakes required consequences. Moreover, someone as rebellious and gifted as Su Chun could become a liability if not managed properly. Su Chun listened and retorted with a cold smile. So, I need to apologize to the school alliance, and then to those foreigners, begging for their forgiveness? The old man in Tang attire frowned, sensing the dissatisfaction in Su Chun's tone. He reiterated, this is the best possible outcome. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, but he was convinced that this was the best solution available. Su Chun stood on the field of Luocheng Technical School, facing the elderly man in traditional attire and the mentors, including Feng Yu. His gaze was firm, and his tone was cold. If the forces behind those foreign students hold on to this issue, it could become even more troublesome. But I, Su Chun, am just a nobody. After the martial arts exam, all the major schools rejected me except for Luocheng Technical School, which took me in. I will never transfer to another school. He raised his voice. To become someone's lackey? Sorry, that's not my style. The elderly man's expression shifted, while Feng Yu and the other mentors beamed with pride. Feng Yu straightened up and said proudly, Old man, trying to poach a student from Luocheng Tech? You're not worthy. Even though our school ranks low, we will give our all to nurture Su Chun, so don't worry about it. The elderly man sighed deeply and said helplessly, This matter is beyond my control now. I thought it was just a small dispute that could be mediated, but it has escalated to the point of a death, with even a mentor from the school alliance being killed. I have no choice but to report this to the school alliance. Turning to Feng Yu, he spoke seriously. Feng Yu, aside from this, I'm here mainly about the inter-school exchange event in 3 months at Shingha University. Don't forget to participate. Also, there's talk of merging lower-ranked schools. Feng Yu frowned, dismissively saying, the so-called exchange is just an excuse to make us look bad. What's the point of participating? Luocheng Tech has been living off scraps for years. Feng Yu, watch your words. The elderly man quickly interjected, sighing inwardly at Feng Yu's bluntness. He then looked at Su Chun with a more serious expression. There's one more thing. Sensing trouble, Feng Yu immediately stepped in front of Su Chun. The elderly man continued. This young man has killed so many foreign students, and even a mentor from the school alliance in public. We must give the school alliance an explanation. They've instructed me to bring Su Chun in. School alliance's judgment. Feng Yu scoffed. Kill him? Imprison him? Strip him of his powers? With Su Chun's talent, the school alliance wouldn't do that. But one must take responsibility for their actions, the elderly man insisted. Responsibility? For what? Feng Yu retorted. That old hag falsely accused Su Chun and attacked him first. Her death was her own fault. As for those foreigners, they were in the wrong first. Su Chun was defending himself, so what's wrong with that? The elderly man sighed, knowing Feng Yu wouldn't back down. He muttered, in that case, come out. As he spoke, a figure appeared beside him, a powerful martial king. Feng Yu, we're just doing our duty. Please don't make this difficult. The elderly man pleaded, as he blocked Feng Yu, while the Martial King advanced towards Su Chun. Feeling the presence of the Martial King, all the trainees suddenly felt as if they were being suppressed by an invisible force, unable to resist. The powerful force instantly pushed them back, revealing the isolated figure of Su Chun. A hint of interest flickered in the eyes of the white-haired Martial King, his voice carrying a trace of arrogance. "Boy, I'm quite interested in you. Come back with me. Rest assured, your talent is highly valued by the School Alliance. They won't take your life or abolish your cultivation." Su Chun sneered inwardly, not believing a word of such sweet talk. Even if they didn't kill him or destroy his cultivation, they would likely imprison him for life, turning him into a tool for the School Alliance. What meaning would such a life hold? Feeling the increasing pressure from the white-haired Martial King, Su Chun was extremely anxious. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly be a match for the Martial King. At this critical moment, a shout like a thunderclap erupted. "Get lost. Bullying a kid, you shameless old geezer." Before the voice had even faded, an even more powerful force suddenly surged, directly repelling the attack of the white-haired Martial King. Su Chun felt a rush of relief, thankful that his savior had arrived in time. The white-haired Martial King was momentarily stunned, then recognized the newcomer and questioned, "Mu Changfeng, what are you doing? You're supposed to be guarding the abyss. How dare you leave your post?" Mu Changfeng sneered, retorting unceremoniously, "It's none of your business. As the guardian, how I guard the abyss is not for you to dictate. But you, if you're so capable, go guard the abyss and fight the aliens on the battlefield. Bullying a kid here, and you have the nerve to bark?" Publicly humiliated by Mu Changfeng, the white-haired Martial King's face darkened. He suspiciously eyed Su Chun, unable to understand what made this kid worth Mu Changfeng's personal intervention. Su Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had crushed the token Mu Changfeng had given him in time, or he might not have escaped today. Seeing this, Feng Yu laughed heartily, finally at ease. "Looks like you won't be taking Su Chun away today. Ha ha." With that, he launched a glowing punch, aiming to smash the elder in Tang's suit. The elder in Tang's suit dared not risk it like Feng Yu, forced to retreat repeatedly by this desperate fighting style, exclaiming, "Madman, you're a madman." Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the white-haired Martial King questioned Mu Changfeng. "This is a School Alliance matter. Are you sure you want to get involved?" Mu Changfeng was unwavering. "I don't care about the School Alliance, but I owe Su Chun a favor, so I won't stand by and watch him be taken away by you." The white-haired Martial King's expression was extremely unpleasant. He knew well that he was no match for Mu Changfeng. If Mu Changfeng was determined to protect Su Chun, he would likely fail in his mission today. "If the school authority holds you accountable, Mu Changfeng, you won't be able to withstand it." The white-haired Martial King tried to threaten. Mu Changfeng was unfazed. "Whether I can withstand it is none of your concern. Even if I can't, I have the military behind me. I'd like to see if your school alliance is more formidable or our military is stronger." These words left no room for the white-haired Martial King, and the atmosphere on the scene became extremely tense, on the brink of eruption. As soon as Mu Changfeng finished speaking, the expressions of the old man in the Tang suit and the white-haired Martial King changed dramatically. They clearly underestimated Mu Changfeng's determination to protect Su Chun and didn't expect him to make such a serious statement. At their level, such a promise is not something to be taken lightly. The white-haired Martial King opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. The old man in the Tang suit remained silent for a moment, then slowly distanced himself from Feng Yu and said reluctantly, "Fine, we won't be taking Su Chun today. But this matter isn't over. If the school authorities pursue this, we will have to report everything truthfully." Faced with Feng Yu, who was recklessly aggressive, the old man in the Tang suit realized there was no point in continuing the confrontation. He was already injured, and with Mu Changfeng protecting Su Chun, forcibly taking him was clearly impossible. "Let's go," the old man said, tossing a storage ring to Feng Yu. "This is your training resource for the second half of the year at Luoqing Technical School. I hope you will attend the prestigious school exchange meeting in 3 months as scheduled." With that, he turned to leave, followed closely by the white-haired Martial King. Only the bespectacled man remained, looking bewildered. Just as he was about to sneak away, he noticed the instructors from Luoqing Technical School glaring at him. "What are you looking at?" "I'm from the School Alliance." Before he could finish, one instructor rushed forward, and the others joined in, punching and kicking him. Soon, the bespectacled man was left unable to fend for himself and was thrown out of Luoqing Technical School. "Trying to bully our students at Luoqing Tech and then run? If we don't deal with you, how are we supposed to get by?" one instructor grumbled. After the outsiders were driven away, Su Chen's gaze fell on the foreign students. Feeling the hostility in his eyes, they trembled and retreated a few steps, the arrogance and disdain gone from their eyes. The second-in-command stepped forward, trying to appear calm, and said, "We admit we were wrong and are willing to apologize. But, from now on, let's stay out of each other's way." Su Chen sneered. "Oh, you think you can just brush this off with a simple, 'let's not interfere with each other'?" What are you thinking? He then announced, all foreign students will be integrated into the Student Alliance. He looked at the second-in-command. Do you have any objections? Just as the second-in-command was about to speak, Su Chun interrupted. If you have objections, take them to the Dean. The foreign students fell silent, realizing that the Dean's earlier actions showed his support for Su Chun, leaving them with no options. Su Chun continued. Moreover, starting today, all preferential resources for foreign students are cancelled. At this, all the foreign students widened their eyes in disbelief. Being integrated into the Student Alliance was something they could barely accept, but losing their benefits was unacceptable. The second-in-command stood up abruptly, his face filled with displeasure and urgency. He exclaimed, this is absolutely unacceptable. The cultivation resources are provided by the Academy as a benefit from the School Alliance. Why do you have to change that? We've been accustomed to this preferential treatment for so long, and suddenly stopping it though, are we supposed to survive? As soon as he finished speaking, other international students also stood up, glaring angrily at Su Chun, defending their interests. However, Su Chun remained exceptionally calm in the face of their anger. He glanced around coldly, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng strode over, sneering as he said, you guys don't realize the danger yet, do you? Barking like dogs. We've been cultivating like this for years, and you can't handle it after just a short time? Lu Qingfeng's words were filled with disdain and provocation towards the international students. Feng Yu stood to the side, frowning slightly. He thought to himself that Su Chun might be acting too hastily. Although this was something he had wanted to do for a while, Su Chun was just a freshman, and his actions might incur the hatred of all the international students. Nonetheless, he also realized that all the animosity was now directed solely at Su Chun. One international student stepped forward, asking with a hostile expression, if our resource preference is cancelled, how are we supposed to cultivate? Su Chun replied bluntly, I will distribute cultivation resources to you based on the same standards as our own students. If you find it insufficient, go to the Abyss and find some yourself. He paused, as if recalling something, and added, from now on, international students must enter the Abyss once a month. If you don't kill any alien races, don't bother coming back. He recalled how, during a previous trip to the Abyss, Henry and others had disappeared without a trace, presumably slacking off somewhere. This wasn't a one-time occurrence, but a regular pattern. Su Chun thought angrily that they were like rotten apples, spoiling the entire environment of the academy. After speaking, Su Chun turned to look at Feng Yu. Feng Yu understood the unspoken message, recognizing that some matters were not appropriate for a mentor or dean to handle directly and had to be left to the students. But this required granting them sufficient authority. Feng Yu said solemnly, the Student Alliance was established so you students could manage yourselves. We won't interfere with your matters. As long as your Student Alliance agrees and you can handle the consequences, do as you wish, just don't betray the academy. As for the rest, handle it however you see fit. With that, the dean and the mentors turned and left, not wanting to get involved further. Staying any longer seemed inappropriate. Shortly after leaving, Meng Qian couldn't help but frown and ask, are you really going to let Su Chun do this? His tone was full of concern and doubt. The dean chuckled and said, what else can we do? Gao Feng certainly has leadership skills, but he's too cautious and overthinks everything. He can maintain the status quo, but he can't break this deadlock. As for Su Chun, this kid, though new, has a rebellious spirit and exceptional talent that can definitely keep these guys in line. With his abilities, it's only a matter of time before he takes over Gao Feng's position, so why not do it sooner? It's time to shake things up. The mentors remained silent, their eyes reflecting complex emotions. The dean continued, we old-timers aren't dead yet. What we can do is support him from behind and help him withstand the pressure from those shameless old-timers. Meng Qian took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Whether Luo City Technical School can regain its former glory depends on them. So many years have passed, and I'm afraid our past brilliance is on the verge of being forgotten. The eyes of the old men were filled with nostalgia. They seemed to be transported back to the days when Luo City Technical School was the top imperial institution. The school was so powerful back then, but it paid a heavy price for guarding the Abyss. Countless students and mentors went to fight and died in the Abyss. The academy fell from being an imperial school to a technical one and had to endure various suppressions, bleeding and crying all the while. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Su Chun was tense. After the dean left, the foreign students could no longer hold back. One of them shouted excitedly, when have we ever gone to kill the alien races? They are so brutal. What if we die in the Abyss? This is not acceptable. You're using your personal vendetta to suppress us. The second-in-command was agitated, and if he could take on Su Chun, he might have already made a move. However, Wang Lin and Wu Tao didn't care about any of this and immediately stepped forward to give him a beating. The second-in-command dared not fight back and ended up on the ground, bruised and swollen, groaning in pain. Su Chun coldly scanned the crowd, his voice as icy as a blade. This is just the beginning. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can leave Luo City Technical School. I won't stop you. With that, he turned and left, followed closely by Wang Lin and the others. The students gradually dispersed, the older ones with a sense of excitement. It was the first time they had been able to teach these foreigners a lesson so satisfying, and they felt exhilarated. They also understood that without Su Chen's backing, they wouldn't have dared to do so. Consequently, Su Chen's prestige among them soared. Once Su Chun and his group were far away, the foreign students gathered together, their faces full of worry and anger. Their biggest concern was that Su Chun might really cut off their resource allocations. The second-in-command looked at the barely conscious Henry and urgently said, "Henry, we can't let this go." Henry, with one arm broken by Su Chun and then beaten by Wang Lin and the others, was barely hanging on. He weakly said, "Report this to the higher-ups, to all the embassies. I refuse to believe Su Chun can withstand this pressure." The other foreign students echoed his sentiments, and someone suggested asking people from Galaxy University to deal with Su Chun. Henry listened to their chaotic discussions, inwardly cursing these fools, but was too weak to say much more. Finally, he could only weakly remind them, "All right, but can you take me to get some medical treatment first?" The foreign students snapped back to reality and quickly lifted Henry to take him to the medical room for basic treatment before sending him to the hospital. In a small building, Lu Qingfeng and others gathered. Gao Feng, having treated his injuries, was resting. He frowned and said to Su Chun, "Those foreign students won't let this go easily and might even target you." Su Chun smiled, a hint of coldness in his eyes. "I know, a dog can't change its habit of eating filth. But if you beat these dogs to death, wouldn't that solve the problem?" His tone was light, but he already had a plan in mind. Su Chun remarked, knowing full well that these foreign students would not let things slide and would likely cause more trouble. However, Su Chun didn't care in the slightest. A leopard doesn't change its spots, and if they persist, they can be dealt with decisively. For now, he couldn't be too excessive since the school alliance would undoubtedly pressure Luo City Technical School, but that was for the dean to handle. Su Chun just needed to manage the matters concerning the students. He understood the concept of boiling a frog slowly and planned to gradually dismantle the influence of these foreign students. Decay must be removed. Whether they were foreign students or local ones, those who idled away their time should leave on their own. After a trip to the Abyss, Su Chun had many thoughts. The soldiers stationed there, were they not human? From youth to white hair, even to the point of leaving no remains, all to protect this land. What right did others have to slack off and waste the resources these soldiers earned with their lives? Previously, Su Chun was unaware, but after visiting the Abyss, he realized that the resources for cultivation were obtained through the sacrifices of soldiers in those depths. How were the resources distributed by the Student Alliance before? Su Chun asked, looking at the storage ring. They were divided into two parts, one for the foreign students, and the other split again for the Student Alliance members based on their cultivation level and number of trips to the Abyss, with the remainder given to other students, Gao Feng explained. Su Chun frowned, surprised by the unfairness of the resource distribution. Only 100 or so foreign students were getting half the resources, while thousands of other students had to share the rest. From today onwards, foreign students will no longer receive resources. Instead, 2/3 of all resources will be used for the Student Alliance's operations, with rankings established for all students. Anyone who makes it onto the list, whether from the Student Alliance or elsewhere, will receive resource rewards. The remaining third will be evenly distributed among everyone, Su Chun declared. In essence, everyone would have the same resources, and to gain more, they would need to prove their abilities. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere was silent. Everyone understood Su Chun's intention to shake up the Student Alliance and remove those who were freeloading, not just targeting the foreign students. Seeing no one speak, Su Chun checked the resources in the storage ring and frowned. "Is this all there is?" he asked in disbelief. "It's always been like this. Luo City Technical School has been constantly suppressed, receiving only leftover resources from other schools each year. The academy provides us with only basic resources, which, when averaged out, leave very little for each person. The academy needs to operate, so we can't receive all the resources. To get more, we have to either exchange credits or go to the Abyss ourselves," Lu Qingfeng explained. Su Chun furrowed his brows, realizing how dire the situation at Luo City Technical School was. The scarcity of resources was even more challenging than he had imagined. Damn, repaying this favor is really tough, Su Chun thought. Both the dean and Meng Qian had shielded him under pressure, and frankly, he owed these two old men a debt of gratitude. After all, he was also a student at Luo City Technical School. Su Chen's gaze swept across the senior students present, and he said in a deep voice, "We can't just watch Luo City Technical School close down. I have an idea." He paused for a moment before continuing. "We have limited resources, and if we distribute them, it won't be enough. So we need to replenish our resources ourselves." Gao Feng frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Su Chun took a deep breath and directly voiced his idea. "Let the students go down into the Abyss, fight with alien races, and seize resources themselves." As soon as he said this, The room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at Su Chun in shock, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Gao Feng was the first to recover. He said solemnly, "No, this is too risky. Even if we agree, the headmaster won't approve. The students at Luo City Technical School aren't particularly talented or strong. If they enter the abyss, they'll likely suffer heavy casualties. Besides, they're still students." Su Chun remained silent, acknowledging that the idea was indeed quite crazy. But given the current predicament, he couldn't think of a better solution. If they didn't seize resources, how else would they get them? Seeing Su Chen's silence, Gao Feng continued to analyze. According to the usual rules, the intercollegiate exchange competition will be held in 3 months, which will determine the resource allocation for each academy. If our Luo City Technical School can improve its ranking this time, there will naturally be more resources for cultivation. Su Chen didn't respond. Luo City Technical School had been suppressed for so many years, and it was almost impossible to improve its ranking significantly in a short time. All right, Su Chun eventually conceded. Let's put this matter aside for now. The resource distribution will remain as before, but this time, there will be no special treatment for foreign students. Everyone will be treated equally. He paused and added, but one thing must be enforced. Foreign students must go down into the abyss and fight alien races. Otherwise, they'll be expelled from the academy. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. This must be arranged. Break up all the foreign students and have them supervised by senior students when they go down. The others present also nodded in agreement. After deciding on these matters, the senior students gradually left Gao Feng's room. Just as Su Chun was about to leave, Gao Feng called him back. Once they were alone, Gao Feng spoke. "Su Chun, I understand your idea. To be honest, I've thought about it before too, but the students of Luo City Technical School aren't strong enough. Forcing them might backfire. This needs to be approached gradually." Su Chun nodded, but before he could reply, Gao Feng continued. "If this idea can indeed be implemented, Luo City Technical School's strength will surely grow rapidly. But now is not the right time. You're still a freshman, and you have 4 more years. I believe you'll find a way to make it happen." Su Chun fell silent, frowning as he looked at Gao Feng. He hadn't expected Gao Feng to bring this up, but on second thought, Gao Feng made sense. Forcing the plan now could have unintended consequences. They talked a bit more, and the matter was temporarily set aside. Back in his own quarters, Su Chun took out a spiritual herb and began cultivating. He knew that the academy's resources were far from sufficient for his cultivation. No matter what, he was determined to venture into the abyss. Su Chun contemplated silently, realizing that it would be utterly foolish not to take advantage of the opportunities presented by the abyss. He quickly absorbed a spiritual herb, feeling the power within his Qi grow. 100 Zhang Qi was likely unmatched worldwide. However, such a vast Qi also meant much higher cultivation costs. With a sigh, Su Chun acknowledged that even with the abundant resources provided by Sword King, it was still insufficient. As for the Luoqing Technical School, it was practically penniless. He had to go to the abyss, no doubt about it. Meanwhile, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were also in seclusion, training hard. They were significantly affected by the fact that, while they were both at the 6-star Qi and Blood stage, Su Chun had already reached the 2-star Qi stage and could even kill a Grandmaster while still at the Qi and Blood stage. This was quite a blow. Su Chen's words from the previous day still echoed in their minds. They were well aware that this anomaly would find ways to implement his ideas. When that time came, everything would depend on strength, and without the ability, they wouldn't even get a taste of the benefits. They sensed that day wasn't far off. The next morning, Su Chun finished his cultivation, his 2-star Qi stage now stable. He went outside to find Lu Qingfeng ready with 5 exchange students and over 10 senior students, a group of less than 20 waiting for him. "Everyone's here. We can enter the abyss," Lu Qingfeng said, looking at Su Chun. Among the 5 exchange students was their former second-in-command, all looking displeased. Su Chen's swift action caught them off guard. His words from yesterday were to be implemented today. Despite their reluctance, they dared not resist, fully aware of Su Chen's methods and the consequences of defiance. They had reported the situation, hoping for backup soon, but for now, they could only endure. "Let's go." Su Chun was about to set off when Wang Lin and Wu Tao hurried over, determined to join. Tong Yu quietly followed without a word. "We're coming too. Don't think you can hog all the benefits." Wu Tao and Wang Lin shouted at Su Chun. Only they knew the fortune gained from entering the abyss with Su Chun the previous day. Some senior students also joined in, surprising Lu Qingfeng, who was used to seeing such eagerness to enter the abyss. Little did he know, Su Chen's achievements in the abyss had whetted their appetites. Unfortunately, the group was already full, leaving the senior students to watch with regret, as if they were missing out on a fortune. "What's gotten into them?" Lu Qingfeng muttered, puzzled, but no one answered. Su Chun smirked, thinking that once they'd tasted the benefits, their eagerness was only natural. Soon, the group entered the abyss and arrived at the ancient city. "I want to go back. Are you trying to get us killed?" Suddenly, one of the exchange students cried out in terror, turning to flee. They had finally reached the ancient city, and leaving it would mean certain doom. Su Chun led his team cautiously through the city streets, each person holding their breath, terrified of alerting the lurking enemies. Suddenly, an international student attempted to flee. With quick reflexes, Wang Lin grabbed him by the collar and delivered a harsh beating. "Why didn't you run when you were receiving resources?" Wang Lin shouted, his fists raining down on the student. The student, now battered and bruised, dared not harbor any more thoughts of escape. Su Chun watched coldly. Once Wang Lin finished the reprimand, Su Chun led the team onward. The group of over 20 moved like frightened mice, stealthily navigating the ruins. In the distance, the silhouette of the alien king's city loomed like a slumbering beast, ready to awaken and devour them at any moment. About an hour later, Su Chen's eyes lit up as he spotted a group of fewer than 30 aliens, with only 2 in the Qi realm. Such prey was too tempting to pass up. At Su Chen's command, the team attacked like wolves on the hunt. The aliens, caught off guard, panicked and fled. Lu Qingfeng led the charge, his sword striking like a venomous snake, each blow claiming a life. In no time, the ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen aliens. Wang Lin and 2 others swiftly looted the bodies, and to their surprise, they discovered 13 spirit herbs. A pleasant surprise indeed. Haha, it's true what they say, crime pays. Wang Lin laughed, pocketing a spirit herb without hesitation. Exactly, relying on the academy's resources gets you nowhere. Wu Tao chimed in. Tong Yu suddenly spoke earnestly. To be fair, without Boss Su, we wouldn't even get a scrap. Wang Lin and Wu Tao exchanged a glance, alarm bells ringing in their minds. Why the sudden realization? The next moment, they pinned Tong Yu down and gave him a sound beating. Lu Qingfeng watched, his mouth twitching. These 2 were like bandits. But he had to admit, they had a point. The academy's resources were insufficient for cultivation. They had scavenged for resources before, but never so boldly attacked aliens like Su Chun. "Fight me unknown if you dare," Tong Yu shouted, struggling. "Damn it, stop going for my crotch." Wang Lin cursed, hitting harder. Both of them had reached the 7-star blood Qi realm, leaving Tong Yu no match for them. Soon, he was beaten into submission, feeling utterly defeated. He thought, he was only speaking the truth, so why was he being beaten? "Enough, let's move. The noise might attract the aliens," Su Chun said sternly. Only then did Wang Lin and the others stop. Lu Qingfeng was secretly relieved, knowing only Su Chun could control these troublemakers. At that moment, an international student cautiously spoke up. "Since we've killed the aliens, can we go up now?" "Yeah," another student agreed. "We've helped too, so shouldn't we get a share of the resources?" Su Chun looked at them coldly and asked, "How much do you think you deserve?" The students beamed, and one said, "Just give us the spirit herbs. We don't need the alien weapons." Su Chun sneered, delivering a hard slap. The student was left dazed and speechless. "You hit at the back during the fight, didn't even touch an alien, and now you have the nerve to ask for resources and leave? Do you think you deserve it?" Su Chun scolded, leaving them speechless. He continued, "From now on, you 5 will form a group. Next time we encounter aliens, you will lead the charge. If you hide at the back and not kill a single alien, I'll deal with you myself." The students were terrified. One protested, "No, we can't. We've never fought aliens before. We're no match for them. You're trying to get us killed. I want to go back. I want to drop out. I'm going to report you. I'm going to report you." "This is a blatant abuse of power," shouted a foreign student, his face flushed with anger, his eyes blazing with fury. He turned abruptly to leave, as if staying even a second longer was unbearable. To these foreign students, Su Chen's actions seemed like handing them over to a foreign enemy. Although they had never witnessed the brutality of the alien races firsthand, the terrifying rumors had long been etched in their minds. They had always considered themselves superior, standing on a pedestal. Now, being asked to risk their lives was unthinkable. Moreover, this wasn't their homeland. Even if the alien races conquered the city, as long as they remained unharmed, what did it matter to them? As for the cultivation resources they had once enjoyed in China, they tacitly chose to ignore that fact. Earlier, when they saw Su Chun and others killing aliens and seizing resources, greed flashed in their eyes. After Su Chun cut off their benefits, the resources they received were pitifully small, naturally shifting their focus to those precious spiritual herbs. Although they didn't take direct action, they considered following the team as a significant contribution. However, not only did Su Chun refuse to distribute the herbs to them, he also wanted them to face the alien races directly. It was utterly absurd. Thus, the foreign students, burning with anger, could no longer endure the injustice and clamored to leave, to accuse Su Chun of unfairness. "I'll be watching right here. I dare anyone to try leaving," Su Chun said coldly, his eyes glinting dangerously. Lightning began to crackle around him, the rage of the flame demon already surging, the Long Yuan sword vibrating with a resonant hum, ready to be unsheathed at any moment. The air was thick with a murderous aura, as if violence could erupt at any second. Lu Qingfeng and the others remained silent, but their eyes were equally cold. These shameless individuals expected to reap rewards without effort. They considered themselves noble, but did Su Chen's and Lu Qingfeng's lives not matter? The tension was palpable as the other senior students and Wang Lin's trio spread out, forming a circle that trapped the foreign students in the center. Sensing Su Chen's murderous intent, the foreign students froze, not daring to make a move. They vividly remembered how, just yesterday, Su Chun had ruthlessly killed several foreign students and even severed Henry's arm, delivering a harsh lesson. If not for the timely intervention of the school alliance, Henry might have been dead. They had no doubt that Su Chun was indeed capable of killing. You are too much. One foreign student gritted his teeth, trying to continue his complaint, only to be silenced by 2 slaps from Wang Lin. Move out. You 5, to the front. Su Chun ordered coldly, secretly sneering. These spineless individuals flaunted themselves on Chinese soil as if they were important. Su Chun couldn't stand such behavior and didn't fear offending them. The international students marched at the front, their eyes glinting with a venomous light. They didn't dare openly express their discontent, so they cast sullen glances at Su Chun. One student whispered, "Are we really going to be cannon fodder?" Another student replied in a hushed tone, "Don't worry, they won't dare send us to our deaths. I've already spoken with William. If we don't make it back, we'll revolt and report Su Chun for maliciously leading us to our demise." Neither Su Chun nor Feng Yu could bear that responsibility. Their conversation was barely audible, and Su Chun and his group didn't hear it. The team continued to advance, with tension mounting. Wang Lin cautiously moved closer to Su Chun and murmured, "Boss Su, these foreigners might have other plans. There could be trouble later." Su Chun frowned, having noticed the student's subtle actions, but he remained unbothered. "No matter," he said calmly. "As long as they charge ahead, they either fight the aliens or die. I want to see if they dare not to fight." Wu Tao's voice dropped even lower. "But what if they betray us?" This question made Su Chen's eyes narrow. He hadn't considered this possibility. After all, betraying humanity was a capital crime. But now it seemed these students might indeed be unpredictable. Su Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. "Everyone, be on high alert. If they truly dare to betray us, I will not hesitate to kill them and hang their bodies at the school gate." Soon, the team encountered another group of aliens. This group was escorting unknown items and was on high alert. Rough estimates put their numbers at over 100, with the strongest among them at the 6th star of the Qi-Si realm, 6 in total, while the rest were in the Qi and Blood realm. After confirming there was no ambush, Su Chun decided to strike. He didn't charge first, but forced the students forward. Their faces turned pale, and their legs trembled. They hadn't expected Su Chun to act so decisively. Facing aliens that outnumbered them several times over, the students' resentment deepened. But under Su Chen's threat, they had no choice but to push forward. Su Chun and the others followed closely behind. He wouldn't really let the 5 students face more than 100 aliens alone. One student cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I must kill Su Chun." His hatred wasn't for the aliens, but for Su Chun. Just as they were about to engage the aliens, the student suddenly lost control and shouted, "Su Chun, save me." Instantly, all the aliens' attention was drawn to him. "Damn coward," Wang Lin cursed, charging forward to swiftly kill the nearest alien. However, at that critical moment, the student unexpectedly punched Wang Lin in the back, shouting fiercely, "Die! Die!" The foreign student shouted, throwing a powerful punch at Wang Lin's back. This blow was fueled by all his resentment. Yesterday, Wang Lin had publicly executed their comrade, and today, instead of luring Su Chun into a trap as planned, this lackey had charged in. The punch landed heavily on Wang Lin's back, causing him to cough up blood and stumble. Just as Wang Lin was about to be ambushed by another outsider, Wu Tao intervened in time to save him. "You ungrateful wretch!" Wang Lin turned and shouted, his eyes blazing with anger. Despite his vigilance, he hadn't expected such a despicable sneak attack. The foreign student laughed maniacally. "Who told you to be stupid? Who asked you to save me?" he said as he turned to flee. "We were trying to lure Su Chun, but you, the lackey, showed up instead." Su Chun witnessed the scene, fury boiling within him. With a swift slash of his sword, the blade's energy sliced through the foreign student's chest. The nearby outsiders were stunned, not expecting humans to fight amongst themselves. They roared and charged forward, forcing Su Chun to confront them. Though injured, Wang Lin's wounds weren't severe due to his constant vigilance. He picked up his saber and roared, "You bastards, I'll cut you down." Whether outsider or student, he attacked them all. The foreign students, while fending off the outsiders, began to consider retreating. However, they quickly realized that with Su Chun nearby, any sign of retreat would lead to certain death. "God damn it," one student cursed. Despite his Qi-Si level strength, he had never fought outsiders before and was terrified, his legs trembling. A Qi-Si level cultivator being pressured by a 9-star blood Qi level outsider was a shock. Help me, the student shouted desperately. But after the earlier betrayal, no one dared to save him. Panicked, the foreign students were shocked that Su Chun would leave them to die. "Su Chun, if you won't save me, don't blame me." one shouted, a malicious glint in his eye as he suddenly knelt before the outsiders. I surrender. The other 3 students quickly followed suit, dropping their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. The outsiders were bewildered. Having fought the ancient city humans for years, they knew of their unyielding spirit. Yet here was something unprecedented. I can help you kill them, one student offered hastily, seeing the outsider's hesitation. He picked up a weapon from the ground and charged at Su Chun. You beast! You dog! Lu Qingfeng roared in fury, his eyes blazing with anger. If I had known, I would have cut down all these traitors and fed them to the dogs. The surrounding veterans shared the same angry expression, unable to accept that these foreign students had surrendered their dignity to the enemy so easily. It was not just a personal disgrace, but a stain on the entire human race. Lu Qingfeng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, wishing he could tear these traitors apart himself. They were like ungrateful wolves, committing such atrocious acts. The foreign students knew that once their actions were exposed, they would have no place to hide. A fierce look flashed in their eyes. They knew Su Chun and his companions had to die. At that moment, 2 Qi realm enemies launched a fierce attack on Su Chun. Despite the dual threat, Su Chun held his ground, using the opportunity to hone his skills. The Long Yuan sword danced in his hand like a silver snake, swiftly ending the lives of the 2 attackers. Su Chun turned coldly towards the foreign students, his eyes filled with an icy chill. He swung his sword, and the terrifying sword energy crisscrossed, swiftly taking down a traitor. Collaborating with the enemy and betraying humanity, you deserve to die. Su Chun declared coldly, slicing with his sword once more. The sword's light was like a rainbow, and another foreign student fell in a pool of blood. The remaining 2 traitors were terrified out of their wits. They hadn't expected Su Chun to be so formidable, dealing with the enemy as if they were nothing, and still having the capacity to cut them down. They turned to flee, but it was too late. Seeing the situation turn, the enemies rushed to encircle Su Chun. However, Su Chun's lips curled into a cold smile. With his indestructible body shielding him, even the attacks of Qi Blood Realm enemies were negligible. In the next moment, Su Chun unleashed the fury of the Flame Demon, instantly raising his aura. Surrounded by demonic energy and lightning, he swept his sword, taking the lives of over a dozen enemies in an instant. Like a grim reaper, he pursued them, decapitating the remaining 2 traitors before returning to the center of the battlefield. Su Chun's terrifying prowess instilled fear in the enemies. Under his leadership, all the enemies were soon annihilated. Over 100 enemies, completely wiped out. With the battle over, Su Chun stood still and exhaled deeply, the murderous intent in his eyes slowly fading. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host detected killing a large number of enemies. Calculating points. Congratulations, Host, you have earned 246 kill points, which can be used to redeem items in the system shop. Su Chun paused, nearly forgetting about the kill points. Curiously, he inquired about the details, and the system explained that this new feature was unlocked with his cultivation advancement. Meanwhile, Wang Lin and others were collecting the spoils of war. Su Chun opened the system shop to browse. The shop was filled with a dazzling array of items, including rare heaven-rank martial arts, though the prices were staggering. Looking at his meager 246 kill points, Su Chun chuckled and asked the system for something affordable yet powerful. The system quickly displayed an item on the virtual panel, and upon reading its description, Su Chun couldn't help but laugh. It was exactly what he wanted. Bloodfire Thunder, a weapon of astonishing power. Su Chun carefully read its description, a 10-meter diameter explosion with a 40-meter impact radius, capable of killing a 9-star Qi realm warrior. Each one costs 50 kill points. Su Chun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he unhesitatingly exchanged all his kill points for 4 of them. Instantly, 4 pitch-black orbs appeared in his hand, each the size of a longan, seemingly ordinary. Though they might not be of much use to me now, their area effect weapons. Su Chun mused. One of these could obliterate any alien within a 10-meter range. Wouldn't that drastically increase my kill point accumulation? He carefully stored the Bloodfire Thunder in his storage ring and turned to look at Wang Lin and the others, who had already stripped the valuables from the alien corpses. We've hit the jackpot again, Wang Lin shouted excitedly, ignoring his injuries. Although the haul wasn't as lucrative as the time they robbed the resource convoy, it was still a significant amount when divided among them, even surpassing the Academy's resource distributions. Lu Qingfeng and the other seniors wore smiles on their faces. No wonder everyone rushes to come down here. Now it all makes sense, Lu Qingfeng realized. Why didn't we think of this before? He recalled how they used to cautiously search for wild spiritual herbs in the forest, never daring to directly confront alien teams. Even during large-scale operations, they never achieved a complete victory over an alien squad. In comparison, they were wasting their time before. Well, it's not as good as yesterday's haul, but it'll do, Wu Tao remarked, seemingly unimpressed. Haha, Wu Tao, your appetite is insatiable, Lu Qingfeng teased. For him, These resources were enough to support his training for a while. Uft, this is nothing, Wu Tao scoffed. Yesterday, Boss Su directly seized a convoy, with 10 entire carts of training resources and 10 scaled horse beasts. What's this compared to that? Lu Qingfeng was stunned, as were all the seniors, as if they had heard something unbelievable. 10 carts of resources? And 10 scaled horse beasts? Are you joking? Wang Lin leaned in and whispered, "We sold the scaled horse beasts to Mu Changfeng in the ancient city, along with some miscellaneous items, making over 100,000 merit points. All the seniors who went down the mountain yesterday know about it. They received a good share of merit points too, especially Gao Feng, who got a full 10,000 merit points from Boss Su. I'm so envious." Lu Qingfeng's mind went blank, as if struck by lightning, unable to comprehend. Such a haul completely overturned his understanding of resource acquisition. The words scaled horses, 10 carts of resources, and tens of thousands of merit points echoed chaotically in Lu Qingfeng's mind, leaving him unable to make sense of it all. Trembling, he incredulously asked, "Is it true? Did Su Chun and his team achieve such results on their first descent into the abyss yesterday?" Wang Lin sneered, pulling out his merit points card, which boldly displayed 2,000 points. "See this? It's what Boss Su shared with me. I contributed too." He and Wu Tao wore expressions of pride, flaunting their achievement like peacocks showing off their feathers. Lu Qingfeng's eyes lit up as he suddenly reached out to grab it. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go!" Wang Lin and Wu Tao exclaimed, quickly clutching the merit points card to their chests. They silently vowed to teach this unruly fellow a lesson at the first opportunity. With a pained smile, Lu Qingfeng pleaded, "Brother Wang, share a little with me." Knowing that the senior students received over 3,000 merit points yesterday, while Gao Feng got 10,000, he felt a deep sense of regret, as if he'd missed out on a fortune. Not a chance. Wang Lin and Wu Tao declined in unison. Lu Qingfeng frowned and turned his gaze to Su Chun. Rumor had it that this newcomer possessed tens of thousands of merit points and credits, a veritable tycoon. For a moment, he even considered teaming up with the seniors to rob Su Chun. Sensing Lu Qingfeng's gaze, Su Chun interrupted. "All right, you want merit points, right? I'll take you on a big mission, if you have the guts." The seniors pounded their chests and responded, "Of course. Why wouldn't we?" Su Chen's lips curled into a confident smile as he declared, "Let's raid an alien village." The room fell silent. The seniors exchanged bewildered glances. An alien village housed at least 500 aliens, including formidable Qi Si realm fighters. Attempting this with just a few of them seemed suicidal. Wang Lin boldly stepped up. "Damn it. If we can't even dare this, we don't deserve merit points. A cannon shot is worth its weight in gold. If Boss Su suggests it, he's got a plan. I trust him." Tong Yu chimed in. "Exactly. Boss Su is offering us so much. There's no reason to refuse." Su Chen elaborated. "We have 13 at the Qi Si realm. Each of us can handle 2. Plus, we're just there to gather resources, not to massacre." Thinking about Gao Feng, who received 10,000 merit points, Lu Qingfeng felt a pang of jealousy. He gritted his teeth. "All right, let's do it. Fortune favors the bold." The other seniors quickly agreed. Thus, an exhilarating adventure was about to unfold, though these young men had no idea what fate awaited them. The senior students nodded in agreement with Su Chen's proposal. Although the plan carried risks, the potential rewards were tempting enough to sway them. After a brief consideration, they unanimously deemed the plan feasible. Seeing the group reach a consensus, Su Chen's lips curled slightly as his gaze fell on the bodies of the foreign students. He coldly ordered, "Hang them on the trees and mark them as traitors to humanity." This ruthless move ensured that even in death, these traitors would be remembered with infamy and scorn. Initially, they intended to take the bodies back to Luocheng Technical School, but more pressing tasks awaited, leaving no time for such matters. Soon, 5 bodies were hung high, and Su Chen glanced at them unemotionally, his eyes devoid of any reaction. "Move out," Su Chen commanded, leading the group along the path previously taken by the foreign forces. After traveling about 10 miles, Su Chen abruptly halted and concealed himself within the forest. Less than 500 meters ahead, a small alien village came into view. Su Chun roughly estimated the village's population to be over 400, with no more than 200 combat-capable individuals after accounting for the elderly, weak, and young. Lu Qingfeng and the others also went into hiding, their eyes fixed intently on the village, feeling both tense and excited. Conquering a village would be an achievement they could brag about for a lifetime. The long-missed thrill made Lu Qingfeng's blood boil, and he inwardly admitted that he had grown too complacent. Turning to look at Su Chun, Lu Qingfeng suddenly realized the young man held many unexpected abilities. After careful observation, Su Chun quietly analyzed. There are about 20 at the Qi Si realm, not too many. The strongest is likely at the peak of the Qi Si realm, or around a 1-star grandmaster. Lu Qingfeng nodded in agreement, his assessment aligning closely with Su Chen's. "Just worried that guy might be too much to handle." Lu Qingfeng began, But Su Chun interrupted. No worries, I'll take care of him. You pick the 10 strongest from the seniors to handle the alien warriors, while the rest focus on gathering resources. No one objected to the straightforward plan. Wang Lin and Wu Tao eagerly pulled out sacks from their backs and hung them at their waists, a move that left Lu Qingfeng and the other seniors puzzled, even surprising Su Chun. Wang Lin chuckled and explained, we couldn't carry enough yesterday and missed out big time. Luckily, we're prepared today. The seniors' mouths twitched, increasingly curious about how much they had looted the day before. Let's go. Su Chun seized the moment and charged toward the village. At that time, smoke was curling up in the alien village as they prepared meals, with few aliens on the streets and defenses lax. After all, no one had dared to attack them for years. Yet today, they were unaware that a band of marauders was at their doorstep. Su Chun stormed into the village, his Long Yuan sword unleashing a dazzling sword energy, instantly slaying over a dozen unprepared aliens at the Qi and Blood realm. Wang Lin and the others followed closely, their hearts racing with unprecedented excitement as they began a massive slaughter of the aliens. Su Chun charged towards the village's strongest warrior without hesitation, his sword aimed directly at the enemy leader. The foreign villagers panicked, shouting loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The alarm quickly echoed throughout the village. In response, the village chief, a peak Qi Si realm warrior, emerged, incredulous that a human dared to attack his territory. Die! He roared, swinging his heavy blade at Su Chun. He regarded Su Chun with disdain, seeing him as mere trash, with only a 2-star Qi Si realm cultivation, unaware of the danger approaching. Su Chun deftly dodged and activated his flaming demon fury. His aura suddenly turned wild and restless, his blood-red eyes burning with a thirst for blood. The Long Yuan sword sliced through the air, its 3-meter sword energy effortlessly severing the village chief's blade before aiming for his head. Sensing the threat of death, the chief turned to flee. To him, the villagers' lives were insignificant compared to his own. With the numerous foreign tribes, a few casualties were inconsequential, as long as he could escape and rebuild elsewhere. Su Chun watched coldly, and with a flicker of his sword, the chief's head fell. The entire battle lasted barely a minute. Su Chun swiftly took down a peak Qi Si realm warrior, acutely aware that in such perilous operations, time equates to life. That's a peak Qi Si realm warrior. Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, surprised as he fought a 7-star Qi Si realm foreigner. Noticing Su Chun had already ended his battle, a swarm of foreigners rushed over, but seeing their chief brutalized, fear overtook them. Su Chun had no time for them. His focus was on Wang Lin, who was being pursued. Wang Lin carried a bulging sack, chased by 3 Qi Si realm foreigners. Wang Lin, get out of the way! Su Chun shouted, slashing a sword energy to buy Wang Lin time to escape. He then tossed a bloodburst thunderbomb. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, dust flying everywhere. Even from a distance, the shockwave sent Wang Lin sprawling. He cursed as he got up, but froze when he saw the scene behind him. A massive crater had formed, and his pursuers were obliterated, along with the surrounding buildings. Damn, did you have to blow me up too? Wang Lin complained, quickly realizing the terrifying power of the blood-burst thunderbomb. Stop whining, grab the loot, and run. Su Chun urged, worried the commotion would attract more foreigners. Wang Lin said no more and dashed into the wrecked buildings, stuffing anything he could find into his sack. The remaining foreigners were terrified and fled, leaving no one to stop the humans' frenzied plundering. Su Chun also entered the village chief's residence, collecting anything valuable into his storage ring. On the second floor, he unexpectedly found a set of silver armor, clearly extraordinary, and took it immediately. Just as Su Chun was about to leave, a map caught his eye. Is this a map of the Abyss? He murmured in surprise, quickly stowing it away. At that moment, Wang Lin's voice came from outside. Boss Su, hurry, there's movement. Su Chin's heart tightened, realizing danger was imminent. Su Laoda, run. There's movement, Wang Lin suddenly shouted, his expression grave as he stared into the distance. Though nothing unusual could be seen with the naked eye, the sound of hurried footsteps was unmistakably clear. Without hesitation, Su Chin ordered, let's go. They had already pillaged the village, taking everything of value. With the situation uncertain, they needed to leave immediately. If it was indeed an invasion by an enemy army, they would be in grave danger. The group turned and ran, with Wang Lin and Wu Tao carrying sacks over their shoulders, stuffed with their spoils, sprinting desperately. The others followed suit, weighed down but racing against time to escape. The footsteps behind them grew louder, making the ground tremble. It must be the enemy army, damn our luck. Wang Lin cursed. Wu Tao blamed the students who had survived. It must have been those damned students who alerted them. We should have finished them off before descending into the abyss. Su Chun glanced back to see an overwhelming enemy force approaching like a tidal wave, roughly estimating their numbers to be in the tens of thousands. Damn it, we only looted a village. Do they really need this many people? Su Chun cursed as he accelerated, taking the sacks from Wang Lin and Wu Tao and storing them in his ring. The group ran with all their might, their previous arrogance replaced by a desperate struggle. Fortunately, the army seemed to have another target, and the sound of pursuit gradually faded. Su Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their legs had outrun the enemy's beast-mounted troops. I'm exhausted. Wang Lin collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Lu Qingfeng and the others were also panting heavily, still shaken. Despite their fear, seeing the cultivation resources stuffed in their clothes brought smiles back to their faces. This trip was worth it. The veterans couldn't contain their excitement. These resources were equivalent to 3 years' worth of academy supplies. We got more than we did from that convoy yesterday. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. Su Chun smiled and said, let's head back. This haul will last us a long time. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and the others quickly composed themselves and set off for the ancient city. Soon, they returned to the city. The soldiers inside looked curiously at Su Chun and his group, who were covered in blood and had bulging clothes, wondering about their experiences. Mu Changfeng rushed over upon hearing the news, frowning at Su Chun and his group. Su Chun, what happened to you all? Before Su Chun could respond, Wang Lin eagerly reported their achievements. We killed over 40 at the Qi realm and nearly 300 at the Qi and Blood realm. The return of Su Chun and his group caused quite a stir in the ancient city. When they claimed to have killed a large number of aliens with just a dozen or so people, the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief at this group of young people. We did manage to kill some aliens and seize quite a bit of resources, Su Chun explained with a smile, dumping a pile of alien weapons and various peculiar items on the ground. Brother Mu, could you help us appraise these? Lu Qingfeng and the others also pulled out their spoils, quickly piling them into a small mountain. The most amusing part was that Wang Lin and Wu Tao didn't even spare the aliens' cooking pots, which still contained some leftover meat soup. The soldiers in the ancient city were dumbfounded, and Mu Changfeng couldn't help but widen his eyes. How did you get all this stuff? He asked incredulously. We raided an alien village, Su Chun replied calmly, as if discussing something utterly mundane. This statement struck Mu Changfeng like a thunderclap. He looked at Su Chun and his group in disbelief, his heart churning with shock. A village would have at least 400 or 500 people. How did these young people manage that? Did you really raid a village? Mu Changfeng asked again, his voice filled with awe. Su Chun nodded, and the surrounding soldiers were already staring in astonishment at these young warriors returning from battle. Mu Changfeng immediately called for the appraiser, Old Lu, who quickly came back with a result. The pile of spoils was worth 36,000 merit points. Su Chun was a bit surprised, not expecting the items they casually brought back to be so valuable. Their truly precious elixirs and cultivation resources hadn't even been revealed yet, not to mention Su Chun's valuable armor. Lu Qingfeng and the other seniors were almost jumping with excitement. This was a fortune. The feat of raiding a village would be enough for them to boast about for a long time. Brother Mu, I have something else you might be interested in, Su Chun said, recalling the map. Mu Changfeng curiously took the map Su Chun handed over, and his smile instantly froze, replaced by a look of seriousness. Others were also intrigued. What could possibly shock Mu Changfeng this much? Su Chun, where did you get this? Mu Changfeng asked solemnly. Found it in the alien village, Su Chun replied casually. Mu Changfeng took a deep breath and said gravely, this is very valuable. Name your price. They had defended the Abyss for years without ever having a map of it, always in a passive position. The value of this map was simply immeasurable. Everyone around was stunned, having never seen Mu Changfeng with such an expression, and they were even more curious about what kind of treasure this was. Name your price. Mu Changfeng said gravely, his eyes reflecting undisguised surprise. His expression made it clear to everyone that what Su Chun held was far more valuable than they had imagined. Those around exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. What could be so significant that a powerful warrior like Mu Changfeng would react this way? Su Chun's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He noticed Mu Changfeng's furrowed brow and knew that he had realized the item's worth. So, Su Chun quickly interjected, smiling broadly. I'll just give it to you for free, Brother Mu. Mu Changfeng was taken aback, staring at Su Chun in disbelief. He had been prepared to pay a high price, but didn't expect Su Chun to be so generous. Su Chun explained, this item isn't very useful in my hands, but it's different in yours. Besides, after all the help you've given me, it wouldn't be right to demand anything. Mu Changfeng chuckled softly and discreetly put away the map. You rascal, he sighed. This is worth much more than any favor I've done for you. The two exchanged a knowing smile and said no more. As Su Chun and his companions left the Abyss, Mu Changfeng reminded him to reach out if he ever needed assistance. Back at Luoqing Technical School, Wang Lin couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Su, what exactly did you give Mu Changfeng to make him react like that? A map of the Abyss, Su Chun replied calmly. His words left everyone stunned. They all understood what an Abyss map meant after years of only holding a small part of the ancient city. The military knew nothing of the Abyss's interior. Keeping it with us is pointless. Someone murmured. Su Chun nodded and added, giving it to Mu Changfeng means he's now aligned with Luoqing Technical School. This revelation left everyone speechless. They had wondered why Su Chun didn't exchange the map for merits. But now they understood his strategic move had secured the loyalty of a military warrior and protector of the Abyss for their school. You're the man, Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, impressed by Su Chen's foresight. Su Chen just smiled and was about to lead the team away when someone rushed over, exclaiming, Su, you're back. Su Chun and his group appeared covered in blood, leaving the senior student momentarily stunned. Wang Lin casually explained, no worries, it's all the blood of the alien race. He deliberately revealed the spirit herbs stuffed in his clothes, leaving the senior student dumbfounded. Lu Qingfeng and the other seniors were in a similar state, their clothes bulging with various resources. The senior student was shocked by the scene, and before he could ask, Lu Qingfeng eagerly said, how did you know we raided an alien village? This statement hit the senior student like a heavy blow, leaving him dizzy. Raiding a village? This was an unprecedented feat in Luo City Technical School, and even in the entire Abyss Ancient City. Lu Qingfeng and his companions couldn't hide their pride, already imagining their future fame. The senior student was still processing this astonishing news, while Wang Lin and the other freshmen were equally excited. He confirmed again, wait, you raided an alien village? Lu Qingfeng and his group began boasting, describing how they easily earned tens of thousands of merit points and how the worthless spirit herbs and cultivation resources were. They mocked the academy's resources as being insufficient, calling them peanuts. Though they knew in their hearts that none of this would have been possible without Su Chun, they secretly regretted not preparing sacks like Wang Lin. Seeing the sack full of resources, their eyes nearly turned red with envy. At this moment, Su Chun smiled and said, enough with the boasting. This is just the beginning. Now it's a village, next a major town, then a royal city. Let's set a small goal first, like capturing a royal city. These words stunned Lu Qingfeng and the others. They originally intended just to boast a little, not expecting Su Chen's ambitions to be so grand. Capturing a royal city? How is that even possible? Su Chen looked at the spirit herbs stuffed in their clothes and shook his head, saying, don't let these petty gains blind you. I'm not interested in resources. This made everyone secretly grumble, but no one dared to voice it. The senior student was completely bewildered, standing still, momentarily forgetting his purpose there. Only then did Su Chen notice him and ask, by the way, did you have something to discuss? The senior student snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, oh, right, there's something important. Some troublemakers from Shingha University are at the gates, challenging us with a duel. The senior student suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit to Su Chun and hurriedly said, Su Chen, something's happened. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng was instantly furious and asked coldly, what's going on? The senior student hastily explained, an international student from Shingha University brought a group to provoke us, insulting us by saying that Luoqing Technical School is full of useless people. Old Wang and the others went on stage to fight back, but got injured. He continued, right now, the strongest at Luoqing Technical School are Gaofeng, Lu Qingfeng, and you. But Gaofeng is still recovering from serious injuries, and you and Lu Qingfeng went to the Abyss. How can we seniors stand against a top university like Shingha? Boss Gao has already gone over, the senior student added. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression changed, and he immediately headed towards the entrance. Wang Lin coldly remarked, this is probably the work of those international students. The senior nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's those international students. The one who came this time seems to be a cousin of some international student here. They're so arrogant now, their heads are practically in the clouds, calling us all useless. As he spoke, the senior student grew increasingly angry but felt helpless, knowing that he wasn't strong enough to face them without bringing shame upon himself. Su Chen remained silent, but he understood the situation. This was merely a backlash from his previous strong stance against the international students, who were now taking the opportunity to retaliate. With support from other universities, they had even called in relatives to back them up. Outside Luoqing Technical School, a makeshift ring had been set up. On stage, a senior from Luoqing Technical School was battling a martial artist from Shingha University who was at the 8-star Chi C level. However, it was obvious to anyone watching that Luoqing Technical School was no match. Even worse, the Shingha University student wasn't even trying to defeat his opponent outright, but was instead toying with and humiliating him. Haha, Luoqing Technical School truly lives up to being a bottom-tier school, producing nothing but trash. There's no challenge at all. You might as well close down and stop wasting resources. Shingha University's people mocked without restraint. The students from Luoqing Technical School were red-faced and speechless with shame. They knew they couldn't compare to their opponents. However, it was outrageous for students from a prestigious university to come and block the gates of a technical school and speak so disrespectfully. Opposite them, Shingha University's group laughed even louder. Among them, A burly, dark-skinned man lounged in a chair, holding a Chinese student in his arms, exuding an air of disdain. On stage, the Shingha University student continued to taunt. Useless. With skills like yours, how dare you step on stage? Who gave you the courage? How about you kneel and knock your head a few times, then shout, Luoqing Technical School only produces trash, and maybe I'll let you lose with some dignity. How about it? The senior from Luoqing Technical School, with blood at the corner of his mouth, was only at the 5-star Chi C level and was no match for his opponent. The only reason he hadn't been defeated yet was because the other student was toying with him. He suppressed his anger and retorted, a son asking his father to kneel, aren't you unfilial? Courting death. The Shingha University student was instantly furious and punched the senior, sending him flying. As the senior was about to fall off the stage, the student appeared behind him like a phantom, grabbing him and dragging him back to the center of the stage. On the arena, Lao Wang was teetering on the brink of collapse, yet he remained steadfast. His body was covered in wounds, with blood slowly trickling down his forehead, but his eyes still burned with an unyielding fire. Standing below the stage, Gao Feng's face was ashen, and his fists were clenched so tightly they were white. Rage simmered in his heart, but he was helpless. Lao Wang, just give up. No one would blame you, he shouted, his voice filled with urgency and frustration. Never, Lao Wang weakly replied, his voice faint yet resolutely firm. I'd rather die than surrender. This punk insulted our Luo City Technical School and expects me to give in? He can kill me if he can. With that, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to charge at his opponent once more. However, Lao Wang was already at his limit and was no match for the opponent. The student from Shingha University sneered, fine, on the arena, life and death are one's own responsibility. Even if I kill you, your Luo City Technical School can't do anything. Oh wait, even if you want revenge, you don't have the ability. Before he finished speaking, he delivered a heavy punch to Lao Wang's face, knocking him to the ground, unconscious. The victor looked down at Lao Wang's motionless body, then shifted his gaze to Gao Feng below the stage. Gao Feng, aren't you the top of Luo City Technical School? What's the matter? Thinking of being a coward, he taunted. How about this? You kneel and apologize, admitting that your school only produces trash, and I'll spare him and leave right now. How about it? Gao Feng's face was livid with anger, but his injuries were too severe for him to fight. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. The international students from Luo City Technical School started jeering. Kneel, kneel, they shouted, as if the school's disgrace had nothing to do with them. A dark-skinned international student stepped forward, looking Gao Feng in the eye. Gao Feng, just kneel. You don't want to see Luo City Technical School humiliated, do you? Just kneel and apologize to us. Admit you're inferior, and I'll have my cousin take the others back. In your dreams. Gao Feng was furious, demanding, aren't you students of Luo City Technical School? The international students made no effort to hide their disdain. Who wants to be classmates with you? This stingy school doesn't even provide resources. It should just shut down. If it closed earlier, maybe I'd be assigned to a better school. Unable to hold back any longer, Gao Feng leapt onto the arena. The student from Shingha University smirked at the sight. Hey, what are you doing? My fight with him isn't over. Are you planning to gang up on me? Gao Feng glared at him. You're also a student from Huaxia, and you're willing to help outsiders bully your own people? The other scoffed. Of course I'm a Huaxia student, but you losers dare call yourselves Huaxia students? Aren't you afraid of disgracing Huaxia? I'm ashamed to be associated with you. If I were you, I'd have left Huaxia long ago and found somewhere to die, since living is just embarrassing. These words completely ignited Gao Feng's fury, and the tension on the arena escalated instantly, setting the stage for an even fiercer confrontation. As for being a lackey, oh please, what era are you living in? Everyone wants to move up. By sticking with Nick, I can access more resources and obtain things that others might never achieve in a lifetime. The lackey from Shingha University had a gleam of greed in his eyes and a look of longing on his face. He made no effort to hide his fawning over Nick, even bragging. After graduation, I might even follow Nick to the never-set sun land, where even the air is cleaner than here. Hearing this, Gao Feng was instantly filled with rage, his chest heaving with indignation, yet he found himself momentarily speechless. He took a deep breath to calm himself and finally managed to say, you use the resources of Huaxia to train, and after graduation, you don't think of giving back to Huaxia or defending against the invaders, but instead, you want to go to the never-set sun land. Gao Feng's voice was filled with disbelief and disappointment. He continued, these top universities spend an enormous amount of resources on training every year. These resources are acquired from the Abyss, where countless soldiers have given their lives. Yet, they produce so many ingrates. They consume so many resources, but have no intention of giving back to Huaxia. Just then, a student from Shingha University shouted impatiently from the crowd, Zhang Feng, why are you wasting your breath on them? Zhang Feng, standing on the stage, heard this and smirked coldly. looking down at Gao Feng with disdain. He made no effort to hide his thoughts, his tone full of contempt. If the abyss breaks and the invaders reach the surface, then what? In this era, being weak is a fault. Those destined to die will die. The strong will naturally leave, and only you useless people, who can't leave, will stay behind and fight desperately. A flicker of cruelty appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes as he continued. Because you have nothing but your lives left, while geniuses remain geniuses no matter where they go. He wore a perplexed expression, as if genuinely unable to understand Gao Feng and the other's mindset. I really can't understand. I find this way of thinking utterly ridiculous. Zhang Feng suddenly turned to the already unconscious old Wang, sneering. If you're done here, get down. My fight with him isn't over yet. With that, he moved to strike and finish off old Wang. Seeing this, Gao Feng's heart tightened, and he urgently shouted, Stop. I forfeit on his behalf. Saying this was pure torment for Gao Feng, but he had no choice to save old Wang's life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng kicked old Wang off the platform and turned to Gao Feng, taunting, Great. So, are you the next to challenge me? The crowd below quickly caught old Wang, glaring at Zhang Feng, wishing they could tear him apart. Gao Feng took a deep breath, enduring his injuries, and declared firmly, Yes, I will test your skills. He could no longer worry about his own injuries. He couldn't stand by as Luo City Technical School was humiliated. Zhang Feng laughed loudly, having already noticed Gao Feng's injuries, but he didn't care. He charged forward, and the fight erupted. Zhang Feng's attacks were fierce and cunning, each move potentially lethal, as if he intended to kill Gao Feng. The foreign students below suddenly became excited, shouting, Useless Gao Feng, useless Gao Feng. They brought out drinks to celebrate, shouting loudly and appearing exceptionally thrilled. Some of the older students from Luo City Technical School couldn't bear it any longer. With red eyes, they were about to rush up and fight, but the lackeys from Shingha University blocked their way, taunting them to step into the ring if they had the guts. The students from Luo City Technical School clenched their fists, their faces filled with humiliation and anger. This was an extraordinary disgrace for them. However, they knew all too well that they couldn't defeat their opponents, and going up would do no good. They could only watch helplessly as this unfair battle continued. Upon witnessing this, the international students erupted into chaos. Their shouts and insults echoed throughout the technical school in Luocheng, sparing no one. These students had never considered themselves part of the institution and now openly ridiculed their so-called inferior peers. On the stage, Gao Feng's situation worsened. His internal injuries suddenly flared up, causing him to cough up blood, leaving him weak and helpless. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't stop. Instead, he intensified his assault. Laughing, he taunted, Gao Feng, what's wrong? You're already coughing up blood. With that, his fists rained down on Gao Feng's chest. Gao Feng, with blood continuously spilling from his mouth, was unable to fight back. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and anger. Another heavy punch from Zhang Feng sent Gao Feng crashing to the ground. Zhang Feng sneered. See, you're all useless. Even the so-called leader of the students is just like this. Zhang Feng didn't let Gao Feng fall off the stage. Instead, he continued to provoke. Not willing to kneel? Let's see how tough you really are. He threatened to break Gao Feng's leg. At that critical moment, a voice shouted through the air. Try touching him. I dare you. With that shout, a sharp sword aura shot out, interrupting Zhang Feng's actions. Zhang Feng looked over coldly to see Su Chun and others arriving at the scene. Lu Qingfeng, eyes blazing with fury, was ready to rush onto the stage to fight Zhang Feng. However, Su Chen's stern voice stopped him. Stand down. Knowing Lu Qingfeng was no match for Zhang Feng, Su Chen ordered, Bring Gao Feng back. I concede on his behalf. Su Chen's voice was calm, yet beneath that calmness lay a chilling intent. Zhang Feng, realizing the sword aura came from Su Chun, was intrigued and sneered. Who are you? What gives you the right to concede for Gao Feng? Su Chen responded indifferently. You don't need to know who I am. By then, Lu Qingfeng had already taken the gravely injured Gao Feng off the stage. All the senior students watched with eyes full of rage and sorrow. Su Chen stepped onto the stage, his long yuan sword trembling in his hand, as if resonating with his fierce intent. He declared passionately, We may not have the best talent, but we strive to protect our land against foreign threats. That's far better than being a traitor who trains with our resources yet serves foreign masters. No matter how talented, you're just their dog. Su Chen's words struck a nerve with Zhang Feng. He continued, I wonder how your ancestors would feel, knowing their descendants, for whom they fought and built the Great Wall, are now serving those they once drove away. Zhang Feng's face turned ashen with embarrassment and rage. He snapped, Enough with the talk. Is that all you Luocheng Tech students can do? The killing intent in Su Chen's eyes intensified, surpassing even what he felt towards foreign invaders or international students. He coldly stated, Very well, on this stage, life and death are decided. Ending the likes of you is just doing society a favor. You stray dog. Your death would be a blessing to society. Su Chen's eyes burned with an unprecedented intent to kill, his gaze piercing Zhang Feng like a knife. At this moment, true murderous intent surged in his heart, not only because Zhang Feng blocked his way, but also because he injured Lao Wang and Gao Feng. Zhang Feng laughed in response, his laughter filled with disdain and scorn. Ha ha! You, a mere 2-star Chi C level, dare to threaten to kill me? Ridiculous. That's the funniest thing I've heard all year. Nonetheless, he had to admit that Su Chen's mastery of sword energy was surprising. Even at Shingha University, only one senior had reached that level. For a technical school student to grasp sword energy, it spoke volumes about Su Chen's exceptional abilities. However, Zhang Feng quickly dismissed his surprise. In his eyes, no matter how skilled Su Chun was with sword energy, it didn't change the fact that he was only at the 2-star Chi C level. Such a gap in cultivation level wasn't something sword energy alone could bridge. Meanwhile, other lackeys from Shingha University chimed in. Is this how people from Luoqing Technical School are now? All talk and no skill. Nick, on the other hand, remained indifferent, casting a casual glance at the stage before turning his attention back to the scantily clad girl in his arms. His hands wandered freely, and the girl, unfazed by the onlookers, responded eagerly. Let me see what you're really made of. Zhang Feng sneered, launching the first attack. The exchange students from Luoqing Technical School considered warning Zhang Feng to be cautious, but dismissed the idea, believing that as a student of Shingha University, he should be fine. Facing Zhang Feng's assault, Su Chen's expression remained cold and emotionless. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming sword force surged skyward like a massive tidal wave, crashing down on Zhang Feng. Su Chun stood motionless, but the sheer intensity of the sword energy emanating from him exerted tremendous pressure on Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng felt as if countless sharp swords were about to pierce him, and the fear rising from his core caused his attack to falter, forcing him to retreat several steps. In his mind, he envisioned a terrifying sword descending from the heavens, ready to strike him down. Sword force. Zhang Feng instantly recognized Su Chen's technique, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Sword energy he could comprehend, but sword force that was something truly terrifying. Who are you really? With your talent, how could you end up in a mediocre technical school? Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. Su Chen responded with a cold laugh. I'm just a nobody. Why would someone as privileged as you remember me? With that, he drew the Longyuan sword. The blade vibrated with excitement, as if eager to taste blood. A terrifying surge of sword energy shot skyward, filling the entire stage. For the first time, Su Chun unleashed his sword energy to its full extent, not out of concern about defeating Zhang Feng, but simply to showcase his strength. The sword energy cascaded like a tide, its momentum awe-inspiring, enveloping the entire stage in a sea of sharpness. Zhang Feng wanted to resist, but a massive fish-shaped shadow formed by sword energy roared towards him along the river of sword chi. The terrifying aura was overwhelming, making him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. This feeling came from an opponent with only a 2-star Chi C realm, which was hard for Zhang Feng to believe. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but mostly he felt incredulous. As a prodigy of Shingha University, he had never regarded a technical school student as a threat, especially a freshman. Yet at this moment, this opponent he had underestimated posed a mortal threat. I surrender. Zhang Feng shouted instinctively, his voice filled with fear. The battle had just begun, and even before a single move was completed, he was eager to admit defeat. Despite the reluctance and disbelief in his heart, preserving his life was most important. However, Su Chun seemed oblivious to his plea, showing no sign of stopping. Zhang Feng was utterly panicked. Seeing the murderous intent in Su Chen's eyes, he turned to jump off the stage. But just as he moved, the giant fish-shaped shadow enveloped him. The endless sword energy spun wildly inside the fish, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng was torn to pieces. Blood rained down, staining the entire arena red. Su Chen stood coldly in the pool of blood, holding his sword, his eyes filled with nothing but icy indifference. The people from Shingha University were stunned, frozen in place. Even Nick furrowed his brows, looking at the stage in disbelief. They knew Zhang Feng's strength well, yet now he had been slain by a student from Luoqing Technical School, his body shredded to pieces. You dare kill someone from Shingha University? A male student from Shingha University shouted angrily, possessing a 9-star Chi C realm. Su Chen replied coldly, if I've killed, so be it. If you're not convinced, come up and face your death. His eyes showed no emotion, ready to strike again if anyone dared to challenge him. Another student from Shingha University questioned, he already surrendered, and you still attacked. That's against the rules. Su Chan retorted bluntly, do you have evidence? How can you say he surrendered? Can you prove it? His barrage of questions left the other student speechless. In fact, the student hadn't seen what happened on the stage, only vaguely hearing the word surrender, but couldn't be certain. Foreign students quickly stepped forward to testify. We heard it. We all heard Zhang Feng surrender. They hadn't expected Su Chun to be so ruthless, killing a Shingha University student with one move. Oh, is that so? Su Chun asked coldly, his gaze like a knife, intimidating the foreign students into silence. Students from Luoqing Technical School also shouted, "We didn't hear it." We'll testify that Zhang Feng never surrendered. Seeing Su Chen's dominance, having directly killed Zhang Feng, the pent-up anger in their hearts finally erupted. Some were so emotional their eyes reddened, recalling how Zhang Feng had humiliated them at the entrance, and they were powerless, with no one able to match him. Even forcing Gao Feng to fight with injuries, only to face even more brutal humiliation. Zhang Feng's actions crushed the dignity of the entire Luoqing Technical School, trampling on everyone's pride. At the time, they even considered ganging up on Zhang Feng, but that would have made them lose their stance, as it was a fair arena match, life and death decided by fate. Just as Su Chun killed Zhang Feng now, no one could hold him accountable, as it happened on the stage. All the students from Luoqing Technical School looked at Su Chun with complex expressions, filled with fervor, excitement, and gratitude. If not for Su Chun stepping up, Luoqing Technical School might have been completely humiliated today. Is there anyone else who dares to fight? Su Chun stood proudly, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd from Shingha University, contemplating whether to throw a blood explosion thunder and finish them all. Su Chun suppressed his urge to kill, his eyes scanning the crowd below the stage with intensity. He knew that causing unnecessary harm outside the arena would bring trouble, but within this confined space, no one could criticize him for wielding his sword against opponents. With a cold smile, he taunted again, "Who else dares to challenge me?" As he spoke, an even more formidable aura erupted from within him, soaring into the sky. Or is this all that Shingha University has to offer? His blatant mockery immediately provoked the members of Shingha University, leaving them seething with anger. At that moment, a woman in black, standing beside De Lao He, leaped onto the stage. She looked at Su Chun with disdain, as if he were nothing more than an insignificant ant. "Qing." The woman introduced herself, her gaze sweeping over Su Chun. "You do have some skill to grasp the essence of swordsmanship at a technical school. With such talent, why settle for a mediocre school?" She paused briefly before continuing. "How about this? Leave Luoqing Technical School and enroll at Shingha University. With Nick's influence, getting you into Shingha University won't be an issue." But her tone carried a hint of condescension. "The condition is that you must follow Nick from now on." Hearing this, Su Chun couldn't help but sneer. "Huh, who do you think you are, to suggest I follow that beast? If anything, he'd be lucky to follow me, and even then, I'd find him lacking." His voice dripped with sarcasm. "Back when Lung Mingxiu tried to recruit me with a high offer, I still didn't go to Shingha University. Who do you think you are?" Qing clearly didn't believe Su Chen's words. She thought no rational person would choose a lesser-known school over a prestigious university. She suspected Su Chun might have encountered some fortuitous opportunity after joining Luoqing Technical School and was merely boasting. At that moment, students from Luoqing Technical School couldn't help but interject, "Don't doubt it. Just yesterday, the big shots from the school alliance tried to recruit Brother Chun, but he turned them down. Don't ask why Brother Chen refused it, it's because he's noble. Brother Chen isn't like some people who forget their roots and lack gratitude." They went on to explain that they had witnessed it firsthand. If Su Chen wished, he could easily join not just Shingha University, but even the Imperial University. With his vast inner energy and the ability to summon lightning tribulations, as well as his mastery of swordsmanship as a new student, any of these feats would be enough to qualify him for the Imperial University. Hearing this, Qing burst into laughter. She found it utterly absurd. How could officials from the school alliance possibly recruit someone from a technical school? It seemed too far-fetched. Mockingly, she said, "You can't even make up a believable story. How pathetic." Su Chun, weary of the pointless conversation, coldly interrupted, "Enough. I don't have a rule against fighting women, let's get on with it." He was done wasting words on this fool. Whether they believed him or not was irrelevant to Su Chun. Soon, these people would be dead, and belief wouldn't matter. Qing showed no hesitation, instantly producing a sharp dagger. She moved swiftly, launching a fierce attack on Su Chun, her moves ruthless and precise, showcasing her formidable 9-star cultivation level. Facing Qing's aggressive assault, Su Chun remained calm and composed. With a light thrust of his Long Yuan sword, a sharp blade of energy shot forth. Following that, a terrifying surge of sword energy erupted, its unstoppable force seeming as though it would tear the entire arena apart. Qing felt the power of the sword for the first time and was taken aback. It was far stronger than she had imagined, yet she remained confident. Zhang Feng had died due to carelessness, but she wouldn't make such a basic mistake. "You are indeed strong," Qing sneered. "But unfortunately for you, you've met me. So, you're destined to lose." Her dagger glinted with a dark sheen, sending a chilling aura that swept over Su Chun. However, this aura was shattered instantly by the overwhelming force of the sword. Without hesitation, Qing launched her attack. Su Chun was not one to back down and immediately unleashed his fierce flame demon rage. His energy surged, becoming violently intense, as he thrust his sword forward with force. Shenqing's expression changed drastically. In her panic to block the attack, she was too late. Su Chen's strike carried the breath of death, chilling her to the bone and breaking her out in a cold sweat. She tried to speak, but the terrifying sword aura surrounding her made it impossible to utter a sound. Fear washed over her like a tidal wave as she desperately tried to evade. But in the next moment, she was torn apart by Su Chen's sword energy, blood spilling. Until her last breath, Shenqing couldn't comprehend what had happened. She was a genius from Shingha University, with a bright future and someone like Nick by her side. How could she meet such an end? Next, Su Chun spoke coldly, with a drop of blood seemingly still on his long yuan sword. His gaze was icy and merciless, tinged with mockery. In the audience, the foreign students were utterly stunned. What kind of monster was Su Chun to be so powerful? If he won, given his personality, he would likely come after them first. With this thought, they furrowed their brows, and some even quietly slipped back to the academy. Boss Su! Boss Su! The other students shouted excitedly. At this moment, Su Chen's image in their minds grew immensely. For the first time, they were in complete awe of a newcomer, admiring him sincerely. Gao Feng was equally excited, but his injuries were too severe to join in the cheers. The other senior students' eyes burned with a fervent desire for strength. Blocked at the gate by Shingha University, Gao Feng was gravely injured, and Old Wang was unconscious, yet they were powerless. This humiliation ignited their first intense longing for power. Without strength, they were less than animals. This was the harsh reality. Even Shingha University began to take Su Chun seriously. Who would have thought he would be so formidable, killing 2 people with such ruthless methods? Kid, who exactly are you to dare kill our Shingha University people? Someone demanded harshly, as Nick also turned his gaze towards Su Chun. So what if I killed them? Su Chun responded aggressively, with a cold laugh. If you're upset, come up and see if I dare to kill you. If you're scared, kneel at the gate of Luoqing Technical School and apologize, then shout a few times that Shingha University is no match for Luoqing Technical School, and I'll pretend this never happened. Su Chen's blatant humiliation infuriated the Shingha University people. What arrogance! Our Shingha University is surely not inferior to your Luoqing Technical School. If you're not satisfied, come up and fight. Don't just talk like a coward. Su Chun retorted angrily, his aura domineering, adding mockingly. If you're afraid, come at me together. These arrogant words completely enraged the Shingha University crowd, and they rushed forward. However, Nick stood up and stopped them, then looked at Su Chun with a meaningful gaze. Nick, speaking in broken Chinese, asked, "What's your name?" Su Chun gave him a cold look, too uninterested to respond to this foreigner. Instead, he pointed his sword directly at Nick, silently challenging him to a duel. Nick, however, avoided Su Chen's gaze and turned to the exchange students from Luoqing Technical School, inquiring about Su Chen's identity. After getting his answer, Nick faced Su Chun again, his tone slightly enticing. Su Chun, I admire you. If you're willing to leave this godforsaken place and come with me to the British Empire, I can offer you a high position. It's something you'll never get in China. Nick was indeed intrigued by Su Chun. Su Chen's swordsmanship was astonishing, far exceeding expectations. Before coming here, Nick knew that the person targeting the exchange students at Luoqing Technical School was a freshman named Su Chun. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he saw that a freshman had already grasped the concept of sword momentum, which was truly frightening. He was also curious why such a talent would appear at Luoqing Technical School. It seemed quite unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was furious and couldn't help but curse. Get lost, you idiot. Who do you think you're fooling? He couldn't believe someone would actually want him to be their lackey. The sycophants from Shingha University looked on with a mix of envy and anger. It was the first time they'd seen Nick personally invite someone. They had begged and even knelt to Nick, paying a huge price for such an opportunity. Yet Su Chun was so ungrateful. Nick tried to persuade him again. Su Chun, do you realize? I know your ancestors. Su Chun interrupted. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, just get lost. What's with all the barking? He was truly enraged, unable to understand why the so-called elite students of Shingha University were so spineless and had no dignity. He even suspected their ancestors might have been traitors. Still unwilling to give up, Nick said, Su Chun, I hope you reconsider. If you're willing, I can assure you that you'll become the leader of the Luoqing Technical School Student Alliance, and all exchange students will follow your lead. Su Chun sneered, sorry, I'm already the leader of the Student Alliance. As for the exchange students, I've never considered them as people. With that, Su Chun swung his sword, sending a wave of sword energy towards the Shingha University students. If you don't dare to come up, then just admit that Shingha University only produces trash. Or, you can all come at once. Su Chun's words were extremely arrogant, but no one present thought he was too overbearing. In fact, they felt it wasn't enough. If they were in his place, they'd likely be even more arrogant. Unfortunately, they didn't have the ability. It was embarrassing that a freshman had to stand up and reclaim the school's honor. It was more humiliating than dying in an abyss, where at least they'd be called heroes for killing foreign invaders. Now, they were just cowards. Finally, someone from Shingha University jumped onto the stage, shouting, "I'll take you on. Su Chun, you're way too arrogant. You'll never understand the gap between Luoqing Technical School and Shingha University." Nick frowned slightly, and then commanded, "Go up together and kill him." Although surprised, the others didn't dare disobey. But ganging up on one person on stage was a bit embarrassing. Nonetheless, under Nick's orders, they all jumped onto the stage, ready to deal with this arrogant freshman from Luoqing Technical School. "Then let him have it." Nick sneered, not saying another word as he continued to hold the scantily clad girl, touching her freely. His attitude infuriated the others, prompting 4 students from Shingha University to jump onto the stage and stand alongside Nick. Below the stage, the students from Luoqing Technical School were seething with anger. They gritted their teeth and cursed. "Damn it. Is this what Shingha University produces, shameless people? Why don't you fight unknown? 5 against 1. Is that your idea of skill?" Some even mocked. "If Su Laoda told you to jump, would you? If he told you to eat dirt, would you follow?" Just as the Luoqing Technical School students were about to rush the stage to help Su Chun, he raised his hand to stop them. The 5 from Shingha University shamelessly said, "Since you said so, we'll oblige." They took fighting stances, ready to attack together. Although they were at the 8th or 9th star of the Qi Si realm, while Su Chun was only at the 2nd star, no one dared underestimate Su Chun now. The miserable state of the previous 2 opponents was still fresh in their minds. Nick thought coldly, since Su Chun refused to be his lackey, then he must die. Su Chun's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Huh? Is this Shingha University? What an eye-opener. If I told you to eat dirt, would you obediently do it too?" The Shingha University students were infuriated. "Stop with the lip service. Since you're on stage, it's life or death. Aren't you arrogant? Don't concede this match until one of us falls. We have more people. It's not fair, so I allow you to use any means." They said this mainly because they feared Su Chun would flee if defeated. On stage, they could kill Su Chun openly, but if he surrendered or escaped, attacking him might attract Luoqing Technical School's instructors. Though they were not visible, the instructors were surely observing from the shadows. Su Chun paused, initially hesitant about using the bloodburst sky thunder, thinking it might be excessive. Unexpectedly, the opponents gave him the opportunity. He feigned caution and asked again, "Are you sure? I can use any means." "Yes, as long as you don't concede." The Shingha University students replied confidently. With 5 of them giving their all, how could they not defeat Su Chun alone? That would be too absurd. Below the stage, Luoqing Technical School students widened their eyes in fury. They silently vowed to wash away today's humiliation with blood. If they survived, they swore to train relentlessly. Wang Lin, however, furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. Although Su Chun was indeed formidable, facing such a lineup was no small feat, yet Su Chun told them to step back. Could it be? Wang Lin suddenly recalled their experience in the abyss, when Su Chun almost blew him away. Could Su Chun be planning to? "Let's step back," Wang Lin urged. Lu Qingfeng and Wu Tao glared at Wang Lin. At such a critical moment, they couldn't help Su Chun, but they couldn't retreat either. Think about the village raid in the abyss. Wang Lin ignored their reactions and hid at a distance. Lu Qingfeng and Wu Tao were initially stunned, then quickly realized. Seeing Su Chun's demeanor, could he really be planning to use that thing? Otherwise, why repeatedly confirm if any means were allowed? "Retreat. Fall back," Lu Qingfeng shouted urgently, his voice changing pitch. He even dry-heaved. By this time, Su Chun had already taken out the blood-burst sky thunder on stage. A small, pitch-black bead suddenly appeared in the arena, and Wang Lin cursed under his breath, instinctively stepping back. His experiences in the abyss had left him with a psychological scar, and seeing this object again instantly filled him with dread. The students from Shingha University looked puzzled, staring at the dragonized black bead, not understanding what there was to fear. However, seeing the students from Luoqing Technical School quickly retreat, they couldn't help but feel a slight unease. This fear of the unknown made them uncomfortable. The students from Luoqing Technical School were equally bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Lu Qingfeng's voice was hoarse from shouting, even beginning to gag, but he continued to yell for them to retreat. They instinctively followed his command, quickly distancing themselves from the arena. The exchange students exchanged glances, having never seen Su Chun use such an object, and couldn't help but feel a bit dismissive. Seeing this, the students from Shingha University thought it was just a psychological tactic by Luoqing Technical School in coordination with Su Chun, and slightly lowered their guard. At that moment, Su Chun suddenly flashed a devilish smile and hurled the blood-burst thunderbolt in his hand. Without hesitation, he jumped off the arena and sprinted away at his fastest speed. The Shingha University students immediately started yelling, accusing Su Chun of being untrustworthy and running away. They believed Su Chun was genuinely scared, knowing that someone on the arena might die. However, in the next second, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Accompanied by a towering flame, the entire Luoshan seemed to tremble. A massive mushroom cloud slowly rose, smoke and fire lingering in the air. The students from Luoqing Technical School stood frozen in shock, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The school's main gate had been blown away. The arena vanished without a trace, leaving only a smoldering crater over 30 meters in diameter. As for the 5 students from Shingha University, not even a trace remained. Meanwhile, several powerful presences suddenly appeared in Luoqing Technical School. A few instructors arrived at the scene instantly, their faces filled with astonishment as they looked at the soaring flames. They immediately took action to control the fire and dissipate the overwhelming force to prevent a larger disaster. Su Chun, hiding in a safe spot, peeked out and thoughtfully remarked, "It didn't seem this strong in the abyss." With the efforts of the instructors at the marquee level, the aftermath of the explosion was finally neutralized. As the smoke cleared, the massive crater was revealed. The power of a single blood-burst thunderbolt was enough to kill a 9-star Chi-Si realm warrior, and the unprepared Shingha University students, facing such a powerful attack, naturally turned to dust. Feng Yu appeared at the scene, his face darkened. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze finally settled on Su Chun. "Su Chun, get over here," Mentor Feng Yu shouted, his face dark with anger. The students from Shingha University came with aggressive intent, openly challenging Luo City Technical School. As mentors, Feng Yu and others could not intervene in the students' battles, and could only watch helplessly as Gao Feng was severely injured. Although Shingha University's actions were lacking in decorum, the gap between a technical school and a prestigious university was simply too great, leaving them with no options. It wasn't until Su Chun returned and defeated 2 Shingha University students that the mentors felt somewhat relieved. However, before they could fully celebrate, Su Chun pulled out a powerful weapon, obliterating 5 opponents and bringing down the academy's main gate in the process. Su Chun approached Feng Yu, scratching his head awkwardly. "I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful." Wang Lin quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, give me a break. It's just a gate. When Boss Su wiped out an entire alien village in the abyss, he even blew me." Before he could finish, Feng Yu kicked Wang Lin to the ground. What kind of status deserves a break? But then he paused. Su Chun wiped out an alien village in the abyss? Just basic stuff, Su Chun said modestly, though he couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. Feng Yu and the other mentors exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting about the destroyed gate. At that moment, Nick stood up angrily. "Su Chun, I demand an explanation for killing so many of my Shingha University people. You owe me an explanation." His anger stemmed not from the death of his classmates, but because his own followers were killed, which was a serious blow to his pride. Nick, despite being only at the Chi-Si realm 7-star level, showed no fear of the mentors and dean of Luo City Technical School. He was, after all, a noble foreign student. "Why are you barking like a dog? What are you barking for?" Wu Tao retorted bluntly. Before the fight, it was agreed that life and death were up to fate and wouldn't stop until one side was dead. Your people also said they could use any means against Su Chun. So what? Now you want to backtrack? Have you no shame? Or are all your so-called son never sets people this shameless? Wu Tao's words hit Nick where it hurt, rendering him speechless. "I'll report to Shingha University that you people at Luo City Technical School have no sense of martial ethics. No sense of martial ethics at all." Nick shouted hysterically, but he knew deep down he didn't dare to fight Su Chun. Not just because of that terrifying weapon, but because Su Chun himself could easily kill a Chi-Si realm 9-star expert. Moreover, according to his little brother, Su Chun was truly capable of killing. "Oh, you weren't caught in it," Su Chun said with a hint of regret. He had seen the other foreign students being blown away by the explosion, hitting the ground, dazed and confused. "How about we have another go?" Su Chun licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement, clearly not satisfied yet. Nick stood frozen in front of Su Chun, unable to make a move. His henchmen had already fallen at Su Chun's hands, and as a mere Chi-Si realm 7-star cultivator, he was no match for Su Chun, especially since Su Chun was wielding that terrifying weapon. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Weren't you just saying it was a fight to the death? Now that your men are down, you want to run to Star River University to complain? Even the school alliance can't help you," he sneered, relishing the opportunity to humiliate this detestable guy. Nick was seething but didn't dare to act rashly. Do you know who I am? "I'm from the Empire, with noble blood running through my veins," he shouted, though his voice betrayed a hint of fear. Wang Lin scoffed dismissively. "Who cares about nobility? We've already dealt with several from the Empire's technical school." His words hit Nick right where it hurt. Nick wanted to argue but sensed the intense killing intent emanating from Su Chun. He realized that one more word might push Su Chun to abandon all restraint. If that happened, even Star River University couldn't save him. With this in mind, Nick could only glare at Su Chun before turning to leave. Just then, A bruised student from the technical school came running over, gasping for breath as he shouted, "Something's happened. Boss Su, there's trouble with the student alliance." Lu Qingfeng immediately approached the student, his expression serious. "What's going on?" The student, still catching his breath, explained, "Those damn foreigners, they barged into the student alliance while you were away and stole all our cultivation resources. It turned out that while the capable members of the technical school were out, only a few freshmen were left to guard the place. The foreign students took advantage of this opportunity, likely believing that with Nick backing them, Su Chun and his group wouldn't dare retaliate. But they never expected that their biggest supporter, Nick, was now cowering like a turtle." "Stop!" Su Chun shouted, his terrifying sword force enveloping Nick. "Damn it, trying to pull a diversion trick on me? Do you have a death wish?" Su Chun was furious, convinced that Nick had orchestrated the whole thing. Little did he know, Nick was genuinely clueless about the incident. But by the time Nick tried to explain, it was too late. Su Chun struck swiftly, landing several heavy punches on Nick's face. His dark, chubby face quickly swelled. Before Nick could utter a word, another punch landed, leaving his eyes bruised and his mind reeling. Nick had never experienced such humiliation in all his years in China. Usually, both the professors and students treated him with utmost respect, even arranging for female students to keep him company when he felt homesick. But now, Su Chun showed him no courtesy, raining punches down on him mercilessly. In just a minute, Nick was left unrecognizable, twitching on the ground like a wild boar. Su Chun showed no pity, dragging him away like a dead pig. "What are you doing? This isn't a ring," a scantily clad female student exclaimed in shock, clearly frightened by Su Chun's actions. By the time she regained her composure, Nick was already beaten beyond recognition. Su Chun turned and calmly retorted, "Oh, so what? If you're not happy, come and hit me." This left the female student fuming, but seeing Wang Lin approaching with a menacing look and a knife, she dared not make a sound. Su Chun looked around and asked, "Did anyone see me hit this guy?" No, I didn't see anything." Wang Lin and Wu Tao quickly chimed in, and the other senior students shook their heads in agreement. At this moment, Tong Yu stepped forward, his expression serious. All eyes were on him, and Wang Lin even pointed his knife at him. "I clearly saw this big guy fall by himself, and then Su Chun wanted to take him back for treatment," Tong Yu declared with righteous indignation. Everyone was stunned at his words, remembering how different Tong Yu had been when he first joined the academy. What had happened to him in just a few days? Su Chun was also taken aback, increasingly impressed with Tong Yu's adaptation. He gave Wang Lin and Wu Tao a meaningful look, but said nothing. Turning to the female student, Su Chun said, "See? Who saw me hit him? You're falsely accusing me, and there are consequences for that. Plus, I now suspect you and this guy are in cahoots with the foreign devils from Luoqing Tech, stealing our cultivation resources. I have the right to detain you until we get to the bottom of this." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin and Wu Tao rushed forward and started beating the girl without mercy. Her screams echoed, leaving the senior students watching in shock. They thought to themselves that these two had no sense of chivalry. But then again, they figured, perhaps she deserved it. Wang Lin and Wu Tao didn't actually want to act this way, but Tong Yu's increasing cleverness made them feel their positions were threatened. To prove themselves to Su Chun, they hit even harder, and soon the girl fainted. Damn it. This woman dared to resist and tried to escape. She must be in league with this guy and needs to be detained, Wang Lin declared righteously, with Wu Tao nodding in agreement. The other senior students were completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Lu Qingfeng's lips twitched, as if he suddenly understood something. Ridiculous. Feng Yu couldn't help but say, unable to comprehend the actions of these troublemakers. Su Chun ignored him, turning to Lu Qingfeng and ordering, "Immediately take people and capture those foreign devils who are stealing resources." Lu Qingfeng nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and promptly led a team into the academy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao seized the opportunity, appointing themselves as the captains of the task force, and charged into the academy with enthusiasm. Feng Yu's lips twitched as a wave of regret washed over him. Why were the people he went through so much trouble to find so unreliable? The name Traitor Extermination Squad was laughably absurd. Su Chun was stunned, looking at Wang Lin and Wu Tao in disbelief. Had they completely let themselves go after regaining their freedom? The other senior students also gave Su Chun odd looks, prompting him to cough awkwardly and pretend not to notice. Su Chun glanced at Nick, who was sprawled out like a dead pig, and the girl who had been beaten up. With a furrowed brow, he decisively ordered, "Hang them up. I want to interrogate them myself." As for the foreign students from Luo City Technical School, they had long been subdued by the senior students and were currently being held down, awaiting Su Chen's decision. He commanded, "Hang them all up." Having said that, he found a chair and sat down. Tong Yu, understanding the cue, mysteriously produced a cup of tea and handed it over respectfully. Feng Yu was dumbfounded. This wasn't the Tong Yu he remembered. What shocked him even more was that despite the presence of the dean and other instructors, Tong Yu was solely focused on serving Su Chun, without even sparing them a glance. Feng Yu cleared his throat, trying to speak, Su Chun, about this matter. However, Su Chun coincidentally put down the teacup and interrupted Feng Yu. This matter will be handled by our student union. It's an internal affair, and if I can't handle it properly, I have no face to remain as the head of the student union. After speaking, Su Chun stood up, landed a few heavy punches onto Lao He, and then questioned, "Where are our resources?" Nick looked bewildered. "What resources? I haven't taken anything from you. You're slandering me." He defended himself passionately, only now realizing why he had been beaten. But he truly knew nothing about it. Still denying it. Su Chun sneered, pulling out a whip from his storage ring and lashing it down. A bloody welt appeared on Nick's skin, torn and raw, a sight too ghastly to behold. "Will you talk?" Su Chun whipped with increasing vigor and excitement. Soon, Nick's body was covered in wounds, leaving him speechless and bloodied, a horrifying sight. The senior students were stunned by the scene, a chill running up their spines. They realized that during the entrance assessment, Su Chun had been quite restrained. If he treated them this way just for competing in the assessment for some credits, they would be beaten half to death. Feng Yu and the other instructors couldn't bear to watch any longer, wanting to remind Su Chun to tone it down, especially since this was within the academy. However, Su Chun was too engrossed to heed any advice. Still stubborn, Su Chun, tired from the beating, instructed Tong Yu to confiscate everything from Nick, righteously claiming it all belonged to Luo City Technical School. The senior students were completely baffled. It was one thing to claim that Nick's cultivation resources or valuables belonged to the school, but stripping him of his clothes too? Tong Yu seemed to have an epiphany, and, without waiting for Su Chen's command, pointed at the foreign students and said, "And them, take everything from them too. It's evidence of their theft from Luo City Technical School." At this point, the senior students felt their minds weren't keeping up. Yet, seeing Tong Yu diligently confiscating and pocketing the items, they suddenly understood and eagerly joined the confiscation operation. Feng Yu and the other instructors were wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The absurdity of the situation left them profoundly shocked. In the campus of Luoqing Technical School, a bewildering spectacle was unfolding. Gao Feng, once known for his integrity, was now lying on the ground, repeatedly shouting, "Leave some for me." A bizarre scene that left many puzzled. Soon after, a group led by Wang Lin marched out with a bunch of foreign students, who were battered and bruised. These students had clearly been thoroughly robbed, with some left wearing nothing but tattered clothes. The sight was truly shocking. Feng Yu couldn't help but speak up, "Su Chun, isn't this a bit too?" She hesitated. Though Su Chen's methods were satisfying, Nick was still a part of Shingha University. Moreover, the theft of resources from the Luoqing Technical School Student Union was still unresolved, and its connection to Nick was uncertain. Acting so rashly seemed unwise. Su Chun rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "You're right. After all, we're civilized people who reason things out." Hearing this, Feng Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. She thought, "You call yourself civilized? You blew up the school's gate. Reason things out. You beat him up before he could even finish speaking. Is this your idea of civilization and reasoning?" However, Su Chun seemed oblivious to Feng Yu's skeptical look. He pulled out a piece of paper from nowhere and quickly listed Nick's crimes. Astonishingly, the list contained over 50 accusations, nearly filling the entire sheet. "Sign it." Su Chun handed the list to Nick. Though Nick couldn't speak, seeing the content made him struggle angrily. He might have owned up to other accusations, but Su Chun claiming he littered and didn't help an elderly woman cross the street was utterly ridiculous. Seeing this, Su Chun said to Wang Lin, "Still won't admit it. Wang Lin, take care of him." With that, he tossed the list to Wang Lin. Wang Lin eagerly stepped forward, not even glancing at the list's contents, and forcibly pressed Nick's hand to leave a bloody fingerprint on it. This series of actions left everyone stunned. They thought, what kind of people are these? The good news was that this was an internal affair of their school, so there was no worry about Su Chun treating others this way. The bad news was that this incident was incredibly embarrassing if it got out. Su Chun chuckled and said, "All right, the evidence is established, and the perpetrator has confessed. Hang him up and notify Shingha University to come bail him out." These words left Feng Yu speechless. She thought, "So you're planning to extort Shingha University now, huh?" Noticing the principal's unusual gaze, Su Chun continued, "Principal, what's with that look? Our Luoqing Technical School is so poor that we can barely make ends meet. Our limited resources were stolen by these scoundrels, and we still can't find where they are. Doesn't this gap need to be filled? Look at our students. Without resources to train, they're crying out of frustration." The more Su Chun spoke, the more animated he became. The students he pointed at froze for a moment, quickly hiding the resources they had taken from the foreign students and putting on a pitiful look. At this point, Feng Yu just wanted to kick Su Chun out. This shamelessness. Well, let it be. Isn't it obvious they're trying to siphon off Shingha University's resources? What do you mean you can't find the stolen resources when they're clearly with you? The principal couldn't take it anymore and turned to leave. But just as he was about to go, he remembered something, turned back to Su Chun and said gravely, "They just said you massacred an entire village of a different race." The dean asked in a grave voice, his brow furrowed and expression serious, "This is no small matter. Are you telling the truth?" Despite his disbelief, witnessing the power of the item in Su Chen's hand made them start to waver. Su Chen quickly explained, with a hint of urgency in his voice, "Massacre? Don't listen to their nonsense. Do I seem like that kind of person?" He spread his hands innocently. "I just raided an alien village. I certainly didn't massacre them." The dean's briefly eased mind tensed again, his voice rising. "You raided an alien village? How is that different from a massacre? Would the aliens just stand there and let you rob them?" He felt a splitting headache, wondering how this new student could be so bold as to directly raid an alien village. In all his years, he had never encountered such an outrageous student. Feng Yu stared at Su Chun in shock, his murky eyes flickering with complex emotions. He was well aware of the aliens' brutality, but the fact that Su Chun and his group managed to raid a village astounded the elder members present. Whose idea was this? Feng Yu finally spoke, with a hint of severity in his tone. "This matter must be thoroughly investigated." Su Chun, Wang Lin, and Wu Tao shouted almost simultaneously, with a hint of pride on their faces. Su Chun admitted frankly, "Yes, it was my idea." Feng Yu's anger flared. "You kid. How can you be so daring? Don't you know how brutal the aliens are? By doing this, you could end up in a dangerous situation. If the people from the ancient city can't rescue you in time, you could all be finished. You're just students. Is it your place to do such things?" Su Chen frowned slightly, looking deeply at Feng Yu. At this point, does it even matter? The aliens could launch a massive attack at any moment. And if the ancient city falls, our Luoqing Technical School will be the first to be wiped out. In that case, does it matter if we go to the battlefield or do these things? This war has been going on for hundreds of years. Feng Yu interrupted Su Chun, his voice filled with worry and anger. "Even if that's the case, even if the ancient city falls, I'll be the one to die before you. If you have to die, let it be after me." He understood Su Chen's mindset. In this centuries-long war, humanity was always at a disadvantage. No one knew when the defense line might collapse, and then humanity would face annihilation. But they were just students, and the aliens wouldn't spare them because of their status. Su Chen remained silent, knowing that Feng Yu was concerned for his safety. But he had his own path to follow, one that wouldn't allow him to peacefully train within the academy. For him, the abyss was where a warrior truly belonged. Seeing Su Chun remain silent, Feng Yu also fell into silence, feeling a bit helpless. He took a deep breath and asked again, "How much did you manage to plunder this time?" Su Chen smiled calmly and replied, "Not much, just a little bit." As he spoke, he casually tossed out the resources they had seized. The bags belonging to Wang Lin and Wu Tao were bulging and full to the brim. Astonishingly, there were also piles of resources stacked like small mountains. Those present roughly estimated that if these resources were converted into credits, they would be worth at least over 200,000. And these were just the cultivation resources they kept. Other alien weapons and various items had already been sold to the military. Su Chun explained seriously, "These are the cultivation resources we kept. We've already sold the other alien weapons and stuff to the military, barely exchanged for a few thousand merit points." A hint of regret flashed in his eyes as he added, "That alien army arrived at such an inopportune time, preventing us from completely plundering that village." With these words, the surrounding instructors and students were left wide-eyed and completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such an abundance of cultivation resources, and to think these were all plundered by Su Chun and his group from the depths of the abyss. Lu Qingfeng and the others held their heads high with an air of arrogance, as if their heads were about to reach the sky. They wore expressions of pride, hands clasped behind their backs, exuding an aura of invincible solitude. Lu Qingfeng boasted, "In this battle, we barely managed to kill dozens of Qi Sea Realm aliens and hundreds of Qi Blood Realm ones. Sigh, we're still too weak. We need to train harder and maybe hit a royal city next time." Feng Yu and others, hearing this, felt an urge to slap Lu Qingfeng. What kind of talk was this? Just a few of them went in and killed so many aliens, and they call it barely? And now they want to attack a royal city? Do they think taking a royal city is that easy? If it were, the ancient city would have sent troops to capture the enemy's royal city long ago. Yet, they had to admit, Lu Qingfeng and his team indeed had reasons to be proud. As students, raiding an alien village was enough to be recorded in the school's history. Even if others achieved it later, they could never surpass them because they were the first. Especially Su Chun, as a freshman, not only became the leader of the Student Alliance, but also led the seniors to raid an alien village, which was simply unbelievable. Feng Yu thought that perhaps Su Chun might become the brightest star of Luo City Technical School. Considering Su Chen's earlier proposal to reform the Student Alliance, Feng Yu felt it might be worth supporting him. Previously, there were concerns about Su Chen's lack of prestige, but today, having defeated students from Shingha University, he undoubtedly won everyone's respect. Su Chen's prestige likely reached its peak, possibly even surpassing Gao Feng. The senior students finally snapped back to reality, their eyes wide with envy. These resources were truly enviable. They had always been afraid of venturing into the abyss to hunt aliens, but now they suddenly felt an urgent desire to try, even considering going solo. How thrilling it would be to enjoy all these resources alone. However, reason held them back. They knew full well that going alone might mean not even knowing how they died. So, the only option was to have Su Chen lead them. In an instant, all the senior students eagerly looked at Su Chun, wishing they could kneel and call him dad. Someone whispered, "Brother Lu, did you really raid an alien village? Could you take me with you next time? Boss Su, please take me. I really want to improve." In these times, whoever provides the resources becomes the benefactor. This thought simultaneously popped into everyone's mind. The senior students stared at Su Chun with eyes as intense as torches. Feeling the heat of their gaze, Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he thought to himself, "I won't force you to step down, but if you volunteer, you can't blame me for what happens." Su Chun decided to stir things up by distributing resources on the spot. The mountain of treasures was allocated based on merit, and with fewer than 20 people, each person could receive at least 10,000 academic credits, not to mention the merit points. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were eager to grab their share, which made up a third of the total, and escape, but a single glance from Su Chen stopped them. Quickly, Su Chun distributed the resources according to contributions. The smallest share was 13,000 credits, with some receiving over 30,000. The numbers were astonishing. The seniors, struggling to scrape together even a few hundred credits and always short on cultivation resources, were now faced with this wealth, leaving them too embarrassed to ask for any. After all, these treasures were obtained by Su Chun and his team at great risk from the abyss, and by rights, they belonged to them. Even the thickest-skinned among the seniors hesitated to speak up. Besides, who would complain about having more cultivation resources? Without Su Chun, they would struggle to secure even the meager resources allocated by the academy. As a freshman, Su Chun had already done more than enough, and asking for more would be unreasonable. Reflecting on this, the seniors regretted their hesitation, their envy turning their eyes red. Gao Feng, in particular, lay immobile in bed, watching the resources that dwarfed their previous haul, nearly fainting from regret. Brother Chun, could you take me with you next time you go to the abyss?" One senior asked, blushing with shame, but driven by the thought of the abundant resources. "Yeah, I'm a 5-star Chi Sea Realm cultivator. I might not be much help in a fight, but I can definitely carry stuff. I'm the top student of the sophomore class, much better than them. I'm the top of the junior class, and I haven't even spoken yet." In an instant, the seniors clamored to join Su Chun on his next abyss venture, causing a brief chaos. Seeing Lu Qingfeng receive such resources was one thing, as he was the second-in-command of the Student Alliance, but even those less skilled had received over 10,000 credits worth of resources, more than they had accumulated in 4 years at Luo City Technical School. It was enough to make anyone envious. Even the instructors, despite being formidable at the Marquis realm, could only watch with envy. Entering the abyss themselves might provoke a military response from the opposing royal city. Though they coveted the resources, there were more pressing matters at hand. Su Chun spoke calmly, a sly glint in his eyes. "Entering the abyss is definitely on the agenda, but there's something more important to take care of first." His mysterious tone left everyone holding their breath, eager to learn his next move. The humiliation at the gates of Shingha University hit the students of Luoqing Technical School like a heavy blow to their pride. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Su Chen's eyes shone with determination and defiance. His voice was firm and clear. "It's time we return the favor. Let's go block the gates of Shingha University." This statement exploded among the group like a bomb. Everyone fell silent, their shocked gazes turning to Su Chun in unison. An air of disbelief hung heavily, as if each person doubted what they'd just heard. "Su Chun, are you crazy?" Someone couldn't help but whisper in astonishment. "That's a top-tier university. Isn't this just asking for trouble?" Su Chun calmly surveyed the area, explaining, "I don't intend to challenge their senior students. It's enough to confront the freshmen." His words carried a well-thought-out strategy. This isn't about defeating everyone. It's about returning the humiliation. A mentor hurried forward, trying to stop this reckless plan. "Kid, don't make a fuss. This won't do." Unfazed, Su Chun retorted, "If Shingha University dared to block our gates, why can't we do the same to them?" This question left the mentor speechless, lost in thought. Finally, Dean Fengyu spoke, his gaze filled with complex emotions. This might not be impossible. He seemed to see through Su Chen's intentions. Win or lose, the embarrassment will fall on Shingha University. After pondering for a moment, Fengyu retrieved a token from a drawer and handed it to Su Chun. "If any shameless old folks try to intervene, use this to call for help. Although we're just a technical school, we won't stand by while our students are bullied outside." Su Chun accepted the token, a smile playing on his lips. "I'll also need a certificate from the dean, proving I'm indeed a freshman at Luocheng Technical School. He emphasized the words, freshman. Feng Yu gave Su Chun a thoughtful look, then instructed a mentor to handle the paperwork. Soon, all the necessary documents were ready for Su Chun. Wang Lin and Wu Tao could no longer contain themselves. Wang Lin asked in surprise, Bro, are you really going to challenge Shingha University? Wu Tao, on the other hand, shouted excitedly, Count me in. We need to show them that everyone at Luocheng Technical School is a force to be reckoned with. Feng Yu gave a final reminder. Go. But remember, safety first. If any shameless old folks make a move, crush the token immediately. Watching Su Chun and the others depart, Feng Yu was lost in thought. He recalled the former glory of Luocheng Technical School and murmured to himself, I wonder when we can restore our past splendor. Feng Yu gazed at Su Chun, secretly marveling at him. This kid might just be able to lead Luocheng Technical School back to its former glory. However, he didn't voice his admiration. Instead, he just stared deeply at Su Chun until the latter started to feel uncomfortable. Dean, don't look at me like that. It's intimidating. Su Chun joked, a hint of mischief in his eyes. If you're really touched, maybe you could give me some more resources or treasures. Feng Yu chuckled at his words, not annoyed by Su Chun's cheekiness. He shook his head and said, You rascal, you're already rolling in wealth. What more could you possibly want from me? Indeed, Su Chun was quite well off now. He had tens of thousands of credits and merits, an abundance of cultivation resources, not to mention the incredibly powerful Longyuan sword. Feng Yu thought to himself and realized there wasn't much he could offer. Su Chun scratched his head, realizing that was true. But then, he had a sudden idea and said, I could use a protective artifact. The journey ahead is fraught with danger, and having something for protection would be reassuring. Feng Yu's lips twitched, thinking this kid really knew how to make a good deal. But on second thought, it was better to put those treasures to use rather than let them gather dust in the warehouse. After all, Su Chun was contributing to Luocheng Technical School. You little scoundrel. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly and instructed someone to bring a set of protective soft armor from the warehouse. This is a treasure left by Luocheng Technical School from years past. I'll lend it to you for now, but don't forget to return it. He handed the armor to Su Chun. It can withstand a strike from a Marquis-level powerhouse, so take good care of it. Su Chun was taken aback, not expecting the armor to be so formidable. He couldn't help but ask, just one strike? A Marquis-level fighter wouldn't just hit once, right? Feng Yu's face darkened, finding Su Chun's thought process quite peculiar. He didn't bother to explain further, just giving Su Chun a meaningful look. At this moment, Wang Lin and Wu Tao couldn't hold back any longer and asked eagerly, What about us? We want to borrow something too. No. Feng Yu glared at them, thinking these two were even more incorrigible, and anything given to them would likely never return. But then he thought, giving it to Su Chun might not be much different. Feng Yu then remembered the matter at hand and asked, How do you plan to handle this? After all, Su Chun was now the leader of the Student Alliance, managing all the students, and some decisions required his input. Su Chun's gaze swept over the foreign students who were tied up, a flash of severity in his eyes. Sensing Su Chun's murderous intent, Feng Yu quickly intervened. Killing them is out of the question. He was secretly relieved that Su Chun was ruthless enough to consider such actions, yet worried about the severe consequences. But doing so would have repercussions too severe for even me, a martial king, to bear. After a brief pause, Su Chun suggested, stealing school resources and colluding with outsiders against Luocheng Technical School. These charges are enough to expel them, right? He knew full well that they couldn't possibly kill all these foreign students, as the consequences would be too great for him to handle. In his heart, Su Chun was scheming. Unless he could trick them all into the abyss and discreetly deal with them. Feng Yu furrowed his brows in deep thought, having already made up his mind. These foreign students not only teamed up with outsiders to humiliate the Luo City Technical School, but also stole resources from the student union, which was an unforgivable crime. With a piercing gaze, he firmly announced, Expel them all from Luo City Technical School. From now on, our school will no longer accept foreign students. Upon hearing this, the foreign students secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Though they were being expelled, at least their lives were spared, which seemed like a blessing compared to facing the fearsome Su Chun. They quickly acknowledged, We accept the punishment and admit our wrongdoing. But can we leave now? Just as Feng Yu was about to respond, Su Chun interjected, You can leave, but first, return the resources you stole. The foreign students were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. One of them asked in confusion, What resources? Weren't they all already taken back by Wang Lin and the others? With a serious expression, Su Chun replied, Of course, the resources you took from the student union. Just because you're being expelled doesn't mean you don't have to return them. Wang Lin and his group awkwardly looked up at the sky, whispering among themselves, Su Chun is really tough, treating these foreigners harshly. Do you really think he doesn't know we've already retrieved the resources? Don't be naive. One naive foreign student reconfirmed. Weren't the resources already taken back by Wang Lin and his group? Feigning surprise, Su Chun turned to Wang Lin and asked, "Is that so? You already got them back." Wang Lin immediately denied it with a straight face. "No way. We just caught them and brought them here. We didn't have time to take the resources." An elderly man, whose ears turned red, hurriedly added, "Su Chun, I swear we didn't take any resources. I'm the most honest person. My ears turn red when I lie." Su Chun nodded and told the foreign students, "See, they say they didn't take them." The foreign students finally understood Su Chun's intentions and angrily shouted, "Su Chun, what do you mean? We're no longer part of Luo City Technical School. You can't control us. I'll definitely report you." Unfazed, Su Chun retorted, "Go ahead if you can. First, you need to get out of here. Trying to deny stealing resources? Go ahead and report it." Amidst the rising tension, a deep voice suddenly intervened. "Enough. That's enough." Su Chun was in a heated argument with the foreign students when a sound like rolling thunder suddenly interrupted, leaving him momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, he saw that the foreign students had been released, and an elderly man, who appeared to be in his 60s, was standing before him. Despite his aged appearance, it was evident that he was not as old as he seemed. Feng Yu and the others' expressions changed drastically upon seeing the elder, their gazes turning serious. The elder turned to Feng Yu, his tone calm, yet commanding. "Little Feng, are these the students you have taught?" Su Chun felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, almost unbearable. Not only him, but every student at Luoqing Technical School felt this invisible pressure. Feng Yu replied with difficulty. "These foreign students were stealing resources from the student union. Should I cover up for them? If I did, it would dishearten everyone at Luoqing Technical School." The elder said nothing more and turned to look at the foreign students behind him. One of them, emboldened by the support, immediately jumped up and shouted, "That's nonsense. When did we ever steal resources from the student union? It's Su Chun who can't tolerate us and is making excuses to drive us out of Luoqing Technical School." Su Chun glanced at the person coldly, remaining vigilant. The elder frowned, looked around, and asked, "Who is Su Chun? I don't know him. I remember the leader of the student union at Luoqing Technical School is Gao Feng, right?" Lu Qingfeng, under pressure, explained, "Gao Feng was severely injured by them and is currently being treated in the academy. If this drags on, it might become dangerous." The elder nodded. "In that case, I think this is just a misunderstanding. Let's leave it at that." Su Chun picked up on the elder's intention to smooth things over and directly asked, "What about the resources that were stolen from us?" He knew that saying this might offend the elder, but he wanted to probe whether the school alliance's leadership was also partial to foreigners, advocating special privileges for them. The foreign students immediately retorted angrily, "Nonsense. Who stole your resources?" Wang Lin stepped forward at the right moment, holding a tablet to show surveillance footage. The video clearly showed the foreign students breaking into the student union, vandalizing, and taking a large amount of cultivation resources. Of course, the footage of them being beaten and the resources being reclaimed by Wang Lin's group was not shown. The elder furrowed his brows and stopped the foreign students from explaining. He looked at Su Chun, a meaningful smile appearing on his face, and asked, "In your opinion, how should this matter be resolved?" Su Chun discreetly tightened his grip on the Sword King's command seal in his storage ring, fearlessly meeting the elder's gaze, and said firmly, "Naturally, by returning our resources." Feng Yu and the others were alarmed, wanting to stop Su Chun, but the elder's gaze stopped them. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the elder's response. Su Chun was utterly surprised when the seemingly unreasonable old man agreed to his request. This unexpected turn of events caught Wang Lin off guard, leaving him confused about whether this was a friend or foe, as he had been prepared to roll on the ground and plead. The old man glanced back and forth between Su Chun and Feng Yu, then said in a deep voice, "But I have one condition: they cannot be expelled from the academy." This unexpected demand made both Su Chun and Feng Yu furrow their brows. The old man continued, "To you, it might be as simple as driving them away. But have you considered the trouble behind this that is far beyond what you can handle?" As he spoke, he stood with his hands behind his back, his clouded eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Feng Yu smiled wryly. "All right." Then he turned to Su Chun. "What do you say, kid?" Su Chun fell silent, his brow furrowed, finally having the chance to clean up these troublemakers, only to have a martial emperor intervene. But since a martial emperor had already spoken, refusing would seem ungrateful. After much consideration, Su Chun finally spoke. "All right. But from now on they must follow the student union's arrangements, forfeiting all privileges and being treated equally with us." He added solemnly, "The resources at Luoqing Technical School are limited, and we can't let them monopolize everything while our own Chinese students have no resources." The old man nodded. "Let Feng Yu handle this matter. As for the resources at Luoqing Technical School, ultimately, it depends on you." He turned to Feng Yu, his tone suddenly serious. "The prestigious school exchange is coming up, and the school alliance has decided to merge the 3 lowest-ranked academies." Feng Yu was furious upon hearing this. "I know. But merging my Luoqing Technical School? In your dreams. I'll just shut down and leave. Xiaofeng. The old man reprimanded sharply but swallowed the rest of his words. Although he was one of the 3 martial emperors of the school alliance, above him was the school patriarch, known as the guardian deity of China, the true leader of the school alliance. Feng Yu was enraged. Huh. Luoqing Technical School has been targeted for years. Has anyone ever spoken up for us? I've been holding the academy together with a team of mentors. Who has the right to merge my academy? We might as well split. I'll leave the school alliance. He continued to vent his frustrations. For years, we've assisted the military in guarding the Abyss, suffering heavy casualties among mentors and students. Has the school alliance ever lent a hand? Those imperial and top universities have dozens of martial kings. Can't they spare one to help guard? The old principal died in the Abyss. Who remembers him now? Guarding the Abyss, Luoqing Technical School has sacrificed enough. As he spoke passionately, Feng Yu's eyes turned red. The surrounding mentors and senior students remained silent, their heads bowed. As a newcomer, Su Chun might not fully understand, but the senior students were well aware of Luoqing Technical School's plight. The old man was silent for a long time before finally speaking. These words should never be spoken again. I will find a way to address Luoqing Technical School's resource issues. The Abyss must be guarded. It's our mission as warriors. With that, he disappeared from sight, as if unwilling to face these thorny issues any longer. Huh. Anyone can talk big. Feng Yu sneered, his heart filled with desolation. He turned to Su Chun, his voice tinged with weariness. Kid, go ahead and do what you want. Luoqing Technical School will always be your support, and this old man's bones can still be of some use. Su Chun stood in front of the Luoqing Technical School's gate, feeling a mix of emotions. The scene before him was hard to believe: the dilapidated gate, scattered students, and the heavy atmosphere hanging in the air. He couldn't help but ask, Feng Yu, is Luoqing Technical School really in such bad shape? I just enrolled, and now it's about to close. Feng Yu sighed, her eyes revealing deep exhaustion and helplessness. Luoqing Technical School has endured years of suppression. It's remarkable that it's lasted this long, she said, her voice filled with unspoken attachment to the school. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he suddenly proposed. How about we break away from the school alliance and go independent? His tone was somewhat serious, already envisioning renaming the school as Luoshan's first gang. You brat, do you think that's your decision to make? Feng Yu glared at Su Chun, saying no more. Her gaze swept over the remaining students before she turned to leave. As she walked away, she left with a parting remark. Students should be managed by students. That's been the rule since Luoqing Technical School was founded. If you can't handle it, you'll have to take responsibility. And, her voice suddenly rose, get that gate fixed. Watching Feng Yu and the other mentors leave, Su Chun began to ponder his next steps. Left outside the school were only a few students, all eyes on Su Chun, waiting for his decision. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen's gaze cut through the crowd like a knife. Since the dean agrees, I have nothing more to say, he stated coldly. If you stay at Luoqing Technical School and cause trouble, you'll see if I dare to deal with you. Those words made the foreign students shrink back. Everyone knew Su Chen's reputation. He was indeed someone who could follow through on his threats. Ignoring their reactions, Su Chun turned to Lu Qingfeng and said, handling these matters is up to you. With that, he began to don his armor, preparing to leave. Lu Qingfeng stood there, bewildered, but before he could speak, Su Chen added, I have more important things to take care of. Seeing Su Chen's determination, Lu Qingfeng quickly understood his intentions and nodded silently. Su Chen's parting instruction was, make sure they fix the gate, and no meals until it's done. He then turned and left, with Wang Lin and Wu Tao following closely. Tong Yu, seeing this, eagerly tagged along. With Su Chen gone, Lu Qingfeng became the main focus. Surveying the scene, he commanded, get to work. At his command, the senior students, like waiting predators, sprang into action. The foreign students, caught off guard, were soon overwhelmed. Nick, lying on the ground, tried to crawl away but was quickly targeted by the senior students. This guy not only blocked our gate, but also insulted Luoqing Technical School. We've had enough. The seniors vented their long-held frustrations as they took action. Although Su Chun had already dealt with Nick, they needed their own release. Cries of pain echoed over Luoqing Technical School. Meanwhile, Su Chun and his group of 4 were descending Luoshan, heading towards Luoqing. Boss Su, are we really going to challenge Shingha University? Wang Lin asked, his voice tinged with concern. We're just at the 7-star level of qi and blood. Isn't this too bold? Absolutely. Su Chun replied firmly, his eyes shining with determination. Shingha University humiliated our school, and I have to settle this score. He thought to himself that while he couldn't take on the senior students, dealing with the freshmen should be manageable. Soon, they arrived in Luocheng, greeted by the bustling cityscape. Su Chun surveyed the area and suddenly said, let's head to the Warriors' Hall and gather some intel first. Upon entering the Warriors' Hall, Su Chen's reputation had already preceded him due to past events. As they walked in, All eyes were filled with respect and awe. Su Chun strode confidently, ready to begin his intelligence-gathering mission. Su Chun pushed open the door of Ting Yuxian, his eyes scanning the familiar, yet unfamiliar interior of the shop. It used to be Qing Yu Lu, but now it had been gifted to him by Luo Tianhe and renamed Ting Yuxian. The staff inside recognized Su Chun immediately and greeted him warmly. "Boss, you're here." Su Chun nodded slightly, replying casually. "It's nothing. I'm just wandering around." With that, he headed straight to the office inside. Opening the door, Su Chun was taken aback. Wang Lin, Wu Tao, and Tong Yu were staring at him with unfriendly eyes. Raising an eyebrow, Su Chun asked, "What are you guys doing?" Wang Lin questioned, "Is this shop yours?" "Yes," Su Chun admitted frankly. Wang Lin was incredulous. "That can't be true. This is fake. Come on, tell us." Su Chun repeated patiently, "It's true. Kids, it really is mine." "Ah, you damn rich guy." Wang Lin and Wu Tao's eyes turned red, their emotions churning. They looked around and saw the store was filled with various rare beast corpses, beast cores, weapons, and elixirs. Unable to resist, they each grabbed a couple of treasures and stuffed them into their pockets. Su Chun noticed their sneaky actions, but didn't stop them. He quietly wiped his Longyuan sword, which deterred Wang Lin and Wu Tao from taking further action. Tong Yu also discreetly pocketed 2 elixirs, then asked, "What are we doing here anyway?" "Gathering intelligence." Su Chun explained, "Of course, it's to understand the strength of Shingha University's students. We can't just go challenging them without knowing anything and end up getting beaten, can we?" Just then, a woman in white entered the room. It was Luo Fanning. She smiled and said, "I'm surprised you, such a busy person, would reach out to me." She sat elegantly across from Su Chun. Wang Lin and Wu Tao tactfully made room for her, not forgetting to tease, "Sister-in-law." Hearing this, Tong Yu was stunned, his gaze shifting between Su Chun and Luo Fanning, his molars grinding audibly. He muttered under his breath, "Damn you." Su Chun was baffled. Luo Fanning blushed slightly, her ears turning pink. She glanced at Wu Tao and Wang Lin, then at the clueless Tong Yu. Su Chun quickly clarified, "Don't call her that," he said with a dark expression. "What sister-in-law? Luo Fanning and I share a pure friendship. Don't mind them. They've been hit in the head by me a bit too much." Turning to Luo Fanning, Su Chun said seriously, "I need your help with something this time." Luo Fanning raised an eyebrow. "Go on, but whether I help you depends on my mood." Su Chun got straight to the point. "I want to know about the strength of Shingha University's students across different years." "Why do you want to know that?" Luo Fanning looked at him, puzzled. "I want to challenge Shingha University," Su Chun declared resolutely. Luo Fanning was instantly dumbfounded, staring at Su Chun as if she'd seen a ghost. She stood up and reached out to touch his forehead. "You don't have a fever, do you? You're not out of your mind, right? You want to challenge Shingha University? Do you know what kind of monsters their students are?" Su Chun patiently explained. "That's why I'm asking you to get a heads up on the situation." He briefly recounted the incident with Nick blocking the door with his men. Luo Fanning frowned, looking at Su Chun seriously. "Do you know what kind of monsters the students of Shingha University are? Not to mention the seniors. Even the top freshman this year, though, you know what level his cultivation is at." Su Chun responded candidly, "I have no idea." Luo Fanning's words made his heart skip a beat. Could it be that the students of this year's Shingha University are really that formidable? Luo Fanning rolled her eyes at Su Chun and explained, "The top student of our freshman class is called Yu Zihan. He's from a martial arts family in Qingqing. His cultivation level has already reached 9 stars in the Qi and Blood realm. Moreover, when he enrolled, he defeated a senior who was at 4 stars in the Qi realm." "What?" Su Chun and the other 3 exclaimed in unison, their faces full of astonishment. Luo Fanning glanced at them, assuming Su Chun was shocked. She knew Su Chun was strong, but Yu Zihan's strength was undeniable too. Su Chun breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You scared me. I thought he was at 9 stars in the Qi realm." Luo Fanning was taken aback and looked at Su Chun helplessly. "Su Chun, I know you're strong, but that's 9 stars in the Qi and Blood realm. He defeated someone at 4 stars in the Qi realm." Su Chun chuckled, "I know. Did you forget that I also defeated someone in the Qi realm at the Martial Hall?" Luo Fanning fell silent. She suddenly remembered that Su Chun had once defeated the captain of the enforcement team at the Martial Hall, and even Luo Tianhe had praised his exceptional swordsmanship. Realizing this, Luo Fanning blushed, feeling embarrassed that she had forgotten such a thing, and thought Su Chun was being arrogant. Su Chun then asked, "What about the second-year students?" Luo Fanning replied, "The top student of the second year is Zhou Ziyi, and his cultivation has reached 5 stars in the Qi realm. The top student of the third year is a girl, and she's already at the master realm. As for the fourth years, I'm not sure. They rarely appear in the academy." Su Chun frowned. "No wonder it's a top university. They already have students at the master realm." Thinking of Luo City Technical School, that guy Gao Feng was only at 6 stars in the Qi realm, which was not even comparable. "What about the foreign students?" Su Chun asked again. The strongest among the foreign students is Alec McGee, and his cultivation has also reached half-step master, Luo Fanine said, looking at Su Chun with concern. Are you sure you want to challenge them? Absolutely. Su Chun answered without hesitation. He remembered killing a Master Realm alien in the Abyss and felt no fear in challenging the Master Realm. Luo Fanine furrowed her brows and added, in the coming days, Shingha University is hosting a freshman welcome party to celebrate their enrollment. Many academy instructors, deans, and even military personnel will attend. If you challenge Shingha University now, you might be thrown out as a troublemaker. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. The thought of teaching Shingha University students a lesson in front of so many people excited him. He recalled how Nick had humiliated Luo City Technical School without leaving them any dignity. So why should he spare Shingha University any face? When exactly is it? Su Chen asked eagerly. Seeing Su Chen's excitement, Luo Fanine thought he must be crazy. She had already warned him of the seriousness, yet Su Chen seemed even more enthusiastic. The three guys around him didn't even try to dissuade him. Instead, they got excited as well. Su Chun watched their enthusiasm and chuckled to himself. Seeing this, Luo Fanine couldn't help but remind him. Su Chun, you really need to think this through. The event the day after tomorrow will be attended by school alliance leaders, military personnel, heads of major colleges, and even the chancellor of the Imperial College. Not to mention the Martial King. Even the Heavenly King and Martial Emperor might show up. Shingha University takes this event very seriously. Su Chen nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of causing a scene. In fact, he hoped it would be even bigger. He calculated in his mind that with so many bigwigs present, Shingha University wouldn't dare to act rashly, no matter how shameless they were. Su Chun, what level are you at now? Luo Fanine finally couldn't resist asking. Chi Si Realm, 2 stars. Su Chun replied with a proud smile. What? Luo Fanine's eyes widened in shock. Weren't you just at Chi Blood Realm, 6 stars, when you left last time? How is it possible in such a short time? Seeing her disbelief, Su Chun released his aura. The powerful presence was clearly at the Chi Si Realm, 2 stars level, even showing signs of breaking through to 3 stars. Luo Fanine stared at Su Chun in astonishment, her mind in turmoil. She had doubted Su Chen's idea of challenging Shingha University as overly ambitious, but now she realized she had no understanding of the true capabilities of the young man in front of her. Ow! How did you do it? She murmured, feeling a bitter taste in her mouth. She suddenly felt that her proud achievement of getting into Shingha University seemed insignificant in front of Su Chun. She had originally thought that entering Shingha University would allow her to catch up with, or even surpass Su Chun, but reality had given her a harsh wake-up call. As Luo Fanine was lost in self-doubt, Wang Lin proudly interjected, Don't underestimate Su Chun just because he's at Chi Si Realm, 2 stars. He killed an alien master in the Abyss. I was there too, and played a big part. I was there when Su Chun wiped out the alien village. Wu Tao said, unwilling to be outdone. I even seriously injured an alien at Chi Si Realm. If that guy hadn't run away so fast, I would have finished him off. I killed a 3-star Chi Si Realm alien myself. Tong Yu couldn't resist boasting. Luo Fanine was stunned, her body frozen. She couldn't believe what she was hearing about Su Chun and his 3 companions. Killing alien masters? Wiping out alien villages? Defeating Chi Si Realm powerhouses? She understood the words, but together they were incomprehensible. Are they really from Luo City Tech School? She murmured. When did tech school students become so strong? She felt dizzy and just wanted to escape to find a quiet place to sort out her thoughts. Luo Fanine turned away silently, filled with a sense of defeat and uncertainty about the future. Luo Fanine stood there, her lips trembling slightly, unable to utter a single word. Her gaze wandered over Su Chun and his companions, and her heart was filled with indescribable complex emotions. She recalled her own 6-star cultivation level in the Qi and Blood realm, which was considered above average at Shingha University. Yet, at this moment, faced with the astonishing strength of Su Chun and his companions, she felt utterly inadequate. How could there be such a vast gap between students of the same year? She was attending a prestigious university with excellent resources, yet she couldn't compare to Su Chun from a technical school. This realization left her feeling deeply frustrated. What baffled her even more was the performance of Wang Lin and Wu Tao. She remembered the conflicts she had with them and how they were once reprimanded by Su Chun. And now, these two could actually fight against strong opponents in the Chi Si realm and even severely injure them? As for the white-haired Tong Yu, who claimed to have killed a 3-star Chi Si realm alien, to Luo Fanine, all of this seemed unbelievable. She felt a wave of dizziness, as if her prestigious university had been overshadowed by a technical school. Taking a deep breath, she finally found her voice and shakily asked, You have killed aliens? Su Chun answered calmly, Yes, there's an abyss under Luoqing Technical School. This answer hit Luo Fanine like a sledgehammer, once again shattering her understanding. She widened her eyes in disbelief and repeated, There's an abyss under Luoqing Technical School. Su Chun continued to explain, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. For years, Luoqing Technical School has been assisting the military in guarding the Abyss, and the number of casualties among instructors and students has always been high. It's quite normal for students to enter the Abyss to fight. Luo Faning's mind raced as she tried to process this information. But, isn't it said that students must be in their senior year to train in the Abyss? Isn't that how it works at other universities? How come at Luoqing Technical School, Su Chun and the others are just freshmen, yet they've already been to the Abyss? Su Chun didn't answer her question, but instead spoke coldly. Luoqing Technical School bleeds and sheds tears, and that's one thing. But now, to be humiliated by the likes of Shingha University, anyone with a shred of dignity wouldn't stand for it. Luo Fanning sensed the resentment in Su Chen's words and realized that this was no longer just a personal grudge, but had escalated to a conflict between institutions. She tried to ease the tension, cautiously saying, "Actually, not all students at Shingha University are like that. Many people dislike the foreign students too, but..." Su Chen interrupted her with a cold laugh. "Huh, so what? If it were just the foreign students insulting people from Luoqing Technical School, that would be one thing. But the fact that local students are also insulting us, even willing to act as lackeys for the foreign students and humiliate Chinese students, is something I must avenge." Luo Fanning found herself in an awkward position. As a student of Shingha University, she didn't know how to respond. A sense of betrayal welled up within her, leaving her even more at a loss. Finally, she managed to speak, "But shouldn't this be handled by senior students? Even if that's the case, why is it Su Chun leading a group of freshmen?" As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Fanning realized how powerless her words were. In the face of the astonishing strength and experiences demonstrated by Su Chun and his companions, her doubts seemed irrelevant. The air was thick with tension, as if a fierce conflict could erupt at any moment. As the leader of the Los Angeles Technical Schools Student Alliance, it's naturally my responsibility to take this on. As soon as Su Chun finished speaking, Luo Fanning felt a wave of dizziness. She couldn't help but regret speaking too much and once again being outshone by Su Chun. A freshman becoming the head of the Student Alliance is explosive news at any school. Luo Fanning found herself deeply doubting. Are the seniors at Los Angeles Technical School just too weak? Or is Su Chun simply too formidable? Exhausted, Luo Fanning initially wanted to show Su Chun around, but now she just wanted to stay away from this man who had dealt her such a blow. Just as she was about to leave, Su Chun suddenly spoke. "When you get to Shingha University, don't mention you know me." Luo Fanning paused, then understood Su Chen's intention. She mustered her spirits and replied, "Don't worry, I'll be ready with the lettuce leaves to throw at you when you arrive at Shingha University." With that, she turned to leave, leaving Su Chun with a knowing smile, understanding it was just a joke. Wang Lin looked at Su Chun, a mischievous grin on his face. "Impressive, Boss Su. Didn't know you had this trick up your sleeve." Wu Tao joined in with a sly smile. "Hee hee, getting information from the sister-in-law. Now we know the level at Shingha University, it makes things easier." Su Chun looked puzzled. He shook his head and changed the subject. "All right, get ready. The day after tomorrow we're setting up the challenge. You guys go first." With that, he left the shop, preparing to visit Luo Tianhe. Wang Lin and the others immediately looked grim, thinking, wasn't it agreed that you'd be the one to challenge? But they didn't dare refuse, fearing Su Chun wouldn't give them the chance to step up. The thought of taking on Shingha University's people thrilled them. Once they returned to Los Angeles Technical School, they could boast for ages, even telling the seniors, "Who do you think you are? I've challenged people from Shingha University. Can you compare?" Even when facing their instructors, they could stand tall. "I've bled and been injured for the academy. What gives you the right to teach me?" Just imagining these scenarios made Wang Lin and the others' scalps tingle with excitement. Their eyes lit up as they huddled together to plot. "Since we're challenging the day after tomorrow, let's make it big. We can't just do this quietly, right?" The three of them agreed, coming up with all sorts of mischievous ideas, occasionally letting out sinister laughs that scared the shop assistants outside, making them think the three were possessed. Meanwhile, in the office on the top floor of the martial artists hall, Su Chun sat across from Luo Tianhe, pouring him a cup of tea. Luo Tianhe laughed heartily. "You actually have the heart to come see me, haha." He took the cup and sipped. "Not bad, shows you have some heart." Putting down the cup, he looked directly at Su Chun. "All right, tell me, what's your purpose in coming to see me? I don't believe you'd visit just out of goodwill." Su Chun smiled, knowing his intentions were seen through by this old fox. He didn't hide and directly stated his purpose. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today was the day Shingha University celebrated the arrival of new students. Su Chun had prepared early, with Wang Lin and the others following him with serious expressions. Over the past 2 days, the three had made thorough preparations. Meanwhile, Su Chun had been in secluded training, and his Xiaoyao sword technique had finally reached a state of mastery. The entrance of Shingha University was bustling with the excitement of the new student welcome day. Influential figures from various fields had been invited, and students crowded in. eager to catch a glimpse of the big names and hoping to gain their favor for a bright future. Su Chun and his three companions stood watching the spectacle, marveling at the grand occasion. Wang Lin, eyes filled with envy and jealousy, muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn, this isn't a university. It's practically a luxury villa. Compared to our Luoqing Technical School, it's like night and day." Just as Su Chun was about to speak, a Shingha University student approached them with a smile and asked, "Which school are you from? Are you accompanied by any mentors?" He explained that Shingha University had invited many college deans and mentors, and there might be a freshman exchange event Latera chance for schools to show off their new student strengths. Wu Tao replied honestly, "No." This response made the student's brow furrow slightly. Then, "Which school are you from?" he asked again. Without looking up from his phone, Wang Lin responded, "Luoqing Technical School." Upon hearing this, the student's smile faded, replaced by a sneer. "Luoqing Technical School? I don't think Shingha University invited you guys." Su Chun calmly said, "Indeed, they didn't. Luoqing Technical School is just a tech school, naturally not on Shingha University's radar." At that moment, another Shingha University student approached with a laugh, trying to ease the tension. "Oh, come on, maybe they're just here to have a look around. As students of Shingha University, we should have some tolerance. Guests are guests, please come in." However, Su Chun and his group remained still, quietly observing them. Suddenly, Su Chun declared, "Su Chun, top freshman from Luoqing Technical School, here to challenge." Though his voice wasn't loud, it was like a stone cast into a calm lake, instantly silencing the entrance of Shingha University. All eyes turned to focus on Su Chun. Challenging Shingha University? From Luoqing Technical School? These questions swirled in everyone's minds, filled with disbelief. The first student spoke sternly. "Are you here to cause trouble? Today is Shingha University's new student celebration. I advise you not to make trouble." Ignoring this, Su Chun raised his voice, and with his energy surging, his voice boomed like thunder. "Su Chun, top freshman from Luoqing Technical School, here to challenge." In no time, a dozen Shingha University students appeared at the entrance, frowning as they stared at Su Chun. With a piercing gaze, Su Chun scanned the Shingha University students and said in a deep voice, "Is there anyone who dares to accept the challenge?" The surrounding crowd was stunned, whispering among themselves, "Wow, challenging Shingha University, this guy's bold. Luoqing Technical School? Are tech school students this fierce now? Daring to challenge a top university? Are they here just to cause trouble? Or maybe they want to seize the opportunity to gain some attention?" It was unprecedented for a vocational school student to challenge a top-tier university, and this unusual event quickly attracted countless viewers. In front of Shingha University, an unprecedented showdown was taking place. Wang Lin, a freshman from Luoqing Vocational School, held his phone confidently as he began a live stream. "Hello friends, I'm Wang Lin, a freshman at Luoqing Vocational School. What you're seeing now is us challenging the students of Shingha University right at their entrance." His voice brimmed with confidence, showing no fear of the prestigious institution. Inside the live stream, the students from Luoqing Vocational School were fervently engaged, and the comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Many onlookers joined in, almost overwhelming the screen with their remarks. Wang Lin's companions, Wu Tao and Tong Yu, were even bolder, holding up a striking banner that boldly declared, "Luoqing Vocational School crushes Shingha." This scene left the people of Shingha University dumbfounded, and even Su Chun was taken aback, thinking, "Who taught you to do this?" The faculty and students of Shingha University were furious, their faces dark with anger. No one had ever dared to provoke them like this before. A middle-aged instructor stepped forward, his voice low and intimidating. "If you're just here for attention, pack up and apologize, and I might let it go. But if you truly wish to challenge Shingha University, think carefully, for on the stage, life and death are left to fate." Just as Shingha University was about to take action, Su Chun sneered, standing his ground, and said, "Challenge. Just a few days ago, your Shingha University came to Luoqing Vocational School to provoke us, continually humiliating us. This feud can't just be brushed aside, can it?" His words hit like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned and struggling to process the information. Shingha University provoking a vocational school? It seemed unbelievable. The middle-aged instructor hurriedly defended, "Nonsense. Our students at Shingha University are the cream of the crop. How could they do such a thing?" Seizing the moment, Wang Lin addressed the live stream. "As you can see, the instructor from Shingha University is trying to deny it. They did something disgraceful and now don't have the guts to admit it. I, Wang Lin, will now use facts to slap them in the face." To everyone's surprise, Wu Tao and Tong Yu brought out a projector. Wang Lin announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the VCR." Immediately, a video began to play in front of everyone. In the video, Zhang Feng from Shingha University was seen hurling insults at the gates of Luoqing Vocational School and even bullying an elderly person in the ring. The audience at the scene was in an uproar upon seeing this. "Holy crap, it's actually true. It's embarrassing enough for a top university to challenge a vocational school, but to humiliate them like that. How could this guy be so disgraceful, acting like a lackey for a foreigner? The mentor was drenched in sweat, aware that mishandling the situation could have immeasurable consequences for Shingha University. In this tense moment, Su Chun smiled casually and stated bluntly, "There's no need to sit. I'm here today to challenge Shingha University. If I lose, it means Luo City Technical School isn't up to par. If Shingha University loses, you owe us an explanation." Su Chen's voice was loud and showed no deference to Shingha University. The mentor furrowed his brows, weighing the situation. On such an important day, a confrontation at the entrance was undesirable. However, ignoring the challenge and allowing Su Chun and his group to block the entrance with banners and livestream the event was unacceptable. Amid the deadlock, a student couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. "I'll do it." This was Zhang Yu, a freshman at the Qi and Blood Stage 7-star level. He stared directly at Su Chun and said, "I'm Zhang Yu, a freshman from Shingha University, Qi and Blood Stage 7-star. Since you're a freshman, it's only fair for a freshman from Shingha University to accept your challenge, so you can't claim we're bullying you." Seeing this, the mentor could only give his tacit approval. He had hoped to resolve the matter peacefully, but Su Chun was clearly not interested in that. Now, the students had to take up the challenge. However, Su Chun shook his head and said, "You're too weak to fight me." With that, he stepped aside to let Wu Tao take his place. Wu Tao, with a resolute expression and holding a pitch-black spear, faced Zhang Yu. Wu Tao, freshman from Luo City Technical School. Zhang Yu felt insulted and, in a fit of rage, launched an attack on Wu Tao. But when Wu Tao revealed his own Qi and Blood Stage 7-star level, everyone was stunned. Even more astonishing was that Wu Tao wasn't the top student at Luo City Technical School. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Chun, speculating about his true strength. The mentor couldn't help but question, "Are you really freshman?" Without a word, Su Chun produced his freshman credentials from Fengyu. "If you still don't believe it, you can verify our identities at Luo City Technical School," he said coldly. At that moment, a female voice rang out. "No need to verify, I know him." Lung Mingxiu's appearance confirmed Su Chen's freshman status. Beside her, Lu Qingxian watched the scene with a complex expression. Who would have thought that Su Chun, once dismissed by Lu Qingxian, would now become unbelievably powerful? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't Su Chen's core damaged? Even with the Sword King's help, his recovery shouldn't have been this fast. What exactly was going on? She wanted to approach Su Chun and ask him, but she held back. Now, she was a student at Shingha University, and with her beauty and skills, she had already found a new protector. More importantly, the top student among the freshmen was a young master from the Qingqing martial arts family, whose status, position, and talent were far superior to Su Chen's. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxian sneered inwardly. She had offered Su Chen a way out, given him a chance, but he had the audacity to reject her and even dared to hit her in public. She would never let this go. Now that Su Chun dared to challenge Shingha University, it was a perfect opportunity for her current boyfriend to teach him a lesson. Lu Qingxian quickly sent a message to Yu Zihan. On the stage, Zhang Yu was clearly no match for Wu Tao. Having ventured into the abyss and fought against alien races, Wu Tao defeated Zhang Yu in just 10 moves. However, instead of knocking Zhang Yu off the stage, he humiliated him just like Zhang Feng had done previously. "Enough. I concede on Zhang Yu's behalf." The instructor finally intervened, unable to watch any longer. Only then did Wu Tao sweep Zhang Yu off the stage with his spear, saying coldly, "This is how your Shingha University treated us at Luoqing Technical School. But we aren't as vile as you to go for the kill." After speaking, he pointed his spear at the Shingha University students. Who else dares to fight? The students of Shingha University were infuriated. Another freshman stepped forward, a master at the 8-star level of the Qi and Blood Realm, already considered outstanding among the newcomers. "I'll do it," Mu Feng declared with anger in his eyes. Shingha University being blocked by a technical school student was disgraceful, and if they were defeated, wouldn't they lose their priority in choosing partners? "You are too weak." Wu Tao mimicked Su Chen's earlier words, suddenly realizing how satisfying it felt to show off. By then, Wang Lin's livestream had gathered over 100,000 viewers. Not only the teachers and students from Luoqing Technical School, but also people from other academies were closely watching the showdown. A technical school challenging a prestigious university was generating incredible buzz. Wang Lin shouted excitedly, the virtual gifs in the live stream pouring in, making it seem like he was the one fighting. "You're asking for it." Mu Feng roared as he charged forward, wielding his long knife with impressive skill, clearly well-versed in blade techniques. The two clashed instantly. In no time, the entrance to Shingha University was packed tight. All the students appeared, glaring at Su Chun and his group with hostility. The freshmen, in particular, wished they could rush in and tear Su Chun and his friends apart. Although the senior students were also angry, they remained silent since it wouldn't be appropriate for them to step in against the newcomers. However, to everyone's surprise, Wu Tao was absurdly strong. defeating even Mu Feng within 10 moves. Who else? Wu Tao shouted, exuding an air of unstoppable arrogance. At that moment, he felt invincible, as if he could even take on Su Chun. If you're not up to it, then bring out the second-year students. Wu Tao taunted the Shingha University students, his arrogance unmatched. The projection behind them continued to show the footage of Shingha University humiliating Luoqing Technical School, a story that was becoming widely known. Yet, no one mocked Luoqing Technical School. Instead, they criticized Shingha University for being shameless. A prestigious university bullying a technical school was truly disgraceful. In contrast, Su Chun and his group's actions seemed justified and gained a lot of support. Imagine if your own school was humiliated like that, and you didn't dare to stand up. What would be the point of practicing martial arts? You might as well go home and shovel manure. Just then, a blonde-haired guy stepped out from among the freshmen, looking every bit like a spirited young man. He looked at Wu Tao with disdain and mocked. You're good at fighting, huh? But what's the use of being able to fight? Think you're tough? What's the point of being good at fighting? A young man with dyed yellow hair, wearing tight-fitting clothes and loafers, glanced dismissively at Wu Tao before leaping onto the stage. Yu Zihan, top freshman of Shingha University. The self-proclaimed spirited youth announced his name loudly, his voice brimming with confidence. The surrounding freshmen lowered their heads in shame. They were reluctant to admit their identity, feeling utterly embarrassed. Nevertheless, everyone knew that Yu Zihan's skills were formidable, and he earned his top spot fair and square. Standing among the freshmen, Luo Fanning watched as Wu Tao defeated 2 opponents in a row, beginning to believe that they indeed had the ability to take on a Qi Si realm opponent. At this moment, it seemed that only Yu Zihan had a chance to withstand the opponent's onslaught among Shingha University's freshmen. However, what was even more concerning was that Su Chun hadn't made a move yet. Thinking of this, Luo Fanning couldn't help but shake her head bitterly. If what Su Chun said was true, then they might have to rely on the senior students from Shingha University to win today. But even if they won, it wouldn't be a victory they could be proud of. Wu Tao frowned as he looked at Yu Zihan's peculiar attire, secretly amazed. He never expected the top freshman to be a typical spirited youth. Your name doesn't quite match your style. Wu Tao couldn't resist teasing. This comment seemed to hit a nerve with Yu Zihan, who immediately lunged forward and aimed a kick at Wu Tao. As they clashed, Su Chun also noticed that Yu Zihan indeed had some skill. His legs were exceptionally agile, and a flying kick nearly toppled Wu Tao. Only then did Wu Tao get serious, and their fight became a spectacular display. However, the mentors from Shingha University watched with grim expressions. Their prideful freshmen were being outmatched by a technical school student, and now their top freshman had to step in. Worse still, the opponent's top student hadn't even shown up. If Yu Zihan were to lose, it would suggest that the prestigious Shingha University was no better than an ordinary technical school. This match was being broadcast live everywhere. Wang Lin was hosting the live stream, and Feng Yu had somehow managed to push it to the trending topics. Meanwhile, in the office of Luo City Technical School, Feng Yu and a group of mentors were intently watching the live broadcast. They shouted excitedly, "Haha, good job, kid, give them a good beating. Yes, just like that, knock him down." Not only them, but the entire Luo City Technical School was in a frenzy. All the students were glued to their phones, watching the live stream, completely ignoring their training. They were so fired up, wishing they could be the ones in the spotlight. Damn, after this broadcast, I'm diving into the abyss. Either I die, or the aliens do. I've been slacking off for too long. I want to be someone. Now we need our freshman juniors to defend our honor. I've been such a failure. After this broadcast, I'll train like my life depends on it. The seniors of Luo City Technical School were watching with passionate enthusiasm, shouting and cheering, completely disregarding their image. Even Gao Feng, who was still recovering from serious injuries, was so excited that his wounds opened up several times. Back at the entrance of Shingha University, Yu Zihan and Wu Tao had exchanged hundreds of blows, with Wu Tao clearly at a disadvantage. Finally, in a careless moment, Wu Tao let his guard down and was sent flying by Yu Zihan's kick. You're pretty good at fighting, huh? Yu Zihan sneered. But being good at fighting doesn't mean anything. In this world, it's all about power. Despite his harsh words, he was secretly amazed at how formidable the technical school student was. Lu Qingxian shouted excitedly, celebrating for Yu Zihan. The new students were thrilled, yet couldn't bring themselves to smile. Yu Zihan looked over at the sound and blew a kiss to Lu Qingxian, making her swoon. When his gaze landed on Luo Fanning, Yu Zihan paused, then struck a pose he thought was charming, though it nearly made Luo Fanning nauseous. Yu Zihan sneered. Just a bunch of losers daring to challenge Shingha University. How laughable. So what if you're skilled? You're just slightly capable nobodies. A mere technical school. Shouldn't you accept the humiliation? I don't get it. You're so bad that you went to a tech school, and yet you still have the nerve to consider yourselves people? He laughed, his eyes disdainfully sweeping over Su Chun. So you're Su Chun, huh? The loser dumped by Qingxian? Well, with someone as insignificant as you, it's no wonder she left. It's only natural. Ha ha. Yu Zihan arrogantly added. Why don't you kneel and bow to me? Maybe I'll just let you off like a fart. Lu Qingxian was even more smug upon hearing this. Wang Lin, unable to bear it any longer, shoved his phone to Wu Tao, cursed under his breath, and was about to step forward, but Tong Yu beat him to it. Tong Yu, with white hair and a sword on his back, stood before Yu Zihan. The breeze made him look like a figure from a painting, catching the eyes of the surrounding girls. Just a loser, yet you dare mock Boss Su? If you have the guts, let's have a life and death duel. Watch me cut you down with one strike. Tong Yu said seriously. Wang Lin was so angry he wanted to curse, thinking this guy was getting too sycophantic, and if it continued, he and Wu Tao's positions would be threatened. The two exchanged glances, silently deciding to teach Tong Yu a lesson later. Su Chun remained indifferent, untouched by Yu Zihan's taunts, and Lu Qingxian was even less significant in his eyes. Seeing Tong Yu step forward, Yu Zihan felt uneasy but tried to maintain his composure. As they clashed, Tong Yu's sword glinted with light that almost reached the level of sword aura. The surrounding big shots were astonished, not expecting Tong Yu's swordsmanship to be so formidable. Only Luo Fanning stayed calm, knowing that Su Chun had already reached the level of sword aura. One sword, Blooming Lotus. Tong Yu unleashed his ultimate move, sending countless sword lights shooting out. Yu Zihan tried to defend but was cut by the sword light, bleeding profusely, and was swiftly defeated. I surrender. Yu Zihan hastily shouted, fearing Tong Yu might really take his life. He thought that losing face was better than losing his life. The faces of Shingha University members turned sour, as their top freshman lost to a newcomer from Luoqing Tech School, and Su Chun, their top student, hadn't even made a move. Even the instructors from Shingha University looked embarrassed, as this was a major loss of face. Tong Yu, rarely speaking much, now delivered words that struck deep. If you can't do it, just admit it. What are these people you're sending up? How did they even get into Shingha University? How much money did you pay, and how many buildings did you donate? His words hit home, leaving Shingha University members feeling utterly humiliated. Tong Yu's words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Yu Zihan's heart. Standing below the stage, Yu Zihan's face was as dark as ink, his eyes filled with malice as he glanced back and forth between Tong Yu and Su Chun. His original plan was to defeat Tong Yu first, and then challenge Su Chun, using the opportunity to publicly humiliate Su Chun. This was not only for Lu Qingxian, but also to defend the honor of Shingha University. If he could defeat Su Chun, who challenged Shingha University, his prestige would reach its peak, even surpassing many senior students. However, things did not go as planned. He was defeated by Tong Yu and didn't even get a chance to face Su Chun. Luo Fannin's eyes flashed with astonishment. She recalled Tong Yu once claiming he had killed a Qi Si realm alien, which she thought was an exaggeration. But now, the newly crowned top freshman of Shingha University was defeated so swiftly and thoroughly. Even from a distance, she could sense that Tong Yu was about to reach the level of sword Qi. And this was just a new student from a technical school. It wasn't just Luo Fanning. Everyone at Shingha University was fixated on Tong Yu. The instructors looked grim, and the students and faculty from various institutions, even those from the military, were intently watching the scene, deeply shocked. With their expertise, they knew how terrifying it was for someone this young to be on the brink of mastering sword Qi. This meant he had the talent of an 8-star Qi blood realm at his age. Is this really a freshman from Luoqing Technical School? Everyone had this question in their minds, even suspecting they might be senior students disguised as freshmen to make a scene. However, it was quickly confirmed that Su Chun and his group were indeed freshmen, especially Su Chun, who had caused a phenomenon at the end of the martial exam, even drawing the attention of Sword King himself, which had caused quite a stir in Luoqing. Many high-ranking officials remembered him. Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Chun, filled with astonishment. Wasn't it said that Su Chun's core was damaged, making him unable to cultivate? Even if Sword King intervened, it was impossible to find a Demon King plant so quickly, let alone heal him this fast. But now Su Chun was the top student? Doesn't this imply that Su Chun's strength surpasses Tong Yu's? How is this possible? Is there anyone else willing to take the stage? Tong Yu shouted, his body radiating with sword energy, exuding a dazzling aura as an invincible presence soared into the sky. Su Chun squinted, realizing that this guy was trying to use the moment to refine sword Qi. The surrounding instructors and leaders immediately saw through it, their hearts filled with shock. How could the freshman from Luoqing Technical School be so formidable? All trash. If the freshmen can't do it, send the seniors. Otherwise, admit that Shingha University only accepts garbage, unlike Luoqing Technical School. Tong Yu shouted angrily, his voice like rolling thunder, instantly enraging all the students of Shingha University. Even some instructors were eager to rush up and teach Tong Yu a lesson. Boss Su, this guy is so arrogant. Won't he really get beaten to death? Wu Tao couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with concern. Wang Lin continued to focus on the live broadcast, sarcastically commenting, Shingha University is becoming a refuge for trash. A sophomore couldn't hold back any longer. Filled with anger, he stormed onto the stage, his eyes blazing with fury. Among the freshmen, no one dared to step up. Were they just going to watch as Shingha University was humiliated? This sophomore had a cultivation level of 4 stars in the Chi-Si realm, which was considered quite impressive among the second-year students. Tong Yu stood on the stage, surrounded by a dazzling sword light, exuding an imposing aura. His eyes were sharp as swords, piercing straight into the hearts of others. As Tong Yu drew his sword, the terrifying sword light instantly filled the entire arena. The two immediately clashed, with sword light and energy colliding, stirring up waves of air. Tong Yu wasn't in a hurry to defeat the sophomore, but used this opportunity to hone his skills. As the battle continued, the sword light around him became more refined, showing the early signs of forming a sword aura. However, the sophomore was ultimately outmatched, and was eventually sent flying out of the arena by Tong Yu's sword. Next, Tong Yu shouted eagerly, feeling that he was just one step away from refining his sword aura and needed another exhilarating battle. However, no one around dared to challenge him. After losing, Yu Zihan stood silently in a corner. Lu Qingxian seemed to be comforting him quietly, but Yu Zihan didn't want to listen. He just glared venomously at Tong Yu. "Damn it! You've really gotten yourself into trouble," he muttered through gritted teeth, dialing a number to call his family. He was determined to win back his honor today. At that moment, another person stepped out from the sophomore sit was Zhou Zi, the top student of the second year. With a cultivation level of 5 stars in the Qi-Si realm, his strength was formidable. "You will pay the price for humiliating Shingha University," Zhou Zi said coldly. The two began to fight, and Tong Yu quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Zhou Zi's strength was indeed formidable, living up to his reputation as the top student of Shingha University's second year. He could even stand against an 8-star Qi-Si realm. Confronted with such intense pressure, Tong Yu didn't back down. Instead, he burst into laughter. At this life-and-death moment, his sword aura finally came together, and a powerful energy surged skyward. Tong Yu officially stepped into the sword aura level. "Ha ha ha, thank you. I consider this my loss." Tong Yu laughed as he left the stage. He knew well that if Zhou Zi hadn't held back, he might have lost earlier and missed the chance to form his sword aura. Zhou Zi's eyes were cold. "I disdain to ruin someone's opportunity, but you must pay for humiliating Shingha University." His gaze fell on Su Chun. "Su Chun, right? Do you dare to come up and fight?" Zhou Zi was curious, as Tong Yu's strength could make him a top freshman at Shingha University. How could someone from a Luoqing technical school not even compete for the top position? Moreover, he had heard some rumors about Su Chun, which made him even more curious about Su Chen's strength, especially since the Sword King seemed to favor him. "Let's do it." Su Chen calmly walked onto the stage. Wang Lin wanted to step forward and show off, but it was too late. Besides, with Wang Lin's strength, he wouldn't be a match for Zhou Zi, so he focused on live-streaming the battle instead. "Make your move." Zhou Zi was ready, but Su Chen simply raised his hand and made an okay gesture. "What do you mean?" Zhou Zi asked, puzzled. Su Chen smiled and replied, "I mean, I'll defeat you in 3 moves." This arrogant statement left everyone around stunned, unsure of where Su Chun got the confidence to say such a thing. The instructors of Shingha University were almost furious, never expecting that Shingha University would one day face such humiliation, especially by a technical school student at their doorstep. "Arrogant." Zhou Zi snapped back, furious. He unleashed all his power, charging directly at Su Chun, intending to defeat him in 1 move. "Watch closely, folks, Su is about to show off." Wang Lin shouted excitedly, live streaming the event with his camera focused on Su Chun. Wu Tao and Tong Yu instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Wang Lin. They thought to themselves that they didn't want to get caught up in the conflict between Su Chun and Wang Lin. While this was a wise decision, saying it out loud might embarrass Su Chun. At that moment, Zhou Zi's attack came like a storm. Su Chun observed calmly. Though it seemed fierce, it was full of flaws. In the next instant, Su Chun unleashed his Qi-Si realm 2-star power, and without using a sword, he simply threw a punch. With a thud, Zhou Zi was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. "You lost," Su Chun said calmly, defeating his opponent with just 1 punch. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Tutors from various colleges whispered among themselves, and even the military personnel couldn't help but talk. They were all shocked by Su Chen's strength of freshman with a Qi-Si realm 2-star cultivation, capable of defeating a Qi-Si realm 5-star warrior with a single punch, setting a new record. This guy is too strong. Why would such a genius go to Luo City Technical School? With such talent, he should be in the Imperial College. Su Chen looked around and said indifferently, "Let the top 3rd-year student come up. Or, the strongest among you international students. After all, it was your international students who started this by bringing people to block the gate." With these words, the people from Shingha University began looking around, trying to identify the international students. They initially thought it was their own students causing trouble, only to find out it was the international students who instigated the issue. Wang Lin's projection further confirmed Su Chen's words. When the screen showed a scantily clad girl sitting on Nick's lap while Nick's hands roamed restlessly, the people from Shingha University wished they could disappear into thin air. What a disgrace. The tutors and principals from other colleges frowned as they watched. The military personnel were even more furious. Are these the students of Shingha University? While improving their cultivation, they should also focus on their values. One military officer couldn't help but reprimand, casting a stern glance at the Shingha University tutor. The tutor from Shingha University was dumbfounded, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself. At that moment, he could only ask himself why he had come here to face such humiliation. Soon, the principal of Shingha University arrived on the scene with the union leaders and principals from other prestigious universities. The principal frowned deeply, initially thinking it was a minor issue, only to find it had escalated into such a situation. Su Chun, this farce needs to end. You've achieved your goal, don't push it too far. The principal suppressed his anger, secretly resenting how Su Chun had tarnished the reputation of Shingha University in front of so many important figures today. Is there anyone else who dares to step up and fight? The challenger's voice echoed across the stage. Su Chun glanced around coldly, not even bothering to look at the old man who had jumped out. This dismissive attitude instantly ignited the dean's fury. As a powerful warrior king, he had never been so disregarded. Even warriors of the same level would show him some respect. Who did this kid think he was? Su Chun, how long are you going to keep this up? The dean shouted angrily, his voice full of threat. Today is an important day for Shingha University. If you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson myself. Before he could finish, Wang Lin rushed to the front with his phone, camera aimed at the angry face of Shingha University's dean. Everyone look! Wang Lin shouted. This is the dean of Shingha University, now openly suppressing us. We are just following the regular process to challenge, and when their student couldn't compete, this old man jumped out to threaten us. Wang Lin continued to fan the flames. Remember when their people from Shingha University went to Luoqing Technical School to block the entrance and almost beat our students to death? Even then, our dean didn't interfere. Why? Because our dean knows it's a fair challenge. Only shameless old fools would interfere in a duel. These words left everyone stunned. Even Su Chun couldn't help but give Wang Lin a thumbs up, secretly admiring his cleverness. The dean of Shingha University was instantly enraged. Everyone could tell Wang Lin was insulting him. Just as he was about to act, a mentor quickly held him back, whispering a few words in his ear. The dean's expression immediately turned awkward and resentful. It turned out Wang Lin was live streaming. Now, tens of thousands of people were watching online. The news of Shingha University's defeat had spread far and wide, and his threats had been broadcasted live. A dignified warrior king, the dean of Shingha University, had been outmaneuvered. Even though he was burning with anger, he had to hold it in. If he really attacked Wang Lin regardless of his status, it would be a huge embarrassment. But he couldn't swallow his anger. Meanwhile, in the office of Luoqing Technical School, Feng Yu and a group of mentors watched with excitement. Especially when Su Chun landed a punch on Zhou Zi, they shouted with excitement, completely disregarding their image. Damn Shingha University. Feng Yu cursed. When they first established their school, it was us who helped them. Now that we're being targeted and suppressed, this old fool has become arrogant. Does he think he can teach my student a lesson? Who does he think he is? Getting angrier by the minute, Feng Yu grabbed his sword and left Luoqing Technical School, ready to settle the score. In the steel factory at the Abyss exit, Mu Changfeng was also watching the live stream, his brows furrowed. Old fool, if you dare touch Su Chun, I'll bring my troops over and have a word with you, he murmured, already considering whether to support Su Chun. After all, Su Chun had made significant contributions in the Abyss map, greatly assisting them. Even the military high command had ordered special attention to be given to Su Chun, providing him with convenience. In short, Su Chun had become someone the military leadership was keenly interested in. At the entrance of Shingha University, an unprecedented storm was unfolding. The dean stood at the gate, his face ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly on the verge of exploding with anger. His eyes were fixed on Wang Lin, who was not far away, brazenly live-streaming the scene with his phone while hurling insults at the dean. What made the dean feel powerless was his inability to refute any of it. Each time he opened his mouth to speak, he found his words weak and ineffectual. Helplessly, he turned to Su Chun, who stood nearby, his voice tinged with a plea. Su Chun, this is all a misunderstanding. Isn't this enough already? Su Chun looked at the dean coldly, showing no intention of stopping. The dean inwardly lamented their predicament. Both the new students and the top sophomores of Shingha University had been defeated. Wasn't this outcome already disastrous enough? Did Su Chun intend to topple the entire Shingha University? The dean was filled with doubt. How could a technical school student be so audacious? The issue was no longer about finding someone to face Su Chun. The reputation of Shingha University was now in tatters. An elite sophomore from a top university being defeated by a technical school's top student was a colossal joke. As the dean sank into despair, Su Chun spoke coldly. Did you ever consider giving us a chance when your people blocked the entrance of Luoqing Technical School? This statement hit the dean like a sledgehammer, leaving him speechless and unsure of how to respond. Su Chin's message was clear. If Shingha University's people were aggressive back then, they shouldn't expect mercy now. Feeling overwhelmed, the dean pointed at the students on the projector screen and urgently instructed the nearby tutor, "Who brought these guys here? Get them for me." He thought, if worst comes to worst, these troublemakers should apologize publicly to downplay the situation. If this continued, the impact on Shingha University might be irreparable. However, Su Chin's next words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. No need. They're already dead. Su Chin's tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. I must say, there's one thing I admire about your people: they refuse to surrender even when beaten to death. I do appreciate that. Upon hearing this, Wu Tao, Tong Yu, and the others avoided Su Chin's gaze, fearing involvement in the storm. Those unaware took it as truth, while those in the know understood. It wasn't that they refused to surrender, but they didn't have the chance before Su Chin took them out. Only Zhang Feng managed to cry out his surrender, but even he couldn't escape his fate. Feigning remorse, the dean attempted to take the moral high ground, condemning Su Chun. You, at such a young age, how can you be so ruthless? They're just students. Even if they were wrong, they didn't deserve to die. Yet Su Chin's response once again left the dean speechless. On the stage, life and death are disregarded. Without conceding, the fight is assumed to continue. Even if someone dies, no one is held accountable. That's the rule. Your students told me this. Don't tell me you don't know the rules. These words effectively silenced the dean. He looked at Su Chun, unable to find any flaw in his argument. It was indeed an ironclad rule in the martial arts world. Even if someone dies on stage, the opponent isn't held responsible. If he pursued this, it would only make him look more foolish. The dean's expression was extremely grim, but he felt a slight sense of relief. At least he hadn't spoken rashly, or he would have fallen into Su Chin's rhetorical trap again. Why is it so tricky to talk to this little brat? Su Chin thought to himself, maintaining a calm exterior. He took a deep breath and continued. And then there's your foreigner, Nick, or whatever his name is, who teamed up with the exchange students from our Luoqing Technical School to steal our resources. Now, the already limited resources we had are nearly gone, and you need to take responsibility for this. Su Chin's voice rose slightly, a flash of anger in his eyes. He went on. That kid is still being held at Luoqing Technical School. I sent word for you to come and bail him out, but no one has shown up. Are you not planning to get him out, or what? He suddenly adopted a dangerous tone. If you don't go soon, I might have to deal with him. He almost revealed his true intentions, but caught himself just in time. Su Chun pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the dean. This is his confession, with his fingerprint on it. If there's no problem, hurry up and bail him out. We're all civilized people here. Let's handle this with some decorum. The dean of Shingha University took the paper, his face turning livid as he examined it. It only had 2 words: cannibalism. His hands trembled slightly, and anger flashed in his eyes. Su Chun, you're going too far, the dean shouted, the pressure of a martial king instantly enveloping Su Chun and Wang Lin. With a wave of his hand, he crushed Wang Lin's phone, cutting off the live stream. Damn, the old guy's lost it, Wang Lin shouted, trying to escape, but was immediately immobilized by the martial king's pressure. The dean, furious, scolded them harshly. Have you caused enough trouble? A mere technical school at the bottom of the rankings really thinks it's something special, using forbidden techniques unknown to us to defeat Shingha University's students. Do you really think you can defy the heavens? If I don't teach you a lesson today, people might think Shingha University is easy to bully. He waved to his subordinates, ordering, take them away. Causing trouble at Shingha University. I'll make sure to visit Luoqing Technical School later and ask Fengyu how they teach their students, with no sense of discipline. Su Chen wanted to argue, but found his cultivation sealed by the dean, unable to speak. He was secretly relieved, knowing he had already crushed the token Fengyu gave him at the moment the dean turned hostile. Now, he could only hope Fengyu would arrive quickly. Su Chun and his 3 companions were escorted out, while the other students from various schools watched silently, knowing it was unwise to offend Shingha University for a technical school, even though they could see Su Chun and his group were not at fault. But such is the harsh reality, only power matters. Though this farce ended, an eerie atmosphere hung over the new student celebration at Shingha University. Luo Fanning anxiously called Luotian. In fact, Luotian had already arrived quietly and witnessed everything. He knew it was time for him to step in, as he had agreed with Su Chun. Dean Zhang. Luotian emerged from the crowd, greeting the dean. The dean's face softened when he saw Luotian. He was well aware of Luotian's status, though only at the peak of the Marquis realm. As the head of the Martial Hall, Luotian held considerable influence throughout China. The Martial Hall had branches nationwide, with its headquarters in the capital and support from a respected figure, making Luotian's standing comparable to that of a martial king. Unannounced visit today, I have a favor to ask of Dean Zhang, Luotian said directly. Haha, a guest is always welcome. It's my fault for forgetting the martial hall. Please, Master Luo, come in and have a seat. There's no trouble at all, the dean replied with a courteous smile. Hearing Dean Zhang's words, Luotian smiled slightly before speaking. I'd like to ask Dean Zhang to release Su Chun and the others. Luo Tian's gaze was sharp as a sword as it landed on Dean Zhang, his tone calm, yet authoritative. I'd like to trouble you, Dean Zhang, to release Su Chun and the others. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang's facial muscles tightened instantly, anger flaring in his eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, and replied coldly. Master Luo, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Su Chun openly set up a challenge at the gate of Shingha University, humiliating our school in the process. He even live-streamed the event in front of many dignitaries, broadcasting our embarrassment to the world. How can Shingha University maintain its reputation? We're a top-tier institution, yet the students we admit are made to look incompetent. Where does that leave my reputation? Luo Tianhe responded with composed dignity. Dean Zhang, that's not my intention. However, Su Chun is an honorary elder of the martial hall. He paused, injecting a hint of goodwill into his reminder. Besides, given your status, bullying a few juniors might not reflect well on you. Dean Zhang's expression grew even darker, his gaze nearly dripping with disdain. He glared at Luo Tianhe for a long moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Luo Tianhe, are you mocking me? How could a young upstart become an honorary elder of your martial hall? Has the martial hall lost all standards? Luo Tianhe chuckled lightly, unhurried in his explanation. Oh, I'm not just making things up. When I granted Su Chun the honorary elder title, most people in Luo City were aware. It's not that I'm intentionally disrespecting you. Dean Zhang's face turned increasingly grim, internally cursing the unexpected trouble Su Chun had caused. Today was the new student induction ceremony at Shingha University, a celebration of the successful admissions process. Traditionally, Shingha University invited various dignitaries to attend. Su Chun's actions, however, had thoroughly embarrassed the institution. If it were any other prestigious school, it might have been less of an issue, but Su Chun hailed from a relatively unknown technical school and had defeated both their freshman and sophomore leaders. This suggested that even their sophomore students were no match for him. With his abilities, he might even best a group of junior students, potentially sweeping through Shingha University. If word got out, how could Shingha University maintain its dignity? Dean Zhang knew he had to intervene to stop this farce, even at the cost of some pride. Yet, he hadn't anticipated Luo Tianhe stepping in to support Su Chun, claiming he was an honorary elder of the martial hall. This added layer of complexity made the situation more problematic. Detaining an honorary elder of the martial hall was no trivial matter, but releasing Su Chun would mean Shingha University would lose face entirely. Caught in a dilemma, Dean Zhang felt anxious, suppressing the urge to lash out. With numerous dignitaries watching, he had no choice but to respond stiffly. What if I'm not prepared to give you this courtesy? At this moment, the gaze of many dignitaries was fixed on Dean Zhang, putting him in a difficult position. Su Chun glanced at Luo Tianhe, understanding the situation. He knew Shingha University's ways, and that they might not easily concede to Luo Tianhe. But Luo Tianhe's intervention could at least stall Shingha University long enough for Feng Yu to arrive. Sure enough, in the next moment, Feng Yu's angry voice echoed from afar, breaking the tense atmosphere. Zhangguo, don't you dare overstep your bounds and think you can take my place in disciplining the students of Luo City Technical School. Who do you think you are? Feng Yu's voice thundered, echoing at the entrance of Shingha University. His figure appeared like lightning, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight at Dean Zhang. In an instant, the unique aura of a martial king surged forth, lifting the seals from Su Chun and his companions. The instructors detaining Su Chun and the others were struck as if by a heavy blow, their chests heaving as they coughed up blood, their faces turning ashen. Feng Yu's intervention was ruthless and decisive. Freed at last, Su Chun and his group quickly moved to Feng Yu's side, their eyes burning with anger as they glared at the students of Shingha University. Dean Zhang felt his scalp tingle with fear, realizing the precariousness of his situation. He regretted his actions, lamenting why he had to disgrace Shingha University in front of so many influential figures today. Feng Yu, what do you intend to do? Dean Zhang demanded, masking his panic with a stern voice. What do I intend to do? Feng Yu sneered. I should be asking what the hell you think you're doing. At your age, you still have no shame? Interfering in students' challenges? Have some dignity. If I'd known Shingha University's people were so shameless, I would have dealt with them when they set up the challenge. Feng Yu's words struck like hammers, leaving Dean Zhang speechless. He knew he was in the wrong. It was indeed improper for a senior to interfere in students' affairs. The surrounding dignitaries remained silent, their lack of support further confirming his fault. Dean Zhang, trying to salvage the situation, said, Feng Yu, you let your students humiliate Shingha University. You owe me an explanation. Humiliate. Feng Yu retorted sharply. I told them to humiliate Shingha University. So what? Dean Zhang was considering backing down, knowing he was at fault and further conflict would only embarrass Shingha University more. He hoped to offer Feng Yu a way out while saving face. Yet, Feng Yu, as obstinate as ever, showed no willingness to compromise. Feng Yu declared boldly, "If your students want to step up, let them. Even if they get beaten, I won't say a word. But if any of you old fools interfere, I'll fight to the death to make you pay." Taking advantage of the situation, Wang Lin shouted, "Anyone from Shingha University dare to fight? If we lose, we'll admit we're not skilled enough." Su Chun added, "Look at Shingha University's students now. The pressure is all on the third years. The freshmen and sophomores are already defeated. Only the third years are left." The third-year students exchanged worried glances, apprehensive. Su Chen's strength was unfathomable, and if they lost too, it would be a complete disgrace. At this moment, a dean from another prestigious university tried to mediate. Indeed, Shingha University is at fault here. Perhaps an apology would settle this. We're all part of the academic alliance. Such a scene is unbecoming. If you truly wish to compete, the upcoming prestigious school exchange will be the perfect opportunity, with all the top talents participating. This small scuffle is meaningless. Apologize. Dean Zhang's anger flared. Why should Shingha University apologize to them? Unable to contain his fury, he blurted out, "Shingha University is a prestigious institution, renowned and respected. What is Luo City Technical School in comparison? Just a failing technical school, not worthy of our apology." His words hung heavy in the air, the atmosphere tense as everyone braced for the impending storm. As soon as Dean Zhang finished speaking, the hall fell into a stunned silence. All eyes turned towards him, filled with disbelief and helplessness. It was shocking to hear such inappropriate remarks from the head of an academy. Feng Yu let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Huh. Yes, Luoqing Technical School might just be a failing institution. But it's ridiculous that your Shingha University can't even surpass us. Over the years, the Academic Alliance has provided you with ample resources, yet you've only produced a bunch of incompetence. Or perhaps, you've been embezzling those resources." Dean Zhang's face turned ashen at these words. He quickly defended himself. "Feng Yu, don't make baseless accusations. The resources from the Alliance are because Shingha University is a top-tier institution, and they've been used for the benefit of the students. If I had embezzled even a bit, I wouldn't deserve to live." Feng Yu looked at Dean Zhang with a mocking smile, as if not embezzling would guarantee your well-being. He then addressed the others present, raising his voice. "If Shingha University dares to accept the challenge, then let's continue. If not, I'll take them and leave now. But you must admit that Shingha's students aren't as capable as ours." Wang Lin and Wu Tao chimed in with their own sarcastic comments. "Exactly. Let actions speak for themselves. Who dares to fight? If not, just admit you're inferior to Luoqing Tech. It's only a dent in your pride." At that moment, a senior student who appeared to be an international student stepped forward. In broken Chinese, he declared, "I will accept the challenge. I come from the esteemed Sakura, and my name is Matsushita. Nick and I go way back, and since this matter involves him, I'll resolve it." Seeing this, Wang Lin immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to step on stage. However, Su Chun held him back. Su Chun could sense that Matsushita was quite strong and not someone Wang Lin could handle. Without hesitation, Su Chun stepped onto the stage, his eyes cold. At this moment, old grievances and new angers surged within him. Without a word, he made the first move. A terrifying sword aura shot into the sky, and he charged at Matsushita like an unsheathed blade. Matsushita's eyes flashed with disdain, clearly not taking Su Chun seriously. Arrogantly, he said, "You're strong, but no match for me." With that, he unsheathed a katana and swung it at Su Chun. Seeing this, Su Chun didn't hold back. His Long Yuan sword was drawn instantly. A sharp sword energy coalesced into a massive sword net, enveloping Matsushita. "Sword energy," the onlookers exclaimed in surprise. They had thought that Tong Yu's talent in swordsmanship was already extraordinary for his age, having reached the level of sword energy. But now, Su Chen's display left them utterly speechless. Su Chen's power far exceeded that of Tong Yu, leaving everyone astonished. He had reached the realm of sword intent, something no one had anticipated. Matsushita finally realized the danger and mustered all his strength to resist. Although his katana was no ordinary weapon, it was nothing compared to Su Chen's Long Yuan sword, practically trash in comparison. The moment the two weapons clashed, Matsushita's katana snapped. This ancestral weapon, a symbol of family honor, was destroyed just like that. Enraged, Matsushita cursed and wished he could kill Su Chun on the spot. However, Su Chun reacted even faster. With a swift backhand strike, his sword pierced through Matsushita's chest. Matsushita's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the wound. He wanted to say something, but life quickly slipped away, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Su Chun looked at the blood-stained Long Yuan sword with disdain, muttering, "Damn it, your blood has tainted my sword." He quickly took out a cloth, wiping it with a look of disgust. Offstage, Wang Lin and Wu Tao shouted excitedly, more thrilled than if they were the ones fighting. They cheered. Awesome. Took him down with one strike. This deserves a whole page in the family records. Dean Zhang, shocked, questioned, Su Chun, how dare you kill someone in public? Su Chun calmly retorted, is there a problem? On the stage, life and death are left to fate. He didn't surrender, so the fight continued. What's wrong with me killing him? The dissatisfaction from being suppressed earlier vanished from his mind. Feng Yu interjected dismissively. You? What are you doing? You shameless fool. Are you going to make another move? Despite his words, he was secretly delighted that Luoqing Technical School had finally made a name for itself. The audience, however, paid little attention to these side remarks. They were all stunned, not by Su Chen's sword, but by the fact that they had witnessed genuine sword intent. A freshman, at such a young age, comprehending sword intent, such talent in swordsmanship could potentially surpass even the Sword King of Huaxia. An unknown figure couldn't help but ask, Su Chun, just now, was that sword intent? Su Chun nodded slightly, admitting it openly. He had no interest in hiding his abilities. Since he used it, he had no reason to deny it. Even though they had sensed it was sword intent, hearing Su Chun confirm it left everyone in shock. They silently blamed their academy's admission office for missing out on such a genius. Su Chun looked around coldly and asked, anyone else? This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation Shingha University had faced since its founding. The prominent figures around could no longer sit still and began trying to recruit him. Su Chun, would you consider joining our Chang'an Imperial College? It's where prodigies like you belong. Come to our Northern Military Academy, graduate, and go straight into the military. With your skills, becoming a general is no problem. Don't listen to them. Academies are just that, academies. Come directly to the military's command post. I can take you as a personal disciple, and you could eventually take my place. These influential figures were eager to recruit a talent like Su Chun, offering all sorts of generous conditions. Even Feng Yu was taken aback. Was Su Chun's performance so astonishing that even top-tier universities didn't bother to extend an invitation? Now, two prestigious imperial academies were trying to recruit him right in front of everyone. And, incredibly, even the military's garrison headquarters had sent someone to poach him. The garrison headquarters is truly a gathering place for prodigies. It's a special institution established by the military to nurture top talents. Graduates at the very least reach the marquis level, and there's even a record of someone being granted the title of king immediately upon graduation, a record that remains unbroken. Everyone who enters the garrison headquarters is a true genius destined to dominate in their field. The admission standards for the garrison headquarters are extremely stringent. They would rather not recruit anyone for years than lower their criteria. And now, a representative from the garrison headquarters wanted to recruit Su Chun. The speaker was a half-step venerable, the most powerful presence there. Even within the garrison headquarters, he held significant authority. He intended to take Su Chun as his personal disciple, grooming him to inherit his position in the future. Dean Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He silently cursed. Did I invite you all to Galaxy University just to make a wedding dress for someone else? And the irony, you have your eyes on someone who humiliated Galaxy University? How am I supposed to react to this? Hey, what are you doing? This is a student from my Luoqing Technical College, the top freshman. Feng Yu was anxious. After finally finding a prodigy who could outshine the top universities, these shameless people were trying to steal him right in front of him. Feng Yu, you need to understand, Su Chen's talent can only truly flourish at an Imperial Academy, someone advised. An Imperial Academy? What a joke. Come to the garrison headquarters, and I'll have Sword King himself teach you swordsmanship, boasted the garrison headquarters bigwig with great confidence. With that offer, the other Imperial Academies were rendered speechless. They simply didn't have the authority to command the Sword King, but the garrison headquarters certainly did. Feng Yu, you should just agree, or I'll have to pay a visit to your Luoqing Technical College, the garrison headquarters bigwig threatened directly. Feng Yu's mouth twitched, silently cursing that he had met someone even more shameless than himself. Su Chun, just come with us. Ha ha. The garrison headquarters bigwig laughed, as if victory was assured. Su Chun, say something. Feng Yu urgently grabbed Su Chen's wrist. Su Chun felt awkward, sensing something was off about the situation. Thank you for your kind offer, but I just want to stay at Luoqing Technical College for now. Su Chun finally spoke, surprising everyone by refusing. Even the garrison headquarters bigwig was stunned. While others would do anything to get into the garrison headquarters, Su Chun turned down the opportunity. Listen, kid, you need to understand that the garrison headquarters is different from these academies within the Alliance. It was entirely created by the military. Entering the garrison headquarters means a significant boost in both status and position. To put it bluntly, if you were already part of the garrison headquarters, this old guy wouldn't dare lay a finger on you, the garrison headquarters bigwig said, pointing at the embarrassed Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang's reputation was completely ruined today, and now he was being dragged into the mud again. The words of the head of the garrison hit Su Chun like a heavy hammer. He meticulously outlined the myriad advantages of the garrison: top-notch cultivation resources, personal guidance from the Sword King, and a promising future within the military. These conditions were enough to drive any cultivator to madness. Su Chun remained silent, a battle waging within his heart. He was indeed tempted, yet he was also acutely aware of his unique nature. As someone endowed with a system, his path to cultivation didn't rely on external resources, but on gaining strength through combat. The Abyss was the battlefield best suited for him. Feng Yu noticed Su Chen's hesitation and advised, "Su Chun, think it over. The garrison can offer you opportunities that our Luoqing Technical School simply can't." His tone was filled with reluctance, but he didn't want his personal feelings to hinder Su Chen's future. Su Chan turned to Feng Yu, a hint of displeasure in his voice. "Are you trying to drive me away?" Feng Yu quickly explained, "I didn't mean it like that." "Then shut up if you didn't," Su Chen interrupted. "I said I want to stay at Luoqing Technical School." Although his words were resolute, Su Chen's heart was bleeding. This decision was more painful than death. He recalled his initial hesitation when the system had him choose Luoqing Technical School, only now understanding the deeper meaning behind it. Beneath Luoqing Technical School lay an abyss, guarding against foreign tribes. For Su Chun, who could enhance his cultivation through bloodshed, this place was a tailor-made training ground. More importantly, Luoqing Technical School was once the premier imperial school, deeply rooted and containing secrets beyond the reach of even today's imperial institutions. Neither the head of the garrison nor Feng Yu expected that the seemingly unremarkable Luoqing Technical School would become an irreplaceable sanctuary for Su Chen's cultivation journey. Hearing Su Chen's words, Feng Yun was stunned, feeling an indescribable surge of emotion. His eyes reddened instantly, not expecting Su Chun to truly be willing to give up the opportunity at the Guardian Mansion and choose to stay at Luoqing Technical School. Feng Yu initially wanted to persuade him further, considering the resources and prestige of the Guardian Mansion far surpassed that of Luoqing Technical School, and even the Imperial School couldn't compare. But seeing the determination in Su Chen's eyes, he chose to remain silent. Saying more would seem like he was pushing him away. The leader of the Guardian Mansion was also taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to refuse even after everything had been laid out. He was momentarily at a loss and glanced at Feng Yu. Although Luoqing Technical School was once the top imperial school, it had declined to the point of facing potential merger. Could it possibly rise from the ashes and regain its former glory? "Have you really made up your mind?" the leader of the Guardian Mansion asked again, his tone tinged with reluctance. Su Chen's talent truly amazed him, but he couldn't force him. "I have," Su Chen replied, suddenly exuding a strong aura, like a drawn sword, full of sharpness. "This is my path. Martial arts should accompany battles. To become strong, one must tread over countless corpses. Hiding behind, enjoying abundant resources, is not the path I want to take. It's not in line with my martial journey." The leader of the Guardian Mansion was stunned, not expecting such words from an 18-year-old student. This awareness alone surpassed many Imperial School students, even exceeding those at the Guardian Mansion. Many people took the advantage of resource allocation for granted, yet when it came to confronting alien races, they hesitated. Many students trained in universities, living in comfort for too long, even forgetting the constant threat of alien forces breaching the defenses, let alone having faced or fought them. "Good." The leader of the Guardian Mansion laughed heartily, walking over to Su Chun and patting his shoulder, clearly impressed. "In that case, I won't force you. If you ever change your mind, come to the Guardian Mansion. Its doors are always open for you." With that, he handed Su Chun a business card with his contact information. Everyone around was shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. When they heard Su Chun refuse the Guardian Mansion, they thought he must be crazy to give up such a good opportunity. But after hearing his words, many school principals fell silent. They saw in Su Chun something their students lacked, which was crucial in the path of martial arts. Is this the essence of martial arts? These principals, all of whom were at the martial king level, couldn't help but feel a bit envious seeing the leader's attitude towards Su Chun. This leader was the strongest among them, at the half-step sovereign level, an incredibly powerful existence in all of China. Moreover, he's from the town guard. With the intervention of such a high-ranking official, the president of Shingha University didn't dare to make a move, even if he wanted to. His face turned ashen, and his eyes shot daggers at Su Chun. Originally, he had invited these influential figures to Shingha University, but unexpectedly, Su Chun appeared out of nowhere, not only embarrassing the school, but also gaining the admiration of these big shots. Su Chun stood in the center of the crowd, appearing calm and composed. Invitations from high-ranking officials were nothing new to him, but in the eyes of others, this honor was enough to drive anyone crazy. What was even more astonishing was that Su Chun refused this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, rather than being angry, the official personally handed Su Chun his contact information. The president felt a mix of emotions. As a martial arts king, he had once waited outside the town guard's gates for 3 days and nights just to meet such an official. Now, this honor was easily bestowed upon a young man. The stark contrast in treatment was almost enough to tear his heart apart. The high-ranking official, upon hearing Su Chun's refusal, said, "Su Chun, with your talent and swordsmanship, I can introduce you to the Sword King. Would you be willing to become his disciple? You wouldn't even have to leave Luo City Technical School." His tone was filled with regret, clearly not wanting to see such talent go to waste. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly at these words, and he calmly replied, "No need." The people of Luo City exchanged glances, knowing the inside story. Not long ago, the Sword King himself had come to recruit a disciple, only to be politely declined by Su Chun. What was even more shocking was that the Sword King ended up becoming sworn brothers with Su Chun. How did Su Chun manage to seize such opportunities? The only regret seemed to be that Su Chun hadn't attended a prestigious school, but now, here he was, making a scene at one. In a corner, Yu Zihan breathed a sigh of relief. He had already contacted his family to deal with Su Chun, and when the high-ranking official appeared, his heart was in his throat. But Su Chen's refusal rekindled his hopes. Since Su Chen wasn't with the town guard, the Yu family's power would easily handle him. A flash of malice appeared in Yu Zihan's eyes. From Lu Qingxian, he had learned that Su Chun was just an ordinary person with some talent. To him, such a person would ultimately become a slightly stronger lackey, who would have to show respect to someone like him. Su Chun, just you wait. Let's see how long you can flaunt your title as honorary elder of the martial hall. Yu Zihan sneered internally. He was determined to make Su Chun pay the price, and he wouldn't spare the arrogant Tong Yu either. This farce finally ended with Shingha University conceding. The president, with a face full of resentment, warned, "The prestigious school exchange is coming soon. You better be careful." He then turned and entered the university, unable to face the crowd any longer. Feng Yu, however, was unfazed, laughing heartily. "Huh? Who can't talk big? Now that my prodigy has beaten you senseless, we'll do the same at the exchange." Meanwhile, far away, the Sword King, watching the live broadcast, was overjoyed and amazed at Su Chen's rapid progress. But when he saw the president of Shingha University make a move, he realized things were going awry and immediately rushed over on his sword. At the gates of Shingha University, Su Chun and Wang Lin were elated. Feng Yu suggested, "Let's go, it's time to head back." At that moment, as the crowd dispersed, Yu Zihan finally found the opportunity to step forward. "Wait." Yu Zihan walked over with a sullen expression, closely followed by Lu Qingxian. Su Chun turned around, frowning slightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that Lu Qingxian was behind this trouble again. Su Chun thought to himself that sometimes he just wanted to end it all and deal with Lu Qingxian directly. But reason quickly prevailed. Committing murder in public wasn't like a duel in the arena. It would only bring him immense trouble. It wasn't worth getting himself into such a mess over someone like that. Wang Lin stepped forward, asking coldly, "What do you want?" Yu Zihan sneered arrogantly. "Of course I have business here. I'm the young master of the Yu family from Qingcheng, and this guy has shown me no respect. I deserve an explanation." He raised his chin and continued, "In our world, reputation is everything, isn't it? If you don't respect me, how am I supposed to survive at Shingha University? And besides," he pointed at Su Chun, his tone becoming increasingly aggressive, "you bullied my girlfriend before. We need to settle that score too." Hearing this, Su Chun was taken aback, thinking to himself that this guy really didn't know his place. Wu Tao looked a bit embarrassed, recalling the awkward moment earlier when Yu Zihan had kicked him away, and Wang Lin hadn't stopped teasing him about it. Tong Yu placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze icy, and stepped forward slowly. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly, wondering why someone so reckless had suddenly appeared to cause trouble. Yu Zihan didn't take Feng Yu seriously at all, even though he knew Feng Yu was a martial king. He arrogantly said, "Old man, step aside if you know what's good for you. I know you're a martial king, but the Yu family in Qingcheng has more than one martial king." Spoiled since childhood, he had never taken anyone seriously. Su Chen calmly said to Feng Yu, "Dean, please step aside. It wouldn't be good if you got splattered with blood later." He didn't want the elders to get involved in the disputes among the younger generation, to avoid being ridiculed. Feng Yu stepped back, nearly exploding with anger. Luo Tianhe stood nearby, chuckling softly without saying a word. At that moment, quite a few students from Shingha University were watching with interest. They had been holding a grudge against Su Chun for embarrassing the school, and now seeing Yu Zihan about to deal with him, they secretly cheered, finally feeling some satisfaction. Lu Qingxian, smugly holding onto Yu Zihan's arm, looked at Su Chun with disdain and taunted. "Back then, you ignored me, but now you're not worthy of me." She harbored a grudge, remembering how Su Chun used to like her so much, but after she dumped him, he completely let go and didn't even give her a chance when she tried to reconcile. Now that she had Yu Zihan by her side, she naturally wanted to flaunt it in front of Su Chun. "My boyfriend is the young master of the Yu family and will inherit it one day." Lu Qingxian continued to boast. "Do you know about the Yu family? It's a martial arts family in Qingcheng with more than one martial king. And you, what do you have besides some talent?" Seeing Su Chun remain silent, she felt even more triumphant, thinking she had struck a blow. Just then, Su Chun spoke calmly. Your boyfriend was beaten by my people. Tong Yu immediately chimed in. Your boyfriend was beaten by me. The air suddenly went silent, and an awkward expression appeared on Yu Zihan's face. Lu Qingxian stood there, her face full of disdain and mockery. She lifted her head high and said, word by word, my boyfriend is the young master of the Yu family, incredibly talented, and the top freshman at Shingha University. He's destined to become a powerful figure in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chun coldly interrupted. Your boyfriend has been beaten by me. Lu Qingxian was momentarily stunned but continued boasting. My boyfriend's family has more than one martial king. They have money, power, and even influential figures in the military. Su Chun mercilessly repeated. Your boyfriend has been beaten by me. Ah! Lu Qingxian screamed in frustration. Can't you say something else? Beside her, Yu Zihan's face was dark with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, what do you mean by repeating that? He turned to Lu Qingxian, exasperatedly saying, can you stop talking? You're making me lose face completely. Su Chun stepped forward, looked Yu Zihan in the eyes, and casually asked, so, what do you really want? He thought to himself, how is Yu Zihan still playing these childish games at his age? Just as Yu Zihan was about to speak, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. Damn, you're attacking. Before he could finish, a lightning-fast punch landed on his left eye, giving him a black eye. Su Chun withdrew his fist, and with a smile asked, is this what you meant? Yu Zihan trembled with anger, ready to retaliate, but received another punch, leaving both his eyes blackened. He venomously said, you dare hit me? You're in big trouble now. At that moment, a burly man with a menacing scar across his face, like a centipede, approached, exuding an intimidating presence. This four-star master was evidently Yu Zihan's personal bodyguard. The bodyguard coldly remarked, you've got guts hitting our young master. Tell me, how do you want to die? His fists were calloused, like a beast ready to pounce. Feng Yu was about to intervene, but was stopped by Luo Tianhe. In a low voice, Luo Tianhe said, let's wait and see. Trust Su Chun. He recalled Su Chun mentioning he had killed a master from a different race, fueling his anticipation. However, just as Su Chun was about to make a move, a deep voice echoed. A middle-aged man approached with over 10 people, including 4 marquee-level experts, while the rest were masters. This middle-aged man was none other than a martial king. Yu Zihan shouted excitedly. Second uncle, you're finally here. It's this guy who's been bullying me. The martial king, Yu Hong, looked Su Chun over and dismissively said, a 2-star Qi Si realm? Not bad, but hitting my nephew today is unacceptable. He arrogantly continued, kneel and apologize to my nephew, and I'll break your legs. Then this matter will be settled. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen to you. Yu Zihan jumped out triumphantly, laughing. I want him to kowtow to me until I'm satisfied. The cultivation of Yu Hong, the martial king, surged like a colossal wave, his aura pressing down on Su Chun and his group with palpable force. Yu Zihan, seeing his second uncle arrive, immediately became arrogant, his nose in the air, seemingly forgetting his pand-eyed embarrassment inflicted by Su Chun. Did you hear that? Kneel down quickly. Yu Hong shouted angrily, his martial king pressure bearing down like a mountain, trying to force them to their knees. Tong Yu was the first to retort. Why should we kneel? This was a challenge, and losing in the ring means he wasn't skilled enough. Before he could finish, a powerful aura descended, pressing Tong Yu until his face turned red and sweat dripped like beads, yet he stubbornly remained standing. This is too much. Feng Yu finally couldn't bear it anymore, releasing his own martial king aura, instantly dispelling Yu Hang's pressure. Tong Yu felt the relief immediately and gasped for breath. Su Chun watched coldly, calculating in his heart. They were indeed too weak to face a martial king now, but he vowed silently that in a year, he would be able to defeat a king. Yu Hong hadn't anticipated that Su Chun had a martial king backing him. His expression softened slightly as he probed. May I ask who you are? This is a private matter of our Qingxingyu family. I hope you can give us some face. Feng Yu's face was stern as he responded bluntly. They are my students, and you absolutely cannot touch them. With that, he fully unleashed his martial king aura, and a tense atmosphere filled the air, ready to explode. Yu Hang's face turned grim as he turned to Yu Zihan to inquire about the identity of Su Chen's group. They're from Luo City Technical School. That old man is the principal of Luo City Technical School. Yu Zihan responded arrogantly, feeling fearless with his family backing him. Luo City Technical School. Yu Hong was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. I thought it was some prestigious school. Just a technical school, daring to provoke the Yu family. Old man, I might give you this face today, but those 4 must kneel and apologize. Yu Hong didn't take Feng Yu seriously. With 2 martial kings in the Yu family, they had built up considerable connections in the martial world over the years, with allies in both the military and the academic alliance. Why should he fear a principal from a Sunto Bead Funk technical school? Impossible. Unless I am dead. Feng Yu replied decisively, his aura erupting, the power of the martial king soaring to the sky. Yu Hong snorted coldly, showing no weakness as he charged forward. The two martial kings clashed instantly, their battle shockwaves pulverizing the street into dust. Yu Zihan was elated, signaling the Yu family members to attack Su Chun and his group. With 4 Marquis level and 6 or 7 Grandmaster level fighters, they didn't believe Su Chun could take them all on. Disable them for me, Yu Zihan ordered with a cold smile, while Lu Qingxian nearby was thrilled, secretly admiring the Yu family's strength. Just as Su Chun was about to draw his Long Yuan sword, a thunderous shout exploded like a clap of thunder. Get lost, whoever dares touch Su Chun, I'll kill them. Before the words had even settled, a figure appeared in front of Su Chun like a flash of lightning, standing protectively with an imposing presence. A powerful Marquis-level warrior was just about to make a move when he was suddenly slapped to death with a swift and fierce strike. Su Chun stood frozen, staring in shock at the sudden appearance of Mu Changfeng. You think there's no one in Chilu City Technical School? I'll show you I can take you down. Mu Changfeng roared, as a terrifying aura of a martial king-level warrior surged towards Yu Hong like a tidal wave. In the next moment, he charged at Yu Hong with the ferocity of a tiger. This unexpected turn of events left Yu Hong completely stunned. Who the hell is this? He thought, panic-stricken and unable to react. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded next. A 1,000-strong army appeared out of nowhere in the city, swiftly arriving at the scene. Leading them was an 8-star Marquis-level warrior, accompanied by 10 other Marquis-level and over 40 Grandmaster-level experts. The sudden appearance of this elite force left everyone present in disbelief. Order from the military. Anyone who dares to harm Su Chun, kill them, commanded Guofeng, the leading Marquis-level warrior, in a deep voice. The 1,000-man team instantly formed a defensive formation, firmly guarding Su Chun and the others at the center. Su Chun was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. Why did Mu Changfeng bring such a massive force? Mobilizing the army seemed excessive. What are you doing? Why bring the army? Feng Yu asked in a low voice, filled with concern. It was a big deal for the governor to leave the abyss without permission, let alone bringing the army. Don't worry. This is an order from above. Mu Changfeng replied with a smile, then turned to Yu Hong and launched another fierce attack without hesitation, unleashing his full power. Seeing the sudden appearance of an army, Yu Zihan was completely dumbfounded and dared not act rashly. Apologies, Commander Mu had to get approval from the higher-ups, which took some time. Guofeng explained to Su Chun, further confusing him. Mu Changfeng brought the army with approval, and the higher-ups agreed. Su Chun was filled with questions. Haha, you're quite the celebrity in the military now. Even some of the leaders are paying attention to you. The abyss map you provided to the military is priceless, Guofeng explained with a smile. Hearing this, Su Chun finally understood why Mu Changfeng would mobilize such a large force. Our leader Su is really smart. I knew he wouldn't make a loss-making deal. This show of force is just over the top. Wang Lin and Tong Yu exclaimed excitedly. They had found it strange when Su Chun unconditionally gave the abyss map to the military, but now they realized how brilliant his move was. Su Chun smiled wryly. To be honest, he hadn't thought that far ahead at the time. Brother, it was this blonde guy who bullied us and even called Leader Su an idiot. Wang Lin quickly chimed in, exaggerating the situation. Su Chun looked bewildered. I didn't know anyone called me an idiot. I suspect you did that on purpose. Guofeng glanced over with disdain, sneering, go slap him a few times. Wang Lin immediately became extremely smug, striding over to Yu Zihan. The Yu family wanted to intervene, but the military's elite weren't to be trifled with. They instantly exuded a murderous aura, scaring the Marquis-level warriors of the Yu family into submission. Slap, slap. Wang Lin slapped Yu Zihan hard on both cheeks, leaving him dazed with his face swelling up instantly. How dare you insult Leader Su? Who do you think you are? In front of Leader Su, you're nothing. You want us to kneel and apologize? You're not worthy. Leader Su is an outstanding prodigy. Wang Lin berated him while continuing to slap, showing no mercy. Yu Zihan cried out in pain, while Lu Qingxian stood in shock. Wu Tao and Tong Yu were also dumbfounded, silently cursing Wang Lin for being so good at exaggerating. In front of Wang Lin, they were still too naive. Wu Tao gritted his teeth and said to Tong Yu, earlier, that brat Wang Lin wanted me to team up with him to deal with you, but now I think he's even more despicable. Why don't we join forces and teach him a lesson first? Tong Yu was taken aback, realizing he had unknowingly dodged a bullet. He quickly nodded, but internally, he was pondering whether to approach Wang Lin and team up against Wu Tao first. No, neither of them is trustworthy. After dealing with Wang Lin, he should leave immediately and not negotiate with the tiger. Although these thoughts crossed his mind, Tong Yu kept silent. Suddenly, Wu Tao pointed at the Feng Hao-level members of the Yu family and shouted, and them, they just insulted Boss Su, calling him a useless fool. We can't tolerate this anymore. Guofeng paused, seemingly understanding Wu Tao's intentions. He smirked inwardly, thinking, These three kids don't seem like good people. Only Su Chun appears somewhat reliable. Go ahead, Guofeng said, then turned to the Feng Hao-level members of the Yu family, warning coldly. Anyone who retaliates will be considered declaring war on the military. The Yu family members were dumbfounded. Were they just supposed to stand there as targets without fighting back? This was too unfair. Summoning his courage, Wu Tao stepped forward. Despite feeling nervous after all, he was facing Feng Hao-level opponent. She thought about the bragging rights of slapping one and swung his trembling hand. Smack! A crisp slap echoed, and Wu Tao immediately turned and ran. The Feng Hao-level member's face turned ashen, wanting to tear Wu Tao apart, but dared not move due to the military's deterrence. Seeing no one chasing, Wu Tao's confidence grew. He swaggered back, grabbed the Feng Hao-level member, and started beating him up. Tong Yu, seeing this, joined in and began punching and kicking another Feng Hao-level member. Guofeng watched, thinking, these youngsters really can't take a loss, using borrowed authority to their advantage. Unlike Su Chun, who seemed more composed. Before he could finish the thought, Guofeng saw Su Chun charging forward with a large wrench, smashing it against the Feng Hao-level members of the Yu family. Guofeng and the other military members were stunned. No wonder this kid was the top student, just when I thought he was composed. Luo Fanyin, who had reached Luo Tianhe's side, was dumbfounded by the scene. Earlier, she was anxious when Yu Hong was pressuring Su Chun, but then the military showed up to support Su Chun? And not just anyone, but a military king? Was Su Chun enrolling in school or joining the military? Luo Fanyin found Su Chun increasingly enigmatic. The surprises he brought were overwhelming. Luo Tianhe, deep in thought, said, this kid is no ordinary person. He understood all too well what it meant for a military king to mobilize for Su Chun. Moreover, Su Chun also had Sword King as a backer. Ahead, Wang Lin had already beaten Yu Zihan into a state of incapacity. Turning around to see Su Chun and the others attacking the Feng Hao-level members, he cursed inwardly. How could they leave me out of such a showy affair? To increase credibility, Wang Lin grabbed Wu Tao's phone, started recording, then gave Lu Qingxian 2 loud slaps, instructing Lu Qingxian to keep filming. The entire scene was chaotic, filled with the reckless audacity of youth. They charged at the Yu family's marquee-level experts like wolves and tigers. The 4 marquee-level experts were left dizzy, while the masters had no chance to escape their fate. Su Chen's wrench was already bent out of shape. Wu Tao swung a nearby trash can, leaving his opponent bruised and battered. Tong Yu was even more outrageous, picking up a manhole cover as a weapon. The most jaw-dropping was Wang Lin, who took off his shoe to slap his opponent's face. It wasn't very damaging, but it was highly insulting. Guofeng was dumbfounded. Were these really the students he knew? Where was their sense of decency? Lu Qingxian was in tears. To her, a delicate young woman, Wang Lin's shoe slap felt like a disaster, sure to leave a psychological scar. But she dared not speak out, fearing she might also taste the sole of a shoe. Stop it, all of you. A furious shout echoed from within Shingha University as a high-ranking official from the guard mansion appeared with a livid expression. He had just left, and a battle had erupted outside the university. At first, he paid no mind, but then he sensed the aura of a martial king. It scared him terribly. A martial king daring to fight in the city was unacceptable. In the sky, Mu Changfeng and Feng Yu teamed up to leave Yu Hong barely alive. Just as Yu Hong was about to counterattack, he was immobilized by a powerful force. This pressure came from a half-step venerable, far beyond what a martial king could withstand. The guard mansion official was furious. What are you doing? As martial kings, how dare you brawl in the city? Are you rebelling? The president of Shingha University also rushed over, feeling dizzy at the chaos before him. What sin has Shingha University committed? Stop it, all of you, the guard mansion official shouted again. Only then did Su Chun stop, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Wang Lin, however, ran forward, taking a phone and grinning at the video, thinking it would be great material to show off in the future. Yu Zihan weakly moaned. Is there any law? Is there anyone to govern this? Tears involuntarily streamed down his face. Lu Qingxian couldn't hold back anymore. Su Chun, don't you have any decency or morals? How can you let them hit a girl like me? I'm going to post this online. Su Chun paused, then patted his chest, and sighed with relief. Good thing I have no morals. Lu Qingxian was momentarily speechless. The guard mansion official turned to Feng Yu. Give me an explanation. What on earth is going on? Then he looked at Mu Changfeng, even more furious. And you, leaving your post without permission. If you can't give a reasonable explanation, forget about keeping your position as the guard. Facing the official's wrath, Feng Yu showed no fear, angrily pointing at Yu Hong. This bastard crawled out of some pit, trying to kill our Luo City Technical School students. As the headmaster, how could I stand by and do nothing? Yu Hong hurriedly defended himself. When did I try to kill your students? Feng Yu pointed to the beaten and unrecognizable Yu family marquee-level experts below, leaving Yu Hong speechless. At that moment, a clear, hearty laugh resounded. Haha, it seems lively. Let me join in. A sharp sword aura sliced through the sky as Sword King, dressed in white, arrived on his sword, adding another layer to the chaos. The voice of Sword King boomed like thunder, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Dressed in flowing white robes, he arrived gracefully, riding his sword through the air and landing steadily at the entrance of Shingha University. A gentle smile graced his face as he locked eyes with Su Chun. "Brother Su, long time no see." Sword King greeted warmly, quickly assessing Su Chun to ensure he was unharmed before turning his gaze to the head of the local defense office. The head of the defense office frowned slightly, surprised, and asked, "What brings you here?" Just moments ago, he had been telling Su Chun about inviting Sword King to teach him swordsmanship, and now, here he was. Could it be due to Su Chun's talent in swordsmanship? But he was puzzled as to why Sword King referred to Su Chun as Brother Su. Nearby, the dean of Shingha University was utterly shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Yu Hang's expression was even more troubled, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. He pondered, how did things get so out of hand today? Sword King casually explained, "I had nothing to do and was thinking of watching some live dance performances, but then I stumbled upon some shameless old fools planning to harm my brother. How could I let that slide?" He glanced meaningfully at the dean of Shingha University, a playful tone in his voice. "Right, Dean Zhang? We're both at the Martial King level. If anyone tries to harm the younger ones, isn't that just shameless?" Dean Zhang's face turned ashen, fully understanding the veiled insult in Sword King's words, yet he dared not retaliate. Although both were martial kings, Sword King was of a higher Runka Heavenly King. Someone like him, an ordinary martial king, could easily be dispatched with a single sword stroke from Sword King. Sword King continued, "Just like how if I were to storm Shingha University and randomly kill a few students, you could call me shameless, right? If you're wrong, you should admit it. If you're beaten, stand up straight." Dean Zhang's face grew increasingly sullen. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Because of Su Chun alone, the dignity of being the dean of Shingha University and a martial king had been thoroughly trampled. "Yes, Sword King is right." Dean Zhang forced out the words, feeling as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. He thought the matter had been resolved, but now he was utterly bewildered. Having just appeared, he was already being berated, without even knowing why. Sword King then looked at Yu Hang with feigned surprise and asked, "Whoa, who's this fool? How did he get beaten up like that?" Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng remained silent, casting strange looks at Su Chun. Wang Lin and his companions were equally stunned, especially Tong Yu, who was on the verge of breaking down upon hearing Sword King call Su Chun Brother Su. Did this mean he had to call Su Chun uncle? "Master." Tong Yu dared not think further and respectfully stepped forward to greet him. "Wah!" Wang Lin and Wu Tao exclaimed, nearly biting through their molars in shock. They cursed inwardly. Damn it, Tong Yu's background is that strong? Sword King is his master? Can they still mess with Tong Yu in the future? Their eyes simultaneously turned to Su Chun, suddenly seeing a new glimmer of hope. Su Chun and Jian Tianwang being sworn brothers was like a bombshell, leaving everyone present in shock. Tong Yu stood by, his expression shifting unpredictably, clearly stunned by the news. At that moment, Wang Lin and Wu Tao, two troublemakers, suddenly thought of something and exchanged mischievous glances before turning to Tong Yu. "Tong Yu," Wang Lin said with feigned maturity, "according to seniority, shouldn't you be calling Su Chun and Jian Tianwang uncle?" Tong Yu immediately grasped their intention, his face turning livid. He wished he could tear these two troublemakers apart, but he had to suppress his anger due to the situation. The people from Shingha University were dumbfounded, and Dean Zhang was especially unsettled. He thought to himself, what's going on today? First, there's this enigmatic Su Chun, and now there's another powerful figure, Tong Yu. Who are these people? As everyone was still reeling from the shock, Wang Lin suddenly pointed at Yu Hang and shouted, "Brother Jian, it was this jerk who wanted to kill Tong Yu earlier." Yu Hang's face turned pale at these words. He panicked and shouted, "You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever want to kill this white-haired guy? Stop making things up." Yu Hang was secretly relieved he hadn't actually acted earlier. Otherwise, he might have been dead by now. At this point, Wu Tao chimed in, looking pained. If it weren't for the dean and Brother Mu arriving just in time, Boss Su might have been beaten senseless. Tong Yu might have been beaten to a pulp. Hearing this, Su Chen's face darkened. He realized these two friends were taking the opportunity to mock him. Guofeng and the soldiers behind him remained silent, as this scene felt all too familiar to them. Jian Tianwang's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Yu Hang, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The leader of the garrison mansion quickly intervened, saying, "Wu Shuang, don't act rashly, let me find out the truth." Jian Tianwang smiled and responded, "Don't worry, I never use my hands." The leader of the garrison mansion sighed in relief, then quickly added, "And no swords either. Haha, you know me well, old man." Jian Tianwang laughed heartily and sheathed his sword. Yu Hang, seeing this, felt a chill run down his spine, thinking this trip might be his last. As Yu Hong let his guard down slightly, Jian Tianwang suddenly said, "Then I'll use my feet." Before the words were out of his mouth, he was in front of Yu Hong, kicking him to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of kicks. Su Chun watched, his mouth twitching slightly. He suddenly realized Jian Tianwang might not have been as harmless as he seemed in the past. Soon, Yu Hong was left barely conscious, and Jian Tianwang finally stopped. The leader of the garrison mansion looked at Jian Tianwang helplessly, thinking how childish he still was despite his age. To ease the awkward atmosphere, the leader of the garrison mansion changed the subject, asking, "You know Su Chun?" "Of course," Jian Tianwang answered without hesitation. "This guy is my sworn brother." With those words, everyone's perception of Su Chun changed. Luo Fanyin was especially shocked, thinking how Luo Tianhe never mentioned this. What about his sword skills? The leader of the garrison mansion started to ask, but Jian Tianwang interrupted. "I didn't teach him. This guy's talent in swordsmanship surpasses mine, and he will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. He has his own path in swordsmanship, and my way isn't suitable for him. I can't teach him." Hearing such high praise from Jian Tianwang, everyone was astonished. The leader of the garrison mansion finally understood why Su Chun showed no interest when he previously suggested Jian Tianwang teach him swordsmanship. As things settled down, the leader of the garrison mansion concluded, "All right, let's leave it at that." A little scuffle almost turned into a battle of martial kings. "You troublemakers better behave." "Fine," Su Chun nodded, then added, "But he came with so many people looking fierce. Even though they didn't hurt me, it caused us a lot of psychological damage. The compensation for that." The leader of the garrison mansion was taken aback by this. Looking at Su Chun, he thought, "This guy really doesn't let anything slide. I'll do it. I'll immediately have the Yu family prepare a generous gift to send to Luo City Technical School." Yu Hong said anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the situation. Yu Hong felt a storm of regret within. He never imagined he would cross paths with a disciple of the Sword King and the sworn brother of the Sword King himself. Recalling how Yu Zihan had dismissed these people as ordinary, Yu Hong wished he could drag him over and give him a beating. Ordinary people? How are they ordinary? To them, the Yu family is nothing but ants, he cursed inwardly, feeling despair over his predicament. As a martial king, he had never been so humiliated. What pained him more was seeing the elite forces of the Yu family powerful warriors at the marquis and master levels laying on the ground, their fate uncertain. Just as Yu Hong was about to further express his apologies, Su Chun interrupted coldly. "A generous gift? What kind of gift? It sounds like you're accusing us of extortion. We're civilized people, university students with morals and integrity. You're making it awkward." Lu Qingxian silently critiqued. "Didn't you just say you have no morals?" But she dared not voice it, fearing she might anger Su Chun. She had realized that Su Chun genuinely disliked her and would not hesitate to act if provoked. Yu Hong quickly corrected himself, forcing a smile. Yes, my mistake. It's compensation for you." Inside, he cursed Su Chun and his companions, but he dared not show any dissatisfaction. At this moment, the leader of the town's garrison finally spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue and resignation. "Enough. This matter is settled. No more disturbances from anyone." He secretly felt relieved, grateful that the ordeal was finally over. Looking at Su Chun, he couldn't help but think of the Sword King, noting how similar they were, troublesome and formidable. Su Chun said no more. This challenge against Shingha University had restored some honor for Luo City Technical School. His thoughts now turned to his next goal, re-entering the Abyss. His current kill value was too low, and he couldn't exchange for many items from the system's store, which frustrated him. Although he wasn't short of cultivation resources for the moment, Su Chun's path required continual killing to sustain it. Killing on the surface wasn't a sustainable solution. Setting up a challenge outside the academy and killing a few foreigners would eventually lead to his downfall. With that in mind, Su Chun turned to Luo Tianhe and said, "Thank you for your help, Master Luo." He knew that without Luo Tianhe buying time, they might have been quietly dealt with by the head of Shingha University before Feng Yu arrived. "This old fool. Once I have the power to defeat kings, I'll make sure to take him down." Luo Tianhe muttered under his breath, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He quickly adjusted his expression, waved with a smile, and said to Su Chun, "As an honorary elder of our martial hall, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Besides the promise you made to me." Su Chun smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Don't worry, when I, Su Chun, make a promise, I keep it." There was a subtle change in his tone that caught Luo Tianhe's attention. Luo Tianhe thought to himself, Su Chun didn't have this accent before. Luo Fanin's beautiful eyes rested on Su Chun, and at that moment, her emotions were incredibly complex. She realized that Su Chun had become so powerful, far ahead of her. Once she thought she could catch up to him, but now it seemed like a fantasy. Feng Yu laughed and said, "Let's go back to the academy." He was in high spirits, his face beaming with pride. He hadn't felt so triumphant in front of Galaxy University for a long time, and secretly planned to turn this event into a big advertisement for the next admissions. Just as Su Chun was about to leave, a clear voice suddenly called out, "Su Chun." He turned to see a short-haired girl standing at the entrance of Galaxy University, staring intently at him. "What's up?" Su Chun raised an eyebrow. The short-haired girl said coldly, "You're strong. The prestigious university exchange is coming soon, and the shame you've brought to Galaxy University today, I'll return it to you then." She was the top student of her year, having been in seclusion until Su Chun's challenge was over. Su Chun paused for a moment, then smiled playfully. "You're too kind. There's no need to return it. Consider it a gift from me. No need to be so polite." With that, he turned and left gracefully, leaving the short-haired girl standing there, dumbfounded. What the heck does he mean by a gift? No need to return it. The short-haired girl was left bewildered and stomped her foot in frustration. When Su Chun and his group returned to Luo City Technical School, the entire academy erupted with excitement. Students cheered loudly, more excited than during any holiday. Even the heavily injured Gao Feng came out to greet them, knowing full well that Su Chun now deserved such treatment. Su Chun's prestige in the academy soared. First, he had stepped up to defeat Nick's group who were blocking the gate, restoring the academy's honor. Now he had challenged Galaxy University and reclaimed their pride. These feats elevated Su Chun's status to its peak, and even Wang Lin and his friends found their standing among students rising. "Boss Su! Boss Su!" Deafening cheers echoed through the academy. Bai Qingyan stood at the back of the crowd, a satisfied smile on her face. She never expected that the junior she once delivered resources to would achieve so much in such a short time. Feng Yu stood atop a tall building, surrounded by a group of stern-faced instructors. Even they couldn't hide their joy, clearly having not felt this pleased in a long time. "This kid, if he keeps this up, I might have to step down," Feng Yu remarked. One of the instructors said seriously, "We can probably move to the next step now, right?" His eyes gleamed with a profound light. Feng Yu nodded. "Indeed, this is likely our last chance. We don't have much time left." Another instructor suggested, "We should touch base with Su Chun. After all, he's the head of the student alliance, and having him involved could be more effective than us handling it alone." Feng Yu gave a meaningful smile. "All right, let's call him to the office for a deeper discussion." With that, his figure vanished into the night. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Luo City Technical School, Su Chun was practically carried in by the crowd. The international students still working on repairing the gate wore bitter expressions, having realized that Su Chun had won again. They couldn't help but worry that the days ahead would be even tougher. One international student, standing under the scorching sun, felt tears mix with sweat as they rolled down his cheeks. He murmured to himself, "Mom, today's bricks feel especially hot, and I miss home." "Boss Su, when are we heading to the Abyss for a big adventure?" a student eagerly asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yeah, Boss Su, I can't hold back any longer. My big blade is almost rusting," another student chimed in, unconsciously patting the weapon at his waist. A group of both new and old students swarmed around Su Chun, their eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. They were eager for Su Chun to lead them into the abyss once more, hoping to gain a share of the spoils. The last time Su Chun led Lu Qingfeng and others into the abyss, they looted an entire village, and the mountain of resources still made them green with envy. At this moment, most students were penniless, while Lu Qingfeng, the spendthrift, feasted on precious spiritual fruits as if they were ordinary snacks, making the others drool with envy. Before Su Chun could speak, Wang Lin interjected, "Going into the abyss isn't something you can just do on a whim, right?" He looked smug, rubbing his fingers together suggestively. An older student immediately caught on and grabbed Wang Lin's hand, fawningly saying, "Brother Wang, I get it. I'll give you a share of the resources." Seeing this, the other older students rushed forward, eager to offer Wang Lin a cut of their resources. Wu Tao and Tong Yu frowned as they watched. This guy was so unreliable. Trying to take a cut in front of Boss Su was too disrespectful. Thinking quickly, Tong Yu shouted, "Boss Su, take me with you. You know my strength. Dealing with Qi Si realm opponents is a piece of cake. You can take the resources, just leave me a bit of the leftovers." Not to be outdone, Wu Tao quickly chimed in, "Boss Su, you know me. Take me along. I just want a taste of the leftovers." The scene suddenly fell silent. Wang Lin was momentarily stunned, inwardly cursing these two for setting him up. The surrounding older students finally realized they were asking the wrong person. Su Chun was the real leader. "Boss Su, I'm the same. Just a taste of the leftovers will do. I'm satisfied with just a bit of scraps." In no time, all the older students swarmed forward, eager to show their loyalty. Su Chun watched this unfold and shook his head helplessly. "You guys," Su Chun began slowly. "Do you think I'm that kind of person? We share both the good and the bad, and of course, the resources will be divided equally." "No way, I object." Wang Lin, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Tong Yu and Wu Tao, hurriedly interrupted, trying to regain control of the situation. With that shout, all eyes turned to him. Meanwhile, Wu Tao and Tong Yu couldn't hold back any longer, discreetly drawing their weapons, ready to teach this ungrateful guy a lesson. Wang Lin spoke urgently and resolutely. This is absolutely unacceptable. Su Laoda, you're always the last one to exert effort and cover for us. By rights, you should take at least 30% of the resources before the rest of us share what's left. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Wu Tao and Tong Yu were stunned, and the other senior students were left speechless. They suddenly realized how naive they seemed in front of Wang Lin and his companions. Someone quickly chimed in. Yeah, how can Su Laoda just split it evenly? We must do as Brother Wang says. I agree. Soon after, another voice shouted, who agrees and who disagrees? Those who disagree can get lost from the academy and go work with those foreign devils. The students' eyes sparkled with a strange light. What they once dismissed as contemptible tactics had now become something they were eager to learn. They watched Wang Lin intently, afraid to miss a single word. At that moment, a mentor approached with a smile, interrupting the discussion. Su Chun, the headmaster wants to see you in the office. His tone was full of admiration, clearly indicating that Su Chun had become the prized asset of Luoqing Technical School. Su Chun nodded in agreement, then turned to Lu Qingfeng, delivering a concise and powerful command. Select 20 strong and quick-reacting trainees to enter the abyss tomorrow morning. With that, he stood up to find Feng Yu. Once Su Chun left, chaos erupted. Everyone scrambled to secure a spot, their eyes filled with envy and desire. They were eager to experience the feeling of indulging in spiritual fruits, as if they were ordinary fruit. Su Chun had no intention of intervening in the chaos. His task was clear: lead the trainees into the abyss. Although he wished to take everyone, considering the risks, he could only take a group of senior students first, who would then guide the others. A moment later, Su Chun arrived at Feng Yu's office and sat across from him. He noticed the unusually serious expression on Feng Yu's face. Feng Yu got straight to the point. Su Chun, you've been at Luoqing Technical School for a while, so you should be aware of our current situation. To be frank, the school is on the brink of closure. We've been targeted and suppressed by the school alliance for years, and holding on this long has been no small feat, but if we don't make a change, we're really done for. Listening to Feng Yu's words, Su Chen's expression also turned serious. He looked Feng Yu in the eye and directly asked, so, what do you want from me? Su Chun understood that Feng Yu hadn't called him in just for a chat. He quietly waited for Feng Yu to reveal his true intentions. The dean of Feng Yu stood by the window of his office, his brow furrowed. Turning to face Su Chun, he spoke with a heavy tone. I want to open some of the academy's secret chambers for your training, but this requires a vast amount of energy resources. He sighed, continuing, you know the situation at Luo City Technical School. The resources the academy has saved over the years through frugality are only enough for a month of your training, and even then, we can only open less than half of the chambers. Feng Yu paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. To open them all, we would need at least 3 million credits in resources every month. Hearing this figure, Su Chen's pupils slightly contracted in surprise. This amount even exceeded the total annual credits of Luo City Technical School. Feng Yu went on. Therefore, I will have the academy's mentors venture into the abyss to gather as many resources as possible. As for the students, you're the head of the student union, so managing them is your responsibility. He looked directly into Su Chen's eyes, his tone serious. I have only one condition. Don't let the resources these mentors risk their lives for go to waste. Su Chun frowned in thought, and after a long pause, he asked, can I manage them however I see fit? Yes. Feng Yu answered firmly, but, recalling Su Chen's methods, added, just don't go overboard. A sharp glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he countered. Dean, you've already said that Luo City Technical School is in such a state that lenient methods might not be effective. Frankly speaking, if the school were to close, would it really affect me? As the head of the student union, I naturally have to take on the responsibilities that come with it. Feng Yu fell silent. He knew Su Chun had the right to say such things. The business card given to him by the powerful figure at the town guard office meant its doors were always open to Su Chun. Finally, Feng Yu smiled wryly and said, all right, old man, I'll go all in with you one last time. Su Chun smiled slightly and turned to leave the office. In the office, Meng Qian watched Su Chen's departing figure and thoughtfully asked, do you think this kid can really bring Luo City Technical School back to life? Feng Yu shook his head. I don't know, we'll take it one step at a time. Su Chun is indeed very strong, but the revival of Luo City Technical School can't rely on him alone. They've already made some preparations for today's new student selection. How much worse can the situation at Luo City Technical School get? With that, Feng Yu fell into contemplation again, his gaze drifting out the window towards the distance. Early the next morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, a group of people had already gathered outside Su Chen's small building. 20 senior students led by Lu Qingfeng stood patiently in the morning mist, waiting. Wang Lin and 2 others had arrived even earlier, each carrying several bulging sacks, full fully prepared for the upcoming expedition into the Abyss. The senior students who had never ventured into the Abyss looked puzzled, unsure of the purpose of these sacks. Lu Qingfeng, knowing their importance, had also prepared a few. Their eyes frequently glanced toward the tightly shut door, eagerly anticipating Su Chen's appearance. Moments later, the door creaked open. Su Chun emerged, clad in a striking silver battle armor, with the long yuan sword strapped to his back, exuding an imposing aura. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch Su Chen's armor, his envy palpable. "Grade alloy armor." Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, "This is a priceless treasure. Where on earth did Su Chun acquire it?" The other senior students were equally envious, their resolve to follow Su Chun into the Abyss growing stronger. Su Chun ignored their reactions, quickly scanning the group. He noted that all 20 senior students were at least at the 3-star level of the Qi realm, barely meeting the standard. "Let me make this clear," Su Chun said sternly. "We are not going to the Abyss to pick up ready-made resources. We have to seize them from the hands of the alien races with our strength. This means you will have to face them heat-in, with no guarantee of survival." Wang Lin remained silent, well aware of the truth in Su Chen's words. While others envied their gains, few understood the blood and fire behind them. "Now, if anyone fears death, you can leave." Su Chen's gaze was intense. "Once we step into the Abyss, there's no turning back." Wang Lin sensed something unusual in Su Chen's tone, but none of the 20 senior students backed down. They all expressed their determination, having resolved to grow stronger and live with dignity after the humiliation at Shingha University. Su Chen said no more, leading the group toward the Abyss. After exchanging greetings with the veterans at the ancient city of the Abyss, they left the city, heading toward the alien village in Su Chen's memory. After traveling 100 miles, Su Chen slowed his pace. Ahead, a village of about 300 to 400 aliens loomed faintly in the distance. "Are you ready?" Su Chen asked quietly. Now is when their defenses are weakest, the perfect time for a surprise attack. "Ready," Lu Qingfeng replied in a deep voice. Though the other senior students were understandably nervous, they assumed combat stances, as attacking an alien village was a first for them. Remember, the primary objective is to eliminate their strongest fighters as quickly as possible, then seize the resources. Su Chen instructed briefly before leading the charge toward the village. Su Chen moved like a bolt of lightning, instantly infiltrating the alien village. Before the 2 Qi realm aliens could react, they had already fallen under his sword. Terrified cries echoed around. "Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack." The aliens scattered in panic, while Lu Qingfeng's team followed closely behind, slaughtering them like wolves among sheep. Over 20 Qi realm cultivators stormed into the village. Although the alien Qi realm warriors appeared to fight back, they were few in number, only 3 to 5, and were quickly dispatched by Su Chun. The strongest among them, an 8-star Qi realm alien, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Su Chen's sword before falling. After confirming there were no more strong opponents in the village, Su Chen stood atop a roof and began looting extensively. Wang Lin, Wu Tao, and others transformed into bandits, rushing into houses with sacks, indiscriminately stuffing anything valuable into them. The veteran students watched in astonishment, finally understanding the true use of the sacks, and quickly joined in the looting. Su Chun headed straight for the village's warehouse, where the most precious treasures were stored. Without hesitation, he swept everything clean. Wang Lin, munching on an unknown elixir, watched Su Chen's efficiency with amazement. He had racked his brain the previous night on how to increase their looting speed, only to realize now that he was far outmatched by Su Chen's straightforward approach of heading directly to the warehouse. The surrounding aliens fled in terror, while Su Chen coldly surveyed the scene, his long yuan sword emitting a resonant hum. In the next moment, a terrifying sword aura enveloped the entire village. The veteran students were filled with fear, sensing Su Chen's terrifying intent to kill. Su Chun swung his sword in a sweeping motion, slaughtering all the aliens, effectively wiping out the village. In the face of racial war, there is no right or wrong. On the battlefield, there is no mercy, only life and death. Su Chen stated coldly. These words left the veteran students in silence, unable to argue. Every time the aliens waged war, the humans responded with their lives. Were they wrong? Su Chen never considered himself a good person, often feeling like a villain. But in this world where strength reigns supreme, his path was destined to be accompanied by endless slaughter. The village was completely looted, and after the massacre, Su Chun gained 867 kill points. Although the village had few inhabitants and even fewer strong individuals, these kill points were still a decent haul. System, exchange for 10 bloodburst sky thunders. Su Chun unhesitatingly chose to exchange for them, believing it's always good to have more of such powerful weapons. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for 10 bloodburst sky thunders, which have been automatically added to the system backpack. Detecting the host's first-time spending of a large amount of kill points, the host is rewarded with 3 additional lottery chances. Would the host like to draw? Su Chun was momentarily surprised, then eagerly replied. Draw, who wouldn't want such a good thing? The system continued to broadcast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the method to make blood-burst sky thunders. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1,000-year-old purple gold ginseng. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient demonic artifact, the 10,000 Souls banner. Please perform a blood sacrifice and soul refining to unlock the 10,000 Souls banner. Su Chun couldn't help but smile. The system was indeed generous, not giving him anything useless, with each item being a treasure. Especially the 10,000 Souls banner, which made Su Chun's eyes light up. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Chun immediately took out the 10,000 Souls banner. This demonic artifact, about 3 meters in size, was emitting waves of black energy, exuding an unsettling aura. A 3-meter-long banner of souls suddenly appeared in Su Chun's hand, shrouded in black mist with faint sounds of ghostly wails and howls. Su Chun stared at the banner in shock, thinking to himself, does this thing really exist? Without hesitation, he activated the banner, and in an instant, a massive black fog spread around him. Countless chains shot out from the mist, precisely landing on the scattered corpses of the alien beings. Immediately, the souls of these aliens were forcibly drawn out, struggling like captured prey as they were pulled into the banner. Piercing screams echoed through the silent village. Wang Lin and the other students watched in awe, stunned by Su Chun's ruthless tactics. They couldn't help but shiver, realizing that even in death, the enemies couldn't escape Su Chun's control. Soon, all the souls of the alien beings in the village were imprisoned in the banner. The chilling wails and ghostly cries from within the banner made the onlookers' skin crawl with an indescribable fear. Wang Lin couldn't resist stepping forward, curiously asking, Boss Su, what kind of treasure is this? Despite the unsettling aura of the banner, Wang Lin thought carrying it would be quite impressive. Who wouldn't be envious of such a domineering artifact? Su Chun replied seriously, it's a flag. He felt that the name, Banner of Souls, sounded bad and worried others might mistake him for a dark practitioner. Wu Tao suddenly exclaimed, this is the Emperor's flag. Su Chun couldn't help but look over, thinking the name sounded quite good. However, Tong Yu immediately refuted, no, 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 this is clearly a military flag. Only a military flag would be stained with blood and possess such a terrifying aura of ferocity. Wang Lin snorted, what military flag? Tong Yu, don't talk nonsense. Tong Yu looked at the still bewildered Su Chun with a solemn expression and declared, this is the flag of the Su family army. With the flag in hand, Boss Su must be the commander. Su Chun was momentarily speechless, and Wang Lin and Wu Tao were dumbfounded. Tong Yu's flattery had reached new heights. Su Chun regained his composure and, feigning modesty, said, ahem, don't talk nonsense, what's Su family army? But Tong Yu persisted, Boss Su is the leader of the Student Alliance, and now he's taking students to train in the Abyss. In the future, they will all be members of the Su family army. Su Chun was both amused and exasperated. What nonsense are you talking about? We're all students. The dean is still in charge. Don't worry about it. However, he secretly appreciated Tong Yu's cleverness. Tong Yu explained earnestly, I just don't want Boss Su to be too tired. We, as his followers, should help shoulder some of the burden. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Tong Yu, thinking he seemed less and less like a good person. Su Chun shook his head helplessly, sighing, you're going to get me into trouble with this. Saying so, he took out a blood explosion thunder from his storage ring and handed it to Tong Yu. Tong Yu took the treasure that Su Chun handed over with trembling hands, so excited he could hardly speak. This thing can easily blow up a Chi Si realm. Thanks a lot, Boss Su. He quickly put the treasure away, fearing that Wang Lin and Wu Tao might try to snatch it. Wang Lin and Wu Tao watched this scene in disbelief. The Tong Yu they remembered, once naive and blunt, had become so worldly and cunning, it felt absurd to them. White hair, you've changed. How could you become like this? Wang Lin couldn't help but question. Wu Tao chimed in, exactly. Remember how pure you used to be? You've forgotten your original self. Can you face yourself like this? Let me hold on to that for you. When you find your true self again, I'll give it back to you. Listening to their words, Tong Yu sneered, casually flicking his hair and putting on a pair of sunglasses. Mimicking their tone, he said, the old me wouldn't care about this, but now, I learn from every word you say. As he spoke, a tear involuntarily fell from his eye. The pure Tong Yu is gone, the idol you chose. Now, Tong Yu just wants to follow Boss Su. With that, Tong Yu followed closely behind Su Chun. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were left stunned, exchanging glances in deep thought. They began to reflect on whether they had been too harsh on Tong Yu when they first joined the school, causing him to change so drastically. The older students witnessing this seemed to grasp some profound truth. Lu Qingfeng was the first to shout, the Su family army is willing to follow Boss Su. The other older students quickly echoed, their faces filled with eagerness. Su Chun was taken aback by the sudden declaration of loyalty, almost stumbling, thinking that these guys really wanted him to lead them. After a moment's thought, he figured it wasn't a bad idea. Ahem. The Su family army moved forward. He cleared his throat and handed the soul banner to Tong Yu. This flag is yours to carry. Wang Lin and Wu Tao found themselves at the back of the group, eyes wide in disbelief at everything unfolding before them. Just yesterday, they were favored by Su Chun, but today they were relegated to the end of the line. What infuriated them more was overhearing Tong Yu badmouthing them, calling them a plague in the Su family army, suggesting to Su Chun that they should be kicked out. The two were seething with anger, regretting that they had been so focused on competing for resources that they'd let Tong Yu surpass them. Now, even the army's flag was in his hands, clearly showing Su Chen's trust in him. Damn it. We need to find a chance to teach Tong Yu a lesson, Wu Tao said through gritted teeth. The two trailed behind the group, plotting how to deal with Tong Yu. Soon, Su Chun led the group to a village with over 600 people. The strongest in the village was a Chi Si Realm 9-star, with 2 Chi Si Realm 8 stars and 6 Chi Si Realm fighters, while the rest were Blood Chi Realm warriors. Although Su Chen's group had over 20 Chi Si Realm members, the strongest was only a Chi Si Realm 6-star, so the power disparity was still significant. Attack! Su Chun commanded, leading the charge into the village. Tong Yu followed closely with the soul banner, and the others rushed in as well. The village quickly descended into chaos. The Chi Si Realm 9-star alien warrior tried to resist, but was killed by Su Chun in less than 10 moves. The other Chi Si Realm aliens became the targets for the older students, as Su Chun allowed them to hone their skills in life and death combat. Su Chun stood atop a small building, holding the soul banner and overseeing the situation. If anyone was in danger, he would step in to help. Tong Yu, leveraging his status as a disciple of the Sword King and his mastery of sword energy, displayed astonishing combat prowess, even slaying a Chi Si Realm 4-star warrior. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were also fighting the Chi Si Realm aliens, but their resentment towards Tong Yu remained unabated. Soon, all the Chi Si Realm fighters in the village were completely slaughtered. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were panting heavily, their faces showing the pride of having taken down Chi Si Realm opponents for the first time. The more experienced members looked pale, unaccustomed to such intense combat, yet they felt a thrill from the fight. The adrenaline rush from dancing on the edge of life and death gave them an indescribable sense of excitement. Seeing the remaining aliens attempting to flee, Su Chun seized the opportunity. He swung the Wanhun fan, and a massive wave of black energy surged forth. Countless chains pierced through the aliens' bodies, imprisoning their souls. The air was filled with the eerie sounds of wailing ghosts, sending shivers down the spines of even Wang Lin and his companions. Wu Tao was terrified by the horrifying scene, his face turning pale and his mind trembling. The sight of countless vengeful spirits howling and roaring in the black mist was truly chilling. Suddenly, Wang Lin shouted loudly, "Boss Su, I want to report something." He pointed at Wu Tao and declared righteously, "This guy insulted the Su family army's flag, a crime punishable by death." Wu Tao was dumbfounded, cursing internally, "What the hell? We just agreed on something, and now this guy is selling me out." Before Wu Tao could defend himself, Wang Lin charged forward with his weapon, shouting, "Insulting the Su family army's flag is a crime deserving of death. Su family army, seize this man and bring him to Boss Su for judgment." Surprisingly, the other experienced members actually took action. Although they didn't fully understand why they were doing this, they instinctively felt it was the right thing to do. Soon, Wu Tao was tied up and brought before Su Chun. At that moment, Su Chun was focused on refining the vengeful spirits. He intended to transform these spirits into controllable soul soldiers, a skill he had just acquired. Wang Lin was about to speak when Su Chun suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze silencing Wang Lin immediately. Then, a massive surge of black energy shot upwards, with thousands of vengeful spirits shrieking and wailing within it, creating a terrifying sound. Upon closer inspection, these were the souls of the aliens killed earlier. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they finally understood why the flag had been emitting black energy all along. Seeing this, Wang Lin solemnly declared, "This is truly primordial purple energy. It's so dense that it appears almost black." The other experienced members looked at Wang Lin, thinking, "You're good at this. Teach us more." As time passed, the cries of the vengeful spirits grew fewer but more intense. The weaker spirits were refined by Su Chun into nutrients, nourishing the remaining ones. Soon, fewer than 100 of the original 1,000 spirits remained in the black mist. These were the stronger spirits that Su Chun had carefully selected. After consuming a large amount of nutrients, they were engulfed in black smoke, their original forms unrecognizable, reduced to mere shadows with blood-red, ferocious eyes. "Collect," Su Chun commanded coldly, and with a wave of the Wanhun fan, these spirits were instantly absorbed into the fan. Su Chun's cultivation had advanced to the Chi Si realm, 3 stars. As he looked around, His gaze landed on Wu Tao, who was tied up, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is this? Why have you tied him up? Wu Tao, on the verge of tears, managed a bitter smile and said, because I'm too kind-hearted. He suddenly realized that among this group, he had somehow become the good guy. Wang Lin straightened up and explained righteously. Boss Su, this guy openly insulted the Su family army's flag, a crime punishable by death. However, considering he's been following you for a while, we've decided to spare his life, but recommend revoking his resource allocation for this round as a warning to others. Su Chen's mouth twitched, thinking that this guy never failed to surprise him. He said sternly, let him go immediately. What does this look like? This place isn't safe. The commotion just now might have alerted the outsiders. We need to leave at once. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin quickly untied Wu Tao. The group swiftly moved out, disappearing into the night. Sure enough, not long after they left, a group of outsiders appeared in the village ruins. The leader of the outsiders looked at the corpses scattered around, seething with anger. This was the second village to be slaughtered. Though these villagers were considered lowly by the standards of the royal city, such provocation by the humans could not be tolerated. They can't have gone far. Pursue them, the leader ordered coldly. This must be reported to the royal city. Meanwhile, Su Chun led the group through the mountains and forests to the outskirts of a small town called Lucer Town. This town, with a population of 3,000, was guarded by a master-level expert and 13 Chi-Si realm warriors, making it a formidable place. Wang Lin excitedly asked, shall we go for it? The resources here must be much richer than in the villages. Su Chun fell into thought, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he decided to take the risk. Let's do it. It's a good chance to test the power of the 10,000 souls banner. These old students have been too comfortable for too long. It's time for them to face life and death challenges. I need this kind of battle too. An older student hesitated. Boss Su, isn't it too dangerous? This is a town we're talking about. Su Chun replied coldly. Anyone who's afraid can back out now. He understood the current predicament of Luoqing Technical School. Lu Qingfeng agreed. Let's do it. If you're scared, leave now. The academy's resources are limited, and we lack talent. Our only asset is our willingness to fight. How else can we grow? Are we going to rely on Su Chun again next time? Don't forget, he's just a freshman. The older student, feeling ashamed of being called a coward, declared, let's do it. What's there to fear? I don't want to be humiliated anymore, even if it means death. The other older students also expressed their determination to face death, if necessary. Wang Lin, with a sly smile, reassured them. Don't worry, with the Su family army's flag protecting you, you won't die. And even if you do, Boss Su can bring your souls back. These words made the older students look grim. Su Chun glared at Wang Lin and said, keep talking, and I'll put you in the 10,000 souls banner. No, the flag first. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin fell silent, and everyone turned their gaze towards Lucer Town, their eyes filled with seriousness. Attacking a small town was no easy feat, but Su Chen's goal was not to massacre, but to plunder thoroughly. Over time, the vigilance of the town's non-human inhabitants had gradually decreased. After all, their town had remained safe for many years, unafraid of attacks from other towns, and certainly not expecting humans to dare an assault. Su Chen patiently waited until the moment the non-human residents let their guard down. He suddenly commanded, charge. Grab what you can and run, don't linger in battle. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Chen shot towards the town like an arrow. The Long Yuan sword in his hand unleashed an astonishing sword force, with countless sword beams scattering like blooming flowers, each taking the life of a non-human. Su Chen swept through like a whirlwind, heading straight for the location of the non-human master, ready for a close combat assault. At this moment, Su Chun had perfected the Xiaoyao sword technique, reaching a terrifying level of sword mastery. He wielded his sword like a dance, endless sword light swirling. The non-human master was still immersed in bliss, unprepared. In an instant, the house was shattered by sword energy, exposing two non-humans awkwardly amidst the ruins. The master was momentarily stunned, not yet reacting. Su Chen charged like a tiger hunting prey. Only then did the non-human master awaken, grabbing the female non-human beneath him to block Su Chen's sword and turning to flee. Su Chen cut down the female non-human with a single strike and pursued relentlessly. How dare you? You humans have a death wish, attacking my Lucer town. The master shouted in fury, seeing his nearly century-long efforts about to be destroyed. Huh, if you don't train hard, go find your brothers in the Wanhun banner. Su Chun sneered, summoning the Wanhun banner, unleashing a sky-covering black mist. Countless vengeful spirits with red eyes charged at the non-human master. The entire Lucer town was enveloped in endless black mist, filling the non-humans with dread and chills. As they attempted to break through, the sound of chains came from behind, followed by their bodies being pierced. Holy crap, this black mist, no? It's Hongming purple chi. So dark it's almost black. Lu Qingfeng and others watched from below, trembling with fear, worried that Su Chun, in his fury, might not spare them either. So what if it's black? Even the first emperor's dragon robe was black. What's wrong with it? Su Chun retorted dismissively. The non-human Chi-Si realm cultivators had suffered heavy losses, with the remaining ones turning to flee. Seeing this, Wang Lin, carrying a sword, gave chase, shouting, "Bow down before the Su family army. Su family army, charge with me." His shouts grew more enthusiastic, and the non-humans were too terrified to fight back, though mostly due to the ominous Wanhun banner emitting black mist. Wu Tao and Tong Yu did not pursue. Seeing the non-humans scattered and Su Chun engaged in fierce battle with the master, they began gathering resources without a word. The entire town descended into chaos, filled with fleeing non-humans and frenzied humans looting, the air thick with fear and greed. Soon, the entire town of Lucer was thoroughly looted by Su Chun and his group. Their sacks were filled to the brim, the heavy spoils of their successful operations silently attesting to their endeavors. Meanwhile, Su Chun's battle had also concluded. The Grandmaster-level foreigner couldn't withstand the fervent enthusiasm of the countless vengeful spirits within the 10,000 Souls banner and was forced to join this eerie reunion. As Su Chun put away the banner, the endless black mist dissipated, revealing the horrifying scene in Lucer town, corpses strewn everywhere, rivers of blood. This small town, once home to over 3,000 people, had suffered casualties exceeding half its population. Retreat. Su Chun ordered decisively. The commotion they caused was too great, likely attracting the attention of the foreigners. If an army were to come, the consequences would be dire. The 20 or so people sprang into action, hoisting the sacks filled with loot, and quickly retreated toward the ancient city. After slaughtering 2 villages and now robbing a town, even they were feeling the strain. They could hardly remember how long it had all lasted. It wasn't until Su Chun and his group's silhouettes disappeared in the distance that the surviving foreigners dared to cautiously return to the town. Gazing at their devastated homes and the bodies scattered everywhere, their hearts were filled with fear and anger. "The Su family army is unbelievably ruthless and shameless," one foreigner exclaimed indignantly. "A proper army, instead of challenging the royal city, comes to bully a small town like ours. Isn't this just picking on honest folks? We must report this and ask King Mu to deliver justice for us." Another foreigner agreed, their heart bleeding with rage, wishing they could tear Su Chun and his men to pieces. Just then, a cavalry unit of foreigners arrived in time. The earlier rising black mist had indeed caught their attention, but by the time they arrived, Su Chun and his group were long gone, leaving only chaos behind. "What happened? Speak," the cavalry leader demanded sternly. They had previously witnessed village attacks, and now the town faced disaster. Although Lucer town hadn't been completely massacred, the losses were severe, nearly reducing it to a village. A foreigner began to wail and recount the events. "My lord, a group of human bandits just raided our Lucer town, stole our resources, and killed many of our people. They claimed to be from the Su family army. The leader, a handsome young man, as charming as a nobleman, was incredibly ruthless. He had a powerful treasure, summoning black mist filled with endless vengeful spirits, terrifying beyond belief. He killed our town chief." The foreigner became increasingly agitated, feeling deeply wronged. In an attempt to curry favor with the town chief, he had even offered his wife to him, only for the chief to be killed shortly after. The thought of losing his wife in vain made him angrier, yet he dared not seek revenge on Su Chun, so he sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, the foreign cavalry fell silent. They had never heard of the Su family army before, but judging by their actions, it was undoubtedly a ruthless force, targeting villages and towns to plunder resources. "What should we do?" one foreigner asked. "This matter isn't trivial, but it's not insignificant either." The leading foreigner quickly made arrangements. "First, report to the commander. I'll lead a team to pursue the Su family army. We can't let them continue plundering resources." With that, he led his team to chase in the direction Su Chun and his group had fled. Meanwhile, 2 other foreigners sped toward the royal city to report the situation. At this moment, Su Chun and his group were still desperately fleeing. Having killed so many foreigners and seized a vast amount of resources, they had enough to last them a long time. However, Su Chun suddenly sensed something amiss behind them. "Something's not right. There's movement behind us." Su Chun frowned, quickly leaping onto a towering ancient tree. Looking back, he saw a cavalry unit of foreigners rapidly closing in. "Run, they're catching up," Su Chun shouted gravely, his eyes warily scanning behind him. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as a group of foreign cavalry on scaly beasts rapidly approached. Su Chun's heart tightened. These riders were formidable. They were only about 20, while the enemy numbered over 100. In a fight, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. What worried Su Chun more was the uncertainty of whether their adversaries included a marquis-level expert. If such a master were present, even revealing all his cards might not be enough to counter them. The senior students turned pale upon hearing this and sprinted desperately while carrying heavy sacks. Wang Lin, though trying to sound tough, said, "What's there to fear? At worst, we'll fight them and kill these foreigners." But he didn't dare slow his pace. The sound of the pursuit grew closer, and Su Chun could even hear the clear cries of the scaly beasts. The foreign riders finally spotted the fleeing group ahead, but were puzzled to see only about 20 people. Are they serious? 20 people massacring most of a small town's population, one foreign rider said incredulously. I believe they're only at the Chi level. Such a group slaughtering most of a small town and killing a master seems implausible in a short time. Could it be an ambush? Another rider speculated. The leader, a master of 8-star level, was also cautious. Be careful. Humans are always cunning. Don't fall into their trap. Su Chun noticed the pursuers slowing down, frowning in response. Wang Lin and the others were perplexed as well, ready for a desperate fight, but the foreign group suddenly halted. Speed up, Su Chun ordered decisively. Whatever they're planning, we'll be safe once we reach the ancient city. He sensed that the foreign group included more than 10 masters, with nearly all others at the Chi level, a force they couldn't possibly withstand. Lu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and offered his theory. Could they think there's an ambush and hesitate to pursue? This thought gave everyone pause. Indeed, if they were in the foreigners' shoes, facing a situation where 20 people dared to massacre a town, they might suspect an ambush too. Su Chen's brow furrowed. While he agreed it was likely, they had no such ambush. Move, he said firmly. We're still 100 miles from the ancient city. Their suspicions are their problem, but we must be clear about our situation. His words spurred the group to quicken their pace again. The foreigners were less than 2 kilometers behind, and at the speed of their scaly beasts, they could catch up in no time. The urgency was palpable. Every second could mean life or death. Su Chun and his companions gritted their teeth and sprinted toward the distant ancient city, hoping to reach safety before the foreign riders reacted. Su Chun suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to face the foreign troops. He boldly raised his middle finger and shouted defiantly, "Come at me." This audacious act left the seniors around him in shock, unable to believe he dared to provoke such a formidable enemy. The foreign troops halted at his words, their eyes fixed on Su Chun, hesitant to make a move. A mere 3-star Chi realm boy daring to provoke them seemed suspicious. The foreign team fell into hesitation, wary of pursuing rashly. The leader of the foreign troops furrowed his brow in thought. The Su family army might have set a trap, but letting them go after they took so many of our resources. After weighing the options, he finally decided. You. Take 30 men and scout the situation. The appointed foreign soldier widened his eyes in dismay but dared not defy the order, so he reluctantly led his team in pursuit. Seeing this, Su Chun immediately realized it was a test by the enemy. If there was no ambush, the main force would surely follow. With the speed of their scaled war beasts, they would catch up quickly. In desperation, Su Chun exchanged for 20 more blood-burst heavenly thunders, bringing his total to 50. He thought to himself, even a grandmaster wouldn't withstand so many heavenly thunders at once, right? He then asked the system if there were any weapons capable of dealing with stronger enemies. The system promptly displayed a virtual panel showing a black, clod-like object, the Nether Ghost Pearl. Nether Ghost Pearl, upon activation, releases Nether Ghost Fire, capable of burning everything, including chi and spiritual energy. Even grandmasters and marquee-level beings find it hard to resist. Price, for 1,999 slaughter points. Su Chen's eyes lit up, but the price made his heart ache. His hard-earned 5,000 slaughter points would be wiped out. However, the situation was dire, and with nearly 100 miles to the ancient city, escape was impossible. Exchange. Su Chun gritted his teeth and made the decision. Meanwhile, a team of fewer than 500 was heading in this direction from the ancient city, having received news of the approaching foreign cavalry. In the foreign royal city, a 3,000-strong cavalry was also advancing to probe the Su family army's situation. Wang Lin and the others were already in a panic, as over 30 foreign soldiers were rapidly closing in, led by a grandmaster-level powerhouse. "You little punk, are you the Su family army?" the foreign leader shouted harshly, closing in fast. Without a word, Su Chun drew his sword and struck. The sword's aura swirled with terrifying momentum, slashing towards the enemy. At the same time, the 10,000-soul banner suddenly appeared, and wailing souls surged forth as chains clanged ominously. A fierce battle was about to erupt. From within the soul banner, countless vengeful spirits surged forth, and an endless black mist rose skyward, enveloping the sun. Under Su Chen's control, these wraiths swept towards the alien forces like a relentless tide. The alien master, sensing the terrifying aura, suddenly grew tense. A peculiar weapon appeared in his hand, but a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. "If you don't train hard, you might as well join the souls in my banner," Su Chun declared coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The spirits from the soul banner, filled with violent energy, lunged at the enemy, striking fear into the hearts of the 30-plus aliens, as the shadow of death loomed over them. In Su Chen's hand, the Long Yuan sword radiated brilliant light, its terrifying sword force descending like divine retribution. The alien master's expression changed drastically, feeling an unprecedented threat of death. Lu Qingfeng and the others, seeing this, immediately set aside their resources, ready to join the fight. However, Su Chun raised his hand to stop them. You all go first. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and his group frowned, clearly unwilling to leave alone. Wu Tao, having learned his lesson, hurriedly pledged his loyalty. I will follow Brother Su to the death. If Brother Su doesn't leave, neither will I. Wang Lin echoed his sentiments, and Tong Yu, without a word, charged at the enemy ranks with his sword. His swordsmanship had reached the sword gang level, displaying astonishing combat power as his sword energy flowed. Seeing no one willing to leave, Su Chun frowned, but said no more. At that moment, 3,000 alien cavalry rapidly approached. The leader, clad in black armor, exuded an imposing presence, with crimson malevolent light flickering in his eyes. He was none other than Mu Hong, the son of King Mu of the alien royal city. So this is the Su family army. Mu Hong sneered. This is my first battle, and I hope the so-called Su family army won't disappoint me. The cavalry quickly arrived. Mu Hong gazed at the billowing black mist, a hint of surprise in his eyes, clearly sensing the terrifying power within. The previous alien cavalry, seeing reinforcements, immediately stepped forward to report respectfully. Mu Hong surveyed the scene with disdain. Is this the so-called Su family army? Just a few individuals, facing his 3,000 cavalry, would likely be obliterated in an instant. How could such a battle bring him fame and fortune? By now, the 30-plus aliens who had tested the waters were all slain by Su Chun, their souls captured within the soul banner. A glint flashed in Mu Hong's eyes, clearly recognizing the extraordinary nature of the soul banner. Who among you is the leader of the Su family army? Mu Hong asked, his voice imbued with a powerful force. Su Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent, sword energy gathering within them. He hadn't expected the aliens to deploy so many cavalry. Among this force, there were over 30 masters, and the rest were formidable Qi experts. Such an elite group would even make peak masters and marquises wary. And Mu Hong himself had reached the terrifying level of an 8-star master. I am. Su Chen stepped forward, the Long Yuan sword in his hand ringing with determination, eager for battle. Su Chen stood in front of a group of foreign cavalry, facing a young man who claimed to be the son of the Mu King. This prince, named Mu Hong, exuded arrogance, his nose in the air as if nothing in the world was worth his attention. You may call me prince, Mu Hong said haughtily. I can bear it. Su Chen silently watched this pretentious guy, his eyes filled with a strange expression. Mu Hong continued. I have my eyes on that treasure behind you. If you are willing to hand it over, I can give you a chance to follow me. He cast a condescending glance at Su Chun. Your talent is decent, enough to qualify as my dog. Su Chen's face darkened as he coldly replied. If you keep showing off, I won't hesitate to cut down this so-called prince. Although he knew that if Mu Hong made a move, they wouldn't stand a chance, Su Chun had an ace up his sleeve, the Nether Ghost Pearl. This treasure, capable of killing a marquis-level expert, could inflict heavy losses on the elite foreign cavalry. Amid the tense standoff, hurried footsteps approached from behind Su Chun. A 500-strong team appeared in view, led by Guofeng, who asked in a low voice, what's going on? Recognizing the foreign elite cavalry, he knew that if they charged, his 500 men wouldn't be able to hold them off. How would I know? Su Chun explained helplessly. I just came down to scavenge some resources. You know how poor Luoqing Technical School is. Then these bastards sent cavalry to hunt down our Su family army. Wang Lin chimed in excitedly. Those shameless bastards, we just took a tiny bit of resources, and they send cavalry for that? And this arrogant prick, dressed all fancy, dares to say our Su family army commander should be his dog. Who does he think he is? As Wang Lin spoke, he became increasingly agitated, ready to charge with his knife. Wu Tao, his face dark, pulled him back. Go on then, but why drag me along? Guofeng looked at the 50 or so full bags on the ground and was dumbfounded. And you call this just a tiny bit of resources? I almost think you robbed their royal city. Mu Hong laughed. Ha! You don't think you can stop our cavalry with just a few of you, do you? He clapped his hands, and a dozen or so emaciated, shackled humans emerged. Their hair was disheveled, and their eyes were vacant. These are my carefully trained battle slaves, Mu Hong said proudly. If you choose to follow me, I can preserve your mind. That's the greatest gift I can offer you. Su Chen's pupils contracted instantly, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from Guofeng as he glared at the foreign group. The situation was on the verge of exploding into a fierce battle that seemed inevitable. Mu Hong spoke arrogantly, his eyes filled with contempt as he stared directly at Su Chun. His voice was laced with disdain. If you are willing to submit, I, the prince, will spare your lives. He then turned to Wang Lin and the others, his tone filled with temptation. As long as you kneel and submit, I can give you this chance. His gaze swept over the others, even more disdainful. As for you all, too weak and pathetic. If you want to live, you can only become mindless slaves who only know how to fight. But that's better than dying, isn't it? Guofeng was furious upon hearing this. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he recognized a few familiar faces among the emaciated humans. These were comrades who had once fought alongside him, defending the Abyss. Guofeng had thought they had perished in battle, but never imagined they would end up like this. Seeing these once valiant comrades reduced to mindless combat puppets, Guofeng's heart surged with endless grief and anger. He couldn't fathom the torture they must have endured to become this way. The thought of them being used as playthings by the enemy made Guofeng want to charge at these vile creatures and fight to the death. At that moment, Wang Lin suddenly spoke, his tone skeptical. Are you serious? This shocked the veterans and Guofeng, who looked at him in disbelief. Could Wang Lin really be considering betraying humanity? Mu Heng laughed heartily. Of course I am. And I will provide you with cultivation resources. You won't have to risk your life for just a little bit of resources. He was visibly excited. If he could subdue a sentient war servant, it would make him famous among the sons of the royal cities. Wang Lin stepped forward slowly, still wearing a skeptical expression. Seeing this, Mu Heng became even more excited, his heart racing as Wang Lin approached him. Suddenly, Wang Lin stopped and said, I wish to present the prince with a gift to show my loyalty. With that, he handed over a black pearl. Mu Heng laughed as he reached out to take it, curious about what treasure the black pearl might be. In that instant, Wang Lin swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a 3-meter-long blade of energy. At the same time, he roared, Submit to your mother. Who do you think you are, Su Lauda? You fool. In the next moment, the black pearl, actually a blood-explosive thunder, detonated violently. Wang Lin turned and ran at top speed, as if caught in a compromising situation. However, the power of the blood-explosive thunder exceeded his expectations. The blast shockwave struck his back heavily, sending him flying. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, his body flailing like a kite with a broken string. He weakly murmured, Su Lauda, I tried my best. As the dust from the explosion settled, Su Chun rushed forward to catch Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was as pale as paper, his back clothes burned away, exposing charred skin, a dismal sight. The shockwave from the explosion caused chaos among the enemy cavalry. Many scaled beasts were killed, and several enemy soldiers were injured or killed. However, Mu Heng, being a master of the 8-star realm and wearing high-grade armor, was blasted away but not fatally injured. He looked disheveled compared to his previous, imposing demeanor. Mu Heng was furious, his voice altered with rage. Fine, very fine. Today, you all will die? You will all die. His roar was filled with shame and murderous intent. Clearly, he never expected to be outsmarted by Wang Lin, turning what he thought would be a victory into a personal humiliation. Charge! Slaughter them all. Mu Heng's icy voice sliced through the air like a blade aimed at Su Chun and his companions. The cavalry quickly regrouped amidst the chaos of the explosion, their thundering hooves kicking up clouds of dust as they charged towards Su Chen's group. Instantly, Su Chen summoned all his strength, and the Long Yuan sword unleashed a formidable sword force, a Tianzhong long blade energy that stretched across the sky, forming a barrier before the cavalry. Almost simultaneously, another ghost pearl appeared in Su Chen's hand out of thin air. Without hesitation, he hurled it into the midst of the cavalry formation. Run! Su Chen shouted, turning on his heels and sprinting away. Wang Lin, who had been pretending to be on the brink of death, instantly transformed, grabbing the resources from the ground and bolting with astonishing speed. The others followed suit, scrambling to escape, unsure of what Su Chen had thrown, but certain it was something significant given his serious demeanor. Guofeng was still in a stupor until Lu Qingfeng kicked him in the rear, jolting him into action, and he joined the others in their flight. The next moment, a deafening explosion tore through the air. Flames shot skyward, and a massive mushroom cloud rose, the terrifying shockwave sweeping outwards. The ground trembled violently, cracks spreading like spider webs. Su Chen was caught in the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. Only then did he realize he had underestimated the power of the Nether Ghost Pearl. The eerie blue flames seemed capable of incinerating everything, the anguished screams of the alien cavalry echoing in the air. The scaled horses were reduced to ash instantly, and even those at the Chi-Si level among the aliens were incinerated without a chance to resist. Even masters among the aliens could not escape, their bodies ignited with inextinguishable blue flames, their blood and spiritual energy consumed. The earth-shaking explosion alarmed the entire abyss. In Mu Wang City, the Mu King himself appeared at the city mountain, his eyes sharp as he gazed at the distant blue flames, his pupils contracting before dispatching a marquis-level expert to investigate. In the ancient city, Mu Changfeng was also alerted, his face changing at the sight of the terrifying firelight, immediately sending experts to check it out. As the flames gradually subsided at the explosion site, Su Chun crawled out of the ground, covered in dust, surveying the surroundings. Soon, Lu Qingfeng and the others emerged, all looking equally disheveled. Boss Su. Wang Lin's face was pale, his clothes reduced to tatters by the heat. Next time you use such a massive destructive weapon, can you give us a heads up? I nearly got blown up by you again. The others also crawled out, barely dressed, looking bewildered. Su Chun felt a bit embarrassed, glancing down at himself, thankful for the silver-white armor he wore. Otherwise, he might have been left exposed. Let's go, Su Chun commanded. Guofeng, just emerging, still had ringing ears and a blank mind, unsure of what to do. Wang Lin and the others, disregarding their embarrassing state, hurried to gather the looted resources. The sacks were damaged, and the spiritual herbs inside were also somewhat compromised. Su Chun quickly used his storage ring to collect all the resources, then turned to retrieve the 10,000 souls banner, channeling his power. Instantly, the blue flames were replaced by overwhelming black energy, capturing the souls of the aliens with the banner. At that moment, Su Chun noticed a faint life presence at the edge of the explosion zone. He rushed over to find Mu Hong, barely recognizable, his hair and eyebrows burned off, his armor shattered. If not for the armor's protection, Mu Hong would have been reduced to ashes. Even so, he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. You're the one called Mu Hong, right? Su Chun sneered, landing 2 loud slaps across Mu Heng's face. After a moment's thought, he decided not to kill Mu Hong for now, figuring this wretched creature would be more useful alive. With that, Su Chun grabbed the barely conscious Mu Hong and dashed towards the ancient city. When the powerful beings from the foreign tribe arrived at the scene, Su Chun and his group had already retreated outside the ancient city. Before leaving, Su Chun left a conspicuous message on the ground. Bring spirit stones to the ancient city for Mu Heng's exchange. The foreign strongmen were stunned, their hearts filled with shock. As they surveyed the area, they were horrified to discover that the ground was littered with the corpses of the elite cavalry from Mu King City. Worse still, Mu Hong, the son of the Mu King, was among these cavalrymen. This meant Mu Hong had fallen into enemy hands? The thought made the foreign strongman's scalp tingle. If the bloodthirsty Mu King learned of this, he feared he wouldn't escape death. Meanwhile, a group of naked people suddenly appeared outside the ancient city. Guofeng looked embarrassed. He didn't want to be in such a state, but they had lost all their clothes. After all, who carry spare clothes with them? On the city wall, Mu Changfeng stared in disbelief, thinking he was dreaming. Hundreds of naked figures appeared before him, an eyesore indeed. Brother Mu, could you open the gate for us? We ran into some trouble, so? Su Chun explained awkwardly. Fortunately, he was wearing silver white armor, though slightly damaged, it still covered him. Mu Changfeng finally recognized Su Chun and quickly ordered the gate to be opened. As the others hurried to find clothes, Su Chun stood alone on the city wall. Mu Changfeng looked at him with an odd expression, hesitating to speak. Brother Su, I'm not saying anything, but you guys, sometimes you need to be more careful. This kind of activity is fine in the abyss, but on the surface, you'd end up in trouble, especially since you. Mu Changfeng rambled, his gaze peculiar. Then he gave a knowing look. In these times, gender isn't as strictly defined. Su Chun was baffled. He understood each word, but together they made no sense. Suddenly realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly explained the entire situation. If he didn't clarify, he feared he'd be too embarrassed to face anyone. After listening to Su Chen's account, Mu Changfeng was skeptical. He had indeed witnessed the blue flames shooting into the sky, but to claim they wiped out an elite foreign cavalry? Mu Changfeng remained doubtful. This is the Mu King's own son. I captured him. How about we team up? Su Chun whispered as he leaned closer. Mu Changfeng was taken aback, only then noticing the captive Su Chun had casually tossed aside, who was indeed a foreigner. How do you know he's the Mu King's son? Mu Changfeng asked. If this person was truly the Mu King's son, the situation was extraordinary. Su Chun confidently announced. I've told the outsiders that if they want to save their people, they should bring spirit stones to the ancient city for an exchange. Mu Changfeng widened his eyes in disbelief at Su Chun. His mind raced, realizing that Su Chun had thrown this hot potato to the ancient city. If this prisoner was indeed the child of the Wood King, the old man would definitely attack the ancient city at all costs once he found out. Wasn't this putting the ancient city in a perilous situation? But then again, the child of a foreign martial king was invaluable. If reported to the military, even they would pay great attention to it. After all, they had never captured a royal family member from the outsiders before. Mu Changfeng instinctively asked, what do you plan to do? He knew well that Su Chun had extensive connections, even with big shots like Sword King. Su Chun righteously replied, when the old Wood King comes, we'll extort a few million spirit stones from him first. Mu Changfeng was dumbfounded. Extorting a martial king from another race? That took some serious guts. But on second thought, with the Wood King's son in their hands, could they really just return him easily? That was impossible too. I need to report this prisoner to the military first and wait for higher-ups to decide. Mu Changfeng contemplated and said. Su Chun dismissed it. No worries, we'll extort Wood King first. Mu Changfeng asked again. If Wood King really gives us spirit stones, what should we do? Are we really going to release Mu Hong? Su Chun looked surprised. Who said that if what king gives me spirit stones, I have to release him? I don't even have integrity, and you expect me to have morals? Mu Chongfeng was stunned, feeling like his worldview was shattered and rebuilt. It took him a while to recover and ask, are you the one who slipped through the cracks of compulsory education? Su Chun immediately retorted, nonsense. I've always been the model child in my parents' eyes, the exemplary student in teachers' eyes, and a role model among classmates. Hearing this, Mu Chongfeng fell silent, thinking that such a school might as well shut down. Isn't this too risky? Mu Chongfeng was still a bit worried. Su Chun was full of bravado. Fortune favors the bold. I'll give you 30% if this works out. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. He was determined, no matter what, not to release Mu Hong. This guy survived the explosion by luck, but now that he's in Su Chen's hands, his life was at Su Chen's discretion. All right, Mu Chongfeng finally made up his mind. The military was short on resources too, and getting a batch of spirit stones could alleviate a lot of pressure. At this moment, Wang Lin and the others, having changed their clothes, arrived at the city wall. Although Guofeng was deeply ashamed, he still mustered the courage to report the recent events to Mu Chongfeng. After listening, Mu Chongfeng looked at Su Chun in shock, the strangeness in his eyes replaced by sheer amazement. This guy had actually wiped out an elite cavalry unit from Wood King's city, over 3,000. These were forces even a 30,000-strong foreign army would avoid, and Su Chun annihilated them all. Mu Chongfeng finally snapped out of it and urgently asked, Su Chun, tell me, what did you use to blow up the outsiders? Su Chun replied seriously, just a few homemade explosives I put together. Mu Chongfeng's face darkened, and he turned to Wang Lin. What kind of explosives can kill a grandmaster and 3,000 foreign cavalry? Wang Lin, you tell me. Wang Lin glanced at Mu Chongfeng and said in a deep voice, just the grenade Su made himself. Mu Chongfeng almost spat out blood. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura. Looking up, he saw a figure rapidly approaching, arriving outside the ancient city in an instant. A commanding voice rang out. Mu Chongfeng, hand over my son, or today I will flatten your ancient city. Mu Chongfeng, hand over my son, or today I will flatten your ancient city. The voice of King Mu thundered through the air, resonating in every corner of the ancient city. He stood proudly outside the city, his gaze sharp and piercing. An aura of immense power, befitting a martial king, emanated from him, spreading like a tide and enveloping the entire city. Mu Chongfeng snorted coldly, showing no fear. He released his own martial king-level aura, clashing fiercely with King Mu's power in the void. The two forces intertwined and battled, creating an invisible explosion. The tremendous recoil forced both men to take a step back. King Mu, you old bastard, what do you want? Mu Chongfeng retorted bluntly, his tone filled with disdain. A flicker of anger flashed in King Mu's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, Mu Chongfeng, don't play dumb with me. I'll say it again, hand over my son, or I will flatten your ancient city at any cost. His words carried a chilling intent that made one's blood run cold. Su Chun stood by, his brow furrowed. He thought to himself, King Mu really values his son. No wonder, given King Mu's level, having another child would indeed be extremely difficult. Mu Hong was the result of years of effort, and if he were to die at Mu Chongfeng's hands, it would be truly heartbreaking. Mu Chongfeng's lips curled into a sly smile as he said, returning your son isn't out of the question. 1,000,000 spirit stones, and you can have him back. Otherwise, prepare to collect his body. Upon hearing this, King Mu's brow furrowed deeply. 1,000,000 spirit stones were nothing to him, but giving such a benefit to his rival, Mu Chongfeng, was something he found hard to swallow. Impossible, King Mu rejected flatly. Mu Chongfeng hadn't expected King Mu to refuse so decisively, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He couldn't really kill Mu Hong, could he? At this moment, Su Chun stepped forward, his voice icy as he said, for every stone less than 1,000,000, I'll take a piece off your son. Internally, he was quite anxious, but he maintained a calm exterior. He shot a glance at Mu Chongfeng, thinking how could a martial king be so incompetent? Mu Chongfeng felt somewhat embarrassed as well. As a martial king, he had never stooped to such a level. But the thought of reneging after King Mu paid up filled him with an unusual sense of satisfaction. King Mu, enraged, unleashed a powerful aura aimed directly at Su Chun. However, before the force could reach him, Mu Chongfeng shattered it with a single palm strike. Mu Chongfeng said coldly, his words are my words. For every missing stone today, expect me to take a piece off your son. Hearing this, King Mu's face turned so dark it seemed to drip with water. He glared at Su Chun, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Su Chun, undeterred, commanded, try anything and see what happens. Beat him until the old lamp agrees. Hang him up and beat him. Hearing this, Wang Lin and the others were thrilled. They rushed forward, hoisting the barely conscious Mu Hong and hanging him up in front of King Mu. Then, a storm of fists and kicks rained down on Mu Hong. Wang Lin took it a step further, removing his shoe and slapping Mu Hang's face hard. Mu Hang's face quickly swelled like a pig's head, causing little physical harm but immense humiliation. Wang Lin even took out his phone to record the scene. He thought, wouldn't it be great to live stream this if there was a signal? He had already thought of a catchy title for the stream, beating King Mu's son in the abyss. How attention-grabbing that would be. Even without live streaming, capturing King Mu's furious expression on video was entertaining enough. Wang Lin thought that if this video got out, he might become an overnight internet sensation. The fury of King Mu erupted like a volcano. Seeing his precious son, Mu Hong, not only gravely injured but also humiliated, made his heart bleed. Those little brats dared to slap his son's face with a shoe. King Mu silently memorized the faces of Wang Lin and his companions, intending to issue a kill order once he returned. Stop! King Mu roared, his voice laced with threat. Wang Lin sneered, unfazed. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can make me stop? He retorted, landing another resounding slap on Mu Hang's face, the sound echoing in the air. King Mu turned to Mu Changfeng, reprimanding him harshly. Mu Changfeng, are you looking to start a war? If not for certain concerns, he would have stormed the ancient city and torn Wang Lin and his gang apart for daring to beat his son right in front of him. Mu Changfeng remained calm on the surface, though internally, he was panicking. He knew that if King Mu decided to attack the ancient city at any cost, they would struggle to defend it. Fortunately, Guofeng had the sense to head to Luo City Technical School to seek reinforcements. 10 million spirit stones, or prepare to collect your son's corpse, Mu Changfeng said, maintaining a fearless facade. At this moment, Su Chun approached the suspended Mu Hong, flicking open a lighter. He taunted, 10 million is a fair trade for your son, or is he not even worth that to you? With that, he set fire to the middle of Mu Hang's pants. Damn, only Su could come up with something this wicked. Wang Lin and his friends were stunned. This is a move to ensure King Mu's lineage ends here. Mu Hang's screams pierced the sky as King Mu trembled with rage, unable to fathom what kind of person could devise such a vile tactic. Su Chun repeated with a cold smile. I'll say it again, 10 million spirit stones. He then extinguished the fire with a few kicks, only to light it again after stringing Mu Hong back up. King Mu finally relented. 5 million. A fierce negotiation ensued between Su Chun and King Mu, eventually settling at 8 million spirit stones. King Mu gritted his teeth, declaring, 8 million is my final offer. If not, then prepare for war. Mu Changfeng was stunned, shocked by Su Chen's audacity to extort an alien martial king so blatantly, and even more so that King Mu agreed. Su Chen grinned, deal. Pay up first. He was secretly thrilled. Having initially aimed for 5 million, he managed to extort 8 million spirit stones, an overwhelmingly large sum. King Mu, with murder in his eyes, handed Su Chen a storage ring containing 8 million spirit stones. Su Chun inspected it, his grin widening even more. Smart move, Su Chen said, contemplating whether Mu Changfeng could withstand King Mu's inevitable retaliation. However, when he turned around, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. Mu Hong had been beaten to death by Wang Lin and his two friends. His brain spilled out, undeniably dead. Wang Lin stammered. You said to keep hitting unless the old bastard agreed. I didn't think he was so fragile. The trio instinctively began to back away. Su Chun felt a headache coming on. This was a disaster. He awkwardly turned to King Mu, saying, well, as an unprincipled and immoral bandit, even though you paid, I still have to kill him. I hope you understand. Su Chun forced himself to speak, his guilt written all over his face. He never expected Wang Lin and the others to actually kill Mu Hong. He had only asked them to teach Mu Hong a lesson, not to take his life. Although Su Chun had no intention of letting him go, killing someone and holding someone captive are entirely different matters. Suddenly, a palpable and terrifying killing intent descended, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Su Chun felt a chill down his spine, and Wang Lin and his companions were also enveloped by this murderous aura. Mu Wang was utterly enraged. His only son had been beaten to death by humans, and his fury was evident as he glared at Su Chun and Wang Lin. Mu Changfeng quickly stepped forward, shielding Su Chun from the terrifying presence. Mu Wang exuded the formidable aura of a martial king, his hair standing on end as he gritted his teeth, and said, Mu Changfeng, hand them over, or I will raze this ancient city to the ground today. Mu Changfeng sneered, showing no sign of backing down. Want to wage war? Bring it on. The two powerful figures faced off, their terrifying energies clashing and producing deep, resonant sounds. Mu Wang fell silent, slightly apprehensive. He hadn't expected Mu Changfeng to be so unyielding today. Just then, Feng Yu's voice echoed as he appeared above the ancient city. He glanced at Su Chun before turning to Mu Wang, angrily rebuking. Think you can touch my student? Who do you think you are? Mu Wang's heart sank. Facing two martial kings, taking action now would not be in his favor. Yet, he refused to back down. My son cannot die in vain. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will march 1,000,000 soldiers and flatten this city. His killing intent was uncontrollable, unwilling to retreat even against two martial kings. After all, the murder of his son was an unforgivable grievance. Su Chun, however, remained calm and asked, "An explanation? What kind of explanation are you looking for? I said I would return your son to you, but I never specified whether alive or dead." He continued earnestly. "Besides, if we ignore the facts, don't you bear some responsibility in this matter?" Mu Wang was momentarily speechless. As a dignified martial king, he found himself at a loss for words. He even began to doubt whether he might indeed be at fault. Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng were dumbfounded by Su Chen's audacity. Wu Tao couldn't help but marvel. What has Su Chen gone through to be able to say something like that? He thought to himself that if he were in the same situation, he wouldn't know how to respond either. After a long pause, Mu Wang regained his composure, a sharp expression on his face. "You nearly had me fooled," he said through gritted teeth. "You swindled me out of 8,000,000 spirit stones and killed my son. Today, I will have your life." With that, he could no longer restrain his murderous intent and attacked. Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng immediately moved to confront him, and the battle between the three martial kings commenced. Mu Wang, blinded by rage, now sought only to kill Su Chun. How could the mighty King Mu ever endure such humiliation? King Mu felt his pride, dignity, and very soul had been trampled by Su Chun. His fists clenched, veins bulged, and his eyes blazed with fury. Su Chun and his companions stood atop the ancient city, feeling a bit uneasy witnessing this scene. Their actions likely crossed King Mu's line, possibly sparking a large-scale conflict. The battle in the sky grew fiercer, with Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng fully engaged, and King Mu exuding a murderous aura. The three martial kings fought fiercely, without reservation. However, the combined might of Mu Changfeng and Feng Yu was formidable, gradually gaining the upper hand. King Mu was forced to retreat, yet his fighting spirit only intensified. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from him. His body swelled, becoming more robust, and his eyes turned crimson. A violent energy swept around him, and his power surged to a frightening level. Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng tried to stop him, but it was too late. They were blown away by the violent energy. Damn it! Does King Mu really want to go to war? Feng Yu gritted his teeth, staring intently at the transformed King Mu. They all knew this was King Mu's true combat form, and he was serious now. "I'll say it one last time. Hand over the culprit, or I'll raze this ancient city to the ground." King Mu roared, his aura growing even more violent. "Do you two really think you can challenge me? Oh, is that so? What about with me included?" As King Mu's aura peaked, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out. A streak of sword light silently descended, carrying a terrifying aura that made King Mu feel a threat of death. King Mu hurriedly dodged, but the dazzling sword light relentlessly pursued him, forcing him into a difficult position. Su Chun found the aura familiar and looked up to see Jian Tianwang soaring through the air, his white robes billowing, exuding the grace of a sword immortal. "King Mu, long time no see, you're still trash." Jian Tianwang laughed, instantly appearing in front of Feng Yu and Mu Changfeng. His overwhelming presence made King Mu frown deeply. "Lu Wushuang," King Mu said coldly, his tone full of apprehension. He knew Jian Tianwang's power all too well, having almost died by his sword years ago. Now, Jian Tianwang was even more formidable. "Your people in the ancient city killed my son. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise, even if you guard the ancient city, I will attack at all costs." King Mu said through gritted teeth. "Feel free to try. My sword hasn't tasted blood in a while. Maybe your attack will give me some opportunity." Jian Tianwang responded with a smile, fully aware that King Mu wouldn't dare act recklessly. King Mu remained silent for a long time. With the three kings of the ancient city here, especially with Jian Tianwang present, even openly, his forces were no match. "This isn't over," King Mu said with a dark expression and turned to leave, his revenge thwarted for today. "Aren't you taking your son's body?" Su Chun couldn't help but ask. This stopped King Mu in his tracks, and he turned back, his face unable to hide his anger. "Return it to me." "No," Su Chun replied decisively. King Mu almost coughed up blood from rage. He had never been so humiliated in his life. "I paid with spirit stones." King Mu gritted his teeth. "I know, but I don't care about face." Su Chun replied earnestly, thinking, 8,000,000 spirit stones, who needs face? Mu Wang was speechless, feeling as if he had a lump in his throat. He was radiating a terrifying killing intent, yet Jian Tianwang easily blocked it. "Mu Wang, this is my little brother. If you keep this up, I might have to finish you off," Jian Tianwang said with a smile, his eyes glinting dangerously, clearly not taking Mu Wang seriously. If it weren't for the trouble killing Mu Wang would bring, he would have acted today. Hearing this, Mu Wang's eyes narrowed, and after a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "Are all humans this despicable and shameless? I gave you spirit stones, yet you killed my son and now won't even return his body." At this moment, Mu Wang felt truly aggrieved, with anger and sorrow shining in his eyes. He couldn't fight back, couldn't argue, and faced with someone as shameless as Su Chun, he was starting to doubt everything. Don't generalize all humans because of one person, Mu Changfeng said, glancing at Su Chun, who looked indifferent. Su Chun shrugged and said earnestly, I'm not saying I won't return it, but not right now. Besides, you didn't specify when you wanted it back. Even Jian Tianwang felt a bit embarrassed by Su Chen's shamelessness, but seeing Mu Wang's helpless look, he secretly felt quite satisfied. When will you return it then? Mu Wang asked, suppressing his anger, his voice trembling. I'll return it when I feel like it. Su Chun replied sincerely, provoking Mu Wang to the point of trembling with rage, on the verge of exploding. Taking a deep breath, Mu Wang coldly declared, I swear on my martial heart, I will kill you. The next moment, he raised his head, his powerful aura resonating in the abyss. I decree, at all costs, hunt down Su Chun, a reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones and the position of commander of Mu Wang City to whoever kills him. With this, Mu Wang gave Su Chun a long, murderous look before leaving. Mu Wang's voice echoed in the abyss, leaving countless non-humans puzzled, wondering, who the heck is Su Chun? Mu Wang had left the ancient city, feeling utterly defeated. If he stayed any longer, he feared Su Chun might really infuriate him to death. Atop the ancient city, Su Chun also felt wronged, loudly complaining, damn it, targeting me. It's not even me who killed his son. Why the hell is he after me? He thought to himself that he deserved at least 90% of those spirit stones to soothe his hurt feelings. Wang Lin and the others turned away in unison, pretending not to hear. Mu Changfeng's mouth twitched, unable to resist commenting. And you're the one feeling wronged? You swindled 8,000,000 spirit stones and killed his son, and you're feeling wronged. Speaking of spirit stones, Mu Changfeng's eyes lit up with excitement. He appeared in front of Su Chun in an instant, grinning broadly. Brother Su, about those. Su Chun immediately sensed something was off, quickly saying, Brother Mu, you heard it too. That old Mu Wang put out a kill order on me. To get those spirit stones, I even sacrificed my noble character. Hearing this, Mu Changfeng realized Su Chun might be planning to keep everything for himself, and quickly said, I know, but here, if Mu Wang dares to come after you, just call me. I'll take him down. As for your noble character, let's not talk about it. Those who understand, understand. As previously agreed, a 70-30 split, with you getting 70 and me 30. Mu Changfeng felt a pang of regret in his heart, wishing he had asked for a higher percentage. Little did he know that Su Chun would actually manage to extort 8,000,000 spirit stones from the Wood King. With Su Chun taking 70, he would receive 5.6 million spirit stones, a staggering amount that could make anyone's head spin. As Mu Changfeng was calculating his share, Feng Yu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Old Mu, that's not right. How can you, a martial king, have the nerve to snatch spirit stones from my hardworking students? Feng Yu, unaware of the exact amount, assumed it was just a small sum. Mu Changfeng sneered and glanced at Feng Yu. Heh, I'm just that petty. I'm not generous when it comes to a few million spirit stones. Feng Yu was taken aback and fell silent. Seizing the moment, Mu Changfeng hurried after Su Chun to claim his share of the spirit stones. At that moment, Feng Yu suddenly realized the enormity of the sum and shouted, Stop! Mu Changfeng, if you dare lay a hand on my students from Luoqing Technical School, I'll fight you to the end. His eyes turned red with realization, understanding the value of millions of spirit stones. This fortune was enough to drive him to madness, willing to go to any lengths. Meanwhile, Sword Heavenly King stood by, dumbfounded, looking at Su Chun in disbelief. Several million spirit stones? Is this real? He recalled the Wood King's earlier mention of spirit stones, wondering if it was indeed this enormous sum. The thought made even the Sword Heavenly King feel a twinge of greed, though he ultimately controlled himself. Just as Mu Changfeng and Feng Yu were about to clash, Su Chun calmly handed over Mu Changfeng's 30 share of the spirit stones. That's 2.4 million spirit stones, Su Chun said evenly. If not for Mu Changfeng's help today, we might not have survived until Feng Yu and Sword Heavenly King arrived. We might have already been dead. Besides, this was the agreed 70-30 split. Although Su Chun felt reluctant, he understood the unwritten rules of the martial world. Giving what was due was essential for maintaining relationships and paving the way for future assistance. Otherwise, who would lend a hand next time trouble arose? Feng Yu watched the scene, his heart aching as he saw the 2.4 million spirit stones handed over. He glared at Mu Changfeng, furious that such a fortune was given away. But then he realized Su Chun still had 5.6 million spirit stones, and his eyes lit up with desire. Su Chun. Feng Yu sidled up, feigning concern. It's not safe to carry so many spirit stones around, right? Su Chun smirked silently, watching Feng Yu's performance. Why don't you let me keep them safe for you? Don't worry, I promise I won't touch your spirit stones. Feng Yu vowed earnestly. Just then, Wang Lin approached with a mocking smile. Principal, You're not fooling anyone. Do you even believe what you're saying? His gaze fell on the abandoned corpse of Mu Hong, and he shook his head inwardly. Wang Lin, are you asking for a beating? Feng Yu, embarrassed and enraged, felt his dignity slipping away. Principal, let's stop pretending. Wu Tao joined the fray, looking at Feng Yu with disdain. We know what you're like. Giving you the spirit stones would be like throwing a bun to a dojit would never come back. Feng Yu opened his mouth to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. The temptation of 5.6 million spirit stones was too great. Even a martial king would be envious. After all, I'm still your principal, right? Feng Yu attempted to salvage his authority, only to be interrupted by Tong Yu's loud declaration. The principal is dead. Long live Su Chun. Tong Yu's voice rang out. We ask Su Chun to take over as the principal of Luoqing Technical School. Wang Lin and Wu Tao quickly followed suit, shouting, we ask Su Chun to take over as the principal of Luoqing Technical School. Not far away, Lu Qingfeng and others stood shocked, their faces full of confusion and disbelief. They hadn't yet grasped the situation, and now Feng Yu was being forced to step down? This sudden turn of events plunged everyone into chaos. Lu, should we? One of the older students hesitantly asked, his eyes filled with uncertainty. They wanted to follow in Wang Lin's footsteps, but this involved Dean Feng Yu, and it was no small matter. They didn't have Wang Lin's audacity and dared not openly rebel. Lu Qingfeng looked serious, paused for a moment, then said, let's wait and see. The older student beside him nodded in agreement, but felt uneasy inside. Suddenly, everyone watched as Lu Qingfeng walked resolutely towards Feng Yu. He approached the dean, took a deep breath, and with a respectful gesture, said, please step down, Dean. The older students were stunned, frozen in place, their minds blank. They thought to themselves, so this is what you meant by wait and see. Thanks a lot. Feng Yu was shocked, unable to believe what he was seeing in Lu Qingfeng. He could understand the troublemakers like Wang Lin, but even the usually steady Lu Qingfeng had changed. With a heavy heart, he said, Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng met Feng Yu's gaze, his tone firm. Dean, people have to grow up. I want to make progress. Feng Yu almost choked on his own words, unsure how to respond. He watched helplessly as Lu Qingfeng moved to stand behind Su Chun, looking like a follower. The other older students, though silent, also quietly moved behind Su Chun. This scene made Feng Yu furious. These students were simply too much, not showing any respect for him as the dean. Mu Changfeng watched with amusement, laughing as he said, Old Feng, it's the young people's era now. You old geezer should step down. This remark left Feng Yu speechless with anger. At this moment, Sword King walked over, and seeing the scene, couldn't help but laugh. By comparison, he had been a model student in his youth. Su Chun stepped forward to greet him, Brother Lu. He knew that if Sword King hadn't appeared suddenly, King Mu might not have let things go. Sword King laughed. Haha, it's that old man from the military. He knew I was in Luocheng, and when he heard you caught a king's son, he sent me to check it out. Didn't expect to be late and find him dead. He glanced at Mu Heng's corpse without a hint of emotion. Su Chun felt a bit embarrassed, glancing at Wang Lin, who glared at Wu Tao, who turned to glare at Tong Yu, who quickly looked at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng wanted to share the blame, but found the other older students had already slipped away. Sword King didn't mind. Haha, no worries. Dead is dead. Doesn't matter much. He continued. All right, I'll be around here for a while since I have nothing else to do. But you all better lay low. That old King Mu is likely to go all out against you. Best not to leave the ancient city. Su Chun nodded in agreement. With so many cultivation resources, he didn't have to worry for now, and the plan to enter the abyss could wait. Sword King waved them off. All right, head back. There's nothing more here. After exchanging a few more words, Su Chun turned to lead the students back to the academy. Throughout the entire event, Feng Yu was ignored, left to awkwardly climb the mountain alone. This quiet transition of power within the academy marked the end of an era, as Feng Yu's lonely figure faded into the past. Now, Su Chun holds over 5 million spirit stones, a fortune that allows him to stand out at Luo City Technical School. His reputation among the students has already surpassed that of the dean, and if he were to branch out on his own, he could likely attract all the students to follow him instantly. As soon as Su Chun appeared at Luo City Technical School, he caused a sensation. Many students flocked to him, their eyes shining with excitement, eager to learn about the spoils of his recent abyssal journey. Su Chun did not hold back. He went directly to the student union and poured out all the resources he had seized. In an instant, a mountain of resources piled up, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Even some instructors were drawn by the commotion. They roughly estimated that these resources, converted into credits, would amount to at least 1 million, surpassing the school's entire annual resource allocation. The news spread quickly, and the dean and several instructors rushed over, initially thinking Guofeng was rallying for a battle, only to discover that Feng Yu had completed the mission and returned so swiftly. Looking at the resource mountain, Feng Yu couldn't help but curse. Damn, these kids are so envious they might not even sleep with their eyes closed. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, leaving the instructors around him at a loss. Little did they know, Su Chun still held over 5 million spirit stones, which was the real treasure. According to the prior agreement, Su Chun took 30% of the resources, while the rest were distributed based on contribution. He left no operational funds for the student union, insisting on the principle of survival of the fittest. If they wanted more resources, they should go into the abyss to fight and seize them. No one was obliged to support them, not even him as the leader of the student union. The surrounding students were green with envy, almost driven insane with desire. The veterans who entered the abyss this time were munching on spiritual fruits like they were regular snacks, while others had to carefully guard their meager spiritual herbs. This stark contrast sparked overwhelming feelings of envy and jealousy among them. Boss Su, you must take me next time you go into the abyss. Yeah, count me in this time, no matter what. Please, Boss Su. I've never begged anyone in my life, just this once. The veteran students around pleaded eagerly, with some even considering forming their own teams to venture into the abyss. Although they dared not be as ruthless as Su Chun, even gathering some resources would be beneficial. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped forward, clearing his throat before speaking. Ahem. For now, no one will be going into the abyss. All students of Luo City Technical School are forbidden from entering. His words caused an uproar. Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe their ears. It's one thing if you're not going, but why can't we? Wang Lin explained. The abyss has been unstable recently. We just wiped out a 3,000-strong cavalry from Mu Wang City and killed Mu Wang's son. Now Mu Wang is hunting us all over the abyss. If you go in, you might run into Mu Wang's army. This statement left everyone dumbfounded, their minds blank for a moment. They could understand every word, but together, they became incomprehensible. Lu Qingfeng and others began to embellish the story, describing the encounter with the alien cavalry with thrilling detail, especially emphasizing Su Chen's bravery in the face of danger and his glorious act of killing Mu Hong. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed listening to it, especially the exaggerated tale of him punching an alien master-level cavalryman to death wasn't that powerful. The students listened with rapt attention, gazing at Su Chun with fervor that made him a bit uneasy, as if they all wanted to pledge their allegiance to him. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly stepped forward and loudly announced, the Su family army is now recruiting. Anyone interested can come to me to sign up. From now on, I'm the leader of the Su family army. Just as the trainees were getting all fired up, Wang Lin suddenly jumped in with a voice like thunder, capturing everyone's attention instantly. Confusion was written all over their faces, and their eyes were filled with questions. The Su family army? What was this new development? They looked at each other, their minds racing to comprehend the situation. Some quick-thinking trainees had a light bulb moment, as if they'd grasped an important clue. The Su family army? Isn't there someone with the surname Su here? I'm signing up, exclaimed a senior student, rushing over to Wang Lin. He moved as quickly as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he had scrawled his name on the paper Wang Lin had prepared. His eager eyes were fixed on Wang Lin, afraid of missing any opportunity. Wang Lin gave an approving smile, patting the senior student's shoulder and said in a sage-like tone, "You've got potential. I, Wang Lin, appreciate you." This seemed to open the floodgates, as other trainees surged forward like a tide. Although they knew nothing of the specifics, following the crowd seemed like the safest bet. Seeing the situation spinning out of control, Wang Lin loudly announced the enlistment standards. Only those at the Qi C stage can sign up. Those below it, but above 8 stars in the Qi and Blood stage, can join the reserve forces. Anyone below 8 stars, go back and train harder. His authoritative tone immediately drew a line in the chaos. Wu Tao and Tong Yu, unwilling to be outdone, joined the fray, shouting at the top of their lungs and promising that anyone who successfully joined the Su family army would receive a spiritual medicine. This enticing offer acted like a giant magnet, instantly drawing many trainees towards them, much to Wang Lin's frustration. In the distance, Lu Qingfeng skulked in the shadows, having set up a sign and proclaimed himself the commander of the Su family army's 4th Corps. He kept a cautious distance, wary of being ganged up on by Wang Lin and the others. Yet, with the reputation he had built over the years, he also managed to recruit quite a few trainees. Su Chen stood silently to the side, bewildered by Wang Lin's series of maneuvers. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Lin a few more times, secretly impressed. This guy, he knows him too well. You guys. Su Chun shook his head helplessly, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. With his hands behind his back, he watched the lively scene like a seasoned elder. Noticing this, Wang Lin quickly put on a serious face and explained, "Boss Su is swamped with tasks. As his followers, it's only right that we help shoulder some of the burden. If Boss Su had to handle everything himself, we'd be nothing but useless. How could we hold our heads high in the Su family army?" His earnest tone and logical reasoning left no room for criticism. Unable to listen any longer, Wu Tao and Tong Yu exchanged a glance and charged forward to give Wang Lin a playful beating. Together, They overwhelmed Wang Lin, who soon admitted defeat, behaving much more obediently. The whole scene, though chaotic, was brimming with youthful energy and spirit. The students looked at each other in confusion. Why on earth were the commanders suddenly fighting? What was going on? Su Chun shook his head helplessly, a hint of bitterness in his voice. You really put me in a tough spot. With a wave of his hand, he took out a pile of shimmering spirit stones from his storage ring. Here are 200,000 spirit stones. Consider it temporary military funds. After saying this, Su Chun turned and left, his retreating figure exuding an aura of solitude and pride. Feng Yu and the other instructors were left dumbfounded, not comprehending what had just occurred. The Su family army? A commander? What was all this about? If Su Chun was the commander, then what were they as instructors? And what was the principal's role? They stood awkwardly to the side as the situation became increasingly uncomfortable. At that moment, Wang Lin sat casually on a chair, surrounded by a group of newly recruited Su family army members. He pointed at Feng Yu and shouted, "Hey, old man, don't just stand there, come and massage my legs. From now on, you can stay in the Su family army as a cook." Seeing Feng Yu's incredulous expression, Wang Lin added, "Yes, I'm talking to you. Stop looking around." Upon witnessing this, Wu Tao and Tong Yu quickly made their escape, leaving only Wang Lin obliviously sitting there. The next second, Feng Yu strode over and began to beat Wang Lin. "This brat is getting more and more arrogant," Feng Yu scolded as he hit him. "I'm not dead yet, and you already think I'm some old man? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you can walk all over me." Wang Lin protested as he was being hit. "I'm the first corps commander of the Su family army. How dare you hit me? Old man, you're in trouble, the Su family army. Hey, why are you all running? Aren't you part of the Su family army? Come back." Turning around, Wang Lin noticed that all the people he had gathered had already fled. No one was foolish enough to stay and get beaten up. Still defiant, Wang Lin stubbornly said, "Heh, old man, don't think this will make me afraid of you. They'll say something next that I guarantee will stop you from touching me." Feng Yu laughed in exasperation. "Go ahead, I'm listening." He thought to himself, how did I not realize this guy was such a troublemaker before? Wang Lin sneered, then suddenly changed his tone. "I was wrong. I really was. I offer you this purple gold ginseng as an apology." With a pained expression, he handed over the precious ginseng to Feng Yu. Feeling heartbroken, Feng Yu accepted the ginseng without a word, cleared his throat, and said, "You really are something. Don't do this again, you rascal. I'll let it go this time, but next time I catch you, I'll deal with you again." With that, he turned to leave. Just as Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could slip away, he saw Feng Yu turn back with a mischievous smile. Wang Lin's heart sank. "Ah, isn't it Wang Lin? What a coincidence, we meet again," Feng Yu said, lifting Wang Lin up once more. Wang Lin was completely exasperated, thinking this old man was truly incorrigible. He struggled and said, "Principal, do you have any shame?" Feng Yu paused for a moment, then replied, "Well, Wang Lin, are you really trafficking in human organs? If I don't deal with you today, I don't deserve to be the principal. What do you want?" Wang Lin asked directly. Caught off guard, Feng Yu coughed awkwardly, then dragged Wang Lin off for another beating. Afterward, he hung Wang Lin in the square with the words, "I am guilty" written on him. Wang Lin's powers were sealed by the principal, rendering him immobile. "Reflect on your actions here. The seal will lift itself in 3 hours," Feng Yu said as he left, leaving Wang Lin cursing under the scrutiny of countless onlookers, hanging in the square. Meanwhile, Su Chun had already left Luo City Technical School and arrived at the Warriors' Hall. In the top floor office, Luo Tianhe was leisurely sitting in a chair, sipping tea, and looking at Su Chun. "You're here. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Su Chun asked straightforwardly. Getting Luo Tianhe to act last time wasn't free. This old fox was shrewd. "Haha, actually, it's nothing major." Luo Tianhe laughed, clapping his hands. The office door opened, and a woman dressed in a revealing outfit, wearing red-bottomed high heels, walked towards Su Chun. A stunning woman dressed in red approached Su Chun directly, her captivating eyes fixed intently on him. Su Chun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he had been drawn into an illusion. However, in the next moment, a fierce sword aura erupted from within him, instantly dispelling the dizziness. Su Chun sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, with the Long Yuan sword already unsheathed, its tip pointing at the woman in red. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. In this critical moment, Luo Tianhe quickly intervened, placing a hand on Su Chun's shoulder and chuckling to defuse the situation. "Don't be hasty. We're all on the same side." He turned to the woman in red, his tone reproachful. "Hongyi, apologize to Brother Su Chun. I've told you before, Brother Su Chun's abilities are far beyond what they seem, but you wouldn't listen." The woman in red smiled slightly and gracefully bowed to Su Chun. "I apologize, Su Chun. I was curious after hearing from the palace master about your profound abilities at such a young age. I didn't expect you to break my illusion in an instant." Your strength is indeed admirable, as the palace master described. Hearing this explanation, the murderous intent and terrifying sword aura around Su Chun gradually subsided. He turned his gaze to Luo Tianhe, speaking in a cool tone. Tell me, what's this about? I've already said I won't do anything that compromises my integrity. Luo Tianhe laughed heartily, poured Su Chun a cup of tea, and then spoke seriously. I need you to represent the Luo City Martial Palace in the National Martial Palace Assessment in the uninhabited zone. Su Chun frowned slightly, clearly unfamiliar with this so-called National Martial Palace Assessment. Seeing this, Luo Tianhe explained succinctly. The headquarters of the Martial Palace is in the capital, with branches in cities across the country. Every 5 years, a comprehensive assessment is conducted, including a strength assessment for new disciples. This affects our branch's national ranking, which determines how much support we receive from headquarters for the next 5 years. Before Su Chun could respond, Luo Tianhe added, participants must have reached the Qi Si level. I'm aware of your strength, so I'm asking you to take part. Su Chun was silent for a moment before asking, what has been our ranking in the past? 156th, Luo Tianhe admitted. With our capabilities, improving is difficult, but maintaining our current position is manageable. The issue is, this year headquarters introduced a new rule. Branches ranked beyond 100 will have their resources halved, and those beyond 200 may be cut entirely. Luo Tianhe's concern was evident. The Luo City Martial Palace was in a precarious position. Even maintaining their current rank would mean a reduction in resources. Without change, they risked elimination in future assessments. Su Chun questioned, why do this? Doesn't headquarters care about the losses from closing a martial palace? After all, a martial palace is a lucrative establishment. Luo Tianhe sighed, survival of the fittest, focusing resources on cultivating elites. As the palace master, he was well aware of these internal strategies. In the world of martial artists, money has become just a numbers game. In this era where the strong are revered, cultivation resources are the real treasures. Luo Tianhe looked at Su Chun and patiently explained, closing a martial artist's hall may reduce financial income, but the resources saved are considerable. Redirecting these resources to top talents can create greater value. Hearing this, Su Chun frowned. Such is the harsh reality. He thought to himself that he would make the same choice if he were in the same position. Why waste resources on nurturing failures? The strong should enjoy more resources, while the weak are destined to be eliminated. The world of martial artists is indeed this realistic and ruthless. Luo Tianhe continued. This time, our Luo City Martial Artist Hall will send 10 people to participate. Besides you and Hong Yi, there are 8 other experts. He looked Su Chun in the eye. We leave in a week. Considering it takes 3 days to reach the uninhabited area, we need to set off in 3 days. Su Chun pondered for a moment and agreed, but added, I can only promise to do my best. I can't guarantee that the Luo City Martial Artist Hall will make it into the top 100. Luo Tianhe nodded in understanding, as no one could predict the outcome. He stood up and patted Su Chun on the shoulder. Come on, let's meet the others. A playful glint appeared in Hong Yi's eyes as she said to Su Chun. The spot this time was secured at great expense by the hall master, Kaershi, and it's not finalized yet. You know what I mean, right? With that, she followed Luo Tianhe out. Su Chun chuckled, fully aware. As an honorary elder of the Luo City Martial Artist Hall, it's only right to serve the hall. Besides, Luo Tianhe had helped him before, and favors were the hardest debts to repay. He had no choice but to participate in this assessment. More importantly, the Wood King in the Abyss was hunting him, and the foreign tribes were restless. He dared not venture into the Abyss for now. This was the perfect opportunity to explore and gain experience. With that in mind, Su Chun sent a message to Feng Yu. Old man, I'm in a good mood lately, and don't feel like staying at the academy. I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back. The Abyss is too dangerous right now, so I'm going to lay low for a bit. In the office of the Luo City Technical School, Feng Yu nearly fainted upon reading the message. Suppressing his anger, he planned to lure Su Chun back and get his hands on the spirit stones first. Su Chun replied, I'm in a bad mood, so I really don't want to come back. With that, he turned off his phone and followed Luo Tianhe to the basement of the martial artist hall. Feng Yu, seeing the reply, was furious and almost smashed his phone. This kid was too arrogant, even asking for leave in such a rude manner. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, get those 3 brats Wang Lin here. If I can't beat Su Chun, I can still deal with you. The more Feng Yu thought about it, the angrier he became, storming out as he kicked the door open. In the basement of the martial hall, Su Chun followed Luo Tianhe into a breathtaking training room spanning 1,000 square meters. Such a scale undoubtedly showcased the martial hall's substantial financial resources. Inside, about 20 people were engaged in pairs, exchanging blows with energy and vigor. Stop! Luo Tianhe commanded, his powerful voice resonating with authority. Instantly, the combat ceased, and all eyes turned to this elder figure. Let me introduce Su Chun, the honorary elder of the martial hall. Luo Tianhe stepped aside, pushing Su Chun into the spotlight. For this assessment, Su Chun will compete alongside you. The announcement left the 20 or so individuals in shock. They assessed Su Chun, noting his Sea of Chi stage level 3 cultivation, and frowned. How could someone at such a level hold the honorary elder title in the martial hall? Moreover, how could he participate in such a crucial assessment that would determine the future of the martial hall? Do any of you have objections? Luo Tianhe asked playfully. These carefully selected talents were all at the Sea of Chi stage level 9. It would indeed be surprising if they accepted this without question. I object. A man with a crew cut immediately stepped forward, speaking coldly. What does it matter if he's an honorary elder? This assessment concerns the survival of the martial hall. How can a mere level 3 participate? Exactly, others echoed. No matter how talented he is, he's only a level 3. Why should he take part? A woman in red chuckled softly. She had her doubts when she first heard Su Chun would join. However, after witnessing his strength earlier, she was impressed. Although she was at the Sea of Chi stage level 9, she admitted that even if her illusion skills reached Grandmaster level, they might not withstand Su Chun's explosive sword force. You're not convinced? Su Chun asked, stepping closer to the disrespectful crew-cut man. The man stood his ground, meeting Su Chun's gaze defiantly. I'm not convinced. Before he could finish, a dull thud echoed as the man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Before he hit the ground, Su Chun's Long Yuan sword was already at his throat. What about now? Su Chun asked coldly. You attacked by surprise. The crew-cut man shouted angrily. That's dishonorable. Su Chun sneered. In real combat, who announces their moves in advance? You're too naive. The man was momentarily speechless before retorting. You're shameless and dishonorable. Dishonorable? Su Chun laughed. I don't even have morals, and you want to talk about honor with me? Luo Tianhe was taken aback by this statement, suddenly questioning whether inviting Su Chun was a mistake. I'm still not convinced. The crew-cut man fumed. Fight me openly if you dare. The others also cast disapproving glances at Su Chun. After the introduction of the new honorary elder by Master Luo, an elderly voice was heard from afar. An old man with graying hair approached slowly. It was Elder Mo. Luo Tianhe. This honorary elder you found doesn't seem to have good character. Elder Mo scanned Su Chun with disdain in his eyes. Luo Tianhe frowned and was about to defend himself, but Elder Mo interrupted. Ambushing and lacking martial ethics. Isn't that a character issue? A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he retorted bluntly. Old lamp. You're good at barking. I may lack ethics, but my character is not questionable. Elder Mo was furious, and a powerful aura from his marquee level pressed down on Su Chun. How dare you? A young brat dares to speak to me like this. Just as Su Chun was about to strike back, Luo Tianhe stepped in front of him, effortlessly dispelling Elder Mo's aura. Elder Mo, mind your language. Elder Mo was seething with anger and was about to act when a buzz-cut young man suddenly intervened. Su Chun, my teacher is a marquee-level warrior, and you're just at the Chi-Si level. Where do you get the nerve to be arrogant in front of him? The buzz-cut man sneered and continued. Don't think that just because you have some talent, you're invincible. Many are more talented than you. You're nothing, just a loser who won by ambush. Let's have a fair fight. Su Chen's eyes turned icy cold, stopping Luo Tianhe from speaking. Sure, to show my respect for you, I won't use my sword, he said, placing the Long Yuan sword aside. The buzz-cut man, even more enraged, drew his blade to attack. However, Su Chun appeared before him in a flash and punched him with ferocious power, sending him flying. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Su Chun followed up, now wielding a large wrench. I said I wouldn't use a sword, but I didn't say I wouldn't use a wrench. As the wrench struck the buzz-cut man's face, he momentarily thought he saw his great-grandmother. Su Chun relentlessly continued with basic but furious strikes, soon turning the buzz-cut man into a swollen-faced mess. Onlookers watched the barely conscious, severely beaten buzz-cut man on the ground with a chill in their hearts. Then they turned to Su Chun, who elegantly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and meticulously wiped the blood off the wrench. I said I wouldn't use a sword, but I didn't say I wouldn't use a wrench. Su Chun stated seriously, leaving everyone speechless. Elder Mo was utterly enraged. Su Chun, you've gone too far. Seeing his disciple in such a state, he knew that even if healed, there would likely be lasting damage. Su Chun was equally furious. So what if I am bullying you? The Long Yuan's sword hummed, pointing straight at Elder Mo as Su Chun fearlessly charged forward. Su Chun was furious, his eyes blazing. He could accept being called uncultured, immoral, and lacking martial virtue because those accusations held some truth. However, when someone questioned his character, he could no longer tolerate it. You can't damn well say I lack character. Su Chun roared, his voice filled with anger and disdain. In an instant, Su Chun unleashed his fiery demon fury, his aura surging dramatically. The Long Yuan's sword in his hand quivered as if it sensed its master's wrath. Even in the face of Elder Mo, who was at the Marquis realm, Su Chun showed no fear. Elder Mo, witnessing this, became even more enraged. He shouted, "Arrogant brat! If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't have the face to remain in the martial hall." With that, he unleashed his terrifying power at the one-star Marquis realm. The battle was imminent. Without hesitation, Su Chun executed the free and easy sword technique. The sword's light flowed, and its momentum was fierce. A giant fish shadow, formed by sword energy, roared towards Elder Mo. However, Elder Mo was unimpressed. He punched out, repelling Su Chen's attack. But in the next moment, Su Chen attacked again, his sword moves sharp and unpredictable, surprising Elder Mo. This kid's swordsmanship has already reached the level of sword momentum. Elder Mo thought to himself. To achieve such prowess at this age, he's a genius. No wonder the crew cut guy lost to him. In the battle, endless sword energy swirled in the air, creating a spectacular scene. Luo Tianhe, watching from the sidelines, was also astonished. He marveled at the significant improvement in Su Chen's strength. Just as Elder Mo was about to mock Su Chun, a thud sounded. Su Chen's wrench had somehow struck Elder Mo's head. This completely enraged Elder Mo, who was about to unleash his full strength. However, Luo Tianhe intervened in time. "Elder Mo, you've gone too far," he shouted, punching Elder Mo and sending him flying. This punch carried Luo Tianhe's personal grievances, causing Elder Mo to cough up blood on the spot. "This matter ends here," Luo Tianhe said coldly. "If you want to pursue it further, submit your resignation, and I'll sign it." Elder Mo's face was grim as he struggled to his feet. He glared venomously at Su Chun before leaving without a word. Su Chun frowned and said, "Why does this feel a bit strange? Shouldn't Elder Mo be spouting some threats right now?" Luo Tianhe scanned the surroundings and shouted sternly, "If anyone has any objections, speak up." His words silenced the crowd, who were already in awe of Su Chen's demonstrated strength. Finally, Luo Tianhe announced, "Since there are no objections, this matter is settled." With that, he proceeded to reprimand and scorn the others present. Su Chun left the martial hall feeling quite satisfied, having achieved his goal. The group of challengers now hung their heads in shame, too embarrassed to even look up. The crew cut guy had been taken away for treatment, and the woman in red was visibly shocked, clearly having underestimated Su Chen's strength. After a pause, the woman in red reluctantly spoke. "Su Chun will lead the team this time. We still have 8 spots left, so let's proceed with the selection." She was originally supposed to lead, but Su Chen's prowess was evidently superior. "Su Chun, would you like to stay and watch?" she offered. Su Chen shook his head, replying disinterestedly, "No need." With that, he turned and left, planning to spend the next 3 days in seclusion at home. Outside the martial hall, Luo Tianhe greeted Su Chun with a smug smile. "With your talent and status, just say the word and no one would dare oppose you. Not even Elder Mo would lay a hand on you." Su Chun chuckled. "You mean reveal that I'm an honorary elder of the martial hall?" They shared a knowing smile, and Su Chun continued, "It's true that Brother Lu and I are sworn brothers, and many in Luo City know this. But in the end, Brother Lu is Brother Lu, and I am me. Can I rely on his status my whole life? Ultimately, I have to rely on myself. The path of a strong person is never without trials. Relying solely on one's background is like being a flower in a greenhouse. It won't last long." Luo Tianhe nodded in agreement, satisfied with Su Chen's response. Su Chen thought to himself, "I can't just go around shouting, 'I'm the sworn brother of the Sword King' everywhere I got. Hats, just ridiculous." Shaking his head, he realized that relying on others was not his path. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Chun went on his way. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Chun had already followed Luo Tianhe to the uninhabited area. Meanwhile, Wang Lin and his group were causing an uproar at Luo City Technical School. Under the banner of the Su family army, they proclaimed themselves as the leaders, seemingly intent on taking over the school. With the 200,000 spirit stones Su Chun had given them as military funds, their arrogance grew, to the point where even the instructors couldn't control them. Dean Fengyu tried numerous times to extort those spirit stones, even resorting to hanging them up and beating them, but they stubbornly refused to give up a single stone. Not only that, someone even sneaked into Fengyu's office and left a mess on his desk. Fengyu was furious, cursing Wang Lin and his group as the worst students he'd ever had. But this didn't faze Wang Lin and his friends. They continued to expand the Su family army. Including reserves, they had recruited over 2,000 members. The Su family army replaced the Student Alliance, becoming the new campus overlords. Foreign students, already in a tough spot, found their situation even more dire. Wang Lin often led his group to bully them, driving the foreign students to the brink of despair. Suddenly, the three realized that Su Chun was no longer at Luo City Technical School, and they frowned. Wang Lin seized the opportunity to propose, "Since Boss Su isn't here, I should take over the Su family army. Issue the order for Tong Yu and Wu Tao to hand over 1,000,000 spirit stones." Before he could finish, Wang Lin was pinned down and beaten by Wu Tao and Tong Yu. After a while, Tong Yu suggested, "How about we head into the abyss? The Wood King ordered a manhunt for Boss Su, but he didn't say anything about us. Agreed. I think that's a good idea. The other two concurred, immediately springing into action. In an instant, the mighty Su family army mobilized, catching Dean Feng Yu's attention. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.